most known for his BR.
There was no one better. You don't need rockets. You don't need a sniper if you're Roy. All you need is 4 shots.
One shot lobby. I got him. No head. One shot lobby. Oh my god!
Scratch that. I'm going back open side, waiting for the 2 guys, 3 guys coming up gold and finishing off my triple kill. Sorry, Break. Thank you.
Roy would hit 4 shots religiously. If you met him in pit at Rocket Hallway, just expect 1, 2, 3, shoot, and you're gunned. And so if you miss 1 bullet, you're punished.
I can confidently say he had the best BR shot in Halo 3. Literally forward me every single time. It wasn't like metaphorically, like literally like 4 shots, I was dead every time. And I was just like, is anyone seeing this?
Don't get in front of Roy, he's gonna 4-shot you every time.
Roy is a very passionate player. He is fueled off energy. When you think of like warriors in wartime, he's that guy. He's like Troy running out.
I died. I got named
That'll be Maniac. Another one right in front. That's going to be a double kill there. Oh!
Absolutely. Now Roy with
Roy with a 4. Roy with a 4. We're looking for
Oh!
Roy's machine-like accuracy with the battle rifle was unmatched, making him one of the most feared players in the league and earning him a fitting nickname.
I think they started this thing where like, all right, I'm a machine or I'm a robot, I do not miss. And then Roy turned his gamertag into Royborg. He very well might be a robot, but no, I didn't do any of those tests, so I can't say 100% that he's human.
What do you got here? Tell us what you got.
This is a Royborg.
his shot was literally like robotic. The highest level, like you can't miss. Like you just can't. And he just never did.
He was so consistent. At that point, people were like arguing like who's the best player in the game, and he was always right there. Like, is he the best? He might be the best. Is he the best? He might be the best.
One of the most solid, from top to bottom, Halo players that have ever played the game.
His shot was insane. He didn't miss snipe shots. You thought his DMR was good. His sniper was insane.
Let's go, dude!
Roy is looking to do something as well. Oh my! He takes it down. 1 kill to go. Roy in a 1v1 with Tuscan. How many times have we seen it over the years? Roy wins a 1v1 BR fight. Optic Gaming.
I wanted to avoid any team Roy was on, which was mostly Instinct. I wanted to avoid that team probably more than anything.
Came to the conclusion, you want to play against these guys or with them? That was an obvious answer.
They were so good and he's so consistent, and you always knew like it was going to be probably the toughest match that you'd ever come up against.
And we went like what, 42-1 in 2 tournaments in a row, which has never been done before that or after that. It's unheard of. That's why we got called the God Squad.
While Roy is often remembered for his incredible skill in the game, it was his positive attitude and integrity that left a lasting impression on teammates and opponents alike.
He's the guy, he was going to walk up, he's going to shake your hand, look you in the eyes, and just introduce himself.
Roy's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet.
As a caster, I try to remain unbiased, but I can be biased in many times cheering for Roy. It's hard not to root for the guy.
Roy will be remembered for obviously his great shot, but what I think he should be remembered for is his passion, how much his emotions fueled him in game. His legacy is cemented and he will be remembered for years and years and years.
I died. I got named taillight. Last 2.
He just puts on a show at all times. He's insane. He's a prolific sniper.
Sniped down by name. Sniped down by nature.
There's this character, Ushikawa. He says everyone calls him Bull, like, you know, they call him Ushi. He says when you grow up being called a bull, you're gonna become the bull. And I think the same way of Snipedown.
His story is unlike most, and I think he's really one of the only examples of overnight success.
The man was just the hottest free agent on the market. You were seeing long-standing squads making room.
Snipedown had a historic rookie season, winning 3 major events, including the 2008 MLG National Championship. He instantly became one of the most sought-after players in the league.
It's honestly like a 6-month-long dream that like I haven't woken out of, and I hope I'm not going to, but this is unreal. Like, I just can't really explain the feeling. It's just my first year. I don't even know.
No one has a first season like that. Probably the biggest rookie year of all time.
The talk was the same amongst everyone. It was like, this kid is the best sniper I've ever seen.
Oh my goodness, did I pick a good time to go to Snipedown or what? Make it the over!
Eric's role was get the sniper, and that's pretty much it.
I was just enthralled watching his screen. I was like, this kid is a freak. Just give him the power weapons. You're guaranteed to win.
Let's watch Snipedown. Oh, he almost done. Oh, he did stick one in there on the cankle, and there's the double kill.
Oh my god, another shot taking down T2, and now it's the headshot on Favor. You won't see that in my next top 10.
Or CLG is going to bring it to 2-2. Snipedown with a sick headshot.
Snipedown, sniping royalty.
My God! Jesus Christ, Eric Rona!
Snipedown need to work together to get these kills here. They haven't captured.
Eric Rona!
To get this kill as well.
Overkill! What a time to do it! He steps up, hits the perfect, fall dead. Oh my God!
Whenever there's been a dominant force, it's either been Snipedown who's been on that team, or the team that stops that dominance has Snipedown on it.
And that's gonna do it. Team Envies are your HCS Pro League champions, coming out of the losers bracket and defeating Optic Gaming in back-to-back series.
I loved him back in Halo 3, and then when I started competing, I actually did not like him whatsoever because he was my competitor. We were always battling for every grand finals, basically. And now I think he's like one of the best Halo players for sure.
His position, his awareness, and his ability to not panic.
The man doesn't take a shot unless he knows he needs to take it.
The second you poke out, Snipedown will take you down.
When I'm playing well, I literally call it Snipedown mode. He just is able to get in this zone where he kind of just blocks everything out. He knows exactly what movements to make to hit that shot in front of him, and he'll do it like clockwork every single time.
Very rarely did you see him hitting body shots. He just always find the dome.
Oh, that was disgusting.
First memory of Snipedown, Snipedown is on fire.
Everyone was wondering how is he going to fit on straight ripping. That clip alone showed you that the man has the talent.
Oh!
The no scope to keep the sniper in his control and then continuing to hit the shots.
For triggers down. Oh! Snipedown is on fire.
He's really good at sniping in that game.
The things he was pulling off and the consistency at what he was doing them at.
Now looking for the triple kill, trying to find this player underneath the base. It is going to be Lunchbox. That's a triple. Now going on for the overkill.
The triple kill that Eric got when he falls out of the jump up window, it was just the smoothest thing ever. If there's a play that'll make you a Snipedown fan, it probably would have been that.
What he was doing was not just holding down the sniper, but being aggressive with the sniper. What a double kill in the head. Triple kill by Snipedown.
One of the most decorated players in Halo, Snipedown has won 24 major events with 8 different teams. Throughout his 13 years as a competitor, his intensity never diminished.
Snipedown in the EG squad smell blood as they have 49 kills.
Snipedown hits the new combo, and look at what it means to Evil Geniuses, your X Games gold medalist.
He's fueled by passion. When he's mad, he tries harder.
Don't piss Eric off, because Eric will have the last laugh a lot of the time.
I told him before it started, the last person that said that to me lost the series, and they lost the series too. So if you're going to talk trash, you better back it up, and we took that series home.
That's the montage maker, baby. You're taking that name. You have to live up to it.
What a play I gotta take a shower because that was filthy. Oh, sweet, he just keeps going. Please make it stop, it hurts.
Oh, God.
Let's be real, I'm retired now. I don't practice all the time. Golden Boy has a new show canceled and started every other week. He can practice all he wants.
Doctor, Walshy won't get out of my DMs. He still thinks it's 2007.
Dude, I remember it like it was yesterday. It was literally me and Snipedown versus 8 of them. Not much I could do. I was just running around 1v4 and as many as I could.
He knows who the champ is. The world knows who the champ is.
And then he starts talking about how delicious the cake was, so I had to go off on him. Of course, I told him that he shouldn't make every day a cheat day.
And let me tell you, sir, that cake was delicious.
Okay, we'll talk soon. I think there's only one way to settle this. Let's run it back.
This is the BTB Challenge, Golden Boy versus Walsh here, 8v8.
Maybe we need a counseling session, Dave, after I slapped you in Big Team Battle.
He's been spotted. GB.
GB, lead the way!
Alex puts the big in Big Team Battle. Here he goes.
Opening down top middle was oh! He gets blamed by Snipedown!
So you're okay if I take this cake? You're okay if I take this cake then?
You're playing like Kink's on the line.
Flag has never been played back to base. Oh my!
Kink's always on the line, bro!
Oh, this is fantastic.
What do you
We got to do this every event. This is a trio. This is the Pack Hog.
The big opportunity here.
There's never been so much talent in a single Warthog.
Oh, they've got to stop it. Oh, over it.
Oh! Snake fight.
That was filthy. Oh boy, with the sniper rifle in hand.
They need to stay alive here at all costs. This could be the game winning.
Oh no, he got splattered.
I took cake from that, baby!
The HCS Raleigh Kickoff Major is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, The Matrix Resurrections, Game Pass, Rockstar Energy, The Marines, and Zowie.
Kickoff Major in Raleigh, North Carolina. Halo is finally back, and I'm so excited that we're here live on LAN in the beautiful city of Raleigh. It's been a long couple of years, folks, and we are heavily overdue for a sick and safe in-person show. And whether you're here with us in Raleigh live, or if you're joining us from all across the globe watching on Twitch or YouTube, we welcome you in with open arms. My name is Lottie Van Praag, and I'm going to be hosting all weekend long. And I'm so happy to say that I'm actually not alone IRL this time. And let me introduce you to Halo's first ever boy band. It's the Bomber Boys. Clutch, we got Bravo and Gaskin on the mics, of course. And gentlemen, what a delight it is to have you up here with me. Gosh, it's our first live event on the roadmap. We are here with a live crowd, live audience, live players. We have a main stage set behind us. How excited are you?
You know, I rehearsed this answer probably 3 or 4 times, and I'm never going to do it justice. The energy in the room, it's ecstatic. It's the next level. It's something we've been waiting on for over 2 years, and as a Halo community, I can't wait to celebrate all weekend long with this tournament, with the best players in the world from all around the world. I mean, Lottie, it doesn't get better than this.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see this game in action. I can't wait to see this game on LAN. And I mean, you have a packed open pit, right? There's no passes available. Spectators sold out. Every team pass sold out. This morning we're walking through. Everyone's screaming, warming up in the open pit. I mean, this is what we grew up on, and it's so good to be back.
Lottie, I promised I wouldn't cry, all right? It's an emotional time.
It's
for all of
okay,
us.
I'll let you off.
If I cry at any point in this weekend, it's okay. It's going to happen at some point, but not just yet. but it is going to be packed in here, and I can't wait because there are so many Halo fans who've been waiting for this moment for years. I mean, we've obviously had a difficult couple of years with the pandemic, but here we are. We've got it done. We're going to get some Halo action.
I know, and I tell you what, we're doing it in style here in Raleigh because we have 272 teams in the building participating. We have a ginormous open bracket, pool play. We have a champ bracket to look forward to. There is so much on the line. You know, we have established organizations here, but also brand new teams as well coming together. It is pure community driven, and I am so excited to see how it unfolds this weekend. But we do have to talk about one thing, and that is there's a little spanner in the works, of course, in the open bracket. And if you're in the open bracket and hearing this for the first time, I'm so sorry you're hearing it from me. But Sentinels, of course, are going to be playing through the open bracket. They've had a bit of a bumpy rise. And Gaskin, how do you see Sentinels faring with their quite treacherous journey ahead of them?
Oh, I think they're going to have a difficult day in terms of fatigue. This is certainly not something that Sentinels will be used to. Usually just a few games on pool play, and then they can go home, they can chill, they can enjoy themselves. But Formal replacing Royal 2, a fantastic chance for them to demonstrate what they can do, for him to gel a little bit with that roster. I'm expecting them to dominate the Open tournament, sorry guys, and I'm hoping that we are going to see a very solid Sentinels arrive later in the championship bracket and see what they're made of.
We will see what happens. We'll see how it unfolds, folks. Now, if you do actually want to support teams, whether they're on the main stage right now or whether it be one in the open bracket, say, you can actually go on into your Halo Infinite game right now and rep one of these incredible skins you see on your screen. I mean, they are just stunning. I cannot even give my favorite right now because they all look so glorious, but Clutch, I have to ask you and put you on the spot. Who are you repping right this second?
Right this second, I'm repping Sentinels, and that's for a reason, right? I made a decision to say, I'm going to rep whoever the most recent champion is. We've only had online tournaments up until this point, Sentinels being that last previous winner. So I'm looking forward to maybe potentially switching it up after this weekend if somebody can create some upsets. Yep. I know Optic's probably looking to take that first spot as well. So not only is cash on the line, you got my skin in the game.
Okay, I don't know. I think they're going to focus on the cash on the
I don't know. You never know. Just another incentive.
I don't know about that one.
It's just another incentive, you know, another lovely little part of all of this. And guys, obviously, the in-game skins are absolutely stunning. Halo Infinite is a wonderful game. It is glorious. We love it here on the desk. If you folks at home don't know what Halo Infinite is or why you guys should get on board this love train, then check this out.
Competitive Halo has a legacy, a golden era, so impactful that it shaped our gaming industry and esports as we know it. Today, over a decade later, Halo is back again, and with it, a whole new era in competition. If you're new to Halo esports, you might be wondering what's so special about it. What makes Halo unique? What makes it stand out as a competitive shooter today? You know what? That's a damn good question. Let's break it down. In competitive Halo, 2 teams of 4 face off in arena combat. Balance and skill is everything in competition, and Halo achieves this with what we call even starts. Every player enters the fight with the same equipment, a battle rifle in hand and 2 grenades. The foundation of Halo's multiplayer experience is the combat. In Halo, we call this the dance. It's a short but calculated exchange where players use skillful movement and gunplay to break through their opponent's shields and land a finishing blow. Your shields are your lifeline in Halo. They deplete when taking damage and recharge when evading gunfire. Breaking your opponent's shields takes several well-placed shots. As long as you hit the target, it doesn't matter where those bullets land. The moment you break the shields is the ultimate test of precision. Land a headshot for an instant kill. With a battle rifle, 3 bursts to the body and 1 to the head results in a perfect 4-shot kill. And trust me, pull this off, and it's pretty damn satisfying.
And with shields and in position to get into the base and then pick that flag and throw it out the front. Oh, lovely shots from APG.
Defeating your opponent puts them on a 10-second respawn. This advantage is important, especially if you take down the whole team at once. With your opponents off the map, your team has time to control important positions and power weapons. And this is the true key to winning in Halo. Power weapons spawn in contested locations throughout the map, and teams need to work together to earn and control them. Your classic fan favorites, like the rockets and the sniper, are back in action, alongside new weapons as well. My personal favorites are the Mangler and the shock rifle. In the right hands, these weapons, they're kind of deadly.
Well, look at this, Cloud9 looking to mount up a comeback here in round 2, and it would be a statement from them if they were able to close it out.
Oh my word, Lucid. Not only the first one, but the second as well onto Stellar. Penguin do not peek. No. Lucid
And that's not all. New to Halo Esports is equipment, limited use items that spawn in specific locations on the map, and this has a drastic effect on the game. The grapple can be used to make quick map rotations, escapes, or to take you right into the fight. You can also use it to pull things towards you. Just don't forget to say, "Get over here," when you do it. Or the repulsor, the ultimate defensive tool. Time it right and return projectiles back to sender. You can jump with it too for a devastating angle of attack, and let's just say that's not all it's good for.
And now Ola, maybe thinking about a play ball, maybe thinking about sending someone for a swim. It's a play ball.
All of these elements, the even starts, shield system, combat, the sandbox, they all come together to create this balanced competitive experience that requires teamwork, strategy, practice, creativity. The result is the ultimate form of skill expression, and it's just exciting to witness. And that, to be honest, is just a fraction of what makes Halo so great. So, welcome back to Halo, and good luck in the arena.
Welcome back indeed, and thank you so much, Shai, for that beautiful explanation of why you guys should love Halo Infinite and why I certainly do. I've got to say, from a casual standpoint, amazing, love the game, but from a competitive standpoint, my goodness, we have made some headway here. Incredible things have really evolved here for Halo Infinite, and I've got to say, oddball rounds being one of them. We have so much utility and equipment to use now. Let's talk about some of the maps too. I mean, there's so much to love here and so much to learn. Rob, I've got to ask you, what do you love specifically about the game?
Yeah, I think for me right now, one of the most exciting pieces is the fact there's such a huge skill gap, right? There are players, we've talked about it online, there are players that are weeks ahead of other players, and that's going to show here on LAN, right? That might slowly start to shrink as Halo Infinite's life cycle goes on, but here at the first LAN event, there are going to be players that are much better than others.
Yeah, like you've got Clutch, and then there's me. Like there's two considerable differences. I'm actually good at this game, not like Halo 5, I was pretty trash. But the BR's back. I think that's the biggest one for me. The battle rifle is so important to Halo's history, and I'm seeing so many players just enjoy the fact that they can have that weapon in their hands once more. The utility is amazing. People zipping around like Spider-Man with the grapple as well. It's just so fantastic to see. We're going to see some amazing things this weekend.
Yeah, the grapple's sick, isn't it? Swinging through doorways, not to mention the kills you can get with the grapple. If you see someone come with the grapple and they have the energy sword, it's game over 100%. But we need to talk about the format. I could talk about how much I love the game all day, but let's talk about how this thing works and where we kind of been with it. Because obviously we have had qualifiers along the way. We had Open 1 and 2, and then we had the kickoff qualifier, which actually did secure seeding for our pool play, which does start today. You're in the right place. But we have 272 teams participating in the tournament today. We have a wonderful open bracket that is bursting with potential and talent and hoping to make their way onto that main stage to have a piece of that pie and hopefully take it all home in Raleigh this weekend. It's going to be absolutely epic. I cannot wait to see it all unfold before us. Now, where do you watch all of this happening? If you're not here with us right now, tell your friends. Where can they watch? We need to talk about the schedule because, of course, we do have epic games coming away for the whole of today. Here's Friday. You can catch us on Twitch and YouTube as well. But we do have XSET versus Space Station happening first. E-United versus the boys. Ascend versus XSET. Base Clan versus Na'Vi. G2 Esports versus Divine Mind, and last but certainly not least, and you're definitely going to want to tune into this one, Optic versus Pioneers, and here is how you catch the action. We do have 4 streams to catch. We have Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta, and everything is being streamed on Twitch and YouTube, so you guys really don't have much of an excuse here. It is pretty much here, there, and everywhere, and including, of course, our co-streamers as well, because our co-streamers are also going to be streaming things as well, so check out Myth, Summit 1G, Cloaksy, and TP. They're also going to be tuning in on all of the action, and you guys can catch the fun there and see exactly how they're feeling about the competition. Got to ask you though, Clutch, who's your favorite streamer out of those, out of our co-streamers?
Got to be Summit, and what Summit does when he does this co-stream events is it's so natural and it's so unique that I think it's something special to watch. If you ever want to get inside of the mind of one of the greatest FPS players of all time as he's watching the broadcast go down, I mean, Summit's the place to be.
Yeah, it is indeed. Now, apart from some of the best Halo you will ever see in the world on this stream right now, what's in it for you guys at home? Well, I'll tell you what, it's Twitch drops, that's right. Watch any Halo Infinite partner play to earn rewards, and it includes HCS launch weapon coatings, weapon charms, a victory shout pose, so just make sure that your account is connected to Twitch to earn rewards just for watching official HCS streams and our co-streamers as well. Look at these bad boys.
Tashi, can you sort me out? Because I don't think I can actually watch the stream and be on the stream.
I'm going to actually just either on a laptop backstage
Oh,
or on my phone in my pocket. I'm going to make sure I'm watching the stream.
Yeah, I got to say that multitasking is a little difficult, isn't it, to be perfectly honest. But this one you see right now on your screen, this is a grand finals drop. So make sure you're watching all the way through this weekend, because that one you just don't want to miss. Look how gorgeous that is. The gold as well, it just looks lovely, doesn't it?
I hear it was modeled after Clutch's victory poses on the main stage, and the kilt and everything too. It's kind of one-to-one.
Yeah. It wasn't even victories. I would do that after individual kills.
That's true. That's true.
It is. That is the pose. I want to definitely see this weekend as well.
I'll break it out.
Now, I'll tell you what, we have so much going on here live in Raleigh, and of course we do have our open bracket like I mentioned before, but I want to know exactly what is going on down there right now. We're going to head over to Blaze and Echidna to get an update.
What's up, guys? We are here at the HCS Open Bracket in Raleigh, and man, what a time to be alive. Over 200 squads have came out to become professional Halo players. We got teams behind us like Mags Up going up against North Carolina State. We got Mercenaries for Hire versus Scary Season, and so far, the action has been intense, Echidna.
Dude, I'm so excited. A weekend full of Halo. There's going to be a lot of new players, new talent. And I'm excited to see what kind of creatures are going to emerge from the open bracket.
Hey, I agree with that. What type of creatures are going to be coming from this open bracket, all right? Because we got nothing but beast here. And as I said before, over 200 squads in this open bracket. But what's so special about this event is that 16 squads is coming out this open bracket, all right? Because this is our first event. So if you didn't make it here, because this is your best chance to make pro. Now, if you win 5 in a row from the winner's side, well, that'll get you to the champ bracket. But if you lose, you have to win 8 in a row. And that is a gauntlet. But I will say this, to go up against those squads in pool play and you win 8 in a row, those are going to be some scary teams out there.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking out for Sentinels. I'm not going to lie, in the open bracket.
Now, when it comes to Sentinels too as well, we got the top seeds out there real quickly. Mind Freak #1, Mocking Esports at #2. We got G1 at 3, Team War, Complexity, Aspire, Red Wolves, and Solars, and then Sentinels at #9. So we'll be bringing you guys that action all throughout the weekend. But that's going to do it for us here at the Open Bracket. Des, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Thank you, Echidna, as well, for the open bracket update. Stay tuned because they will be back for more of those as well. But I gotta say, open bracket, I hope you're ready because it's gonna be a tough one. It's gonna be a tough one regardless of teams there, because you have such a treacherous path ahead of you guys. You have a lot of grinding to do through the weekend, but that is why we are here. Now we're here though on the desk to talk about the teams that we're seeing on the main stage. So let's talk about them. And the first one that comes to my mind, of course, is our first seed in pool play, and Bravo Optic. I mean, they have had a killer open to the game, to the Halo Infinite kind of event series, and you know, we need to talk about it because things have gone a tiny bit downhill since then. Open 1 and 2, they won those, but it's been a little bit bumpy and we've had some scrim results come through. But how do you feel Optic are going to do?
Yeah, let's see. I don't know how they're going to do, but I tell you what, I think they're coming here with their eye on first place, and anything else is going to be a big disappointment for them. As you had mentioned, these 4 guys on your screen, APG, Ola, Trippy, and Lucid, you know, they had a scrim this week. I think it was a tough result for them. I think they lost a scrim 12-1 this week, which is not what you expect to see. To be honest, though, something like that maybe could be a kick in the pants that tells them they need to make sure they're on top of their game. But like I said, they got their eye on first place for sure.
Yeah, and I think a team we have to talk about after that is Cloud9. You talk about scrim results. It was Cloud9 who beat Optic. I think it was 12-1, Clutch was telling me. I mean, that is an amazing result, regardless of whether it's online, whether it's at LAN. So I think Cloud9 are definitely a squad we have to be looking out for. I mean, 3 of this 4 were the Splice roster that we saw dominate Halo 5 for a long period of time, and then of course you add Penguin to that, who is a phenomenal Halo player. I'm so excited to see what these guys have to offer. I think everyone is going to be terrified of playing this C9 roster.
Definitely, I've got to say I love the player shots as well. The personalities are oozing through the screen. And Clutch, you know, we've got to talk about FaZe as well, because obviously Snipedown, he's out for revenge, he's out for blood. They've actually had a little bit of a rebound as well, because they knocked out some of the big dogs that we have in the competition. For example, Pioneers and Cloud9. It's been a bit of a roller coaster ride, but what do you expect from FaZe?
Every single one of these qualifiers online, FaZe has stepped up and played better and better. I expect that trend to continue. I expect these guys to compete for titles across the entire year. I mean, it's Snipedown. If you've been living under a rock, guess what? Snipedown's back in Halo, and he's trying to win. He's put together a great squad, and with the addition of the new gun, Bound, we got something exciting to see. I can't wait to watch Bound perform on the main stage. If you are looking as a fan to become a fan of a certain player that's probably the new hype, the new Frosty, Bound's the way to look.
Definitely got to get loud for Bound as well. It's his first LAN event. I'm so excited to see him perform. Let's talk about the different regions, and I couldn't pick a better person to talk about it. And Gaskin, obviously. Yeah, no, I'm looking at you, mate. I'm looking at you. Obviously, ANZ Europe, they are here. They are ready to go, and they've had an incredible ride. We have the likes of Chiefs, and we have the likes of, obviously, NutriBullet, but now formerly Chiefs as well. And then Ascend as well, our Europe roster. Talk to me about these guys. You know, how do you think they're going to fare here this weekend?
I mean, an Uber driver did call me Australian, so I feel like I can definitely represent the ANZ region. The Chiefs were, I mean, fantastic in the online period. 3 wins in a row, the back-to-back-to-back. That is not an easy achievement, regardless of what region you're in. I think for me, I just want to see them enjoy themselves today. Enjoy LAN, get a good feel of it, play against some of the biggest teams here in pool play. It's going to be difficult. They are going to learn lessons, but if they can take those lessons into that championship bracket, I think they could cause some damage. Divine Mind, also another team from Australia that would come over. They were the 2nd seed. I think they can do some damage. And we've got 5 European teams in pool play. Because of other teams not being able to come, it's a massive shame, unfortunately, the LATAM teams weren't able to make it. But that means this is a chance for Europe to show up, show what we're made of. There's some opportunities there that probably wouldn't have been there if this hadn't have presented itself. So I really want to see Europe step up to a stage now, because this is one of the best opportunities they're going to get. North American teams aren't going to be overly practiced in comparison to previous Halos, so I'm hoping we'll see some good EU results here.
Yeah, I do too. I'm really excited about these guys. You know, we've had some dominant performances from them in their regions, and I'm excited to see how that translates into North America now. It's the big leagues here. I think it's about that time though, folks. We're done here on the desk, and I can't wait to get this thing started. So it's about time we kick off things here at the Halo Championship Series live in Raleigh. Let's get to it.
Let's do this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the HCS Raleigh Major. This is our kickoff. Make some noise for yourselves. Halo is back. And to kick us off, we got Tashi, lead of Halo Esports at Microsoft, and he got a few words for you all.
Just wanted to say thank you, everybody, on behalf of 343 Industries for making this such a special moment for everyone in the Halo community. We know Halo Infinite has been in the works for a very long time, but we're so happy that so many players and fans around the world really love the game. And thank you so much for making Halo Infinite the biggest and most played Halo game of all time. This is a 20-year franchise, and to be able to you know, Halo's a 20-year franchise now, and to be able to celebrate this moment with all of you, it really means so much to us. So really take in this moment. This is really special for all of us in the Halo community. Take care of one another. Look around you. This is your community. This is your family. Let's look after one another. Let's have a great weekend. Good luck to all the teams, and enjoy the show.
Yes, the show is about to kick off. The Halo Championship Series starts now.
Wait for power weapons, but Formo on the flank. Takes him down. Takes down Ryan. Formo has made the play.
The confidence from Spartan to take the 1v1 without popping the Obi. You have to give the man credit. Stellar Penguin do not. No! Losing!
Here comes the bark of the shotgun. Renegade. You gotta be kidding me if he picks up this one as well. Look at that double kill. Amazing plays there, but
1 point here to win the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back, baby! Let's do this! Woo! That felt good to say. I'm Golden Boy. This, of course, is Walshy.
That's my name.
Listen, I was trying to set up a little bit of a chant for you there, you know, and then they weren't really biting for it. So let's try it again. I'm Golden Boy. This is Walshy. There we go. Maybe a little bit better. Guys, I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, it is an absolute pleasure to be here. It has been so long since we've had so long since we've commentated in an audience. So if I don't know, pass some gas on the side, who knows? We're just gonna let this thing go. Anyway, folks, it's gonna be a great day. We have some great matches lined up for you. And Dave, I have to say, man, it has been such a wild ride for Halo Infinite since its launch.
Yeah, I've said this joke a few times already, but like my fiance's seen a different side of me now since Halo Infinite came out. Like I've been like,
she's regretting her decision.
Yeah, I'm like waking up, or like she's like waking up to go to the gym, and I'm like a gremlin at like 8 a.m. like still playing. She's like, Jesus, David, get yourself together.
She's questioning life choices at this point.
Yes, but I already locked her down, so she can't back out now.
That's right. They can't back out now.
Locked her down before Infinite came out. Maybe part of the strategy. Who knows?
That's actually a really good play there. Pro tips with Walshy there. Don't listen to me. Now, folks, we have some phenomenal squads here today, but the matchup that is on our mind here is going to be XSET versus Space Station Gaming. Now, looking at the pool zone, Dave, we have some interesting groupings here, right? In Pool A, right? You got Optic Gaming, Pioneers, Big Chilling, as well as the Chiefs. And the Chiefs, I had a chance to speak to them. They're feeling pretty confident coming out of Australia. Interested to see what they could do, but I think Pool A is looking pretty solid for Optic.
Yeah, I mean, they're absolutely the favorites by far, not just in this pool, but also in this tournament. And I thought Gaskin brought up a really good point on the desk there, saying, like, since this game came out so recently, this is a really good chance for these foreign squads to be as close as possible within that gap. We know that Halo is a much more developed scene here in North America, but coming out of the gate here, teams can learn this game a little bit faster, pick up a few little tips and tricks that they can catch some teams and players off guard.
Yeah, big opportunity for sure for the Chiefs team, and we'll see if they're going to be able to pull that off. Of course, you saw a few of the other groups there as well. The names that we have come to know and love in the very short lifespan of Halo Infinite's esports history. You got, the newly announced FaZe coming in hot into this tournament, right? Space Station, the team that is on stage alongside XSET here, which, by the way, also newly picked up too. It's almost as if, like everyone's coming out of the woodwork to go and pick up a Halo team. Ain't that crazy, Dave?
It is crazy. No, I mean, all these orgs are also now even, I don't want to say scrambling, but like, they're all looking to pick up these top squads. They've seen the hype that's coming around here within Halo Infinite. And I see a lot of these teams these orgs that picked up rosters earlier on being rewarded heavily.
Yeah.
I look at something like the Cloud9 roster. They've had their roster for about like 18 plus months. And
that's right.
It was a very smart idea to lock those young guns down.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you got some world champs on there as well. But let's take a look at the series layout and what is going to be the first map that we are going to commentate here on LAN. The first map we're going to see on LAN is going to be Stronghold's Live Fire to kick things off here. Then after that, we'll go to Aquarius for some Slayer fun. And then Bazaar, CTF, and if necessary, it will be Recharge, Oddball, followed by Streets, Slayer. Now, this isn't me trying to be like, I want to sit here and, predict that this is going to be a close game. No, I actually genuinely believe this is going to be a close game because XSET, they have some players here that are really looking to make a name for themselves on top of the fact you got Spectre and Kratos, two great players there. But then for Space Station, addressing the elephant in the room, last minute, kind of lost their boy there, Formal, to Sentinels. He decided a trip to the open bracket with Sentinels might be a bit more fruitful for him than going to pool play with Space Station Gaming, and then they went back and got a Tusk. So how do you feel like this Space Station team is going to perform with not a lot of time?
Yeah, I think they at least have a little history with Tusk, so they're going to be able to pick that up. I think this roster is, when I looked at, they're looking like they're a longer built roster, if that makes sense. Like they're picking up some of these younger talents, some of these unproven talents, like Talon and Sighting. This is not only their first Infinite LAN, this is their first LAN tournament, period.
Yeah.
So going up here at HCS Raleigh, first match of the day.
That's right.
It's gonna be wild. So we could see these players either just completely shine and thrive in this scenario, or you could see players crumble. I mean, it's just the reality of competition and what that breeds.
I can't even fathom that thought process. Like, oh yeah, I'm showing up for my first ever LAN. Oh yeah, by the way, opening the show starting on the main stage. Yeah, that's a good way to start.
Also, it's going to be a little wild too. I remember always talking with one of my old teammates and competitors, Shockwave, and he always compared like the first few minutes of a game to almost like the first couple minutes of like a college basketball game. It's just a little wild, it's a little unorthodox. Players are just playing off adrenaline, scrambling. You see that gameplay. play quite drastically different compared to the rest of the game or the rest of the match. And expect that exact same thing here.
Yeah.
These players haven't played on LAN in a long time. Some of these players, their very first chance to play on LAN, they're going to be just pumping off of adrenaline and not being as coordinated during this first few minutes, or you might see some larger swings than normal.
Well, and that's where, if you're Space Station in particular, you're looking at the two veterans that are on that stage there, right? It's not just one Elam brother, it's another one as well, because you got Ace as well as Elamite Warrior, who, you know, obviously Elamite, he brings a wealth of experience to this team. And then Ace, he had a beautiful run in the H3 online era.
I thought he was just going to say this morning. Like, he probably went for some beautiful run this morning.
He probably
some ice
did.
bath,
He tweeted
whatever.
about it, you know what I mean? And it was some existential thing that ended up happening with him. But no, seriously, I think, like, at this point, this is where you have to turn. It sounds corny, but you have to turn to the veterans in this instance to keep their heads straight, or else things can get out of hand really fast.
Absolutely. It's okay to get all pumped up and hyped if your team is ahead and things are going in your favor. But if you're all panicky and hyped when your team is down 2, 3, 4 members consistently, that's where you really have to take a deep breath, slow it down, and just say, all right, play our game, let this hype kind of die down.
Yeah, exactly, folks. So we'll see how this plays out. Dave, how do you feel? You think we could be going to 5? I have a feeling we could go to like at least 4.
I mean, it's so tough to tell here in pool play. I mean, all these teams are really kind of setting the tone for the rest of the tournament here.
True.
And pool play is one of those where you start to get a couple of those close matches, but more often than not, I'm seeing a lot of 3-0s and 3-1s in pool play because you start to see that differential in these gaps between these rosters. So we're going to see if Space Station is like that real deal squad. Can they hang with the top teams? And for me, that would be doing a 3-0 or 3-1 against XSET. But once again, XSET, I could just be completely overlooking. They have such a solid roster. They could, you know, not only just bring this to Game 5, they could also just take this series.
Yeah, very, very strong possibility for them, right? And I think that's what makes it all the more exciting, because we have been actually talking to a lot of the pros, like as they've been warming up. I've actually took a tour out of the entirety of the open station area and talked to a few people over there too. By the way, I do want to give a special shout out to the people that are going out there playing on keyboard and mouse. You're the best. I support you. I'm here for you. Anyway, that's my one rant about keyboard and mouse today. And then the next rant will be after I beat you in Big Team Battle. But so the LAN difference, right? Like that, we have to acknowledge it, you know?
Yeah.
We've been playing online
it's
for the
always been a LAN difference in Halo. Period.
Always has.
Every single Halo, some
But
more
I feel like
drastic
this
than
one
others.
maybe a little bit more, because there are some shots that are online that you're like, I hit that? Okay, cool. I didn't know I was James McAvoy. You know, because you're curving bullets around corners. So I'm genuinely like, you know, interested to see how the snappiness, because it is a different feeling, right? You've experienced it first, brand new game. How is that feeling playing a brand new game after scrimming online and playing on LAN for the first time? Do you feel like a god?
Absolutely. I mean, interestingly enough, I have not landed Halo Infinite yet, so I cannot wait till I can do that. But what it generally breaks down to is responsiveness. How snappy and responsive does your controller and sense feel on LAN? A lot of times players will have to adjust that slightly because of you know, just how it feels online versus LAN.
Yeah, I always have to bring my sense down like a peg or two.
It's damage given and damage taken. In most cases, you're doing a lot more damage than you did before, and then on the flip side, you're taking a lot more damage than you did before. So that is where a lot of people that would be considered online warriors back in the day would get hurt the most, is because they're like, all right, well, I'm doing a lot of damage. I'm doing even more damage than before. But yeah, now these shots are hitting you back, and you can't just go flying out like that because you're just going to get melted.
Oh, no, what do you mean? My FiOS doesn't work here, you know?
So it's definitely, there's going to be a lot of conversation coming out of this event, and for good reason. But folks, the time has arrived. The first match of Halo Infinite on LAN right here in Raleigh, North Carolina, alongside this incredible packed house. Guys, give yourself a round of applause, because, folks, it's about to go down. Space Station versus XSET. Let's jump right into it here. And, oh boy, we're starting things off with the Filth Master himself. And already out of the gate, you're starting to see this battle take place over at B.
Yeah, and you notice how they are just prepared for that fight at B/that flank, and they don't want to overcommit either direction. When you're starting over at A, it's a difficult position to be in. Do you want to commit towards one direction or the other and fight someone near pillar side? Do you want to try to make a mad dash towards sniper? Or do you kind of sit back towards sandbags and see how the situation plays out? And that's what like LTG and the squad kind of opted to do.
Oh, okay. Well, that was going to be a darn good play there from Tusk if it would have pulled off, but Kratos not letting that one happen. Sniper rifle has been obtained here by Deciding, and we'll see what he could do with this here. He's got plenty of bullets left in the chamber, and so far so good for Space Station. A strong start. They're going to have to handle business over here by C. They also have the Heat Wave too, which is a phenomenal gun to have. An attempted no-scope there with the snipe. Not going to hit the shot, but they clear it out. And Space Station is looking pretty solid here on C. They're going to hold this C and B hole for a little while longer.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more difficult here in this game to kind of get those trip caps that we've been seeing in the past, like in Halo 5 as an example. Just with how fast people are spawning, with the size of these maps, and you just can't really spread yourselves as thin on this. So we're going to really have to see how these teams, if they are able to pull it off, how they do it. But most times you're seeing these teams are very content with just getting their 2 caps and kind of sitting back and playing off from there.
Saw Ace try and attempt to pull off a miracle there, but not going to happen. Thankfully, he's got some teammates there to back him up. Actually, I'm sorry, that was going to be Deciding, but we're kind of cycling through some of the cameras here. But we're back on with Deciding, as a matter of fact. I believe that's who we're following here. And they will be looking to capture A, and you can see that push starting to happen over by C as well. Big battle here for Deciding to try and win. Nade's flying all over the place. He's got Kratos one shot. He has to clean him up, and he needs to do it fast, or else he's going to heal up, and he'll come right back for the fight here. And you can see him, he's still alive, and that one frag could cause him this overshield if you're not careful, but they have gone a few players down. He's going to go for it here. Can Deciding grab it? Yes, no! He drops the overshield. You have to get the confirm, and all of that entire sequence has led to overshield for Xset and potentially the momentum in this game.
Yeah, that was a great play by Kratos, just running away, staying alive. Like you said, definitely had an impact on what team got control of that overshield. Anytime you can just buy more time for your teammates, where you can be that nuisance running away, people can't fully relax until they get those kills confirmed. There's always that chance that that person doubles back and shoots you in the back. And in essence, we saw Deciding literally waste 5 to 7 seconds doing nothing. Just chasing Kratos. Was not in a power position on top of the map. Was not in a position to grab a new stronghold. Was really doing nothing but chasing Kratos, where Kratos is saying, I'm willing to trade this time with you. I'm regaining my shield.
Here's the thing, though. While all that happened, and despite the advantage in the overshield, they still were not able to completely ride that momentum. Sure, they got a few points on the board, but this is still going to be very much Space Station's game here. We'll see what Kratos can do with the sniper, but they're going to need to pull off some miracles. A nice shot to the body, looking for another one as well as they flip out C. And they've been living on A this whole time, and Space Station has not even attempted to try and push A. This is the first time I think we've seen Space Station go for it, but Kratos, he's going to try and take some heads.
And I like this spot. Top middle can seem like it's a vulnerable position. The best correlate I can give to that top middle spot here on Livefire, it reminds me of almost like the bridge on Chill Out, where it seems a bit more vulnerable than you expect, but you have different escape routes. You can peek shot over from that tunnel where you can drop towards bomb center. You can sprint over towards plasmas or back over towards sandbags, depending on where pressure is coming from. It's one of those spots where you can peek in and out, get a couple pot shots at somebody, and if it lands, you can go finish it off. If it doesn't, you have different escape routes at your disposal.
That is going to be another overshield that Space Station have, you know, like, this is, I think, the biggest problem as well, right? It's like, you know, the fight for these overshields, they've been working out very nicely for Space Station. Whether it's going to be, you know, Xset going for it and them trying to bait them into really bad plays, Space Station's been in control.
One thing that's super interesting right there, just seeing all these small nuanced movements we have from these players, Deciding as soon as he got inside that A hill, just stands on the base of that pillar and is able to do peek shots if need be or dodge back and forth. And you notice what he was doing was back and, you know, just slicing a little bit more area each time, saying, all right, is someone coming from garage? No. I'm going to peek a little bit more and see, all right, this next meter, is someone coming from garage? And just not fully exposing themselves to see if someone's coming from garage until they just check it little by little. That way, if they're able to spot him, he knows he has to keep dancing back and forth to that pillar. So that's
Really?
just such smart and cracked movement.
Incredible awareness as well from such a young player here, but it goes to show the amount of work that's been being put into this. But speaking of work, that Mangler is being put to work as well. I'm sure that thing hits like a cannon on land as well. Spectre goes down there, now looking for another cleanup with it, but Kratos is going to handle business on that one. Town, although, looking to back things up, but here comes Porky. And the problem is he was getting shot from bottom mid there by Deciding. And so far, I mean, this has just been all Space Station gaming the entire time. They have not looked back, Dave.
No, and I would say the real key to their success here on this map so far has been just control of B. You've noticed most times at Space Station, whether they've been, only having one hill or anytime they have two, it's always been a setup that's consisted of controlling B. And from what I understand from seeing some of these top pros play, it's because it's such an exposed hill, you can cover so many angles. It's going to take a long route for somebody to push out from the open field from whether it's A or if they're going to fly out to pillars and bottom yard from C. There's just really no way to get over to B that's on the way towards anything else. So if you can hold that, you can still contest A or C from other spots, but still have a presence over at B. So it seems like they want to make sure that they get B, then they get in spots that they can defend the B stronghold. And look at this trip cap right now going on. This is just a slapping GB.
Right now, Space, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. Ace is out there slapping booty. He's slapping booty. He don't give no care in the world. What a statement start for Space Station against Xset. Great start for the lineup. Ace showing why, the man's playing the best Halo he's played, ever. From his whole run in H3, the online era of H3, MCC Pro Series, all that stuff, everyone was like, Ace, Ace, Ace. He's so good. He's even better now. He's even better. I don't know what it is. It's those Zen tactics he does, man, or those tweets, the Zen tweets. I don't know what it is, Dave, but it's working.
We all joke about it, but he definitely has such a strong mental and health game that's going on throughout Halo. Halo is a game that you see people play for many years on end. These top pros, they maybe have some success early on, but they really are hitting their stride in, let's say years 3 to 5, and it's really up to themselves for how long of a career do they have. And I see Ace, from what I see on social media, and we know social media equals real life.
Obviously,
absolutely.
It goes without saying, especially these last 2 years.
Exactly. And so, from what I can see from those snippets from social media, it seems like Ace really does take his mental and physical health very seriously.
And that's what you have to do. That's what you have to do when you're competing at such a high level like this. No matter the game, whatever it may be, you have to, take that time for yourself, right? It's so important, and that's something that he's imparting onto his teammates as well. But really, if you reflect on the game and what we just saw, he was snapping, dude. Everything was working out for him. He had Mangler control for a good portion of, I would say, maybe half of the game. They never really were in a position where the power items were never in their grasp, right? They always knew exactly where everything was and were able to play around it.
And they always had such a healthy lead as well. I mean, at the closest, it was 70 points to 35 points or so when we saw Xset start to make that run back. But these, the Space Station Gaming Squad, they really didn't have too much of a challenge there. Yeah. They really pulled away, held that B stronghold the entire time, and just pulled it away. So we're going to have to see if they can keep that up.
Yeah, very strong start here. But folks, we're going to be going to Aquarius coming up next, right? Aquarius Slayer, I believe, is map 2. So, that is this is the spiritual successor in Halo Infinite right now, at the very least, to Midship, to the more arena-style maps that we have come to know and love. And this one in particular, a little bit of a different type of map, Dave, because you have a lot of wide-open sight lines here, and it was described to me very well. It said Midship with walls. It was the other one as well that was told to me.
Yeah, that's a decent example for it. I mean, most teams are now using the call-outs by calling pink side, car side, and stuff, and that's a very responsible thing to do when you're coming up with new call-outs for maps and such. Yeah. I feel like this plays so drastically different. It's a symmetrical map, sure, but it is, I can't say it's the same.
That's where the relation ends there.
Yeah, that's where it is for me. It's yes, it's symmetrical. Yes, you have some of the call-outs. Yes, you have side flanks and stuff, but it's really does not play anything like that.
Yeah, well, watch out, folks, for that active camo. If you're new to Halo, basically, it just allows you to go invisible. Your footsteps, are muted as well. You also have a few other pickups here, and actually, you're seeing it in play currently because Tuss does have possession of it. And he also has possession of the Heat Wave, one of the new additions to Halo Infinite. This weapon, at first, I remember shooting this gun in the first flight, and I was like, I don't understand this. Maybe I'm a Papega and I just don't get these things. But then I was like, oh wait, the alt fire is where you want to be for this gun. You definitely want to hit that vertical shot, and it's a beautiful weapon.
I think I hit myself more with Heat Wave than I should be. I need to watch a few more things. It's I don't know. I know we're coming up to Christmas time, but I feel like Ralphie's shooting his eye out or something like that as I'm shooting this thing, and it just bounces back and hits me, and I'm just like, all right, maybe I should be shooting the thing at an angle
where it doesn't come directly back at me. I mean, I took a couple physics classes. I should apply that.
Yeah, no, I failed physics, true story.
I don't know if I believe that. I bet you failed to get into physics. Let's expand that one step further. Let's be honest here.
Let's be right. I failed chemistry and failed to get into physics. So the heat wave in my hand is a disaster, though. But what on a player though, when the heat wave's in their hand, it's certainly going to be tough. You're going to see it put to good use right here. Gets a good shot as well as some assistance too. And that could have been a little dangerous for a moment, but it
traded damage by Kratos. But one thing you'll notice, like, for all these people watching at home, they're saying, all right, well, normally I would chase down and hunt that person right away to Tusk. And Tusk knows he has help. He knows he has teammates.
Yeah.
He's not just going to randomly charge out and try to finish his kills on his own. He wants to still stay in strong position, let people run out, make mistakes, and get finished. So there's a lot of trust that goes in with players and teams knowing who's going to get the finish on a kill and when, and where are the times that you have to charge and get your own finishes.
By the way, we've been playing this game for a hot minute now, and that was Tuss's, I believe, yeah, that was his first death. He basically was living low the whole time, not worrying about anything. If he got challenged, it was not a big deal. He pulled so much attention in his direction, and that allows them to still be able to hold on to this lead. But now let's see what Xset can do as we finally get some control with power items. You got Camo for Filthy. You also have the Heat Wave on him as well, and they're going to try and bring this one back. And if anything, Dave, as we know with Game 2 Slayers, that is usually the game mode where you could see a team that maybe struggles in that objective try and find their way back into it.
Yeah, Slayer's one of those things you can't really, make impossible comebacks. In an objective game, you could be down 4 flags, or you could be down 200 seconds in a stronghold, and you get that right setup, you can close it out. But Slayers, it's inevitable that top teams and players are going to be able to get those trades. Teams are going to play different. They can hide around a bit more. You just really don't have any room for error when teams start to pull away. But from what we're seeing here, it just seems like maybe Slayer is where Xset can bring this back. Maybe strongholds, or maybe just like that panicky start got to them.
Exactly, and that probably was, I'm sure in the comments they were talking to each other saying, hey guys, we just got to calm it down, play our game. We know what we're capable of doing here. Now this is where things get a little dicey when you're going to push into these bubble rooms and you're going into those chokes, right? Those corner room chokes are very, very tough to play in there, and Suspector's just going to live in here for a little while. As of right now, this is looking phenomenal for Xset. They're picking up a bunch of vital kills, and yeah, sure, Town Hall gets Suspector there, but even then, right, like the fact that Xset, they're still clawing their way up and slowly but surely ripping this lead away from Space Station each kill that they get.
Yeah, and sometimes you will see early on in Slayers, teams can be fairly evenly matched, and then like somewhere around like 30 mark, one team pulls away, but this has been dead even, obviously in favor of Xset. So, I would be surprised not to see Xset walk away with this with how they're playing thus far, because even earlier on when we saw the teams even or so, that was when Space Station had power weapons, power-ups. We saw Tusk with Camo, with Heat Wave. We saw them in a really good spot. So we're going to have to see if they can pull away a little further with this upcoming Camo.
Now, last time when Xset managed to get Camouflage, they started to come back into the game, and they were able to obtain that lead. But that whole fight for Camo basically was a 3-kill swing in favor of Space Station. And on top of that, they get the Camo. And look at the sizzle sticks over in the corner doing work, Walshy.
Not just that. Also, I want to point out something to all my online matchmaking teammates. You see what Tusk is doing? He's pinging people. He's calling out. He's helping his teammates.
Okay, Dave, now you're going after your online teammates. That's
I am going after all those people in ranked right now that don't.
The tools are there, people. Use it.
Yeah, if you're not going to call out, at least ping. And you see Tusk setting a perfect example and doing both.
This is where things start to get a little bit scary here for Xset. They were close, and I was saying before, like they were clawing away at that early lead that Space Station had, but credit to Space Station. Because of that fight for Camo, they got a huge momentum swing, all in their favor, and now they're sitting 5-kill lead, 27, excuse me. Let's see though what Ace could do with the Heat Wave. Beautifully done by Ace. I mean, this man is simply on fire. He was top fragging in the last game. He's top fragging in this game. Somebody stop him. He's on point.
Yeah, that was so sick. And just doing such a great job with that thruster. And so many times you can play mind games with your opponents, like as Ace is dropping off that staircase. That player is conditioned to think, all right, now what am I going to do? Am I going to bank a grenade? Am I going to chase this down? And the fact that Ace thrusts back, it's going to throw somebody's aim off. Even the top players are going to be caught off guard with plays like that. So watch how these top players make the most use of these pieces of equipment, whether that's, like I said, thrusting back onto a top ledge where you thought you was going to fall, or at least being smart and saving your thrust to the very last second when someone's shields are popped.
You know, that thrust has been so instrumental for Space Station throughout this entire game. And as a result of that as well, you know, they've managed to, you know, gain control of an item that normally wouldn't really seem like, there you go, the back whack. The back whack, and it connected, which is the greatest thing. He's going in for it. Oh, good attempt there by Ace. But my goodness, the man is on fire right now.
And we're at that 30-ish mark where teams are pulling away. We do see a 5-kill lead. That's nothing insurmountable, but on a map like this where you don't have as swinging of power weapons, you know, like a rocket or a sniper where it gets more of those guaranteed kills or get a larger lead, this is going to be tough to close this gap.
We'll see, though, what XSET is made of here. Can they do it? They don't have a lot of kills to give up here. Here comes the challenge up on the steps. A big kill. That's actually going to be 2 huge kills for them. Maybe that could be enough to start to get some momentum in their favor, right? They're going to be down by 4 still. They can't give up any dumb deaths. You've heard that phrase, I'm sure, a bunch of times when you're playing with your friends. You don't want to give anything up to them. Another kill for Suspector. They're clawing their way back into this game. It's very doable as Porky J, he's going to embark on one of the blue players here, trying to chase him down. It's going to be Ace, and a huge win there. We're tied up, 41-41.
What a massive swing. Such a good play by XSET. Like we said, getting a couple unanswered kills and just using their numbers advantage to push across the map, realizing that they can push 4v2 across the map, clean up a couple more kills, and try to keep these spawns staggered.
Brilliant help there that Ace provided, but it's going to be traded out right away as Town Hall dies, though, and Porky needed assistance inside, but another trade comes in, 43-43. It doesn't get much closer than this, folks. And each time one gets a kill, someone else is there as well. This camo is going to be so instrumental in this game.
Kratos just trying to stay alive desperately on the space, realizing that there's going to be eyes on him. When you're at the base up in front of one of those pillars, you have to realize people have eyes across the map.
Actually, I don't even think the camo's going to matter here. I think they may just try and go for the frags, unless that's good. That was the part that I was a little concerned about. If they get the camo right now, there's a few kills here to give up. I don't know if it's going to play that big of a deal because they know exactly where he is. They picked up another kill. Tusk goes down as well. And this is where you start to see what XSET is made of in these situations here. And also, what can the Young Gun Town Hall do in this situation? And oh no. Oh. Probably a technical difficulty up on the stage as the sighting has stopped moving. I'll take things you hate to see for 100, Alex.
Yeah, we will have to check with the team to see kind of what ends up happening here. But obviously a
unfortunate situation.
Right there, yep.
I don't think, they're probably going to get the call. They're probably going to get the call from the stage items.
However,
oh my goodness.
When in doubt, just continue playing. If you're one of the players out there, if you find out, like,
keep going.
I don't care how confident you are in some rule set or whatnot, just like, when in doubt, play in those positions, and that way, if it didn't go in the
and honestly, I say this much, man. I feel for XSET in that situation because they were really starting to get the engines turning there. Space Station were looking good the whole time, but XSET, they were starting to find themselves into this game, maybe even making it 1-1. So you have to wonder how this is going to shake out.
So difficult to predict in that scenario, like we said. Like, they had
sure,
4 to 6 unanswered kills. You had camo on Space Station side. It's like, which position? You know, do you take the momentum? Do you take the power up?
Yeah. That's a heartbreaker, folks. But we'll get the official wording in a moment here and find out what the situation is. You know, things happen, right? Brand new game, right? Things are bound to occur. We
got a curse here in the form of Golden Boy.
That's right.
Anytime he's around, things just.
I mean, words hurt, Dave. You know, save it for the stage later on. Save it for the stage.
I will.
All right, save it for when you see me walking out with my championship belt. Okay, that I earned. Guys, in case you're just joining us here, Space Station Gaming is up 1-0 in this series. We were just playing on Aquarius, and I just got word from production in the back. Apparently, we're gonna do a total restart.
Let's go. I want to see it again.
A total restart of Aquarius.
I mean, it was a tie game.
I'm hearing some oohs and ahs and oh and ah, you know. I'm with you. But let's see how it plays out. It was tied, right? Ish. I think 1 kill.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing a full gameplay.
Dave would have went for the 2 kills. He would have said, "Nah, I want the 3 kills."
I would have been still running around the map, and then I would have been like, "Ref, can we get over here? I want to talk about this because it depends on."
It's like on my screen it says 50-47, but I don't know. That's just me though. But yeah. Folks, you know, things are bound to happen. It is what it is, and we'll be sure to get into the action in a moment here. There you see Kratos, runner-up Halo World Champion as well. The 2016 finals, right? Unless time eludes me and I'm too old to remember.
2016 is correct.
Yeah, that was when we did
Halo World Championship.
Oh, and actually, ironically enough, that was at the Raleigh Studios in Los Angeles. And we're here in Raleigh now. Look at that. What's the connection? Pure name. That's it. There's no connection, right? Neither things are connected. It's just me looking for talking points as I'm looking to fill some time here before we get into the game. That's what a professional does, folks. Take notes. So, Dave, it's clear, though, that XSET were starting to find a rhythm at the end of that game. Now that you know what Space Station's going to do here, like, is there anything that you would have liked to see XSET kind of improve upon as we go into this fresh restart of Aquarius Slayer?
Yeah, I think one thing that we saw very well executed at the end of that match was XSET were able to pick up a couple kills in the middle of the map. You know, teams are going to have their players spread out in different fashions. You're generally going to have at least one person back at the side base, whether it's to block spawns, to have shots across the map, whatnot. But when they're able to pick up those couple spots, they did such a good job just collapsing in on the opposing base and hunting down those players. And that can be difficult on one of the side bases because you can generally isolate a small fight on one of those stairwells. You might be able to get a 2-shot melee, or you can use your grenades in those spots. So it's a really tricky spot to collapse on those side bases. And like I said, XSET did so well that one time. I just want to see if they can redo that again, whether it's collapsing, like I said, on both sides, or whether they run 2 people right in. But it is, I acknowledge it's such a tricky scenario. Like, one grenade turns it around.
Yeah, especially with the Dynamo Nades being a new addition to the game. You know, we joke, shout out to my boy Shurzy, EU caster for HCS, sitting at home right now. So love you, buddy. And he coined the term, the sizzle sticks. He hates it. The sizzle sticks, because when you throw the nade, it goes, and it sizzles you, you know? Like, that's just, that it makes sense to me, you know? But the Dynamo Nades, those things are like power weapons. Right, like you pick that thing up, you can clear out a whole room with that bad boy, right? You want to see control of more equipment, more weaponry, right? Like, especially with the dash as well, you know? Like, there's a lot that you can take advantage of.
Yeah, that's one thing that these top players also really understand as well. Is I remember earlier in that game we saw Ace grab a pistol, but drop his needler to pick that up. Like, how much time do you have on your hands, man, to like grab 2 of these extra weapons? And like, if so, like, how much of a marginal increase is the pistol going to be over the needler in which specific scenario you're looking at? Like, I saw Ace had the command over at top pink, for which actually makes sense.
Actually,
to, like,
if you think about it, though,
to like burn somebody down as they run up one of the
streets. He had
streets.
Heat Wave, and he dropped the needler for the pistol, because when you're no shield, you can't do a headshot with the needler. So it makes sense why he'd pick up the pistol. But here's the thing, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Dave, because he had so much time to do that, right? He just had time. And that was something that XSET were allowing Space Station to get away with in the early game. Let's recall Tusk. Homie was alive for at least 40 minutes down in the pits of Aquarius. Yeah. He was there the whole time. First death came in at 9:52 in the game. He was alive for a long time.
I think that's also an interesting point you bring up, is that how, you know, he's like, Ace took his time. He was taking his time. He had all this time to do this. And it's like, there are a lot of like player traits that translate to in-game, not of game. I don't know if you've ever been hanging around with the Ace, but once or twice. The man takes his time. He goes on his own schedule. One of my favorite things I had, though, recently, we rode an Uber together, and we had this nice elderly gentleman that gave us a nice Uber ride. He goes, my old ass can get out of that car faster than you can, man. Get out. And Ace was taking so long to get out of the back, and I was like, oh my God, 5 stars and the max tip I can give you, sir. Thank you very much. This has been the best ride I've ever had.
Yell at Ace for getting out of an Uber slowly.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Well, folks, as you can see, the score right there, we started off on live fire strongholds, and it was a shellacking as Space Station Gaming put the business on Xset, 250 to 41. Then we went to Aquarius and we were down to 46-47 in the scoreboard, give or take around that range. And unfortunately, we had a technical difficulty. We're still trying to get wording on what's happening on the stage right now. I was told that it might be a full restart, but we'll of course find out. And as soon as we know, you guys at home will know as well. So while we have this time here and we're taking a moment, the game is going to be starting. So I think if production can tell me, I believe we're going to do a full restart of the game.
I feel like I saw those fist bumps, and I can generally tell body language when I see some fist bumps, meaning that game is counting down.
That's happening. Well, no, they're going into the game right now. I just don't know if it's going to be a full restart or we're just playing first and 3 kills. But
full restart.
Full restart. I was about to say, because first 3 kills, a little anticlimactic.
I feel like not many people are going to be charging for that camo, GB,
nope,
if that was the case.
That thing's going to stay up there the whole time. All right, folks, here we go. A full restart of Aquarius Slayer as we jump into the action yet again. Let's see if Space Station can start things off with a strong start, or can Xset try and counter what Space Station did at the beginning of the first game. And just like say that, we start off with a laser beam, and Deciding goes down fast.
As I was saying before, the big difference between online and LAN is you're giving more damage and you're also taking more damage, and Deciding found out real quick that people's shots are connecting a lot harder than they did online.
Yep. At BR, to quote the demon Richard Sims, hits like a hammer. So now let's see here with camo obtained by Porky. See what he's going to be able to do with this here. He's getting a lay of the land as well, but shout out to the camo eyes as well. A lot easier to see camo when you're playing 120, 250 FPS though, that's for sure.
Yeah, but I still have some struggle seeing this. I have pretty good eagle eyes, and I feel like this camo...
we both wear glasses, Dave.
What's that?
We both wear glasses. How do you have eagle eyes?
Eagle eyes, have you seen how thick these Coke bottle glasses are? These ones are
got
thick.
Bottle caps for lenses. All right, fair enough.
But yeah, I was going to say, it is really difficult to see it in my eyes. So,
okay, so I guess there was something wrong. Oh, I just saw someone had a back out there on the stage there. That's unfortunate, but it's okay. It's all right. We're just chilling out. What are you going to do, right? Yeah. Who better to fill than 2 people who love each other so much. Right, Dave? Isn't that?
Exactly.
Yeah, right, exactly. But you know what, guys, open bracket as well has been going on over there. It feels surreal to see so many people in one place for, anything, but also just to be here for a Halo event. Is just a weird vibe, a weird atmosphere, but it's a positive atmosphere to boot. And I think that has been the best part about all this, Dave. I know you never had to take a trip in the open bracket.
It's been a minute. It's been a minute.
I competed in the open bracket in Raleigh years ago.
Actually, I actually am genuinely curious, like when my last open bracket
we don't have to brag.
was.
We don't have to brag.
It's been a minute, but yeah, I was gonna say it is real special here, just seeing all the people out here at this event live. I mean, 272 teams total at Raleigh for this weekend. A lot of special guest appearances and people that have just been flying out because there's already FOMO for this event.
Yeah.
Given how big of a draw this has been.
Yeah, if you're not here, feels bad, man. You messed up. Should have gotten your ticket. You could have been hanging out with us. Look, you could have hung out with these guys here right next to us in this row right here. What's up, guys? How you doing? Look good? It's great, too, because they get a frontline view right to my booty, so it works out, But guys, it's been a great time so far here in Raleigh. Of course, we have a lot in store for you all. Let's not forget about the most important match of them all. Some say it's the finals. I don't agree with that. It's the Big Team Battle Bonanza. Big Team Battle Bonanza. Yeah. Have you been training?
I literally have played 2 or 3 games of Big Team Battle.
Okay.
And that was for there was a tournament.
I can see you're taking that very seriously then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
well, I take it seriously. Okay, because when I'm out there,
have you actually been practicing?
Oh, when I'm out there being a celebrity, living my life, doing TV stuff on G4, shameless plug. I'm out there playing Halo with the people all the time, playing Big Team Battle. Some say I'm a Big Team Battle savant. It's in my Twitter bio.
I've heard a lot of people calling you a savant, but yes. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I don't practice Big Team Battle. I don't need to practice Big Team Battle.
We literally showed up, and then I was like, oh, yeah, Dave, how much Big Team Battle you played? He's like, I haven't played any. He's like, and I'm still going to beat you.
He said the maps. I'm like, I don't know what that is. I don't know. I only study the arena maps.
Yeah.
I focus hardcore 4v4 competitive Halo.
Okay.
The rest of it is just not personally my cup of tea.
Yeah, you know what?
I think it's great that other people enjoy it.
Hearing a lot of this.
And I think it's great that I'm going to beat someone at their own cup of tea.
A lot of this.
Tomorrow.
That's right. Again, a lot of this. I need this. okay? That's what I need right now. Thankfully, though, we don't have to stand here and fill like champions for an hour, but we're going to send it over to someone who's even better at filling. We got Lottie in the desk over there to break down that first map. Lots to talk about, huh? Guys, go ahead, take it away.
There is. First of all, we still need to get a therapist up there for these two, because the longer we let them talk and fill, the longer I'm getting worried. You know, the motherly figure that I am of our talent team, I'm very, very worried for those two bickering up there like an old married couple.
I'm actually happy to tell you, we actually have an appointment on the books tomorrow. Here, it's going to be one of the rooms upstairs. I tell you what, and we're going to sit down with these two because they need it. Lord knows they need it.
They certainly do need it. Let's just quickly talk about some of the things that we've seen so far. You know, of course, from Space Station. I think that's the team right now that's really coming to mind. And I've got to say, Ace, he is having the series of his life so far. He's really turning up for us. Series 1 here, of course, in Raleigh. I've got to ask you, Gaskin, you know, Ace really, you know, producing turning points for his team at this point. I mean, the stuff he's managing to do, the clutch ups that we're seeing, what did you make of his gameplay in specific for his team so far?
I think that's what Ace has always done, right? I think when I looked at what Ace could achieve in Halo Infinite, you look back to what he has been able to do in previous games, and I think this game caters perfectly for a player like Ace, who's prepared to put his neck on the line for his team. And he's always doing that. He's always sprinting to try and get to his teammates, to help them out. He's always making sure he's putting a nade to cover someone's angle or putting shots down so someone can get into a position. He's more than happy to go for the power-ups when he needs to. And he knows the weapons to pick up. I mean, we've seen the damage that the Mangler can do, the Heat Wave can do. And if you've got a player who is consistently pushing for them and just picking them up, then it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. I also obviously want to talk about Exit as well. On the opposite side here, you know, they're really close in this Slayer. This is by no means a defeat so far, and easily could be making that one back. Bravo, what did you pick up on Exit right now, especially from the first game, the dominance that we saw on the strongholds from Space Station? What's really lacking, do you think, in their camp?
I think maybe just a little bit of objective coordination, you could say, but I think what we saw in that Slayer is that they're pretty resilient because they were down by quite a margin and they were able to bring that back, and I think that shows a lot of signs of goodness on the side of Exit. I think they're ready to play here, and I think it's going to be pretty good.
I think it reminds me of, if you remember an online competition, Sentinels, it was off stream. Sentinels were up against Exit by about 7 or 8 kills on Slayer Aquarius. Exit came back and won that 50-49, which really gives me hope for them in this second game, because I feel like if they go 2-0 down in the series, we might just see Exit drop off and it's going to be a 3-0 to Space Station. But certainly, if they can tie this up 1-1, we might be going to that Game 5 that Walshy and Golden Boy were talking about. And both these teams, they definitely want it. You saw that in the first game. Even though Space Station had the majority of control, Exit never let their heads drop. They were always consistently trying to push a stronghold, trying to grab one off them, trying to make it difficult for them. But Space Station just had more kind of control of the map.
I did, yeah. I'm just double checking. Do we have your mic, Wes?
Yeah, we have.
We have your mic. Fantastic stuff. Wes, obviously, you know, we need to talk about Ace. From your perspective, we were watching the series there. In that first map, we did see turning points from this gentleman in specific. Talk to me about what you saw in Backtown on the first series map.
Yeah, I think the biggest play that we saw in game 1, even though it was a blowout, was when Ace saw 3 players pushing from the overshield to the tower position, and he was able to play his life perfectly, use that drop wall efficiently, do a ton of damage, but not only that, but just stay alive and be a nuisance, and bought time for his team to come back. When his team was able to rotate, I mean, it just was the Space Station gaming show from there on out. And if you're Exet and you have that overshield, you have those numbers, you need to be able to make a play. You have to force the change in control, and unfortunately, because they weren't able to do that, they weren't able to do it with normal shields the next time around, and the score started to get out of hand quick.
Yeah, I think also that Ace play was pretty special too, because people might have noticed that Ace actually left the last kill back tower and starts to cap C immediately. And I think trust in your teammates like that is kind of the difference maker when you're looking at teams like this. It's the ability to leave a player who's weak, go cap C faster, give your team like 3 seconds early to get on that head start to move to B, and little things like that are going to be the difference makers.
It's that min-max that shows that the Space Station gaming team's communication in this series right now is very on point, right? The awareness to bait and switch with your teammate to absolutely capitalize on every single opportunity you have. That's why it was such a blowout in game 1. Game 2 was a little bit closer, but we'll have to see the remake.
I think a little thing that I noticed is the little things that Space Station are doing as well. Standing right on the edge of the C stronghold to ensure you're not going to get hit by grenades from top middle or coming from the dummy area. Holding the right positions when you're taking the B stronghold as well. Just all these little tiny things that maybe other teams might not be doing as successfully. And I think that's maybe what SSG set them aside from Xset here, just knowing that extra little bit of detail just to stay alive. We know that Halo so much is about surviving.
Especially Halo Infinite, right?
Yes.
Because like, staying alive in Infinite is even more important than it has been in a few Halos over the past 2 decades. Like, staying alive in this game is so important.
Yeah, it really is, and I think you can do it very well as well if you are good at that. And I think you're so right with the little details that are coming across here from Space Station. The knowledge is definitely coming across on the main stage. But I've got to say, I'm very impressed because of the response time they've had as a team. They've had to come together, obviously adding Tusk to their roster here as well. Looking really damn good right now. Like you said, communication is definitely on point for this team. How do we feel about Tusk being on this roster right now? And how do you feel that they're playing as a unit?
Yeah, I'd be really shocked to see like the best we've seen from Space Station, right? You're replacing Formal, a legendary player. Individual skill speaks for itself. I mean, we know who Formal is. Tusk isn't going to be able to repeat Formal's individual skill performances, right? He's got to fit in and he's got to he's got to gel better with this team. He's got to play more efficient Halo, maybe be a little bit more aggressive, create some space for players like Ace and Tylenol to go off. But I think Tusk, so far in this series, so far in this tournament, is doing a phenomenal job of that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think so too. I think right now they actually look like a really cohesive unit, which is absolutely amazing. I'm really excited to see how the rest of this series goes. And for a lot of our new viewers as well at home, if you're very new to Halo Infinite, and if you're new to Halo in general, competitive-wise, then we have a bunch to talk about here because we have so many utilities, so much equipment to use. We saw the heat wave popping off. I know obviously the series has been a little bit of a roller coaster ride so far, but we had a few oohs and ahs in the crowd with the heat wave. Gaskin, talk to me about our power weapons, our power-ups on the maps, and how really exciting they are for competitive Halo.
I mean, it gets me excited to see the crowd getting kind of hyped over a potential triple kill that wouldn't have even been that good, if I'm honest. But everyone's like,
just
come
ready.
on, give it to us. Like, imagine the plays we're gonna get throughout this weekend and how kind of hyped this crowd is gonna be. But when it comes to power weapons, when it comes to utility, I really think that coaches do have a big position to play here. When we originally saw Halo Infinite and you obviously see that the rockets are timed on your screen, for example, we questioned, are coaches even going to be needed? Because you can see everything you need to see on the screen at times, but dynamo nades can be timed. You can see people wanting to pick up the mangler as well, all these weapons and kind of things that aren't considered power weapons, but actually probably are power weapons in the grand scheme of things. Dynamo nades can wipe out 2-3 players on their own. They are extremely powerful. A mangler can win a battle against several players as well. In a Halo Infinite game where you lose so much of your shields in a 1v1 BR battle. Like, most of the time, you're going to be no shield if you go up against someone good after winning it. You need something else. You need a tool to help you beat another player, and that's when these weapons come into play.
Especially when you think about the fact that you have equipment on dynamic spawns, because all of a sudden, you could start to just dynamic spawn control something like the grapple on Bazaar the whole game. And I think we haven't even seen that yet because we're at the first LAN, but a really good and talented coach is going to be able to hold those dynamic spawns of the equipment. And just think about like if a team like Optic has equipment every single time, it's going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, it really is. And I'll tell you what, I cannot wait to get back into the series to see exactly how this one plays out. We are going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we will have things sorted out on the main stage. We have Space Station versus Xset. It's our first series here at Raleigh in North Carolina. I hope you guys are having fun. We're having an awful lot of fun here, and we'll see you after the break.
Triple kill. Way to victory. Perfect. Overkill. It's in your future. Yeah. All right. Double kill. Triple kill. No stop. Oh.
An ally captured the flag.
Here goes nothing. the ball. Ball dropped. Here goes nothing. Double kill.
They're under us.
Remote detonation. Double kill. Triple kill.
Oh my god, bro!
Oh, you're insane.
Holy shit!
Oh, you think you're over.
It's crazy. I'm gonna go stick this guy. Oh!
Quickly. Triple kill. We have the ball. Ball dropped.
Welcome back, everyone, to HCS Raleigh, and you actually saw some pretty cool plays there. Actually, that was a great example of the ways you could use the equipment and a lot of the fun stuff that you could do in Halo Infinite. Repulsor, when I got my hands on that weapon, because like I know everyone goes nuts about the grapple shot, but as a old school arena FPS guy, I always love me a good rocket jump, and the Repulsor gives me that vibe. So to see people do cool plays with that, pretty sick.
Yeah, been seeing it immediately. I remember seeing one of the earlier qualifiers where Lucid was doing that, just navigating the map like crazy on recharge. But yeah, I love the sandbox we've seen thus far. I want to see what creativity we see out of these top pros. What parts are feasible and what parts are just like more montage plays that you go for, just for the style points.
Yeah, well, folks, I'm sure we'll see plenty of montage clips throughout the weekend. But it's now time to jump back into our second match here in this best of 5. Map 2, Slayer on Aquarius. Space Station up 1-0 after beating X at 250 to like 41 or something like that. They're looking to try and wrap this series up. It is a full restart, and no, I'm a curse. It's impossible. It happened again. It's okay. It seems like we lost a player here. I'm just going to tell Tashi, you can go ahead and use all of that. All that hype up is evergreen content. I'm not doing it again, okay? Record it, play it over again. That's what we're gonna do, Dave. Okay? I can't keep giving my best things, my best material. You know what I mean? Can't keep doing it.
Is there such thing as best material? I feel like that's the thing that's great about getting Golden Boy at an event. You just like how would you describe this? You go to a restaurant, maybe not your favorite restaurant, but like you're getting like mediocre warm food or whatever,
dude, and it's the best damn mediocre warm food you're ever gonna have.
It's mediocre and warm, and it's like, all right, well, I know what I'm getting, and that's what we know when we get the Golden Boy.
I'm like a warm chicken soup, not quite steaming hot where you want to give it to someone who's sick, and definitely not cold because Lord knows no one wants to have that. I'm like a mediocre, really warm, lukewarm chicken soup. Chicken fulsagi.
Not
but it's good though. It's got good seasoning though. Give me the seasoning.
You got the seasoning.
There it is. All right, I'll take the seasoning. Dave, you got with Walshy, you just got to take as much as you can, because then I don't know where the zinger's going to be around the corner. So it seems like we had a player drop off again there, which is unfortunate, right? And I think that what this really plays into is just, it's like, and you know this, right? Like your startup, you're like, all right, let's do this. Let's get ready. Let's jump into the game. Ah, crap. Player dropped out. Okay, let's start it up again. We're starting again. Ah, crap player dropped out. And like that is, you know, really tough. Like that just kind of like affects the momentum, if you will.
A little bit, but I mean, if anything, right now, both teams, I would say, are around equal on momentum. Like the fact that we saw XSET kind of making a little bit of run back on the Game 2 Slayer and Space Station kind of come out of the gates with Game 1. I would say they're both on even footing around anyways. But
for sure.
Regardless, definitely, yeah,
definitely for both teams, you know what I mean? Like, just both teams are like, they want to get this thing going, right?
They do.
And especially after how close that Aquarius game was. But there was a point that Gaskin brought up on the desk that I think was like a really, really good pointed example of how good Space Station is like when it comes to their positioning, because I've been noticing it the whole time as well, right? Like the little things, the details that they have, and they say the devil's in the details, and I think that that is something that Space Station have done expertly here, right? Like putting themselves in positions that would allow them to be able to overcome adversity. Like maybe, you know, they end up losing Overshield like they did in Live Fire, but that didn't affect them that much, right? You would think that they could have ridden that momentum. Nope, they played their game smart, intelligently. They knew what they had to execute. They had to remove the Overshield player from the equation, right? Every time they capture, they're positioning themselves in very unique and specific areas. It just feels like Space Station Gaming, they're thinking about this game at another level, and that's what you want to see.
Yeah, the other thing that Gaskin brought up that I thought was really
Gaskin's
clever.
just smart.
Yeah, right?
Who would have thunk it?
We're hyping up Gaskin as one. But it's with all these different weapons and grenades and such on the map, it's not as much of a big spike as you would see in previous Halos where it's like getting a sniper, getting a rockets, getting a camo. Yes, you still have those in here, and you have those different ways that you elevate your team and your current position versus your opponents. But it's a lot of smaller, minor gains, you know, where Gaskin's saying like, you know, teams picking up that Mauler as soon as, or sorry, that Mangler as soon as it spawns, or the Dynamo grenades, or other weapons that are spawning across the map, whether it's like a Bulldog or Heatwave. It's a lot of those small little victories that are kind of adding together.
For sure.
So, you know, whereas before in most other Halos, I'm used to like that big swing where it's like, all right, your team either got Overshield or it didn't get Overshield. Your team either got rockets or it didn't get rockets. And, you know, all those other small pieces on the map, like a Maul or something like that, really wasn't that monumental.
Yeah, it's like you're in Halo Infinite, it feels as if you have power weapons, and then you have like semi-powerful weapons.
Yeah,
right?
there's definitely that step in between that didn't really exist, at least in the more recent iterations, it felt like.
For sure, you know, like, I mean, I recall like an H5, what was that gun? The plasma repeater, I think it was.
Oh my God, yeah.
Everyone loved the plasma repeater, right? We all love the plasma. But I remember that was like such a big deal because it was the only one, right, at that time. It was the only gun. So it was almost as if like if you didn't have that weapon in your hand, you were doing it wrong. Whereas over here in Infinite, it's like you can have a Mangler, you can have a Heatwave, you can have a Needler even, right? Like the weaponry, the arsenal, the sandbox of weapons in this game provide you with such great versatility versus other Halos in previous games. So I think that we're going to see more of that continue to evolve, but most importantly as well, how that correlates with the equipment, because equipment's like such a, you know, I mean, we yeeted that bad boy out of there in Halo 3, and then in...
I was kind of bummed about that, actually. In Halo 3, like...
Oh, you wanted a bubble shield?
I wanted to be explored. Yeah, actually, I kind of did, because I was like, all right, imagine like a bubble shield that didn't last as long. Let's say it was like maybe 10 seconds or so. Like, you could make a push as a team together and like have those interesting interactions or fights around the spots. Like, I think in its default state, it was, you know, lasted a little bit longer. Or
for sure, it probably could have been tweaked a little bit.
Yeah, but yeah, I did want to see some of that stuff get a chance and explored. Like, you know, maybe it comes out the same conclusion that maybe it does not exist in competitive
maybe
Halo.
Maybe it didn't add
Halo
anything
3.
to the sandbox,
but,
you know.
But like you said, there's no other you know, apt description for it other than yeeting it out because it had no chance. Like, it was literally like day one, like, that's out of here, get that out of here.
Or we could just use jetpacks. Everyone liked jetpacks, right? No? No one did? Okay, people are booing me. That's great. That's normal. All right, folks. Well, we're waiting for this one to get set up in a moment here. And, you know, Halo has such a rich and incredible history. And throughout the lead up to Infinite's launch and up to, you know, Raleigh and everything that's going on here, there was the, you know, top 25 players of all time. I'm sure everyone's favorite subject. And there was one player in particular who I think we all knew stood up above everyone else because he is, in fact, considered to be the greatest of all time. So let's actually take a look at this piece on Ogre 2.
I heard about this Ogre practice noob squad. I was like, what is OPN? What is that? Found out pretty quickly that there were these two brothers who were ridiculous at the game, like untouchable. So good that they basically had a squad of semi-pros or aspiring pros that they would just demolish as practice. It's like hearing about a pitcher who can throw 105 miles per hour. It's just like this legendary. Is it real is the first question. Turned out it was real.
And there is Ogre 2, final boss rolling with all kinds of momentum. And Scott, Ogre 2 just played that perfectly.
I mean, this kid is basically the definition of an all-star.
It's Ogre 2 once again. This time, it's just nasty.
Final boss trapped in blue base. Ogre 2 getting charged. He wins that battle against his lunch buttons. And there we go. Ogre 2 gets it.
Ogre 2 is the greatest console esports player to ever play any game, period. You're talking about the epitome of a true legend.
When you look at the body of work, every scenario you would want, he's got it.
Stay alive here, but here comes Ogre 2 on a perfect flank behind both players. And there is Ogre 2, the veteran, stepping up. The crowd going crazy.
I would stack his career and achievements against pretty much anybody's.
The guy placed top 2 at 40 events in a row. An absolutely insane streak. And I think that is the best way to describe just how dominant Ogre 2 was.
There never felt like there was a year that Ogre 2 lost a step. The man continued playing deeper than almost everyone else in Halo history. This guy was just a monster.
I'm a god! Holy sh**.
Ogre 2 is the winningest player in Halo history, with 5 national championship victories across 4 Halo titles and multiple season MVP awards. Ogre 2 stands atop the pack as the greatest of all time.
You know, the story of Halo 1 ultimately was about how incredible the Ogre twins are.
You didn't have Xbox Live, but you heard all these whispers about these titans known as the ogres. And you're just like, wait, what? How good are they? I haven't really seen footage. Like, I can't go on YouTube and watch them play.
I was immediately made aware of the fact that they were on a different plane. So much so that there was speculation, wow, these guys have ESP. They can communicate without talking. They can read each other's minds.
They ran the circuit at all of our local events. They heard about an event in Texas, flew out, dominated the 2v2. Not only were they better than everyone in Pickerington, Ohio, they were better than everyone else in the United States.
They had mastered the game at a very early level. They were playing the game in 2006 as we were still trying to figure out what Halo 2 was.
Sword and sniper, and Gandhi goes down, trying to jump up.
You come up learning about these legends, final boss. That's an intimidating name to go against because you know that these guys are the final boss of every single tournament.
Final boss is your 2007 MLG Pro Circuit champion.
The period of time where Ogre 2 was a dominant force is just incredible. To transition through all 3 of those games and to be just a world beater, we didn't see it a lot.
He was dominant in Halo 1, his Halo 2 career was even better, and he went on to continue winning in future Halos after.
Instinct takes home Columbus.
It's just unheard of. It's something you can't even wrap your mind around, right? You're talking about a decade of winning.
Time and time again, it was the familiarity with the maps, it was movement, it was vision.
Up the double as Pistola's going for a 3rd kill in the sword, and it's going to Ogre 2. There's his triple.
Every single pro player on the planet thought this was the best player in the game.
And then he cleans up his own kill on SK, extermination, returning his flag.
He didn't need the power-ups to shine, but if you ever gave him a power-up, he wouldn't miss a bullet.
You're going against Ogre 2 on the main stage, and you hear 4 down. It would pierce me. I'd be like, damn.
Once Tom starts yelling, you know he is at the top of his game, and there's almost nothing you can do to stop him.
I've seen really good players in lots of games, but that level, that gap, I haven't seen it again.
And it is officially over. Final boss here, 2010 MLG National Champions. Ogre 2 doesn't even realize what he just did. Final boss going down as the only Halo 3 dynasty, and there you see the sportsmanship.
Ogre 2's unprecedented 14-year career and 40 LAN victories set the bar for future pros. A true pioneer of gaming and a master of the fundamentals of Halo, Ogre 2 has left a lasting impact on esports forever.
The term legendary, we throw it around a bunch. Godlike, we throw it around. Ogre 2 is that word.
How much he inspired people, how much he dominated. I think he was a trailblazer.
Ogre 2 will be remembered as the greatest Halo player that ever lived.
You just won 4 national championships. You're the winningest player in Halo 3 and the winningest player in Halo. You are the man here. You're the best.
Their legend had grown so much over the years. Some of the biggest creators and influencers out there today idolized Ogre 2. They aspired to be on a team with him or just to have interactions with him.
When I was growing up, it's sort of like, all right, like there's a boxer or a fatality. And, I think to a generation, there was an Ogre 2.
There are kids who grew up idolizing him who play Valorant professionally. Kids who grew up idolizing him who play Call of Duty professionally. The impact, it's like throwing a pebble in the middle of a pond. That ring is still expanding and growing, still impacting esports. And that's timeless. That's not going to go away.
I think the Ogres were some of the first to pave the way and prove that route would become something that was not only very real, but something that would become very special for a lot of people.
If you're going to tell the story of professional Halo, he's got a big chunk of that story that he owns that everybody should know. He's on the Mount Rushmore. He's one of the 4 faces I put up there.
I think he's going to go down in history as the greatest console player of all time. If you look at his tournaments that he attended and the success that he was able to accomplish in that time period, there's no one who is ever going to have a career like his.
Scary Ogre 2. I've gone against an Ogre 2 like that in the 2007 championship. We both have it. We didn't take a game from him. He is terrifying when he is
confident. Everybody's always going to talk about how Lunchbox was this good team player. He was the glue to the team. All of those convenient buzzwords that people want to use to describe someone who's selfless on the team. Roy got all of this attention. But in reality, when you go back, there was a lot of times where we'd be sitting there on the cast and I'd say, Lunchbox is the reason they're winning.
Really got to go back to this guy, Lunchbox. He has been the most impressive player so far, and that is just perfect flag running out of the long-haired hero.
Lunchbox was committed to winning the match long before ever entering the arena, dedicating hours preparing and testing strategies to stay 2 steps ahead of the competition.
The stuff that he would do behind the scenes that people don't get to see was so important to the process.
One of the most selfless players in the game. He does all the dirty work and does whatever it takes, and that's why I usually get the glory. But without him, I wouldn't be half the player I am.
Lunchbox has a greater overall picture of what's going on the map and what's going on with his teammates and what they're doing and how he's going to coordinate with them.
He's like the epitome of playing to win and not caring about anything else. I don't think Lunchbox ever did anything without thinking before doing it.
What's beautiful about him as a player is that you got the consistent, very talented, very smart player who could shoot.
I think this is going to be EG putting one on the board. Rocket comes down. There's a big double kill, and there we go. Roy's brother. Will we see the trip? Yes, we do. Lunchbox cleaning up for the triple kill. Will he get the overkill? Yes, he does. Lunchbox destroying EX.
I had first heard about Lunchbox in Halo 2. I bought the Xbox Live icon avatar of 5K, and I thought that 5K was such a cool name.
They were online warriors-ish, and people thought they weren't going to do that well on LAN. And so they were getting a lot of trash talk. And they showed up at the first event in Charlotte and got like top 4 or top 6. Everyone shut their mouths instantly.
I went and I researched what this team was, and I saw that there was a player named Lunchbox. And then I saw he was a twin, but then I figured, okay, well, they got psychic powers. Clearly, this has to be some kind of connection, like Ogre 1, Ogre 2 style.
2 people that you don't want to play against. It's just hard. It's just hard Halo to beat those guys.
He immediately rose up to a pro player at his first event, and they continued that success for a whole decade.
I had played against them and landed against them a bunch in Halo 2. They were a totally different animal in Halo 3. I knew they were good, but I didn't realize how insanely good they were.
All right, well, we have the sniper battle between Steve. Oh my goodness, did you see that? Lunchbox didn't even mean to hit that player, and then he picks up the beatdown. He is going off.
Tox wants to hold this snipe setup, and why not? Lethal's there with the snipe rifle, locking it down. Lunchbox out of nowhere. The double kill.
Halfway through, Evil Geniuses looking for the victory, and they're the HCS Season 1 champions!
Evil Geniuses with incredible playing. They are your HCS Season 1 champions.
In 2011, Lunchbox won the MLG Halo Reach National Championship, but his domination didn't end there. In total, Lunchbox took home 14 major tournament wins, including an X Games gold medal before retiring from Pro Halo.
Somebody that's crowned with X Games gold medal is one of the best in the world at their craft.
And I remember seeing them get up in excitement after that win. You could just tell it meant the world to them. It's something that will always be remembered in the history of Halo forever.
That's such a special accolade that I know he'll hold near and dear to his heart forever.
Lunchbox is one of my favorite teammates I've ever had. He is very orderly, punctual. I mean, we've jokingly called him Mom Box because you'd be the person that's like, hey, make sure you don't drink that much tonight because we got a big game tomorrow. So like, you can have like one beer, you know, like, but like, you don't want to be too pushy, but just be like, hey man, be aware of what you're doing.
He could have however much going on, and he still treated it the same way with the amount of like respect and dedication. Lunchbox definitely, honestly, gave me a good old life lesson on that one.
Not only does he make people into better players, I truly feel like as a person, he was just an amazing human being.
Everything that he did was super important because he is calculated and methodical. He even has a quote where he says, every dang thing I do is calculated.
Ned is the most patient flag running I've ever seen by any player.
He's been winning events for a decade and longer than most people even compete for their professional careers. Not many people are national champions and X Games gold medalists, and he's one of the few.
Triple kill. Way to victory. Perfect. Overkill. We have them all. All dropped. Return to sender. Enemy has the ball. Double kill. All dropped. It's all now. Triple kill. It's in your future. All dropped. Double kill. Triple kill. No stop. Oh.
An ally captured the flag.
Here goes nothing.
Armure en approche. L'ennemi s'est emparé de Charlie. Oh, Dieu merci. Une arme longue portée.
Votre équipe marque.
Nous avons capturé Alpha.
360. We have them all. All dropped. Here goes nothing. Double kill. They're under us. Remote detonation. Double kill. Triple kill. Johnny has the ball. All run. Double kill. Game. Oh my God. Triple kill. Enemy team nearing victory. Double kill. Triple kill. Check. Power items inbound. All run. Over.
Get absolutely destroyed. Oh my! Oh my f***ing God! Oh my God, bro! Holy shit!
Crazy. I'm gonna go stick this guy. Oh!
Plasma got him.
Double kill. All run. All on ball.
Welcome back, everyone, to HCS Raleigh, and we're here. We're gonna temper expectations. We're just gonna keep it chill, keep it relaxed, right, Dave?
Chill out this time.
Yeah, we're gonna chill out. We're just gonna chill. I'm Golden Boy. This is Walshy, of course. You know who he is. And we're having a good time here. Good atmosphere in the venue as well, Dave. You know, we got a lot of booths as well. We want to give a special shout out. We got Sentinels over here. We got Space Station was over there. FaZe even brought the Master Chief from the promo video that they did.
That's so cool, actually.
Which actually is kind of cool. I want to take a picture of them at some point in the weekend. It's actually be pretty sick. So yeah, you know, it's a good time here. So if you're not here in Raleigh, you're missing out. But hopefully you join us for some of our other stops as well. Like, you know, we got Kansas City, Orlando for our European fans. You know, we got, what is it, Valencia, I believe. Like, it's going to be pretty awesome. Anaheim as well, which I can't wait because that means we don't have to fly.
We can just drive down.
We can just drive down. Well, I'll Uber down. You drive down. I haven't got
a ride?
Oh, okay. You give me a ride, Dave?
Maybe.
Oh, I'll take a maybe. I'll take a maybe. Save me some money on it. But we are waiting to jump into the game here. It's Space Station versus XSET. We saw game one, and I think we talked about that one to death. You know, there's not. Make it worse, you know, it was also a stomp too. So it was like
that
a
game was
250
one-sided affair.
Yeah,
sure.
so it's not really much to break down, but hopefully we'll be into the action in a moment here as we had a technical difficulty that kind of set things back here. But of course, our great admin team and the stage crew, everyone working diligently to get this thing sorted. The players are in the gamer position, so I think we might be getting ready to hopefully jump into the game, of course, testing their settings and everything like that. You know, it happens, right? It is what it is, and you just got to soldier forward. That being said, looking forward to Aquarius, we had a very quick, I would say, it was like each time there was like a lead, it went away. It was a lead, it went away. It was so fast paced, but also very close. And also, and by the way, I just got told as well, we might be heading over to the Charlie stream to check out some of the action over there as well. So hopefully we could do that in a moment. But yeah, I wanted to ask you just about that, right? Like, you know, how is it to kind of be playing it on stage and know that, Dave, you're going back and forth against some pretty quality teams here. Obviously, the pressure is on for all these players.
Yeah, the pressure is on. I mean, there's no surprise that most of the names here at the top level of the pro bracket have some drastic history within Halo. They've, you know, many people have won tournaments, many people have attended tournaments for years.
Yeah.
So it's not like, despite Halo Infinite being a fresh game, it's not like Halo's at this fresh start where it's just all new faces. I expect new faces and talent to rise here in Infinite, but there's still going to be that old guard, that old blood in here that you have to surpass first.
Yeah, that's right. And now I believe these teams are going to be flipped here. Oxygen will be on the blue, or yeah, Oxygen will be the blue squad, if I'm correct. A lot of players that are brand new to me, that's for certain, which has been really awesome to watch here. As teams have been coming up, you know, from all over the world competing here at HCS Raleigh. We're actually taking a look at Oxygen Esports versus the boys, one of the teams that got catapulted into the group play, and they are looking really to try and make a statement here, show that they belong, right? And they certainly do belong in group play because they're here because of points. They're a great squad, and they are simply just looking to try and push forward on this series and see if they can maybe bring this one back.
Yeah, but it's going to be tough. Like we've always said, I think many people online or in matchmaking have said it in a less kind way, but Halo in North America just is ahead because we've had it crafted for so many more years. We've had this scene developed and curated for so many more years. So
yeah.
The foreign counterparts in Europe and Australia and all our friends that we want to bring on board here to bring this as a global esport,
yeah.
There's just some room to be made up. And so any of these top players that are really crafting this path, they have a difficulties in a few ways. One is many of these players are most likely standoutish in their region.
Yeah.
So individually, they can run around and probably win most, if not all, their individual fights. When you get back over here in North America, I hate to break it to you, it's not going to be that same case.
Sure.
There is such a high level of individual skill here in North America that's going to be one barrier they have to break. And then secondly, since you, in most cases, get used to winning all your individual battles, sometimes you might not rely on teamwork as much. You might not be as strongly positioned or play as smart as you can. So I really think that these top players from other regions have to practice very smart in order to catch up, meaning that they might have to even set their own internal goals when they're practicing and playing, saying, all right, any sort of kill, I'm not allowed to finish a one-on-one fight. I need to just do damage and stay alive and back down and have one of my teammates help me out or finish that kill.
Yeah.
You have to start to set some of those rules to make sure that you're getting perfect practice if you're going to want to try to excel in these national tournaments.
And if you're one of these international teams coming over here across the, the pond, as they say, right? Like, you're trying to get as much valuable time as possible. Like, I asked all the international teams that came over here, did you get an opportunity to face off against any of the NA teams? And some of them said yes, some of them said no. But ideally, you'd want to see them get that time. Because
yeah, you have to force your way onto those practice stations. You have to see what you can do as far as like lands before and whatnot. All the scene here, we want to see this develop into a full-on global esport.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So 3-0 right now as Oxygen have firmly taken the lead here against the boys, and the boys certainly struggling to be able to gain any kind of momentum in this matchup here. We got those names switched up at the top there as well. You can see Oxygen Esports, and this is a team that I'm certainly keeping my eyes on as well, right? There's a lot of names on here that, have kind of been around in the, I would say in the twilight years of H5, going into the MCC Pro Series and all those other Pro Series events that we did. So these are players here that are looking to really establish themselves. Again, some uniqueness there with the grapple shot.
Such a good play.
That was a good idea.
Even jumping out a little bit further to avoid that second grenade. And yeah, just that, just little small
The problem
maneuvers.
is the grenades are nuclear bombs in this game, Walshy. You think that you're cleared. You're like, oh, that grenade's never going to touch me. And it's over there on the other side of the map, and then out of nowhere, you lost all your shields.
Yeah, they are so incredibly powerful. But yeah, you make a great point that it's tough to avoid those. And even in that case, too, I think you're, you got to try to think, once you grapple back there, what is the play? Unless you catch them off guard 100%, it's like they potentially heard the grapple sound. You're flying back into a narrow hallway where you might not be shooting something back. So it's difficult to know the right play there.
Boy, oh boy.
I think early on in Halo, though, you have to limit test. You have to limit test with all this equipment. And, this game's only been out for a month, so people are still limit test mindset.
Yeah, we were actually talking to Clutch about this earlier because, he was discussing how, like, this game is going to evolve, right?
Yes.
What we're seeing at this event, we're going to look back on it, like, maybe 2 years, 3 years later, and we're going to say, man, it was a completely different game, because the game is naturally going to evolve. The players, the skill, like, what is right, what is wrong, all that stuff is really going to change up over time here. But as you see now, folks, here, capture the flag, of course, the name of the game. If you're new to Halo, this should be a familiar game mode to you at the very least. Go to your opponent's base, take their flag, bring it over to your base here. This is Bizarre, a symmetrical map, one of the symmetrical maps in the map pool for Halo Infinite. Fun fact, first map I played when I got my hands on the Halo Infinite Alpha.
I don't think anyone cares about that fun of a fact.
It was a fun fact, Dave. It was a fun fact for me.
Do you think anyone's at home going, oh my God, that's
I think they did because they were probably they probably were like, you know what? I'm so great that he mentioned that because now I know that he knows everything that needs to be known on this map, and I know that he knows. Exactly. There it is. I wrapped your brain around it. You were not expecting that one. But this map is quite interesting because I remember looking at it the first time and being like, this looks like Dust 2. I remember seeing that and being like, double doors.
I was wanting to show how like kind of falls in the lore. I'm like, all right, does Master Chief need to go to the market before heading on out on embarking on an epic journey?
Did he buy an AK before he left? Did he get a bomb defusal kit? No, but what I do like about this map is actually the double doors. We've seen them in other FPS games in the past, and they actually do add a really fun dynamic to like fights that happen over there because it gives you a good escape route out. You can kind of hide in corners, right? Especially with how the grenades function in this game, right? There's just a lot of little nooks and crannies on the map. Sometimes I feel like more so than any other map that you can have opportunities to outplay your opponent because of the map design.
Yeah, no, it is very interesting. Knowing how to navigate around that map and hunt down the right spots. That's going to be one thing that we still will see to this tournament, especially where people will get away with hiding in a certain corner and getting a back smack that's unexpected. Sure. People, what I like to say is they start to get a routine when they hold down a position or a power position or hunting down kills, and that just takes hours and hours of repetition, and people don't have those hours yet in this game. Yes, they put a lot of time in, but they do not have it perfected yet to know when they go into BR here, which way they look first, which way they look second, how do they, most narrow down their
their windows of opportunity where they can get smacked to the back or shot in the side. And so, yeah, I think double doors, like you said, it adds an interesting element that we have not seen in Halo yet. And we'll see how people start to probably navigate that, because as of now, I feel like people are just going to be kind of like thrust sliding through, turning around, and just kind of relying on their own reaction speed.
Yeah. Well, you know, the good news is, Dave, I know all of that because that was the first map I played, you see, so I have that knowledge. That's why. We're actually taking a trip over to the Bravo station as well. You can catch all the action throughout Twitch and YouTube. We have streams for each one. Bravo matches are casted, of course. I believe we have Shyway and Tony on the horn for this one, so if you want to check them out on the Bravo stream, we implore you to do so. Also, you can see the games going on over at the Charlie and Delta stations with no commentary, but still, you're going to watch some quality Halo as well, so you don't miss
It's basically like playing my matchmaking games. If you go to Charlie and Delta, you're just going to see gameplay and nobody calling out.
That, yeah, and also when I watch your stream, it's the same thing. You don't talk to chat at all.
I call out all the time.
But you don't talk to chat at all, Dave.
The chat says some mean things to me, so I don't talk back.
Well, folks, it seems like we got Chiefs and Big Chilling. Big Chilling actually has some familiar names on there. If you followed Halo for a long time, you got Riots as well as Ramirez, Flux as well. These are players that you'd seen in the European Halo scene. Riots, the tallest man here, more than likely, towering over everyone else. But it's great to see those names back in Halo again.
Remind me after this game, because we're at a 40-40, I got to tell you a story about people being mean in stream.
Okay, I will totally remember, Dave, 100%. But let's actually jump to the action here, because it is a really close game as the Chiefs, all the way from Australia, going against Big Chilling. So this is a true international battle here that you'll only be able to see on land between Australia and Europe. And a 2-kill swing potential here for Big Chilling if they can pull it off. But no, it's actually going to be Barcode who ends up getting the frag there, 44-42. And we're actually seeing now that there are some problems out there. And maybe, just maybe, this could be an opportunity for Big Chilling to come back into this game. Oh, no. Wow, everything's going wrong here. I am a curse.
Yeah.
I am a curse.
You are a curse. I'm glad you
I do not think I'm going to get invited to another Halo event again.
Let's check out Charlie again, see how Oxygen are potentially going to close out this game and this series. But I mean, they're up 3 flags. There's only 20 seconds remaining in this. This one is all but over. I don't even know, even if they had some sort of flag route where they have a grapple hook to bring it each time, I don't think they can.
Well, you know what? Since we have this time, Dave, I want to ask you the serious questions. Do you shoot the chickens?
I shoot and I go for the melee sometimes on them.
Wow. You're awful.
Hey,
you know,
they give away my position sometimes. They give away my position. Quiet. They're gonna look over here.
Get away from me. Get away from me, Chester. Well, there you have it, folks. Oxygen Esports are going to walk away with the dub there against the boys. We actually saw what was going on in Bravo. I'm sure that will get sorted as well, and we're still sorting the issue here on main stage as well. But, folks, do not go anywhere, because when we come back, we're going to be jumping to the action. We thank you so much for sticking with us here at HCS Raleigh. You guys are incredible, and we'll see you on the other side.
Are you up for a challenge? Build your Chipotle entree. Use promo code HALO117. Customize your Halo Infinite experience with challenge swaps from Chipotle. Visit chipotle.com/Halo for details.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Thomas, welcome home. Am I crazy? We don't use that word in here.
The Matrix Resurrections, rated R.
My name is Colin Johnson, also known as Kojo. I am the team director for Fnatic Halo.
My name is Casey Hebert, and I am the head coach and scouter for the Fnatic Halo team.
Fnatic's really excited to be in the HCS from day one, and I think the fans should be really excited too, because I think that we're bringing a new approach. I genuinely think that, and I think Casey genuinely thinks that there are 4 free agent players out there that we can win a world championship with that you probably haven't heard of yet.
To start out, we want to make a really big splash inside of Halo. So our main goal is to obviously qualify for Worlds and make a huge impact there. There are some challenges in not having a roster yet, but I also look at it as we have more positives than negatives on it. We have the very good luxury of being able to pick up players potentially after Roster Mania at the end of Raleigh, as well as we can scout and we can go really in depth on the players we are looking at Raleigh.
I think that over time, we're going to outwork our opponents, and hopefully, similar to Valorant, we can have a bit of a personality as well that we can kind of at least entertain you guys with.
The HPU or high performance unit is, in my opinion, super crucial to recruiting people. If you feel good, you're going to play good.
Halo's not just going to be another like tier 2, tier 3 title that we just jump into because we want to. It's a title that we're investing a lot into and that we're really excited about.
And I firmly believe that everything that Fnatic offers and has with the backing, that we can easily accomplish that.
You're going to get to come on that journey with us and watch us as we develop and grow.
For more than a decade, Walshy shined as one of Halo's biggest stars, securing major sponsorship deals, national media coverage, and the adulation of fans across the globe.
Walshy is down there. Listen to the crowd. They call him the Walshy effect. Is in full effect here, gentlemen.
Going to those events and seeing how he was idolized.
Legendary player who everybody at events would look for, recognize immediately, and rush towards. Signed autographs, took pictures, and big smile on his face the whole time, no matter how tired he was. People wanted to be Walshy. They wanted to learn from him. They wanted to follow in his footsteps.
And I remember seeing him and thinking like, man, this guy's like larger than life.
He was literally on a huge poster in every hall. He was featured front and center. Reporters wanted to speak to him.
First ever Red Bull sponsored esports athlete. I mean, that is just, it's crazy.
He was approachable. He was a winner. He was everything that you want in a superstar. He was like our Derek Jeter.
Final boss, once again, earning the right to call themselves champions. A new game, a new season, the same champs.
And you're talking about a guy who's got like 23 some odd championships, like 9 event wins in a row with final balls throughout that era.
When Walshy first came to a Halo tournament, the phrase esports had never really even been spoken.
He was competing in Halo CE, which didn't have the internet, so the only teammates you had were the locals.
At the time, there was a power dynamic. His answer to the power dynamic was to form a team called Team FFA.
Team Free For All, I think, is really his defining moment. He put together a squad that was purely successful free-for-all players, and this was the first team to finally dethrone the Ogres in STK.
People referred to them as gods, and so the fact that they were upset was just such a monumental event for us.
It actually motivated me. I remember when Clark, he just beat us the first series, they swept us. He goes, well, have fun in the losers bracket. And right from there, I knew if we got in the finals, I was going to tear them up.
And they go, okay, well, you know, Killer N and Walshy are going to go and team with Ogres, right? And that's the beginning of the dynasty.
Walshy's extensive resume boasts over 20 major event wins, including a record 9 consecutive tournament victories and 3 national championships. Few players in history can match his phenomenal success in Pro Halo.
Dave always had a plan. He was so thoughtful with his approach to the game.
Walshy would make these plays, which what I would call the weasel plays, right? He'd play bottom middle, and the whole game would flip. Midship in Halo 2 was a nightmare, absolute nightmare. Walshy loved it.
This is Walshy's home, baby. It's midship.
Always found the nerdiest spots.
One of the first people to start adopting the double shot.
Button glitches, he was a master. He was Mr. Close-Up, BXR, BXB.
About 100 yards away, and it takes out Karma, the beatdown.
Dave was one of the first to use the claw. Most people would take their thumb off of the thumbstick to hit a button like jump or melee. Not Dave.
Walsh would sit like this, like it was a praying mantis. He's getting ready to strike. And he used to have this like, strong index fingers. Yeah.
Dave is definitely known for the insta-splode. He was the guy who took the plasma grenades and made them lethal.
What he excelled at was taking advantage of everything he possibly could, and I think tactical advantages was all him.
Let's go! And more important, to shoot guys through cracks for double kills if you're Walshy. Walshy! Got him! That is going in the top 10. What?
Dave was the leader on all of his teams. He was always the one who was making sure that the business is getting done both in the game and behind the scenes.
Walshy was always going to give whatever he could to his teammates to make sure they were in the best spot to succeed, and he was always there picking up all the other pieces. He's got intrinsic motivation to be the best, no matter when the odds are against him. That little weasel is always going to be swinging for the fences.
You knew what you were going to get with Walshy, no matter what. Right? You were going to get somebody who's going to do everything in their power to be prepared for any situation. He's going to surround himself with talent and make that talent better, and who hated to lose.
Walsh did a great job of rising up and being pretty much a role model for everyone else to follow behind him as to how you're supposed to present yourself and what a superstar looks like in the game.
An athletic kid who loved to compete, wanted to be the best in the world, and put the time in. And with the length of his career and how well he did during his career, there's no question he's one of the greatest to ever play the game.
God.
Let's be real, I'm retired now. I don't practice all the time. Golden Boy has a new show canceled and started every other week. He can practice all he wants.
Doctor, Walshy won't get out of my DMs. He still thinks it's 2007.
Dude, I remember it like it was yesterday. It was literally me and Snipe Down versus 8 of them. Not much I could do. I was just running around 1v4 and as many as I could.
He knows who the champ is. The world knows who the champ is.
And then he starts talking about how delicious the cake was, so I had to go off on him. Of course, I told him that he shouldn't make every day a cheat day.
And let me tell you, sir, that cake was delicious.
Okay, we'll talk soon. I think there's only one way to settle this. Let's run it back.
This is the BTB Challenge, Golden Boy versus Walsh here, 8v8.
Maybe we need a counseling session, Dave, after I slapped you in Big Team Battle.
It's been spotted. GB
Oh, GB! Leading the way!
Alex puts the big in Big Team Battle. Here he goes.
Moving down top of the Oh! He gets flamed by Snipe Down!
So you're okay if I take this cake? You're okay if I take this cake then?
You're playing like cake's on the line.
Flag has never been linked back to base. Oh my!
Cake's always on the line, bro!
Oh, this is fantastic. We got to do this every event.
This is a trio.
The big opportunity here.
There's never been so much talent in a single Warthog.
Oh, they've got to stop it. Oh, over it. Oh!
Snake fight.
That was filthy. Oh boy, with the sniper rifle in hand.
They need to stay alive here at all costs. This could be the game-winning.
Oh no, he got splattered.
I took cake from that, baby!
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. An electric kill. Lester Luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
We didn't realize the journey we were about to take.
You ready?
Punch it. As it grew, so did our group of friends. It brought us closer together.
Go, go, go! Come on, he's on the way. Right behind you. Go get him. Grab the flag.
It kept us all coming back.
Yes! Those were some of our best memories. As we grew older, we grew apart. But we never forgot.
Are you ready?
Punch it.
return. Flag taken. Eagle flag returned. Eagle flag captured. Flag taken. Eagle flag. Flag return. captured. Flag taken. Slayer. Flag taken. Flag captured.
Are you guys gonna? And welcome back to Raleigh, North Carolina. Here we are back on board with Space Station versus XSET. We have resumed this series. Bravo alongside Walsh. Walsh, good to be here with you.
Great to be here. I just realized as soon as we remove the curse known as Gold Point, the series starts working.
Golden Boys out of the equation, and we're back into the action. Now, you might remember here, it was 1-0. Space Station taking that first game over XSET. They were able to win that first game, and now we're into game number 2 here. This is going to be a replay of Slayer on Aquarius. So when we last left off, Dave, it was 46-46, and it was a pretty big comeback on the side of XSET.
Yeah, the fact that they are able to acquire so many unanswered kills on a map with so many close corridors is just unheard of.
Yeah, absolutely. Now as we take a look at the score just to see where things are settling in off of the break, and that's going to be XSET up with an early lead here, 12-6, and a very different game than we saw even in that last one, and maybe a little bit of signs of life here after the restart. They're coming off pretty hot.
Yeah, I mean, this was that sort of deficit I was talking about before, like a 6 or 7 kill lead is really tough to break on a map like this. Those aren't as insurmountable on a map where you can get like a sniper rifle, you can get like a slower paced setup. A map like this, there's just so many close corridors that teams and just players just naturally get more trades. And so this is really a commanding start here for the XS roster. And what a tricky little play by Suspector. Most times you see a player backing down there in utility, you assume they're running all the way to bottom car or going towards bottom center. But instead, he just loops right back over into the base. So in a situation like that, it was just really unexpected there from Suspector. And it shows that's why he's been so successful in so many past Halos. He just knows times where he can back out to help to get, help from a teammate, or where he has no other choice but to, double down, head right back into the fight, head right back into the fire, and get away with it. And we got Tylenol slipping around. I like that teamwork there, dropping that heat wave and getting this double combo here. So we're gonna have to see what he can do with this, because not only does he have the heat wave, he has a dynamo grenade, and this gap has already shrank and almost evaporated completely. Just a 2-kill game here, and that's not what you want to see when you have all that going for you. A trade there when you have camo, when you have heat wave, when you have dynamo grenades. You're hoping to get a lot more out of that. What do you think about that, Bravo?
No, not Bravo.
No.
It's Golden Boy now.
No.
Sorry. Yeah, well,
God, no.
You can't get rid of me, Dave.
I tried.
You tried really hard.
I told you, I was like, bro, GB, we have a break.
And the worst part, you didn't even tell me, and I was standing right there, Dave. I'll never forgive you.
That's exactly what I did, but I just thought I could get away with it.
David Mary Beth Walsh, ladies and gentlemen. All right, well, folks, let's jump into this action here because it has clearly been a long time that these two teams had to play here. But right out of the gate, you're seeing that XSET, they came out with a lot of force, and that is exactly what XSET needed to do, especially after how things panned out before the reset. They were looking good. They were looking poised, maybe even take the matchup if it had gone the distance.
They were, but yeah, this is also just, once again, a really close one. It's kind of weaned back and forth from this 5 or 6 kill lead for XSET back to even, and back to 5 or 6 kill lead for XSET. So I'm not sure what it is that they're doing on a consistent basis, but it really does seem like XSET seems to find their stride every once in a while here where they're walking away with like these leads. And I like this play, just grabbing Camo right away. My kind of thoughts on something like Camo's power-ups is you grab it right off the bat, or you need to secure some sort of advantage. You need to get some sort of positional advantage, get a pick or some damage on somebody. But if you're there right when it drops, sometimes you got to take that.
Yeah, the timing is always going to be a problem there, especially when, you know, everyone's got eyes on it, right? It's not like previous Halos where you didn't know when it was coming up. Everyone sees it, everyone knows, and that is going to force people to have to look in that direction, though. But as we jump right back into the action, 24-31, XSET starting to peel away with this lead. Walshy could be problematic here, but Space Station certainly not out of it yet, though. Good attempt by Ace, but he's going to get cleaned up.
Yeah, not yet, but that's one thing we also didn't talk about the differences here with an Infinite compared to past iterations. It's not just the fact that you know what's coming up, you also know when it's grabbed. That's a big difference where you could be hiding behind, like you said, one of those pillars at the base, or you could be somewhere all the way across the map and just realize, all right, they grabbed Camo. We now know that's the case. There's no need to put myself in an exposed position to contest it.
That's very true. And then to make matters worse as well is that, you know, unlike previous Halos, in this one, you have the ability to pocket the power item, right? You don't have to pop it right away. You can kind of delay it a little bit, right? You know, because maybe in previous Halos, you can kind of time it out. Not in this one, right? And as we continue to look at the action unfold here, it seems like XSET really running away with this. A 10-kill lead. Every single shot is hitting there. Talon, although, is going to get the better of Suspector, but an immediate cleanup there as well, coming in hot from, I believe that was going to be Filthy. So now you're essentially looking at an XSET potential win here. If it keeps going like this, 1-1 tie in the series, you're feeling good if you're on the red team.
XSET, I can't imagine not closing this out. This is such a significant margin, and they have such good players on their roster that they're going to know how to trade this out. Even if Space Station starts to get like a little bit of a run like they have right there, where we saw Deciding
10 kills is such a gap, though.
Yeah, it's too big of a gap this late in the game. If they were at like the 20 or 30 kill mark and only down by 10, that's a different scenario.
They did get Camo, though. This maybe is an opportunity for like maybe 3-4 kills that they could pull out of this.
It's an opportunity, without a doubt, but I mean, just the cards are stacked against them. This is just such a tough position to be in to try and close this out, or
they
try
can't
to close
give up
this gap.
depths. They cannot. And this is actually the exact situation that XSET found themselves before the reset here. But now, you know, you get Suspector with a double kill off screen. That is certainly going to affect things for sure. For certain, Ace there trying to go for the cleanup, but instead it's actually going to be Town all finishing the job that he started here alongside with the sidekick. And now this is where things begin to crumble. A valiant effort indeed by Space Station Gaming, but XSET had their number from the beginning as the kills continue to collect on the red team's favor.
Yeah, and this one's just going to be closed out. Just need a few trades. Like I said, on a map like this with so many close quarter scenarios, they can just get melees, just get a two-shot melee, get a grenade out on somebody, and it's just going to be too tough to walk away with that many kills. So we are going to see ourselves in a tied series in just a moment.
Yeah, and that's what we had talked about at the start of the show way back 5 years ago. You know, we said that we were going to potentially see this very close series between these teams. It started off with Live Fire Strongholds, and Space Station did the business against XSET. This time around, though, XSET returning the favor, and they will walk away with the win here. And we're now tied up 1-1 as we can finally finish the series. That will never end. I may not speak too soon, though.
Yeah, don't speak too soon. We got some more games ahead of us. Game 3 is going to be bizarre, CTF.
Yeah, Bizarre CTF. We actually did get a chance to see early on some of the side stations that Bizarre game. I think it was Big Chilling versus the Chiefs, or it was the Boys, I believe. Yeah, it was Boys versus Oxygen.
Yep.
And it's actually been really fun to see people who had never played Halo before coming into Halo now and not understanding how game modes like Capture the Flag work. Because, you know, it makes sense. You want to, you know, invade the base, try and get as much presence as possible, but then you're like, why are they spawning outside? You know,
it's always in different rounds of slays, and you're right. For someone that's not as used to that style of play, it really is a science at the highest level of play where you have to contest for the middle positions, get those slays, then you eventually take over their base, get those slays. Yeah. Run the flag out, gotta get those slays again. There's a lot of slays that are involved in that.
It never ends, man, and that is the beauty of Capture the Flag. We're going to be jumping to that game in a moment here as soon as it starts up. But yeah, series tied 1-1 if you're just joining us. It has been a long one, not going to front. Space Station Gaming, they went up in the beginning of this contest, and you know, a strong start for them. 250-41, not much to really break down there. Was just pure dominance. Ace was doing whatever he wanted to do. Then we had Aquarius Slayer, our first Aquarius Slayer. It went the distance. We were seeing 48-47, something along those lines, a very close game. And now after this reset that we've had, after the technical difficulties, it is Space Station Gaming now looking at the bottom end of the barrel there, and they now are going to be tied in this series 1-1. 50-40 there for the newly signed XSET and Bizarre CTF Game 3. Guaranteed going to Oddball, which is going to be an opportunity to explain new Oddball rules to new viewers.
Yeah, that's actually, I really do.
You like the Oddball rules?
Yes, I like especially the time stoppage part.
Yeah.
That's always one thing that I've felt within Halo is that, you know, you can start to play different as the time dwindles down, and in some cases remove the ability to have like those epic comebacks. Yeah. But with that time stoppage, it changed completely, where someone's like, all right, we can still get this full setup. And there's gonna be times now where you have a certain lead, it's like, well, do we drop it and like let the time run out and try to guard it, or do we just close it out? And so there's a lot of interesting scenarios, and I do think it's for the best.
Yeah, imagine if I had asked that question and then you immediately were like, no. We're like, oh, that's the segment ruined. No, seriously, I really like the changes to the mode, but also I think for that one we're going to recharge, I believe, for Oddball. And what has been so interesting about that map is that I don't feel like people have not figured it out yet, you know. So there's a lot of things to figure out for our players.
That's an exciting time in esports, to be honest. Like early on in a game where things aren't fully solved yet, there are just a lot of interesting combinations or interactions that happen.
Yeah, that's right. But, you know, we're going to send it over to someone who has figured it out. It's, of course, the one and only Latimus Prime at the desk. Take it away, guys.
I have no idea what I figured out, but I'm just going to roll with it and do it with conviction. Clutch, obviously, seeing that go down in a very different fashion. Then, of course, XSET really just kind of ran away with it there against Space Station. I think you put it best when we were watching it, but it felt like SSG really had the wind taken out of their sails. That Slayer was a little bit of a difficult task after that, a little bit of a break. What did you make of it?
Yeah, SSG was playing lights out earlier today, and it's the delay that can really cause issues as far as like your mentality and having the right energy when you get back into that game too, right? We saw XSET be able to take advantage of that situation and really like correct what they were doing wrong in that first game and then that second until the reset, right? So it was a great thing for XSET to be able to have that opportunity to kind of get together, group up, and get a little bit of motivational speech going, right? Get like your headset back into the game, because that series could have been a 3-0 sweep the way they were playing earlier. It's great to see them back and kind of refreshed. If you're SSG, now you have to figure out a way to get back into the series, because you're not playing, what, an hour and a half ago like you were. You just have to deal with the loss of game 2, and that was an ugly loss.
Yeah, it was a difficult one for sure to watch. And I think, you know, Brav really trying to break that down, I think, mentally for a lot of the players on the stage. Why does that happen a lot of the time? You do see the team that was really running away with it kind of start to pull back a little bit after a reset or after a break that comes across there. And it always seems to be the team that was struggling a little bit on the end that comes out with that fighting fire. Why does that happen, do you think?
I think momentum's real, right? The momentum's real, and I think that tends to be a big factor and a bigger one for certain teams versus others and players. I think what we saw there from the side of XSET was simply that they took that last piece of that Slayer that ended 46-46 and then realized, hey, we can totally go toe-to-toe with these guys. Let's just apply that to this full restart. And that's exactly what they did. So credit to them because they knew how to play to their strengths in that Game 2 restart. And now if they bring that same energy into Game 3, I think they're going to be sitting pretty.
Fantastic stuff. Gaskin, I'm going to save your dulcet tones till later, my friend, because we're going to jump straight into Bizarre CTF. Let's hand it back over to the iconic duo, Walshy and Golden Boy.
Thank you so much, Lottie. It was great to hear Gaskin's analysis there. Really nailed it, buddy. So good, so well spoken.
Per usual. I was going to say, that's the other thing. Well, last time, Gaskin was talking about how communication is so important. He was saying this time, sometimes you don't have to call everything. Sometimes you got to just, play your part, work with your teammates, and don't overflood the comms. So Gaskin is just absolutely brilliant in Halo Infinite.
He's just a great guy.
Yeah, I
he
just
really
don't
is.
understand how he just knows this much about Halo Infinite so quick.
So quickly. So good, he doesn't talk on the desk. No. Guys, we're jumping into Game 3 here in a moment. It will be Bizarre CTF. And we were talking about Oddball before, but obviously there have been changes to CTF, right? Most notably, you can grab the flag now and you can sprint with it. But it's not that big of an influence. If anything, it actually makes
it's like
you still want to drop the flag and run it like you would in other Halos.
Sprint. It's like a GB sprint that you kind of get with the flag.
Yeah, it's like real, it's almost like a power walk with senoras.
It's I'm holding the door for GB. It's like, I'm on my way, buddy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, you can move a lot
Well,
faster
actually,
than
Dave,
that.
I do that because I just want you to hold the door longer. That's
Really?
all. Yeah.
That's what you've been doing this whole time?
Can I say, I could be a douche as well. But guys, for CTF Bizarre, symmetrical map, right, in the Halo map pool. Bit different, aesthetically speaking, from what we've seen in previous Halos. This one obviously pulling that inspiration. I don't know if this is New Mombasa or not, but the lower head in me will figure it out eventually. But as far as what's important on here, it is going to be the rockets. You have the grapple shot. You also have the chickens.
You have the chickens. You got the overshield. You got, those are
those
all
things are
important
too, but the chickens.
The chickens before the overshield, without a doubt. If you try to grab the overshield, those chickens will get you.
Those chickens will get you. And then, of course, you have the heat wave. Well, actually, no, it's not the heat wave. It's the bulldog down low. That's right. So the bulldog on the lower end of the map as well. You'll look for players to try and get some control and look for that thrust to come into play. A lot of these pro players, they'll tackle these thrusts with reckless abandon because they know they have to. And an immediate grab of the overshield, by the way, from Filthy G. Now, that is where you're going to want to use the ticklers, right? The dynamo nades to try and drain the shields. And it turns out that they managed to do enough that the overshield goes away here.
There was also just like a miscommunication, I felt like, there from the space station side. You saw that start, where I believe it was deciding, was looking towards somebody pushed in from mid-market. Did not expect someone just flying right off the rails onto the OS without having some sort of contestation or some sort of a teammate's eyes on it. So maybe a bit of a miscommunication on the space station side, or maybe they don't have their starting lineup fully figured out based on where they're spawning at. Because I used to always do that a little bit before on Pit Flag. Like, based on where I spawned Pit Flag, I knew if I could get inside green and throw a frag grenade that they could not avoid. Versus if I got one of the further spawns away, I could not do that started. So I don't think Halo Infinite is quite yet at that position. And look at those bulldog shots from Kratos as he gets a double kill and helping his team push on over to the space station base.
Yeah, and the bulldog, oh my goodness, that rocket sent them flying there. It's important to note about the bulldog as well. It's not really a shotgun. It's more of a flat cannon like you would see in other FPS games. Obviously still has shotgun tendencies and all that stuff, but a bit on the weaker side. You'll do your damage and you'll see people pick up that gun.
You're almost talking about like a hybrid dog, like that's a bulldog. No, it's like mixed with like golden retrievers stuff, man. It's not like a bulldog. Like, no, dude, that's totally a bulldog.
That's totally a bulldog. That actually is a bulldog.
It's a bulldog.
Very well done. Very well pointed out there, Dave. Now though, and Kratos is going to take full advantage of this here as they are going to now look to embark on the flag, try and see if they can make this pull happen. The spawns are going to be of note here. Suspector was right in front of the double doors. The spawn's happening over on the alley side. Suspector was hoping that he could make contact with players in mid, but no, instead they wrapped all the way around. Kratos is going to be left between a rock and a hard place here. He's going to need his teammates to help him out.
Here's the thing is, yes, Kratos is getting outnumbered, getting picked off as base, but your job once you're in that position is you need to buy as much time as possible to take off the rest of the map, or you put it in a position where the other team gets risky and only sends one person back for you. If they only send one person back for you, and you can win that 1v1 or get a trade, you have put them back in that same position once again, and they have been stretched so thin on resources. So what Space Station opted to do is they went back all the way to clear their base. And so I think that's a very smart play by Kratos. I think in many other cases, a player would have maybe just jumped out and challenged or tried to look and see what they could have done and gotten outnumbered. But instead, he made them go around corners to find where he was
at. That is unfortunate for deciding. I think he thought he got the better of that player there. Did not work out for him at all. Now Ace playing within this hobble here. Rockets are going to be up in a moment. Brilliant thrust from Suspector, giving him that just brief moment to be able to get away from the fight that Ace and him were engaging in, right? You kind of throw off the aim with that, and you don't know if they're going to have that particular equipment item or not. So this has just been brilliant by XSET. They've managed to gain control of power weapons, power items. Everything's been working out for them thus far, but they have to make that reflect on the scoreboard.
Yeah, end of the day, yes, XSET are significantly ahead in slays, but that doesn't matter if you're not able to translate that to kills. So one thing that's very interesting, Ace, that was his first kill of this match. He's 1-5 at the moment. Yes, that looks not ideal, but it's sometimes actually a good indicator of like your team's getting outslayed and they're not able to cap on that or be very objective efficient. It's really not that bad of a position.
Yeah, you're doing enough. You're doing enough to keep them back. But eventually, right, the armor will start to crack and then you'll start to see things kind of fall to pieces here. And that is the part that now, with the overshield grabbed yet again by XSET, this is where you start to be concerned if you're a Space Station Gaming fan, though. Porky J going to make this push happen, able to execute on that kill against Tuscan. They have full presence inside of the base. You can see those spawns by tower side. They're going to try and meet them at the front door if they can, but this is where you're going to look for this team to try and get this next round of slays. And as we had talked about, Walshy, you're going to get the slays and you're going to get the slays again.
Yep, ultimately it comes down to slays. I do always try to highlight objective efficiency because that's so incredibly important. But there's really no amount of objective efficiency you can do if you just don't get any slays. And look at this run by Porky J.
I like what they did here, actually. Porky, what he did was he did not sprint.
I feel like this needs to stop at this point. Like, I would have dropped and maybe slayed if the team needed it, because at some point, if you're uncertain, you just need to get slays on your half of the map. Once you get the flag on your half of the map, the way I kind of look at it as a rule of thumb, Golden Boy, is flags on your half of the map, your spawns and reinforcements are going to come out faster than the opposing team. And on the same flip side, if you are at the opposing team's half of the map, I want to get out there kind of as fast as possible. Like, when in doubt, there's a lot of times where I'm going to run if I'm not sure if I need to slay or whatnot. And so I want to get that back to my team's half so that we get reinforcements faster. It's a battle of reinforcements when you have multiple rounds of slays.
But an important thing about that particular flag run, though, Walsh, which you know, the Space Station realized that they were not going to be in a position to try and stop them as they were pulling it to the low side. So they decided to go and make a play over at their flag, right? Just try to force something. And as a result of that, that just gave XSET all the time in the world to let their teammate just slowly, gingerly make their way over. And now that they're up 1-0 here, we got around 6 minutes and 9 seconds left to play. Let's see, though, what Space Station can do here. They're trying to push onto this base, and it has been a bit of a struggle for them, and then credit goes to XSET for holding them at the door constantly.
Yeah, you're right there. I think you brought up a good point when they were pushing all the way to the XSET base, trying to get slays and hopefully kill that flag in the process of it. Porky was able, like you said, just to kind of do its own solo thing all the way over on that.
That was a rough overshield, by the way, for Ace. He picked it up. You think, okay, great, now you can start, you know, cooking with fire here. Nope, they focused him so fast, and on top of that, you got the plasma pistol, the green gun up top. So no matter what, that overshield was going to be drained. They handled that one very well, XSET, and that's the reason why they're up 1-0. But we're starting to now see this pressure from Space Station. How can XSET try and hold this one back here? Town Hall with a melee, but the instant trade from Filthy G, and this could potentially be a failed push. It is a failed push for Space Station.
Yeah, another a failed push on their end. One of the, I don't want to say few times that they've been able to put pressure on the XSET base, but for the most part, this game has been strongly in control of XSET, where the pressure's been more on Space Station side of the map. And it does feel like when Space Station does get to push on out, it feels like they're trying to force things right away.
That's huge.
I almost would like to see them slow it down a little bit, get control of the center, slow it down, and then make a push in together.
That's big. We could potentially be looking at Space Station capping this flag here. I mean, I liked what I was seeing for them, but there's 2 people at the base there. They're still going to make the pull happen. And at this point now, you got to be feeling pretty confident if you're Space Station.
Yeah, I mean, this is also seems to be the preferred route for both these teams to run this flag. I want to see if that tends to hold true with all these pro teams. But running through the alley, my guess is there's a couple advantages here. One, if you stop those alley spawners right away, you know you have a clear path in front of you, and you only have one spot that they can get to you from behind, which is the alley. So somebody can spot that from so many different areas, whether that's the lockers or whether that's towards top market. There's just so many areas we can spot that. So that seems like I said, to be the preferred flag route. And Space Station may still be down in kills, but it doesn't matter. Objective efficiency-wise, they have 1 cap on the board, and that's all that counts.
And that cap came very fast. That's the thing about Space Station.
The first time they basically got a real pull or real control.
Exactly, and then they were already at the other side of the map before XSET could get a moment to breathe here. An opportunity to grab the overshield from Porky J, but instead it's going to be drained instantly. Space Station handling business. And yeah, sure, you'd probably looking at Ace being 5 and 10 and thinking, oh man, he's having a rough game. But when you really think about it, 1-1, and that's the way that the scoreboard is shaken out, you have to feel all right for Space Station here. And man, those Dynamo nades are vicious, bro.
Yeah, they do some real damage. One person that's also been doing some real damage here is Spectre. This last game, I think he had 17 kills on Aquarius Slayer, which is a massive amount of Slayer on a Team Slayer game. But this one as well, also leading the pack in kills with 19 slays thus far.
I think that was 1 rocket fired. Potentially, yes, it was. Filthy has another one there, but that was a pocket rocket.
Overkill for Deciding, it said right there. Deciding closing that out, getting an OS by also making someone rocket themselves. That's just sending a statement, GB.
That's the best way to achieve that one. That's for certain here. Ace is looking to make some plays happen, and there comes the push, but a lot of weakened players pushing forward here. We got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, and as it stands, XSET, they're going to try and take a little bit more space in the mid here, get control of the map, force Space Station into awkward positions so that they can try and get the better of them here.
I like that route from Porky. Porky can double kill and instantly put pressure here on the Space Station base, getting that kill on Tusk. And wisely, I guess, letting his teammates just go and push him for that kill. I wonder what the plan is right here. Just realizing that nobody else is there at the Space Station base. Everyone's pushed out. Might as well go help your teammates out in the center and have some sort of impact on this OS. And here comes the battle for it. It looks like it's going to fall in the hands of Tylenol.
A lot of weird fights taking place there, and the overshield has been grabbed by Tylenol. He has half left as well. Now, it was an attempted flag pull. While all that was going on, it seemed like that they were hoping that they were going to get the stop in mid. They had players there, they had bodies, but it just was not enough.
Yeah, one thing that's scary here on Bazaar is to get that flag grab, it is so far out of the way and so far away from the rest of the action. Meaning that if someone's going for that pull, that means they can't have any sort of impact in the center of the map. And teams can use that to their advantage. They can say, all right, we can win the 4v3 or 4v2 in the center of the map. You can pull our flag and we just turn around and kill you when we need to. Or just pull your flag and kill you on the way back.
A minute 14 in this very close match between 2 incredible squads here in full play. This match has been going on for so long. Ace with a big kill. Keeping the drive alive here for Space Station. Not allowing them to get control inside of the base.
But look at all these, so amazing kills, amazing plays, but this is all in the name of defense right now here for Space Station Gaming. This is just clearing out their base, so it's not like any of these incredible kills are translating into any sort of caps at the moment. They just have to still continue to clear out the center, clear out their own base. So this is a really difficult spot that if they can pick up kill after kill and continue to move across the map, it'll be good. But if Space Station continue to be put on their heels, they're not going to be in any sort of position to get a flagpole.
Tano's looking to get control of the BR. That's going to be 1 kill on Porky J. 2, as a matter of fact, is Deciding is going to do some damage here and nail himself a double. 3 down now. Tuck's only one to go down with that Mangler, that up melee as well. This could be a flagpole. We saw how fast they moved last time. With only 10 seconds left on the clock here, the flag is starting to move. You got players for XSET on the side of Space Station. Deciding's underneath them. I don't even know if they're aware that he's there. Now that they no, and he's going to try and cause as much chaos and carnage as he can, but the flag continues to move here. It's in the middle of the field.
Yeah, such a difficult position there. Good idea knowing that players are going to be in the center, over in the alley, but not knowing how do you pick them off when they have the height advantage like that, and players just flying together can be really difficult. I like this, keeping flag alive. Tylenol doing everything he can, but Porky J is going to say, that's all, folks, and we're going to overtime.
Yeah. You were waiting for that one.
What? Nah.
You were waiting for that one. You were waiting for that one, Dave. Oh, man. Overtime, capture the flag. Now, the rules here, very simple, folks. First flag cap wins. That's it. And we'll see now who gets that strong break. Because remember, the last start for Exit was so great. They got overshield. They got everything that they wanted, and they started a push. But Space Station's defense was so good. Now the question remains, can Space Station try and hold off this early aggression here from Exet? And so far, so good. Overshield has been grabbed as well. That's huge, Walshy.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need. And I was going to say, for someone like Tylenol, he has two choices here. Either stay in the center, help get all these kills and clear this out, or as soon as you get this first kill, immediately just fly in the opposing flag. You can win a 1v1 in this position. And right here, he obviously win the 1v1 over at the BR side. So gets the trade. Huge kill though by Filthy G, just getting that trade with the minimal OS left. But like I said, I think knowing my kind of objective brain and where I really lean towards when in doubt, I would have just flown in towards the opposing flag and tried to block spawns, get a kill, and run that flag.
Yeah, just cause carnage as much as you can in the enemy base. But even then though, right, I mean, there's just a lot of work that needed to be done there. Now they have rockets. I don't know how many they have in the chamber. They got one left available to them. He knows exactly where Kratos is, but I think he's going to try and get a better position here. Bring around the Rosie. Don't want to use that rocket quite
I like
yet.
that play though. I like the greed with armed rockets. You only have 2 rockets. Don't be wasting those on the one-shots no more. That's something that we still continue to see at high-level Halo play, is people opting to use the rockets when in doubt, because there's just so many things that can go wrong. But
you just saw a new mechanic in play here, by the way, folks. The grapple shot not only can hurdle you across the map, but it also bring weaponry to you as well if you aim it properly, and that was just a perfect example of that. That whole sequence with the grapple shot has basically allowed Porky J to be in this position, and now Exit, they could very well be on the path to pulling that flag.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job collapsing in on the Space Station base. You just see them picking off any individual members that happen to poke out, whether they try to go towards lockers or go towards bomb center. Flank gets the double kill. Porky J instantly thrusting in and going for the flagpole.
All right, let's see what this pull is going to come from here. It's going to be taken all the way over to the left side of the map. You're going to expect spawns to be happening over on the right by the alley, but you saw one blue player in the enemy base there, and that is going to slow things down, but they're getting the kills. They took down 2 more members. Make that 3. The last player left alive is going to be Tano. Can he pull off a miracle here and try to stop this pull from happening, as he does everything he can? But it's going to be Exet who grabs the flag, and this is going to be it, folks. Exet will win Game 3.
That is a huge, huge victory, going up 2-1 in this series. Way to clutch up at the end, but like we said, what a fantastic flank by Porky. Just getting those couple kills and instantly going for that flagpole.
Yeah, because really, think about it. He doesn't have the grapple shot, right? He has to push for the rockets. Everyone knows where it is. He instead, with the from the comfort of his home, he's able to reach around, grab the rockets with the grapple shot, then immediately vault himself inside of the corner rooms, right? Kill one, embark on, go and take the fight on the player on tower, and then at that point, they're on. They're already on fire. They're inside of the enemy base. They just needed to make sure they got those round of slays. And then let's not forget about that beautiful double and palm trees too. Everything that you could possibly want to go right there went right for Porky.
Yeah, just Porky definitely the MVP there at the end in that OT.
Wow, great game though. Now we're going to be going to oddball recharge. Space Station need to get themselves together here, Walshy. Pressure is certainly going to be on for Space Station.
Yes, I mean, their backs against the wall. I mean, they start off the series about as strong as you possibly can. Such a commanding victory, 250-41, but they're in a spot right here where they got to close out 2 games back to back. They get a chance to, test their objective prowess.
And here are some of the big plays from map 3. Got that Bulldog put to great use. He also had a lot of Mangler plays as well. And Walshy, for our first Bizarre CTF on land here, did not disappoint. a very exciting game, and it just goes to show like how close these two teams are as far as their the skill level goes. They're right next to one another.
Yeah, these teams are so evenly matched. I incorrectly estimated earlier that this was going to be a series that was going to go more in the favor of Space Station Gaming, but clearly they've met their match, and it seems like from what we've seen thus far, XSET is the better team. But
you know what, though? I wouldn't have blamed you, though, right? You have Ace on that team, Elamite coaching them as well, right? XSET, a recently signed group, right? Yes, there's a lot of talent on that squad, but it's very easy to look at, especially after live fire, and say, yeah, this is going to be a 3-0. But as time has gone on, and there's been a lot of time, it's been looking good for XSET. But we'll see what happens here on Oddball. The rules of the mode has changed exponentially.
How do I keep up with this stuff? I've been playing Halo for 20 years.
Watch, you know what, man? Why don't you watch a Shyway video or something like that? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, basically, long story short, right, we now do Oddball in rounds, which is a real big change from the way it was previously, because Oddball was one of those game modes that could snowball very quickly, no pun intended on the ball, and that has changed now completely.
Yeah, you could win around 100-0 in Oddball, and that just counts as a round victory versus winning 100-99 or anything like that. So it's not as much about that margin here during certain setups. It's closing out one of those rounds, making sure that you're consistently knowing how to win those neutral game positions.
And then we're going to Recharge for our Oddball matchup here. And Recharge, not a lot of opportunities to play the ball. You can play over by Hydro if you want, but that will set you up negatively.
Not a lot. So in essence, not a lot in the true play ball fashion. However, consider what a play ball does. Play ball returns it to where it originally spawns. And there's plenty of opportunity to that over near pipes. You can do that in a few different spots where you can toss towards bomb center, where it's essentially close enough to a play ball without it being like the official drop off the map, have it out of play for 3 to 5 seconds, have it respawning. So I expect teams to do that frequently, where they're going to drop it over near like the B stronghold if they start to feel too much pressure, and then just go for slays.
Yeah, very good call there. Because Recharge is a wide open map, right? That mid area, there are sight lines out the wazoo. And you can see it right here. The ball's gonna spawn right next to batteries. This is little pillars in the middle with the yellow flooring. That's where the ball's gonna spawn. So, you essentially can see that from all angles, whether it's the whirlpool area or it's the top towers you see in the distance there, maybe even top yellow. Also, look out for the grapple shot. It's gonna cause some problems here. And the shock rifle too, which I quite like that gun, although I suck with it.
Yeah, no, it's essentially like, I think you have to reframe your mind into being like, all right, this is a sniper. Like it used to be, as people kind of figure out the weapon, or like, all right, how do I fully play around this? It's like, treat it as like a sniper that you can hit some easier kind of no-scope headshots with.
Yeah. If you play other games like Valorant, for example, you can kind of equate it to the difference of using an operator versus a marshal. You know what I mean? It's like a weaker type of gun, but if you hit the head, you'll do the damage. You'll get the kill. Already though, XSET starting off exactly where they want to be, with power items grabbed as well as the energy sword too. And the sword is very strong, so you definitely want to use that one as much to your advantage as you can.
Yeah, we're gonna see how Porky decides to play this one out. Actually, this is Tylenol on our screen at the moment. So Tylenol has this this camo and sword.
Space Station.
Yep,
that's right. So even better for Space Station, a strong
start.
Space
Station's pretty strong start, but the camo also goes away pretty quick in this situation. It goes. I guess the part that kind of gets me with camo now is I feel like you're not able to navigate as far as you think you can, because you're used to like the advanced movement mechanics in Halo. And in order to do that, you give away your camo advantage. So you got to take kind of a slower, longer flank, and these maps are just kind of elongated just a little bit, that you get generally like one-ish good pushes if you're in like a standoff scenario.
Yeah.
If there's a bunch of chaos going on, yes, you can be more effective in a couple different engagements with that camo, but for the most part, you got really one good push in my eyes.
Also doesn't help as well that if you want to grab that sword after you grab camo, you have to kind of pocket it almost.
Yeah, you should be looking to pocket that if that's your plan.
Because he popped that camouflage, and then, it was basically halfway gone at that point. A new camo, though, is going to be coming up. Ball has been grabbed by Space Station, and they're going to play all the way back over here right by the elevators, which, again, not a bad option, right? Not a bad option to be at. There's no real areas for you to play ball here, but you do know that if let's say you give it up, you're kind of putting your opponents in a corner, but also you're in a corner too, so there's not really much benefit to it. But yeah, I mean, so far it's working out for them because no one has been able to push thus far, and this camo is going to ensure that that doesn't happen.
What a brilliant play there by Deciding. So what he did right there was just a lot of information gathering. Saw a couple of people going towards long haul and said, all right, well, I could kind of set up a cutoff for them and fight them over there.
Yeah.
But why? Why don't I just go over towards Whirlpool, give my team a numbers advantage, and just fight that fight? And you now see them reaping the benefits of that. They won a couple kills over there, over towards Whirlpool side, and then were able to get a few more points on the board.
Yeah, and they came right back into this one. A beautiful nade as well by Deciding. Unfortunately, Kratos got the better of him in that engagement now. And this is where you'll see the traditional play ball by Hydro. Take that ball out there, drop it low if need be. You are completely out of the action, though, if you decide to hold it there. And that is why you're going to see a play ball in the middle of the field. Kratos, though, in a position. Going yellow as well. He will be encountering a blue player here in a moment, unless he gets swiped up. Yes, he does. That's going to be Deciding who handles business there. And they're just waiting to grab and get possession of that ball. Teammates are prepared and ready, and that ball rolls, by the way, Dave. That thing can fly.
It does roll, and I like that route, too, with the ball. And in most cases, people seem to be confined towards running towards bottom whirl or towards kind of long haul area. But going towards that bottom center area, the reason that ball is so risky at the battery spot is because people have so many angles on it. We're going to count that as Insta. I love to see it, Porky.
Yeah.
The reason that ball is such a vulnerable spot is just because so many angles see it, and the fact that if you can bring it down towards camo, oddly enough, fewer angles can see that. In a spot that people aren't usually positioned, people aren't going to wait down near repulsor spawn to shoot somebody to bring that ball down later. It's like, no, you want to be up high on the map to shoot someone as they grab that or move away from batteries. So I did like that route, even though it didn't transfer into any sort of setup.
All right, 3 camos have been in play, and Ace has now grabbed this one. And unfortunately for him, they knew exactly where he was. They sniffed him out with some nades and forced his positioning. He couldn't get away in time. He couldn't run away as well, because once you're running down that long haul, there is no place for you to gain any kind of coverage. And the ball finally grabbed here after being in the pit for so long. It's going to be Tusk who gains possession of it, and he's looking for teammates. He's just trying to get over there and gain as many points as he possibly can, because there's not a lot of time left on the clock.
Yeah, not a ton of time there. Definitely scrap up that time, but I guess I would have expected 2 different ways to play that there. It looks like Tusk opted for option A, which is rotate towards the teammates, try to figure out where they're going to meet, which seems like over towards the A stronghold. However, the option B was sit over there on that bat ledge, get some more information gathering, find some people that are going to shoot you across the map and say, all right, we now know that they're spawning over towards C stronghold or towards C plat. Which way do we want to take it from here? So I felt like Tusk just wanted to get next to teammates right away and see if they could block spawns over like elevator and such. But you have both those sort of options when you have numbers. You can decide, take your time, and rotate after getting all that information.
An important thing to note here, once you grab that oddball, time stops. So this way kind of allows, you're never really going to have that mathematically impossible moment, right? Like we've had in previous games where...
Did they just take feedback from you back in the day, GB? We were like, all right, math is not my thing. I come on Halo Infinite to play video games.
Darn right.
And can you just, like, I don't know, stop the timer or something like that when I grab the oddball?
Listen here, kids. Stay in school. Don't be like me and fail math and science and physical education. In fact, how I'm even here is a marvel in and of itself. But what has been fascinating to watch, though, has been this tug of war back and forth between Xset and Space Station. And with that ball obtained now, you're going to see Kratos. He's going to play this corner. He's going to hold him. And as soon as he gets pressure, just as you see right there, he drops the ball. That's called a play ball, Kotaku, in case you don't know about that. Sorry. Just had to roast him there for a minute.
Also, the other part about that play ball, too, is it wasn't just a free play ball. It was a play ball and an attempt to get a kill.
Exactly.
There are times where people opt to just jump off the map with it or turn their back and get like the extra second and a half as they die and toss that ball off the map. However, I do view in more scenarios than not that you should be trying to do more damage. In a situation, especially if you're not super outnumbered and you have like possibly a one-on-one there, to drop that ball off, test your odds. I mean, you're a pro player, and see if you can pick off that kill, or at least get them to one shot for your teammates to get that pick off.
Can we talk about how crispy deciding shot has been so far? Because he not only picks up a double kill and gets minimal health loss, but also on top of that obtains the oddball for his team. He will now try to get his squad into the lead, but there's the play ball, quote unquote, the pressure that was coming there, and now they're just gonna have to drop all the way low, and it make matters worse because that ball rolls so freely. It's in the pit now. It's all the way over there in Carajo land and can't be picked up.
I forgot we ended up calling that area camo area, but I guess yeah, there's a couple different calls.
It's a pit to me. Whatever, you know, look, if it's in the bottom of a map, I call it a pit, you know, because I ain't got no time for that. But there you go. And XSET will pick up the first round here. That play ball was massive for them. We managed to slow down time as much as they can, and now this is going to be where we see potentially Space Station try and answer back here, Walshy. It has been tough for them.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're needing anyone to step up right now, I do feel like Space Station's going to need to lead on more of their veterans, like Tusk and Elam. They have been lacking a little bit in the Slay department those last games. I believe we saw Deciding and Tylenol both around like 15-ish kills each. And yes, kills aren't the full story. But end of the day, kills do translate to objective. So we're going to have to see, like I said, I want to see Ace really kind of step it up here. I think that he is undoubtedly like the leader on the squad with his brother coach Elamite, but we really need to see them step it up, especially when their backs against the wall in a situation like this. This is Tylenol and Deciding's first time being at a LAN tournament, and secondly, first time being on main stage. So that combination alone, I feel like they need to be able to rely on the veterans.
But can you say the same for Porky J and Filthy? I'm pretty sure you can, right?
I feel like they've been at tournaments before.
Yeah, tournaments, yes.
But, you know, obviously it's like their first Infinite one, but, you know, I think there's something to be said about your first tournament ever, your first LAN tournament ever.
It's true. It's a completely different vibe, atmosphere, the crowd watching you as well. We have a packed house, literally. This is insane. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming out and joining us here in Raleigh. In case you haven't joined us or you aren't here with us, of course, we miss you. We're glad you're watching at home. Plenty more HCS events coming at you as well. But for right now, though, all eyes are on XSET and Space Station. At the start here, it has been a decent start for Space Station, but not something that you want to write home to.
No, I mean, a 13-second lead, that can just evaporate instantly as soon as the team gets some semblance of control. But XSET's doing some wise plays. They are just going for slays. When in doubt, slay it out here, especially if you don't want this opposing squad just get like some sort of big run. And so looks like they're getting these kills. It's a 3-on-3 though, so nobody's really getting ace or advantage. Kills being traded back and forth.
Has been a bit of a scrappy game here, but Kratos is on something. He's looking for another one, but it doesn't happen. Didn't have that health. That kind of goes back to that point Gaskin made earlier, man, that, you know, if you come out of a fight, a BR fight with just a little bit of health, you can be a difference maker in any further engagement. So the fact that Kratos was able to get a double out of that one, and an attempt here to grab the ball, but again, this has just been back and forth, and I guess this is exactly what you want to see between these two squads here, because Space Station, their backs are against the wall.
Yeah, backs against the wall, but this didn't translate once again to a real setup. We did see 3 down for Space Station for a moment, and then Tylenol ended up going down, but this is a time you'd expect XSET to have gotten some form of a full setup. But not quite the case. Either they were trying to bring something over towards Hydro, like you said, and they ended up spawning over there, or just weren't sure of where to get away with that ball.
No real progress has been made. Time continues to tick forward here. Filthy and Porky have had, I would say, a pretty good showing, in my opinion. It's reflected on the scoreboard, but they have been holding their own, and of course we expect that out of Kratos and Suspector as well, given their track record and what they've accomplished in Halo Esports in the past. But this team has been quite impressive, and they're looking to pull themselves back into this one here if possible. Smart play by Filthy, getting away from the action, knows that there's going to be pressure from behind and has to rely on his teammate for support here. That's where Suspector's going to come into play, and he's able to successfully win that fight.
And this scrap time is so huge during those moments. This has been a massive run. I was actually going to be a bit more critical before and expect them to grab a few more seconds of time, but this is the sort of setup that they've been really looking for. one thing that I've always done when I was competing in objective games back in the day is I would try to take a couple snapshots of the games that went through. You know, let's say you're 75% of the way through the match or 50% of the way through the match on like an oddball game, and let's say, you know, you're going to 250 points. If only 15, 20, 40 seconds have been scrapped up, you now need to realize that this game's scoring system is a little different. You need to realize that if you can grab 10, 15 seconds here scrapped up, that means a lot more than in a full setup style game.
And these are certainly going to be things that our players are going to have to keep in mind here, and a good help from Deciding. They get the ball back, maybe bringing it over to Hydro, but there is going to be one player there to help them out. And fortunately for them, a player from XZ who's all by a lonesome. Spawns are going to be coming from the elevator side, so expect this push to happen now from Tower. Ace trying his best to stay alive. He's got the help from Talonall there, but Talonall is going to get suffocated in a moment's notice if things keep going like this. Somehow, though, he managed to get out of there scot-free, still holding the Hydro side. He's been beaten up, battered, and bruised. Maybe he can make a play for the ball, but he's actually just going to bail right on out of there, go to his teammates, and look at that connection there.
Yeah, there's two kind of schools of thought there during that last ball rotation.
He got a double out of that, by the way.
Double from Talonall, just flying around there.
Gets a double. That's massive.
That is huge. I was going to say there's a couple different schools of thought, like from that last ball rotation. One school of thought is that was unfortunate that they spawned over at BR side or came in from control side. How do we get so unlucky? Second school of thought is you should be able to expect that. You should be able to deduce where the opponents are coming from. And the fact that Ace and Squad rotated that out from long haul into his unsafe position was, in my eyes, a pure just mistake. You know, that could just be not being fully used to playing ball and getting set up on this, or just kind of tournament nerves or whatever it is. But ultimately, they rotated the ball into an unsafe spot, and you can't have your ball person leading the charge. You should know where that ball person should be rotating to, and that area should be safe.
I mean, just look at everything that's happening here, Dave. I mean, Space Station, they have done everything they can to keep the ball out of the hands of XZ, because now you're playing with time here. Suspector grabs Camo. Ball has not been picked up yet. We only have a few seconds remaining in this one. You got to make a play happen here. You got to make it fast. You have to nab that ball, or else that could very well be it. Kratos has to be mindful of this here. Has to try and stop the bleeding, but no, it doesn't happen. And that is going to be another round one.
What I was going to say is, like, those game of inches. When it's a low-scoring game, there was times earlier where Filthy G could have grabbed another 5-7 seconds, and those are the difference makers in these really low-scoring oddball or objective games.
I just got to say, that play from Talonall was something else.
Yeah.
Staying alive, Hydro, pushing over to his teammates, giving him the coverage, coming around, picking up a double, still staying alive. That's just absolute shenanigans. Should not be allowed to happen. But Porky J with Camo in hand is going to die instantly, courtesy of Ace now. And I think Space Station are starting to feel themselves here, Walshy.
Yeah, starting to click together. You know, their backs are against the wall. They have no choice but to step it up in this scenario to try to bring this to a game 5. But, you know, pressure's all on Space Station right now. They need to be the ones that are securing more kills, being in stronger position. I mean, there's all those just straight up fundamentals of Halo that really decide this game. But as I say that, 2 members go down, Deciding and Ace both fall. It's a 4-on-2 right now in favor of XZ. Let's see if they can rotate this ball out from the bottom.
Well, they managed to send it all the way down to Camo here. Ace looking for the stop. He does have some support, some help. Will be weakened, though. Suspector getting the cleanup on that one. And now just looking around to see if there's going to be any other players still standing here for Space Station. But the ball will be grabbed. He's got a teammate over at Long Haul, too.
Someone watch the Shy Away jump video.
That's the sneaky jump that I can never pull off because I'm hot trash. But there it is. And he now has ball by Hydro, has help, too. And this is where they could get some points there. They got to grab that ball and start putting some points on the board. But the pressure from Space Station has been profound this whole time here, Walshy. They have not let them breathe.
No, yeah, even when they've been down in numbers, like, they've still had people in position near the objective. So clearly, Space Station have been very objective-minded by putting that pressure on there. It just hasn't fully translated into any sort of control. They've been able to, like, kind of hold them off. They've been able to cut off the bleeding a little bit, but they haven't really been able to get these sort of setups, even though they're being near the ball and, you know, have their heads in the right spot.
Camel's going to be up in a second. Should be grabbed by Talonall. Ball's going to be available in the middle of the map. Kratos by Whirlpool. They got the support here. They got the angles. So they'll bring this one back all the way over to the elevators. Where are going to be the remaining players of Space Station? How does this push come to fruition here? One player's going to go down. Suspect I make that 2, as a matter of fact. A beautifully placed nade there. And also, you're slowing that player down at tower. You're slowing down deciding as well. Kratos is providing some brilliant cover fire here from the yellow tower.
Yeah, that was a great flank. Obviously, great communications. Understand someone coming from that ramp, but this damage right here is going to extend this setup so much further than it would have went on earlier. Just getting all those extra kills, getting those shots across the map. Because Kratos, when you're over at glass like that, you're in such a position that's so far away that you're only going to kill that player if that player overextends. They have to get a little cocky, overextend for a PR fight, or you have to get some sort of like nade / headshot, but it's too far away to go over and clear that person out. You're already committed towards going towards the ball and clearing out A and elevators. You can't afford to go back to glass. It's just not an option.
Yeah. So many things done right there by XSET. That's why it's reflected on the scoreboard, but now it could be Space Station's time to strike. Fortunately for them, though, they are going to start getting Zerg Rush here by a bunch of the members of XSET, and I don't know if they can hold this fight off. Tynol tries to get a little cheeky with the ball. He's going to send it all the way down over toward where the camo is. 2 players by elevator as well, looking to push at the same time, but look at just the way that Ace stays alive, pulls the attention in his direction, and allows his teammates time to be able to get away with the ball over to the Hydro side.
Yep, just those extra seconds of dealing damage, buying alive. I call that windows of opportunity. It's a, you know, it's just a straight up fundamental in Halo and every other game where you're buying time for your team, and it's your teammates' decision and positioning if they're gonna jump through that window of opportunity, Alex. Yeah. Are they going to take advantage of that window, or are they gonna let it just close and pass?
Sometimes you put the blinders on, you know, the shades. You don't want the sun coming in. I don't know, but you're right though. It was a window of opportunity, and they allowed that to give them the lead, a slight lead, 3 points. It's still going to be a lead nonetheless. Ball has not been picked up. We got about 2 minutes and some change left into play here. And this is it. Whoever wins this round is going to walk away the winner. And here's the other part of it, right? XSET up 2-1. If they win this, that's it. The series is done. Space Station trying to force this Game 5. They want to take the battle to the streets for some Slayer action. But XSET, they want to try and stop this right here, right now. Ball's going to be hanging out over toward the elevator side of the map, more toward Whirl. And if I had to imagine, they're going to bring this over to yellow there. Yeah, you can see it there. And that, look out for that player by glass as well. Tynol could be a bit of a headache here. I swear that was not intentional. But there it is. Removes him from the fight. And now they can continue to add more points to this one, Walsh.
Yep, great job there by Suspector going over to finish that kill. And what Suspector's doing is rotating to where you know it's safe. I was giving some flack earlier to Space Station for rotating it to a spot where it wasn't as safe just yet for the ball. Suspector got caught off a little bit there, but ultimately, you know, clear out areas for your ball, know where you can push on out, and scrapple those extra seconds because you're going to get time with the oddball in 2 main fashions. One is a full setup time. That's the easy one, Alex. Your teammates are already across the map, killing people and holding up ground. The other time is during rotations. You're rotating that ball away. You are maybe losing one part of your setup, but kind of opening a new window, getting a new setup across the map in a different location and making the enemy team ideally get panicked and flustered and going out into open or bad positions trying to cut off the ball.
You know, that whole engagement there, losing the player by glass, and then also just the collapse that we saw at elevators, though. Space Station, a great response, a double kill there by Tusk. Looking for another one as well. Does manage to get a triple kill for Tusk. And he's definitely holding his own and earning that paycheck here in Raleigh today. Camo has been picked up, though. Maybe another one as well. Porky J getting a little spicy with it. And the Camo's been burned. Deciding has that ball. Minute left on the clock here. Now it's going to be Ace that has possession of it. And this could very well be going to Game 5. I know everyone here in Raleigh wants to see it, but I'm almost certain XSET don't want that to happen. Deciding with a great angle, too. Can support players are going to be coming out of yellow here. Gets the kill. Ball's down. Kratos got possession of it. Deciding very, very weak. 3 players down now. That is so dangerous here. They're going to have to go quickly on this one, Walsh. They got to stop this.
Holding ball near elevator, it's it can be a double-edged sword because it can be one of the most difficult spots for a team to infiltrate and take over. However, once they take it over, it's almost like they have the full setup themselves. You don't really have any great options to play ball there.
That's going to be 2 players down, courtesy of Porky J. Ball's going to be open right in front of the tower. Tusk had eyes on it. They have the lead ever so slightly. It's going to be going away in a second here. Lead gone. Not a lot of time left as well, so if that ball goes away, that's it. They have to make this
Tusk
push
needs
right
to
now.
make a move, yeah.
They have no choice.
He also just can't give the death away. He does die over to Porky. Tylenol picks up one. Design picks up one. Suspector, they know he has sword over there. They have 92 points.
What a nade! What a nade! But Filthy G gets possession of the ball. Is anyone going to be there to try and stop him? He's going to play this ball right away, and he does so. There's still going to be time left to play out of this one. Ace has to win this fight.
This one's not over yet.
But the ball's still available.
3 dead for a second player from XSET. Looks like Tylenol is going to be the one to push in and try to grab this ball. But looks like he's going to opt to try to find where any of these sneaky players are at, realizing that they need some sort of slay.
They're completely surrounded. They got a player in tower. They got a player in world. One's going to be up top in yellow. All they got to do is grab the ball for just 2 seconds here. So they cleared out yellow. Now they have to go after this one. The ball has been grabbed, though. Can't allow that to happen. Ball's been picked up again. Still, no time has been gained. 18 seconds now left on the clock here. He's got the ball, but he's so weak. He gets naded out. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe what I'm seeing here. They're fighting with everything they got. XSET want to end this series right here, right now. The ball right in front of Filthy, but he cannot get possession of it. But a teammate comes in to save the day. Do they have it? Yes, they do. And that is going to be the series. XSET win 3-1.
XSET closing that out, clearly showing a bit more composure there than their opponents on Space Station. It felt like so many other times, Space Station just weren't sure how to secure the ball or push it on out. And it felt like XSET were, you know, across the board. Getting a couple more setups, getting a few more play balls, knowing how to rotate just a little bit better.
What a series between XSET and Space Station. Most definitely we'll be seeing that one happen time and time and time again, Dave, but a great game. You know, Ace is in pieces after that one. So many things were going right for them, but then that's Infinite, man. When you think you got the setup, it just falls apart in a moment's notice.
Yeah, no, it's a very quick game, but also just shows how evenly matched these rosters were. You never really saw either team getting very extended full setups and just run away with it. These teams just knew when to like go for slays, when to play the ball, when to not even attempt to go for the oddball. Like these players just obviously prioritize slaying, as we saw very few or really no rounds of that getting to the 100-point mark.
Yeah, you know, I mean, there's not a lot that you got to be disappointed with, honestly, if you are your Space Station. I know, obviously, that is not what they wanted, but they played hard at the end there. Just XSET, right? They had everything kind of line up for them exactly what they wanted to, and they put themselves, Walsh, in those positions. Now, though, XSET most definitely has put, I think, this tournament on notice, because people are saying, you know, I think a lot of people are sleeping on XSET. You have to pay attention to them here, because if you don't, they'll catch you off guard, sneak away some wins.
No, or it kind of even just shows like XSET is the real deal. People, we already knew that they were good, but we just don't know how good they're going to be on land. So it seems like they're already proving that they're a force to be reckoned with here.
Well, folks, for the series that will never end, it's finally over. All good stories must come to an end, that's right. But thankfully, though, we have our incredible analysts to guide us through what we just saw and get us ready for our next game. Lottie, take it away. Over there. Go.
Thank you so much, gents. Don't worry, we're going to keep the stories coming here because we have a lot to talk about. Obviously, we have seen the first game of the day. The series is done and dusted. And I got to say, XSET coming out strong where it counts the most. They managed to finish off this series, taking it 3-1 in the end. Clutch, I'm going to ask you just straight up here. Are you surprised with the result?
No, I actually thought this was going to be a highly contested series. And if you'd paid attention to what XSET's been doing online, XSET's actually had a lot of success, especially in our qualifiers. They put up a very strong showing against Sentinels. And in doing so, they kind of showed that they can compete against some of these top teams. Space Station Gaming, I mean, they had that roster mixed up where they lost 4-1. They pick up Tusk. Tusk played pretty well in this series, and they still come out with a loss. It's maybe some time in transitioning that they have to do throughout this tournament. They'll get better as it goes, but I mean, this XSET roster, they're tried, true, they're practiced, and they're performing well.
Yeah, they are indeed, and just to be in particular here, we've got to talk about Porky. I mean, he had an unbelievable game in that CTF. He really was a contender, making just everything so difficult for Space Station. Brav, you know, I felt like they really had their priorities set straight in that Bazaar CTF in terms of XSET and their gameplay. They were taking control of all the power-ups and the power weapons. He had overshield numerous amount of times, had rockets constantly. And even though Space Station managed to get an overshield here and there, they really kind of took them down with it. You know, they made them burn it, basically. So really interesting stuff. What did you make of their strategy overall, especially in that CTF game?
Yeah, I think in the CTF game, they did exactly what you said. I think they managed each piece of that. And as we've talked about online, Bazaar CTF is can be one of the most frustrating game types to play. There's so many pieces of the puzzle that you have to have in place in order to cap flags. I also think they did a great job in ball, and I think the best thing they did was really they managed the clock, which is a new dynamic to ball, but you saw how they just sat batteries at the end there, and you can just sit batteries the whole time while the clock ticks down without grabbing it in the ball. So they really managed the clock really well in ball for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to go straight to a pool update right now to see exactly where our other games are at. As you can see, we have 4 different pools here. Pool A, Pool B, Pool C, and Pool D. And as you can see, XSET right now down in Pool D, 1-0, Space Station 0-1. We have Pool A, Chiefs up 1-0. Gaskin, talk to me about this. Chiefs, they are making some moves here.
Yeah, there's been 2 records set today. First, I think I'm the longest analyst to ever not talk on a desk, but finally I get to speak after the previous segment. But also, that's the first time we've seen an ANZ team win a game in pools. It's against a European team as well. It was Bing Chilling that went down, but that is massive for Chiefs. They have gone off the back of having the back-to-back-to-back wins in the online tournaments, and they've turned up here on LAN. They've proved they can do it, and now I want to see what they can do against the biggest and the best.
Absolutely, Dan, and I'll tell you what, we will be back for more with you. Don't worry, Gaskin.
Hope
You'll
so.
have your time on this desk. You were here for a reason. But right now, folks, we're going to head to a quick break. We've seen some jam-packed action. First game is done and dusted, but the day has only really just begun. XSET do take the first series against Space Station here at Raleigh, so stick with us to see who will be taking the next win on the main stage. I'll tell you what, we'll be back right after this.
Let's go!
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Thomas, you seem triggered. Can you tell me what happened?
I've had dreams that weren't just dreams. Time to fly.
After all these years, to be going back to where it all started. Back to the Matrix. Am I crazy? We don't use that word in here.
The Matrix Resurrections. Rated R. In theaters and on HBO Max.
Welcome back to the Halo Championship Series here in Raleigh, and we've already had our first series of the day. Gaskin here on the mic alongside Clutch. And I tell you what, it may have taken a while, but it was worth it. It was two teams that we knew coming into this needed a win in that group, whereas it's the group of death, but I think we've started to learn a little bit more about what XSET and Space Station have to offer.
Yeah, I don't think that group has been decided by any means, but I do think that every single win is obviously going to help immensely when it comes down to it, because I think at the end of the day, when we're looking at those pools, especially Pool D, it's going to be so close. So that's a massive W if you're an XSET fan. And if you're SSG, you got to figure out a way to create an upset now that you're already behind the 8-ball.
Well, we move away from Group D now, and we move across to a new matchup. We've got E United on your screens. They're going to be going up against the boys. Now, Wes, I mean, I'll probably talk about the boys because they're a European roster, but I'll allow you to talk a little bit about E United.
Yeah, E United's one of these teams that I'm super excited for. I think they can really compete and make a finals appearance here this weekend if they're able to continue to be successful and if they can play at the level that we know that they're capable of. It's all about finding consistency with this team. They've put in so many hours. This is probably the most practiced team that we have at this event. These guys scrim 2 to 3 times a day throughout some of these weeks. And because of it, they prep themselves how they should be coming into this event with so little time before the game launching for this tournament to come up. They have no excuse.
And they're going up against a team who's got an entirely different story, if I'm honest. The boys, who were the 5th seed from Europe, should have been playing in open bracket. We're given the opportunity now to play in pools due to other teams not being able to make it. A fantastic opportunity, I may add, to play against some of the best teams in the world, but perhaps not where they expected to be. You've got a player like Rob Sin, who used to be called Septic. You may remember him from Halo 5 Championship Series. I mean, he was a player who really impressed throughout the European scene. Morga as well, next to him to Septic's left, or on our camera right, another player who competed quite a lot throughout the Halo 5 Championships. Then you've got Sniper and Sandel, who are maybe a little bit newer to the scene if you haven't watched kind of the Halo 5, but they have got a lot of history in Halo. A lot of Halo 3 history, for example. I actually teamed with Sniper way back in the day, so it's great to see them here and competing, but I think this is going to be a very difficult test against an E United squad who will be sure to try and put on a display here for us, Wes, because anything less than a 3-0 would be a disappointment for them.
Yeah, I want to see E United get off on the right foot for this tournament. I think this is a massive opportunity for E United to get the ball rolling in the right direction, like you said, right? Friday and Saturday are going to be so important for this team to get off on the right foot and to start off strong. I mean, we're talking Spartan the Dog and King Nate, two players that we expect these players to slay heavily, and they do so against teams that we consider worse than them, right? If they come in as favorites to this series, those two really stick out statistically. It's when they play against the big dogs that maybe they fall behind or they can't keep up with the slaying prowess of a snipe down and a bound or a Trippy and a Saiyan, for example.
Yeah, and I think when you've seen kind of records being broken here, like an Australian team winning for the first time in pool play, I think if you're the North American sides here, you need to make sure you don't fall to one of those records and fall to maybe a European team who really probably shouldn't be finding a victory in this game. I think that the boys will be coming into this game knowing full well they are very much the underdogs. They have already played one game in pool play. They played against Oxygen. We saw it briefly on the main stage when we came to it between that original series, and they lost 3-0 to Oxygen Esports, who arguably are their closest competitor in this group when you look at seedings. So if that's anything to go by, E United are not just heavy favorites, but the heaviest of favorites. And if they don't win this 3-0, then I would be very surprised, but, and there is always a but, the boys now have had a chance to warm up to LAN. Maybe their shots are feeling a little bit better. Maybe that chemistry is starting to work. And who knows? They could do something here against the United.
See, Dan, you talked about the boys and them getting an opportunity to go to pool play and play against some of these great teams and how they were advanced from potentially being a higher seed in the AM bracket. In my head, I was probably more excited to watch the boys team go through that AM bracket, get repetition down, get some LAN experience, get some momentum behind themselves. So where when they made it to the pro bracket, they would have something to go off of. Now they're just being forced into a pool where obviously they're going to be the lowest seeded team. And because of that, they're probably going to be underdogs in every single series. That can do a lot to the confidence that they came into the tournament with if it doesn't go well. And we've already seen that their pool has started poorly, and they're only going to go uphill from here having to play against the United.
I think especially if you consider, I mean, if this team is going to carry on, stick together, and move forward in the European Halo scene, you don't want detrimental series where you're just going to get your confidence knocked. So I completely agree with you. Maybe an open bracket run might have been more beneficial, but at the same time, if you can go up against some of the best teams like E United, which you may not have had that opportunity to do so, then perhaps you can take something away from that. Maybe you can watch those VODs back, you can analyze what E United did against you. And I always think that's something that Europe have always struggled with, is not being able to play against North American teams, not being able to get that practice against the best of the best. And almost the European scene kind of stagnates. They hit a wall, we hit a ceiling, and then there's nothing to achieve after that because the very top European teams just kind of play against each other, and we never really get the opportunity to see Europe versus NA. But now we finally will, even though this is 5th best in EU against one of what, maybe 6th best in NA. I think there is very much a gulfing difference between these two teams.
There's definitely the 5 seed versus the 5 seed. It's just two completely different statures as far as what area they're playing in, right? I think personally, like I said, it would have been nice for them to go up against American AM teams and kind of climb that ladder. But right now, going up against E United, there's no room for mistakes. There's no room for errors. You're going to learn a lot quickly, and unfortunately, the game may be too quick and actually end earlier than you thought, and an opportunity to learn something may be lost.
And we talk about mindset, and you talk about the European team, the boys, and what it would be like for them if they were to lose several series. What would it be like if we saw, like on the other side, for example, if we saw E United actually lose a map? That's what would worry me, Clutch. But enough of us for now. I think we'll have a little bit of a chat with Lottie and see what her and the rest of the guys on the desk have to say.
Well, thank you very much, gents. Yes, I do have a lovely new array of Halo casters joining me today. Goofy, Walshy, Onset, lovely to have you up here. First of all, what a day so far. XSET performing out of their minds against Space Station when we thought, honestly, Space Station couldn't get much better than that first map that we saw, Strongholds Livefire. Goofy, though, we are on to our next series. Finally, thank goodness. Praise the Halo gods. We got E United up there versus the boys. Obviously with this matchup here, obviously E United, we've heard, some of these names, the household names in Halo now for such a long time. How do you think they're going to fare going up against the boys?
I think E United is set up to have a really good series, and this is going to be great for them because their expectations are to win this tournament. I think the boys is definitely going to have an uphill battle in this series. And we'll see if they can take a game or two, but I'm definitely expecting E United to come out guns blazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think E United definitely have a lot of experience under their belt. And Walshy, I couldn't think of a better person to talk about experience with than yourself. What are you noticing about the characteristics of this E United team, from what we've seen in the Opens and the qualifiers, etc., going up against the boys? What do you think they can use in their arsenal as a team? What's really favoring them in this matchup?
I mean, it's a loaded question because they just have so many things in their favor. You have playmakers, someone like Ryan who can get in, distract, and use all those different benefits that you have here in Halo Infinite. But you also have anchors and players that know how to sit back and do everything. You have Rain, who's just known for his consistent shots. So they just really have such a solid roster all around that I find it really difficult to believe that I think the boys could take them down.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough matchup for sure. And I think speaking of players specifically and what they bring to the table, I think it's hard to not talk about Spartan as well. Obviously, what we've seen in the Opens and the qualifiers, Spartan's actually been a main slayer for this team currently. He's playing his life really, really well. We know Halo Infinite, the survivability level is huge, and it is something that you really have to carry forward when you're going into series here, especially on the pro level. Talk to me about Spartan. What have you seen from this guy? Why is he really kind of causing a storm when he comes up against other players?
I think it's his consistency in his shot, in his movement, in his decision making. I think that's really helped out by his teammates as well. You're looking at the guys he's going up on his team, and they are making a lot of the plays ahead of Spartan for him. They clear a lot of space on the map, and it allows Spartan to do what he does best, right, which is get into positions to give them that cover fire, to get into those 1v1s where he has to win those battles, those engagements. And it's kind of like the team is molded around the way that Spartan wants to play. If you can do that with any player on a team, you're going to get the best out of him. And I think that E United recognized that early on in this lineup. If we can make Spartan the best Spartan he can be, we're going to have success. So I think that's what they've really tried to focus on. But I also need to say, Lottie.
Yes.
Come on, the boys! That's what's going to happen here. Come on, the boys!
We like to see a tight series, so come on, the boys. Now, talking about molding around a team, the team have to mold around the series layout, so let's check that out right now and see exactly what is coming their way in this second series of the day. We have CTF Aquarius up first. Our second map is going to be Recharge on Slayer. We've got Oddball Livefire for you guys as well, Street Strongholds, and if it does go all the way, we do have Bazaar Slayer as well. I've got to say, I'm really excited to see Streets getting played on LAN as well. We haven't seen Streets yet, of course. And Streets obviously lending itself to a more kind of claustrophobic map. It's all about the routes you take. It is, you know, got so many different avenues to play around there. I think one that you have to be very, very careful and tactical on. Goofy, talk to me about Streets, the way it plays, the way it lends itself to our pro players at the moment. What can you kind of tell the people at home to look out for there?
Streets is definitely one of the most fast-paced maps in Halo Infinite, right? So players like Ryan New will have a field day because you can run and gun and work with your teammates. That's what's going to win you games on Streets is teamwork and timing those weapons, right? Those rockets are so deadly on a small map like Streets. So I'm really excited to watch Ryan Noob and the crew really have a good map on Streets.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very excited about Streets for sure. And let's quickly talk about Slayer as well. If we know anything about Slayers, and folks at home, if you're just joining us and you're new to Halo, Slayers can lend themselves to be a little bit of a 50-50. This is the chance, this is a pivotal moment in this series where I think the underdog of the teams can really turn things around. They can kind of form a series maybe into their favor. It depends on how much momentum they do gain from that Slayer. Walshy, in your experience with Slayers, it's kind of down to the wire. There's quite a lot of pressure, isn't there, on the teams? You know, what do you think the boys do to try and gain that momentum, to try and swing that series into their favor when it comes to the Slayer?
Yeah, it's you know, very obvious. It's, you know, you talk about Slayers like getting kills and not dying, but there is something to be said for that, for when the times you get a lead. You don't want to throw away that 5 to 7 kill lead that you might get early on in the game, because if 3 or 4 of you go down, all of a sudden it's only a 2 or 3 kill game and you just blew everything you worked for previously. So I think it's really about, you know, making sure that you're maximizing the times that you get, you know, larger leads or control the map, and then minimizing the times where your team's on the back foot or losing those slays. And it's easier said than done, but it's all about controlling that, especially early on. Everyone tightens up at the end of the game. Everyone tightens up when it's like 35 to 45 kills on the board, but when it's like 15 kills on the board, people just like throw away their lives like it's nothing.
Yeah, do you know what? There's been so many occasions where I have seen teams be, you know, 49 to 45 or even lesser than that, and they've just choked and they couldn't get that kill because they're throwing themselves into situations that honestly they're not going to win. They're forcing that kind of challenge, and if you do that against the pro levels, you're going to go down. It doesn't matter what the pressure is, it doesn't matter what the stakes are. Those Slayers can be really, really exciting, so make sure you guys watch out for that at home as well. Now, Onset, I heard you say, come on the boys.
I did say come on the boys. Yep.
That being said, talk to me about the boys then.
I will talk to you about the boys.
What do you think these guys really need to do? What do they have to buckle down with to really try and take E United here and give them a really good run?
It's going to be tough. I mean, I'm not trying to oversell this here, right? I think they've got an uphill battle for sure. E United, one of the best teams that we have in Halo Infinite, and they seem to be getting better and better. Every single time I've watched them play online, they're getting better and better. And it's going to be very tough for these 4 handsome gentlemen that you can see on your screen here. But they do have some experience on their side. You know, they've got the likes of Morgan, they've got the likes of Robson, who have played at the highest level. They've been to Halo World Championships. The likes of Sandel and Snipe Hall, though, a little bit less experience at the highest level. So this is a great opportunity for them to go up against some of the best in the world, to prove themselves. And I think you have to kind of go into the series thinking, I want to be the team and the name to be remembered, right? Coming out of this, I want to upset E United. I want to put our names on the map and really announce ourselves in the best way possible. But I think it's just about, like Walsh said, it's about playing your life. It's about staying alive and making sure when you do get advantages, you're not afraid of E United. You've got to try and push them home. You've got to try and extend leads, go for objective when you have the opportunity, and just see it as like you're playing matchmaking, right? You're playing 4 Spartans on the map, nothing scary about them, just play your game.
Kind of scary. They have a pretty decent.
I was gonna say terrifying.
Spartan on the team.
If I matched up against someone in matchmaking, I'd be like, oh man, like, I got disconnected again.
Yeah, these guys are really good.
Wild.
Walshy, we're learning all your tricks here, man. We're learning all your tricks.
That's what we're learning here on the analyst desk.
Tricks of the trade. Tricks of the trade. I've got to say though, obviously E United, we have seen them quite a bit in the recent weeks, obviously leading up to Raleigh here, and Goofy, you know, we've kind of watched them excel, flourish. They've got a couple of 4th placements here, not doing too bad, especially for the start of the game here, and obviously still learning. You see the lovely boys here on our screens. You know, United, what do you expect from them at this stage? You're going to be watching this series, obviously going up against the boys. Are you going to be looking out for anything in particular that might kind of aid them going forward into the rest of the competition this weekend?
Yeah, I'm going to be looking for E United to really get their teamwork oiled up, right? This is going to be a series to kind of get their tournament kick-started. They have a bunch of tough matches ahead of them in this tournament. Like you said, Lottie, finishing 4th, and they haven't really been able to get over that hump and get into a grand finals just yet. But this team has the talent. You have Rain, you have Ryan, King Nick, Spartan, the main Slayer like we talked about. They have all the pieces to win a tournament. The question is, will they be able to?
Yeah, that definitely is the question. And I think, you know, from looking at social media and the way that kind of Spartan has been talking on social media about their placements, they're really happy with where they're at. I think they're happy at the trajectory of this team at the moment and where they stand currently. And I think this is the time to prove that. You know, you're on LAN, it's the first time. And if I know anything, I know that these guys who have a ton of experience under them know that LAN hits different. I'm going to talk like the kids now. I hope you know one of the kids. It does hit different, that is for sure. You get up there on that main stage, the lights are on you, you can hear the crowd, it kind of eggs you on a lot, and I think that's going to be really exciting for these guys once again to come forward for. I've got to say with E United in particular, I think right now, depending on the way that they play, I think just to start with on the main stage, I think they're going to be gunning for that top 3, if not to try and take it all. I think, would you say that that's a possibility for this United roster at the moment, Walshy?
It's a possibility. I mean, all these players, after attending so many tournaments, they understand that if they're going into this tournament, they have to have their eyes set on first and nothing less. I made that I made that mistake in one of my first tournaments. I was like, if I get top 8, that'd be so sweet. And I get like top 8 in the free-for-all, I'm like high-fiving people, not really caring about my next match. Not true, but I did end up only getting top 8. I didn't place further than that in my first free-for-all. But it really is a mindset. Like, you have to go in saying, you know, our goal is number 1. We have to respect the competition. They're all going to be so solid, and we're going to have to play amazing Halo or some of our best Halo to take them down. But first place is plausible, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely is plausible, and I think a lot of our teams here and a lot of the pro teams on the main stage, that is going to be a goal for them. That first place finish is a goal. No matter where they have placed in the qualifiers and the opens, that is why they're here. They come here to win, 100%. And speaking of winning, let's talk about the boys for one more second here. We've given a lot of love to United, but we do have another team up there. Onset, I'm going to look at you once again, man, just because of the routing that we heard from you.
Come on, the boys.
A little earlier on. come on, the boys. You know, with this roster right now, obviously they're going to be taking away a ton of experience from playing on the main stage here, but there is a chance that they can take down a United roster. We have seen stranger things happen, right? Yeah. And what do they need to do you think, in particular? For example, we have a ton of maps here, but we also have a ton of equipment. We have a ton of power-ups, power weapons on the map here. Is control going to be key to try and get those things first, to try and prioritize those over United and kind of stop the aid coming in for them?
Yeah, 100%. Of course it is. I think it's going to be the secret to anyone who plays against E United to keep certain things out of their hands. I'm not just talking about power weapons. You look at the likes of Ryan, for example, he's already mastered a lot of the equipment in the game. You see him with the repulsor hitting some pretty nutty jumps. You see him with the grapple finding some crazy angles to get across the map to help teammates to take up different positions, and he's a thorn in the side like he always is, right? It's like we say Ryan Uben, already think, hey, he's annoying to play against, right? But I think for the boys, it's a lot of it. I'm looking at this first game in the series, and I'm looking at Aquarius Flag because E United is super strong on this game type. They're one of the most impressive teams for me who actually play this game type. They control the closet side really well. They control those dynamo grenades extremely well, make those runs very, very efficient when they have that flag. If you can keep this game close, then I think it will give them a huge amount of belief. I don't believe that they might be able to take it home because of the fact that it is E United's game type. But if you put a couple of flags on the board, if you take this all the way down to the line, then you get to that Slayer, all of a sudden you realize you can hang with one of the best teams in the world. And I think the belief is a big thing, right? You go against the biggest names in the world, you've got to believe you can beat them before you actually beat them. If you can do that in a close game 1, then why not? You go into a game 2, a Slayer, you take that, and then all of the questions get asked in game 3.
Yeah, 100%. And while we're waiting for the game to start, everybody, because I promise you, we are trying to get into this game as fast as possible. We want you guys to be watching the action. Goofy, I just want to break down a little bit of what Onset said there, because that is something I definitely noticed as well from a lot of our opens and our qualifier, was that E United do play Aquarius CTF very, very well. And they have a very specific strategy when they go forward. I've seen Spartan countless times holding it in their base closet until they're comfortable enough, until they've slayed out enough to be able to take that flag all the way home. Is there a way you can break that down? Teams looking at what they have done so far in the game and kind of analyzed some of the VODs and thought, this is easy, we can take this down. They're going to have to switch up their strategy here.
I think what's going to be really important for either of these teams is to have a good opening start, right? So controlling that camouflage, getting into the enemy's base first, and really starting the flag runs, right? I think what the boys need to focus on in order to win this series, because I agree with Mark, Onset, you have to go into this series thinking you're going to win. Like, you have to have that, even if you're an underdog, you are trying to win this series. And in order to do that, you have to be the aggressor. So I'm looking for the boys to come out, win the opening start, and start running flags early.
Fantastic stuff. Well, I tell you what, you've probably had enough of us right now over here. And we're going to toss it to two very interesting people with a big update. And I believe they're actually over by Rockstar. So let's go check out Blaze and the Kid and see what they're up to.
Yeah, we over here, Lottie. We're at the Rockstar Energy Gladiator. You see this bad boy? It was just rolling over cars last week, okay? If you find yourself riding in here, nobody can be driving around you and be on the same level as we are, just elevated in this Jeep. It's really good, Kid, huh?
I might have to take this home.
You might have to, but guess what? If you guys at home, you guys want to ride this, well, you got a chance to win, all right? How can they win in the Kid?
Go to halo.rockstarenergy.com.
But check this out. When you go there, make sure you go pick up some Rockstar Energy drinks. Under the tab. We got codes under the tab, so make sure you check that out. Take a sip. Let's go. Back to you guys at the desk.
Well, thank you very much. You guys look nice and comfortable in that car.
Yeah, they're chill, didn't they? Yeah.
They look very chill. They got a couple of rock stars, and
it's cozy. It's
I can, yeah. You guys look like you are just straight chilling right now. Is there any room for us in the back? Because I definitely love a ride in that.
Honestly, Blaze keeping both hands on the wheel, though. You know what I mean? Like,
that's true.
I don't trust that guy.
Should you rockstar and drive, really?
I think it's fine.
Is that okay?
I think
we'll let it fly. We'll definitely let it fly. Talking about flying, though, we're going to see some EU players flying at United very shortly. Mark, I'm coming to you again. You are our staple UK man.
If you couldn't tell, I'm from England, everybody.
I don't know if you can tell. But obviously, incredible regions that we have here, all coming together. It's an incredible global event. And I've got to say, Europe are doing us proud. I think in all of the opens that we've seen so far for them, they have been lights out. We've seen some incredible Halo Infinite coming forward here. How do you find the EU region at the moment coming up against North America? What kind of a chance do you think that they have in really kind of breaking down those barriers we know from history?
It's a very interesting time for European Halo at the moment. Not only are we, in the same way that we're seeing in North America, seeing record brackets, record turnouts. I think we had 128 teams for one of the brackets, which is straight up unheard of in Europe for teams turning out to play Halo Infinite. But you're looking at the stature of players that we have, and there's the team at the top, the former Cartel lineup, who, have recently just been picked up by an organ. They have kind of changed everything and how everyone's looking at European Halo, because we talked about the same names for so long, right, in European Halo. We look at the Na'Vi lineup and we're like, okay, these are the best players in Europe, and everyone's thinking at the start of Halo Infinite going in, Na'Vi have got this. But that's not the case. Those four gentlemen have really changed things up, and it's been by quite a margin. They've been beating the likes of Na'Vi, the likes of SOG's team coming into things as well. And when you have a team like that that's really pushing the envelope and also playing in a way which you watch them and you're like, this is a very North American way of playing. They're playing an incredibly fast-paced game. They're kind of hunting in packs. They're flying at people, playing in duos. It's like, okay, well, we've seen Europe cause some problems over here in North America. Let's see what these boys can do. I'm really excited to see how they can actually do as we go through the brackets. I'm certainly going to be keeping my eye on them. But kind of in the grander scheme of things, you're looking at where the boys stack up at the moment. They were the team who came through the last qualifying place for Europe. So I think it's kind of like, we're not sure what to expect from them. They're obviously a very good team, but I think it's going to be a real test for them against the United. But also, there's regional pride on the line here as well. If they can put up a little bit of result here against E-United, trust me, the rest of the boys are going to be looking over the shoulder and going, go on, lads.
Yeah.
And then it's going to get a bit of belief. It's like, hey, we're not just here to play. But of course, a few upsets here in North America, a little bit like I am probably right now, because I'm in North America hyping up my European boys, but that's what I'm going to do right now, okay?
You really are. I think you're losing fans by the second. I'm joking.
I never had any to start with, it's fine.
You did.
Took my line.
We're fans. We're all fans here. Well, I tell you what, folks, we're going to head to a quick break right now as we let our players get ready on the stage, but very shortly you will be seeing E-United versus the European, the boys, of course. We're going to be right with you after this.
Are you up for a challenge? Build your Chipotle entree. Use promo code HALO117. Customize your Halo Infinite experience with challenge swaps from Chipotle. Visit chipotle.com/halo for details.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Open your third eye and welcome this ad to reach video game nirvana through Xbox Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game. Game Pass has PC games. Get your first 3 months for $1. Nirvana awaits.
Have we met?
I've had dreams that weren't just dreams. Time to fly. The only thing that matters to you is still here. I know it's why you're still fighting and why you will never give up. You don't know me, no? The Matrix Resurrections, rated R.
Nice play. Woo!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Halo Championship Series here in Raleigh. And we've got EU versus EU, but it's United versus Europe. We've got the boys going to try and represent Europe and see what they can do. Wes, first game is going to be Aquarius CTF. We heard from the desk about what they think, but I want to know from you, kind of what's the keys to victory on Aquarius CTF? Because it's the first time we're going to see it here in this tournament.
Yeah, I think the obvious answer is going to be controlling the sandbox. You got the heat wave, you got dynamo grenades, and you have the active camo. All of those are going to give you so much opportunity when it comes to situations, right? Situational advantages are massive on a map like Aquarius CTF. You really want to get control of the enemy's closet, though. You want to control that. That way you can block those spawns, run the fight to the closet. You have a little bit of shelter while you're running the fight across halfway. E-United's actually coined this in our Pro Series so far. They are a very strong Aquarius CTF team, so they see exactly the game type they want to see going into their first series of the tournament.
Well, there you can see the boys on your screen, and it was Snipeall originally. He's going to be your main slayer from the boys lineup, but he is going to have a lot to do. It's going to be difficult to slay against this E-United roster. And there's Rob Sin, previously Septic. A lot of you European fans at home will definitely know who this man is, and a few Americans maybe will remember him from Halo 5 championships as well. But he's rebranded, not Septic anymore. He said, I'm not allowed to call him Septic, so that's the only time I will mention it. He is now Rob Sin. But then there is Ryan Noob. Now, this United roster, I mean, I heard from the desk, whereas they were all saying, like, oh, well, you know, maybe the boys will have a chance. Give us the lowdown. Give us the realistic situation we've got in front of us here.
I'm known for being a little more brutal than the rest of the casters, and I think that's going to go on right now, right? I think E-United is here to stomp in this series. I think they want to make a statement. They want to set the tone for the rest of the tournament. I expect that to be done even in game one.
And they should make a statement, and we'll be expecting them to, but there always is a but, and that's why Onset was saying, come on the boys, and quite rightly, as an Englishman, he should be supporting an English team. But the real question is, are they able to achieve anything here? Are they even going to be able to take a map? That's my question, because a map would be huge, and it would give them so much confidence, not just in this series, but going forward for the rest of their tournament. Because remember, this is only pool play, Wes.
If you're the boys, you just want a highly contested games, right? You don't want to get blown out. You don't want E-United to run away with these games, and unfortunately, Halo Infinite right now is a lot of opportunity in the aggressiveness, and the team that has control usually takes control and continues control. And what does that mean for the boys? That means they're going to be probably playing from a deficit a large amount of this series. Can they figure out ways to minimize the damage when they give up that kind of control? That's going to be a step in the right direction if they want to make this a highly contested series.
Well, there you can see the series layout on your screens. We begin things with Capture the Flag on Aquarius, as I mentioned, and then we move to Slayer Recharge, Oddball Livefire, and then if we need them, which Clutch tells me we definitely won't need them, Stronghold Streets and Bazaar Slayer. And what worries me about looking at this, I spoke to the boys. I spoke to Robson. I said, hey, you know, what do you think your best maps are? I've seen the stats, but what's your best map? What's your worst map? They say their best map is probably Streets. Well, that's game 4. Their worst map, Recharge. That's game 2. That concerns me, and I think that United fans should take a lot from that and expect quite a lot of dominance.
If you can pay attention to Halo throughout its history, typically the underdog's best opportunity to steal a game is that game 2 Slayer in the best of 5. You have to figure out a way, if you're the boys, to win Recharge Slayer. If you don't, you're not going to see a game 4. These 2 objectives in games 1 and 3, I'm going to E-United, and I think in a heavy favor.
Yeah, I think that E-United will be confident going into this, but at the same time, they'll be using this as a chance to really warm up, get used to playing on LAN again, get used to playing on that main stage, and a chance to impress their fans. I mean, there's the United skins on sale in the game. I'm just saying, if they put on a show, maybe that's an extra person buying a skin and going towards a little bit of their pockets. So certainly a chance to impress not just the fans at home, but also the fans in this audience. I've been impressed with the United throughout the online tournaments. Sure, they've had their ups, they've had their downs, but they've had some fantastic results. And I think considering this is what, maybe the 5th, 6th best team, maybe even a little bit higher, some may say, in North America, they do have a chance to push themselves a little bit further, don't they?
You see, I'm not impressed yet. I expect E-United to be in the top 6. I expect E-United to have made a run to potentially a finals in one of these qualifiers. They were unable to do so, and now they leave me wanting more. I know these guys as players, they are so individually talented. They are so, they're so good and practiced as far as it goes down to strategy and going over things and being a professional team that goes over theater and correctly wants to figure out the mistakes they make and minimize those and never make those again. E-United has learned so much about the game, but they haven't been able to put that into the results of the qualifiers as of yet. This is a big tournament for E-United for me, because if they don't make a statement here, then you're going to see that upper tier of North American teams really start to extend themselves from that second tier, I would say.
And they really need to make sure they start off with a bang here as well. This is just a potential hurdle right at the start of the race. I know the boys maybe a somewhat small hurdle in the grand scheme of things, and certainly that's how E-United will look at it, but they are a team that will not underestimate any squad, and I don't think we're going to see them take their foot off the pedal. You've got an opportunity here not just to impress your fans, but also increase your stats. You know, I'm a big stats man, and I'm going to be saying, hey, you know what, you went plus 20 20 across the event, you could get plus 20 in this game.
There's certain players that really dominate the lesser teams. When they're a heavy favorite, there's certain players that just tend to always statistically go off. Spartan the Dog, King Nick, those two players stick out to me as people, I call it eat teams. And when I say eat teams, I mean they typically dominate statistically. I'm expecting big numbers out of those two as we go into game one.
Well, game one is Aquarius Capture the Flag, one of our arena-based games, and it really does give me vibes of Onslaught of Midship. It's my favorite one in Halo Infinite. Very simple. You go over, you grab a flag, you bring it back to your base, and you will score. But it is first to 5 flag captures to win. Sometimes difficult to achieve in Halo Infinite, but I have a feeling E United will be most certainly looking to try and go for the 5-0 here, Wes. And the boys, they just need to try and stay on top of E United. Do not allow them to overwhelm them. Don't allow them to outslay them heavily. Get hold of that heat wave on the map. Show what you can do. It's EU versus EU.
Yeah, we're already hopping on board with Rain. You see him immediately go to his closet. He's going to want to control that, but what does United do best? They control the enemy's closet. Don't be surprised when Rain makes his way over there as soon as he can.
Yeah, this is what you'll see a lot of teams kind of calling the car side, and it is the desirable side of the map, as the first camouflage and the first pull is going to go into the hands of E United. Rhino running this one. Nick is going to be floating around, and look at this, trigger discipline. He should be able to go for a big back smack, but at least we've seen the boys maybe suss something out, smell something out, and realize that Nick was going to be there and waiting, but flag number 1 is already in possibly record time.
Yeah, I'm not one to point out statistics just yet in the game, but not even a death for E United as the first cap gets put in. That's a bad sign for the boys.
Yeah, there has been 4 down several times already for the boys, and they really just need to pick themselves up, try and group up, but the Dynamo nades are coming in, and the whole of E United are just absolutely pummeling the boys at this point. And Nick says, you know what, let's just get another flag on the go, and it's going car side once more.
I mean, I said they coined this in the online qualifiers, and back-to-back flags are going to be run to this Dynamo side through both the closets across the bridge. You're going to see Nick punch this one in, and still no one to die yet on E United.
No one to die and no kills on the side of the boys. This is difficult to watch, but there's another flag being run. And I tell you what, if I'm E United, I'm looking at those stats and I'm saying, hey, maybe we could make a little bit of history here and really show the dominance of North America compared to Europe. Sniper trying his best to get round, and Robson has managed to put a kill on the board. So the boys, at least now, have started to get firing.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not a game of Team Slayer. That's actually probably fortunate for the boys as well. But as in a game of CTF, you're going to have to figure out a way to get some kills. They've got 2 to their name right now. Morga does get a kill there, I believe. Actually, he goes down as well. So still fighting for map control, and it's easier said than done right now because E United seem to be hot already.
But this is capture the flag, right? Even though all that dominance at the start of the game, it's still only 2-0. So there is still a real chance that the boys could, manage to get some kills on the board, manage to get a little bit of map dominance, and who knows, maybe they could get a flag pull. But it's Nick once more running this flag. The boys just don't seem to be able to get off their spawn. They don't seem to be able to get any top-middle control, and it's 3-0 now to E United.
As we continue to flip screens across E United, notice each one of them sandbox, right? Notice each one of them has been scavenging across the map. We see Thrust in the back pocket of Nick. It's going to give him every advantage. He's got a teammate with the heat wave. I mean, they are just collecting everything they can, using it to their advantage, and that's why they've been able to go up 3-0 in the first 3 minutes of the game.
Well, we've had an impressive start here from E United, and Nick really asserting his dominance. It was an impressive start throughout the online tournaments from E United as well. I know you said, Wes, you were expecting a little bit more, but they had an 80% win rate throughout those online qualifiers. Even though they had a few losses, maybe they wouldn't have liked to actually have gone across, at least they were able to still be statistically on top. On the side of the boys, they had a 70% win rate. So even though maybe they're getting overshadowed here, they still had an impressive performance in Europe.
Different competition, though. Completely different competition. And like I said, E United, they tend to do well against teams that they are favorited against. It's the teams where they're underdogs. It's that top 4 in North America they typically struggle with. We want to see them play up to their potential this weekend. They're already doing so in this game, but we'll see how consistent they are throughout not only this series, but pool play and on.
Well, Sniper, the main slayer of this squad, just demonstrating that he can at least managed to get a couple of kills on the board, but the flag, I don't think it was quite reset. Will just about tick over before United are able to grab that one and run a fourth one in. But certainly at the moment for the boys, at least they're able to somewhat stabilize, but they're not having a chance to reset. They're not having a chance to breathe here.
Well, hold on. We got a flagpole here. There's some control of the map that they've been able to get. They got it into the closet. Unfortunately, it does look like they lose 2. And because of it, that flag's going to be returned. But that was the first real opportunity we've seen the boys have any control whatsoever.
Sometimes you've just got to try and play the counter strategy. Maybe wait for United to pull those flags, try and catch them off guard, get the numbers advantage, and then you go for the flag, as yet another flag has been pulled by Sandel, but it has been quite quickly shut down by United here. Rhino got yet another camouflage. Another thing that we have to focus on, that United have been controlling this power up, they've been ensuring they have top middle control, and the camo really can make a difference here.
They are starting to pick up kills, that is in the boys, so that is a good sign for them. They've been able to kind of weather the storm. Unfortunately, the scoreline being 3-0 is never something you want to see, especially on Aquarius right now. Rhino wreaking havoc here. Top green, and unfortunately for the boys, they seem to be trapped in this corner, and that's not a great position considering their flag is being pulled once again through the closet.
It's the speed of which United are playing at the moment I think the boys really weren't ready for, and this has been an ongoing debate with Europe and North America, the speed of play. Certainly the 2 top European teams at the moment are starting to catch up a little bit, that being Ascend and Quadrant, but we are talking about the boys here, the 5th seeded team coming from the European region, and they just haven't been able to quite find that pace just yet. Still 3-0 though, and not a 4th flag gone in just yet, but one has just been tossed and maybe will be scored 4-0.
I mean, you see dynamo grenades and a thrust in the back pocket of Rain as he punches that flag in, and that's just an overall, like, that's a great kit to have. You're able to not only punch that flag in, but create some space right off of it with some teamwork there with the double kill in the closet. Once again, you see E United storming into the closet right after they pick up those kills. The gang's all here, control back in E United's favor, and they're looking to close this game out.
That's going to be 3 dead with those shots. Morga, the last remaining player of the boys, and at least he'll get a kill onto Rain, does his job, but what else can he do as the rest of E United flood into the base to ensure that he can just be a mere bystander to this flag being run, the last and final 5th flag, but there is still someone there. Sniper will sweep in, take down Nick, so there is still life in this game just yet.
Yeah, 2 go down for E United, so the boys in a great opportunity to extend this game, maybe make it last a little bit longer, get more of an opportunity to win some gunfights, build some confidence going into game 2, because right now, even though this game's probably all for naught, being down 4-0, you want to figure out ways to get momentum going into game 2.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even though 5 minutes may seem like a long time, I feel if E United suddenly feel like they're going to be on the back foot, they can easily just kind of post up, slay, and then it becomes increasingly difficult for the boys to get in that base and pull that flag. But they will at least try and go toe-to-toe with E United here, try and get some more slays on the board, try and get some more confidence as Spartan is running yet one more flag.
I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but look how 3 members of E United were in the closet all together, pushing out into the flag. You see Spartan knows it's his position to grab that flag. The other 2 are able to slay, but that closet control is so important. Is this play going to be expected? The Sniper with a one-on-one does end up trading, but unfortunately that means all 4 dead for the boys, and that last flag is going to be punched in for E United.
Yeah, I think it was a race of who could actually pick up that flag, who could score the 5th as a dominant and impressive 5-0 performance from E United. I think that's what we expected. I think that's what was written in the script here, but I think we have to focus on just how efficient this E United roster team was there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was total control from the start to the finish. Fortunately for the boys, they were able to weather the storm for a little bit, get a few kills. Nobody got goosed, but still the result the same, 5-0, and that's a dominant performance from E United. Exactly what E United fans wanted to see coming into this tournament.
And it was a difficult start for the boys as well. It took them a couple of minutes before they got a kill on the board. It was very much the E United show, and I started to wonder whether we were going to see a game where all 4 players weren't able to get a kill, but that would have been extremely impressive on a game time like this.
Never have we seen that, especially in a pool play outcome of 2 professional teams going at it. That would have been a very incredible performance from E United, but still, I mean, they got the job done. Everything went their way. And if you're looking at the boys' perspective, you have to do a better job of getting some map control to be able to compete for camos and heat waves and dynamo grenades in order to even try and stay in some of these games a little bit longer.
I think now we move into game number 2, and it is a recharge Slayer, and it is an opportunity for any team to get back into things. We've already said this, that Slayers are usually the game type where the lower seeded team might actually be able to achieve something, might be able to get something. But unfortunately, we're going to be in a situation where this is one of the worst game types on the side of the boys. They have already told me, I spoke to them, they said, you know, Recharge, we're just not very good at it. And that worries me, that concerns me.
Yeah, it should concern you because we talk about the Slayer being the biggest opportunity that some of these underdogs have in these best of fives. You really want to see the boys get off to a hot start. Maybe get a numbers advantage, secure that camo, turn it into like a camo sword play, and potentially get out to an early lead. Because if they can play with an early lead, maybe they can trade kills efficiently enough to stay in the game the whole way through and sneak out a win at the end. But that's really the only recipe for success if you're looking from the boys' perspective. United going to look to continue to push that pedal to the metal and finish this series as soon as possible.
Yeah,
as soon as possible.
I mean, that's what I was going to ask you. Like, Recharge Slayer is arguably one of the, well, possibly the slower game types that we have in this map pool, right? You've got the opportunity, you can have that kind of lockout standoff at times where one team's towards the red side, one team towards the blue side, which would benefit a European team. It has to be said, we do like to play a little bit slower over in the European region, but I don't think that United are going to allow it to be played like that.
Yeah, I think United is going to play as fast-paced as they can possibly play. United loves to play fast-paced anyway, so it fits their play style. Knowing that they have the advantage in individual skill, have the advantage in the teamwork, the strategy, probably every factor that they're going into the series with, they're going to look to dominate this team. And when they do that, they're going to look to suffocate them and force split spawns and keep numbers advantages at all times. Don't be surprised if this is a very fast Team Slayer.
One thing that I do want to say about the boys and what I love about Halo Infinite and the fact it is kind of free to play, anyone can play, you can play on any device, you can be playing on your controller, you can play on mouse and keyboard, is that you've got 4 European players here who probably didn't even think they would be in North America right now, let alone competing in pool play. But it shows that anyone, if you can kind of get a team together, you enter one of these open tournaments, who knows, you might be able to get enough seeding points to actually come over and play against the best teams in the world. And the boys really have to now take something away from this series against E United. And who knows, maybe it could be actually a victory on a Slayer. I think if they're going to get a result, this is their best chance, regardless if it is one of their worst or best maps. Recharge Slayer, Wes, talk me through the kind of fundamentals of this map. How do you win?
I think you win by continuing to control these power positions like top BR and top commando, right? Every one of these angles, you have so much of an opportunity to pepper damage for your teammates to clean up these kills. You're already seeing Nick kind of anchor that position. Unfortunately, he gets taken down, and this is actually a great start for the boys. As they secure camo, we'll see what Morg is able to do.
Starting strategy, very important in any game of Halo Infinite, and the boys have shown just that. The camo now could be very influential. Morga has a chance to finish a kill, will take down Rain, and now can look to jump up towards top batteries, towards yellow, and maybe do a little bit of a damage with a backstab. Has support as well, extremely important that you always have a teammate nearby, and this shock rifle, if it goes into the right hands, could be very dangerous indeed.
Okay, here we go. 5-1, make it 6-1 off that kill from Morga with this camo, and already the boys have more kills almost than they did in the entire Aquarius CTO.
Yeah, maybe Robson just lied to me, and maybe Recharge is actually a good map for them, who knows, but there's the shot starting to be hit. Morga showing that EU can turn up a little bit as a double kill now is found. They just need to make sure they don't get ahead of themselves, but I love the confidence there, turning back, trying to hit the triple.
I love the bait and switch we just saw in Pipes. That shows the teamwork, the veteran shit that you talked about before this series started for the boys. They're going to have to lean on teamwork to try and take down this United roster.
Yeah, they cannot allow United to get ahead, get control, and really start to dominate them and consistently press them and not allow them to breathe, which is what happened in that Aquarius CTF game. But Rain at the moment, somewhat on the back foot, just hovering around the kind of long haul area, but he can see these grenades coming into him. But he desperately wants to get these grenades so he can fight back. He has no shield, but I think the most important thing here is he's still alive.
The boys actually did a really good job of having their reticle on the exact placement of those frag grenades. So as soon as Rain went for him, they shot the frag grenades, blew him up. So deny Rain from picking up those frags, actually knock him to no shield. This is a very pivotal moment in this game right now. As the first kill with Sword comes through from Morga. You see the boys now with no camo on the map to be played with. How are they going to be able to play against E United without the same power curve that they had earlier on?
Well, Morga's starting to put on a bit of a show here. Arguably the objective player of this team, if I had to be honest, but you wouldn't know it with the start he's had with the shock rifle, now has the sword in the back pocket. But there's a lot of responsibility if you have the sword. You cannot afford to give it away. Don't allow E United to set up with a sword. Otherwise, it could be very detrimental to you. But he already knows there's someone trying to push him at yellow here. Has to just hold down, hold his fort here. Don't give anything away.
He didn't know a player was right behind him on that bat ledge, but that player actually fell to the battery, so Morga's safe for now. They have to figure out a way to keep him alive because he's in such a crucial position to anchor for his team.
This is the thing, if they slow this down too much, it's going to allow E United to start to slay, to start to get comfortable, but the sword can do damage, but not enough, just can't quite get there with the swipe. And now, unfortunately, this is where it could get bad news for the boys. They've given away that sword. Have they given the chance for E United to really start to take control of this game?
I think we'll be looking back on that exact play, hoping, wishing that Orga was able to get that double kill, unfortunately, because he goes down. E United not only take the lead, but they now have control of the power weapons as well. So if you're the boys, you have to slow this game down, but I'm not sure E United's going to allow that to happen.
19-14, so after that impressive start, it's now E United who have taken control by 5. And with the shot rifle in the hand of King Nick here, this could start to get a little bit ugly. If he can take some angles, take some faces, the boys might start to just dwindle away. They just need one good push, though. Take this setup away from E United, get the power weapons. The first shot's missed, but the sword is there for that exact reason. Killing spree for E United's King Nick.
If you can't do it with the gun, pull out the sword, close the distance, and get the easy kill. The killing spree comes through. Nick at 7-4. I talked about how he's going to be a vital piece to E United's tournament run. He's already starting off very well so far in these first 2 games. A nice shot with the shock rifle there. Nick showing you just why this United roster picked him to be their 4th.
Yeah, and I think the shock rifle can do so much damage as it comes in again and again, as Nick's starting to really put on a demonstration of what the shock rifle can do. Doesn't get the triple kill, but it doesn't matter because the damage was already done. And now this lead has managed to increase to a significant amount. It's by 12 now to 29-17, and the boys, after such an impressive start, have really dropped off.
The game was very close when you saw the boys in control. The second E United gets control of the game, look at the score, Dan. Already 30-18, make it 19 though. And E United is really starting to run away with this now that they have complete control of the map and they can basically force the boys where they want them to be.
Great confidence shown by Nick, just grappling his way towards enemies, away from enemies, making sure he's within a distance of his teammates, and now he's just full sending this one with the Mangler. Doesn't want to give this away, but he certainly just allows the rest of the team to push with him. It's a killing frenzy for Nick.
He can do it with the shock rifle, the sword, the Mangler, the BR. Nick doing it all right now, picking up a brand new fresh shock rifle as well. Unfortunately, the frenzy gets stopped, but King Nick already doing the damage and creating the difference in this scoreline.
Yeah, Nick with 12 kills, but there's plenty of assists for Rain. 9 assists for him at the moment, so a great contribution and great teamwork being demonstrated by E United right now. A little bit of a dance in the Whirlpool area will allow Nick to get away, and thankfully a teammate once more is there to clean things up. But as things slow down, I think for the boys, this is going to be a very uphill battle if it wasn't already. They like to play a little bit slower, and E United are just consistently pushing the spawns. They're running as a wolf pack. They're always in a 2, and the boys really struggling off spawn.
We did just see the boys slow it down, and they just went 3 for 1, make it 4 for 1 and 4 for 2 now that they've killed that sword player. A great job by Snipeball there. But they weren't able to slow it down earlier, and because of it, they now have this 15-kill deficit that they're having to play around. It'd be almost a miracle for them to try and come back now.
I think we almost bring it back to when we had the impressive start from the boys, and when they were on top of the game, maybe they didn't take advantage of that. Maybe they weren't aggressive enough. Maybe they tried to slow it down too early when they had the sword in the control room area, and now this deficit is just too much. But Snipeball has been impressive in this life. He has got a few kills on the board, certainly has fantastic aim, and I have been impressed with what he's been able to achieve in Europe, but maybe one step too far here in North America, as Ryan has managed to get one more camo.
A massive mistake from the boys right there. They actually had numbers advantage, and somehow no one's looking at camo. It allows Ryan Noob to be sneaky, pick that thing up, gets the first kill, picks up grapple. Can he get into the window and stay alive? Yes! And now Ryan Noob with Mangler camo look to close this game out.
Great movement from Ryan Noob, and really just chasing his prey at the moment. He's very much the hunter. And they managed to get up to 46. So camo plus shock rifle, we can pretty much sit exposed. As I say that, the camouflage does dissipate. But 47-31, this one is all but over. Apart from a miracle, perhaps, from the boys. 3 more required, and it looks like they're going to try and get this done here and now. The shock rifle doing the initial damage, the Mangler finishing the player off. And with 1 more required, the boys will probably just have to put their hands up, say, okay, we've been outclassed, we've been outmatched. We had a great start. We went toe-to-toe with one of the best teams in North America here in this map, but it was not enough, as E United should just about put the 50th on the board.
Yeah, and taking a look at the scoreboard right now as they get the last kill, 50 on the board. Spartan the dog, we didn't see much of a screen. He had 16 kills in that game. E United up in the series now 2-0.
Yeah, a very confident display again. There was a little bit of a shaky moment right at the start for E United, but again, that does demonstrate how important starting strategies are. And I mean, if that was E United going up against, I don't know, let's say Optic Gaming, and they went, you know, 10-2 down or whatever the score was at that point, then I'd be saying, okay, well, I'm a little bit worried for United. But they showed that they individually can go toe-to-toe with these European boys quite comfortably.
Yeah, one of the things I always talk about is the power curve that we have in Infinite. With all of the sandbox on the map in these competitive settings, you're able to, when you have control, you're able to extend your lead or come back from massive deficits because of those situational advantages the sandbox can give you. We didn't see the boys take really advantage and extend the score too much when they had control early on, right? It was nearly a neck-and-neck game. The second we saw E United get control of those power-ups and power weapons, I mean, the score line just flew in their favor. That was really the turning point in my head as far as the difference between these two teams is one compressed their advantages and the other one having a very hard time in doing so.
Well, there's the series layout. 5-0 on Aquarius CTF, 50-36 on Slayer Recharge after a slow start for United, which moves us over to Oddball Livefire. One thing I did pick up on when we were looking at the player cams there, an entirely different story in the visuals. I was impressed to see the boys kind of discussing things in a quite a decent manner as well. There wasn't any kind of complaints coming out from any of the teammates. They were just saying what went wrong, what went right, and I love that. They need to build from this. On the other side, for United, it's just another day in the office for them. They were very calm, not much discussions. They know that they're getting the job done here.
Yeah, it's not a United's first rodeo, right? These guys are tried, true veterans, each one of them having competed for years and years at this point. They understand exactly what to do in a series where they come in as heavy favorites. They want to get the job done as fast as possible and focus on the series that they may consider themselves underdogs in. Right now, we're seeing unbelievable individual performances out of all of United, mainly King Nick and Sparty. I called them to step up as the Slayers for this squad in this series, and we're seeing that statistically through both maps 1 and 2.
Now, something I wanted to ask you, Wes, is how much can a European team take away from a series like this when realistically, are United playing the way that they would play against an Optic, against a Cloud9? Because some of those pushes I'm seeing with the Mangler grappling towards 2 players, I don't think you'd see that in a grand finals or in a winners bracket finals.
I think we might. I think
you
with
really
the way that Halo Infinite's played, it's so fast-paced, and you're always wanting to press your teammates, suffocate them, not allow any space, not allow them to even get all 4 players alive. So I expect players like Saiyan, Frosty to be in your face with the grapple, the Mangler, the sword, name it. They're going to be up close and personal. They're going to be trying to create whatever advantage as fast as they can for their teams. The best players are doing that, and unless we see more European, Australian teams adapt to that playstyle, they're just going to get bulldogged like we saw in that game too.
Nice little wink to the camera from Morga as well. It's good to see them enjoying themselves. That's what they've got to do. Like, it's not every day you're going to get the chance to play in pool play. They may never get to play in pool play again. Who knows? So you really need to just kind of thrive, enjoy this moment. It's a moment that I'm sure many a player would love to do. All the open bracket teams competing would love to get to the championship bracket and play on main stage. But map number 3 is going to be Live Fire Oddball. And if anything is to go by from those first 2 maps, it's going to be a difficult one here for the boys.
It's going to be very difficult, especially if this snipe can get into the hands of that Spartan the Dog, Rain, or King Nick, honestly. All 3 of those players, incredible when it comes to sniping. I love Rain's point of view, so I'm hoping we get an opportunity to hop on board with him throughout this game. I haven't seen much of him this series. He's got the ball in hand, doing his job as the objective player, but he can slay with the best when he's on.
So as a reminder, Oddball on Halo Infinite has some slight changes from what you might be used to as a veteran Halo fan. It is now round-based rather than just to a set scoreline. So it's a best of 3, it's first to 2 points, and it is 100 points on the board to achieve 1 round point. And from the start, I mean, E United have been able to get 3 dead twice now on the side of the boys. The boys really struggling to match the slaying power of this E United roster. And already we're seeing a ball setup towards tower.
A tough kill for the boys right there. Ryan New barely gets the headshot as that player picks up the overshield. Because of it, he's not able to activate the overshield, leaving Ryan New with the overshield. And now the one player with snipe that I said I wanted E United to pick up, and now has it. You're seeing Ryan New with this overshield, see if he can make something happen top middle.
Well, they know that he's there, but Ryan New confidently peeks out with a little bit of overshield left just to ensure that he gets that kill, as the time's still ticking up for E United, and the boys need to band together. They need to ensure they go for a push, and that's not what you want to see. One individual player pushing behind and getting taken down, because now the boys are at a disadvantage. 3 players versus 4, and realistically, they've got to try and delay this, wait for the spawn, but they're not able to do so. Morga takes some battle rifle bullets to the head.
Look at this angle with the snipe. Ryan New jumping up on that box, being able to look front tower there, could land a nice body shot, dealing a ton of damage from an unsuspected angle. I love that kind of stuff from Ryan Noob. He's one of the best to do that. Really find off angles, find different situations to give his teams advantages, where he can just be a pesky player. 2 kills do come through for the boys, but the ball being rotated right now, and Rain's still that ball carrier. Over 65 points already.
Yeah, this is a ridiculous amount of time to be found, and it's already been rotated towards green as well, to the B area if you're used to playing strongholds. And I love this angle, an angle that I'm sure a lot of you are playing. It just allows you to avoid grenades coming in, and also gives you the opportunity to maybe surprise your opponent, get some initial shots. There is a couple of kills that have gone in the way of the boys, but they're immediately traded out here by E United. Spartan does have a little dance with Sandel, but on this time, Sandel wins the tango.
First mistake for E United in the series, I would say. They don't play the ball, they get slayed, and now the boys were in a perfect position to pick that up and get some time of their own. How long can the boys keep this setup?
Well, I'd love to see them have a setup that gets them back into the game, but unfortunately, here in Garage, it's a very difficult setup. You're very vulnerable to grenades, you're very vulnerable to pushes from several angles, and that's exactly what you've seen already. E United taking down 2 members of the boys. Morga has to kind of try and hold his own here. Does have a Mangler in his back pocket, but it's not going to be enough. The grenades come through. Robson and Morga fall, and just like that, the setup broken. Ball time goes back towards E United.
The second E United get 2 dead, they swarm the last 2. Morga doesn't have an answer for that amount of numbers, that amount of DPS coming through. And right now, Spartan with the snipe. One of the most lethal players on the E United roster, a main slayer for this squad, given an opportunity to showcase his skills right here and now.
Ticks over to 100, and as it ticks over, Spartan stands up and says, "Thank you very much for allowing me to have that shot right through the visor," as Richard Sims would say. And it's a 1-0 advantage in rounds here on Oddball Live Fire, and certainly an impressive way to finish the round.
Unbelievable shot there from Spartan, and if he had had an opportunity to use the rest of that ammo, we would have seen a highlight, I would assume. Already taken down, though. The boys start off with 3 dead. Unfortunately, only 1 goes down for E United, and already you see E United once again in the second round jumping out to a lead. Spartan's got the snipe, and we're back in the same situation we just ended the first round in.
This is a worrying situation for the boys. You want to avoid Spartan, because otherwise things are going to start to happen like that. Snipeball is the first one to take a bullet to the brain, and now it looks like Spartan just wants to actually make a little show reel here, wants to put a highlight reel, make a montage, going for the no-scopes, eventually does hit, and with such confidence, unfortunately, he does go down eventually.
Very confident play as Spartan went for the no-scope multiple times in that situation. You can see he's just oozing confidence with his gameplay right now. We'll see if that continues when he starts to play a more intense series, but beautiful shots from Ryan Noob as well for the double, and it's like everyone on E United playing individually well right now.
Ryan Noob providing the wiggles for everyone to watch, as Nick does get taken down with the heat wave, so that's gone into the hands of Robson here, but it's, again, 51-0, and unfortunately for the boys, they've not been able to get the ball, they've not been able to get the setup. They have been able to somewhat slay out E United to stop this time from going towards that 100 mark, but it is not going to be enough for them to set up themselves, as Spartan just scampering away through bottom middle here. And the survivability I'm seeing from E United, extremely impressive.
Yeah, great job by Spartan to stay alive there. It's not easy to choose what the right direction is there, but we do see a few kills come in from the boys. They have the ball at tower, so this another real opportunity to get a setup, maybe a chunk of time, get back into the second round, maybe push it to a third.
E United probably saying, and Spartan probably saying, hey, can we just delay this one a little bit? Let's not win this one just yet. Let's wait for that sniper to come up so I can start to have a couple more montage clips on board.
I've seen players like Royal 2 extend games when they know they have the series won in order to get their stats up. I hope that's not what we're going to see from E United.
Who knows? At the moment, they just need to get this ball away from the boys. A clever play ball, but it is going to mean control going back into the hands of E United, as the ball will be reset. But Rain is going to be in a position here to stop anyone who wants to go for it. He will wait, and the ball will be taken. And that's an interesting repulsor. I didn't know what was attempted there, maybe to try and jump top middle, but either way, it does not matter because they're going to be putting more ball time on, which means the boys have to break this setup soon. Otherwise, this series will be finished.
Great rotations by Ryan Noob to double back from the pillars into bottom mid with this ball. Just so much situational awareness so far from E United in this ball play so far. We've seen perfect rotations multiple times that have extended their control.
I like this as well. Even though they didn't have much control of the map in that particular scenario, they were just holding the ball towards bottom middle. They were making sure that if they did die, the ball was going to be in a vulnerable spot where they could push from it from spawn as 2 Slayers go towards the United once more. The boys in 2 versus 4 here. Nick just scouting the map to see if he can find one, will find one, and Robson suddenly the last player remaining for the boys. They've got one last push here to try and get back into this game.
80-19 right now. The snipe in King Nick's hand. He's going to get a free back smack on Sandel. Does he know these players are going to be brutes? The answer to that's going to be no. He's got a heat wave in his face. He's taken down, and this could be the last push of the series for the boys.
Should be the last push unless someone can sneak behind, but two have gone down. Rhino now having a 1v1 here, does get the initial damage, but all the meanwhile, the ball is still being held by the United roster, and they only need 4 more points. Desperate times for the boys as they try and stop it, but it looks like 99 will tick over, but not quite to 100 just yet. The boys arrive just in time to keep this series and this game just about alive.
You saw E United try and throw the ball to the last player alive, maybe get that last second. It didn't work out in their favor, and now the boys, with their series lives on the line, cannot allow another point to be scored.
I mean, I have seen comebacks like this, but this is going to be a difficult one. A nice perfect from Rain to make it even harder, and I tell you what, things have gone from bad to worse. The overshield has been grabbed, 2 are now down, the ball has been reset, it's only 1 second that remains, and it's going to be 3-0 to E United in this series. A very confident and impressive display, and I'm sure the boys would have learned a lot from that series.
Got a lot to learn and a lot to improve on right now if you want to play with America's best. E United just the 5th seed from North America, but playing as strong as ever. They can really take this tournament if they can find the level of consistency with what we just saw.
And it is worth being said again, this is the 5th seed from Europe. It is a team who maybe didn't expect to be playing in pool play here today, were maybe thinking they'd be in the open bracket. They were given the opportunity and they deserve the chance to play in pool play because they have impressed in the European region, but unfortunately just couldn't match faces like that. Beautiful.
Spartan flexing not only in his photo shoot, but in pool play already. Massive stats from him as expected. If E United want to go to the distance in this tournament, it will be on the back of Spartan the Dog flexing on some of our top teams.
And of course, we've seen a different E United across the online tournaments. We saw a very impressive E United. We then saw an E United who dropped off when they lost the rematch versus Sentinels in the most recent online qualifier. How far do you think this roster can go? I know it's difficult to compare it when they're playing against an EU team. Clearly, there is a gulf of difference between the two. But do you think there's capabilities of anything higher than the top 6? Do you think top 3 is on the tables?
I think this team can win. I think this team has put in so much work, has put in so much dedication, and they're all on the same page. They want to win. They know they can win. I think they can win. It's just a matter of can they find consistency. Something we haven't pointed out throughout this entire series is the pickup of Chig and what he does as a head coach, a veteran in Halo. He's played over 10 years of professional Halo, had so much success. He's going to be a calm, peaceful voice in their ear. He's also going to bring a lot of experience and knowledge when it comes to how to play around each other and be that extra voice that could potentially give them a leg up against some of our best teams.
I do want to say we really made it hard for production with this kind of height difference between the two. They didn't think about this, Cass. There we go. That's a lot better. Thank you. I don't need a box. You just do that. You speak about kind of calm, peaceful voices. Lottie, she's on the desk. She's got a calm and peaceful voice. Let's see what she has to say about that series.
Oh, thank you so much, Gaskin. And there's me here thinking you hate me because I haven't given you an ample opportunity to talk on the desk yet. But I tell you what, you sounded fabulous on the cast with Clutch there. And gentlemen, I've got to say, what a showcase we just saw before us on the main stage. That series really was multiple different showcases. Firstly, we had a showcase on exactly how to play Aquarius CTF because my goodness, getting 5-0 on that, you know, against a team, it is huge. That's a lot of caps that you have to get. And we did talk about how E United really can play that map to their advantage, and boy, did they. Goofy, overall on that first map, what was your mindset heading out of that one, going into the second, because they were unstoppable?
That first match showed me E United is here to win, right? It was pure and utter domination. I believe they got the first 2 caps without even any member of the team even dying once. So it was a swift 5-0, just like the entire series, and E United is looking really strong.
Yeah, they really are looking very strong. Well, in terms of the way that they play Aquarius CTF, we talked about how they love to kind of prioritize closets and hold that there, and that's where they're comfortable. Did you see them coming out of their comfort zone at any point there? Did you see any kind of switch up in strategy, or is it kind of the E United way?
They just played solid Halo the whole way through. You know, at some points we like to highlight and be like, yeah, they need to control these power weapons or power-ups. But ultimately, they just made every small decision more correctly and executed better. They knew when to play defense and slow it down. They knew when they had numbers advantage. They kept pressing that advantage. And they, like you said, they knew how to escort that flag so well, like holding the closet, blocking spawns there, taking the correct routes, just every little decision is just the correct decision. And all that adds up over throughout the game. They can have a misstep here and there, but throughout the entire game, they're just making the correct decision more often than not.
Yeah, it's really hard to compete with that kind of decision making and having it down so much, and the confidence that's coming through those decisions and following up with them. And I just want to quickly touch on that Slayer, because I think that was a showcase of the sandbox there. I mean, just the amount of times we saw them with different weapons in their hands and really utilizing everything that is available on that map there. They were really all over them like a bad rash, weren't they, on set? They really were. It was pretty impressive.
It's not good to have a rash.
No,
that's one thing I can tell you
not.
for sure. It was very interesting to watch, though. The shock rifle, I think, is going to be a really big influence at this tournament as well. We've seen how influential it can be in online play, but I feel like here on LAN it's going to have even more of an impact. We're going to see some really big headshots, and we saw King Nick just displaying how big a weapon it can be and how much you can destroy a team with just a couple of shots. But it was a difficult series to watch, to be honest, for me, because I came into it, I was like, come on, the boys. And then like 30 seconds into it, I was like, come on, the boys.
Later on, yeah, he was like,
I was like, yeah,
the tone.
Come on, E-United.
The tone changed.
You know, E-United, the thing is, right, I said to the social media guy a few seconds ago, I was like, E-United beat EU, they become EU. So I can't lose, really, in this. This is how I see it. And he agreed with me. So, you know, that's how we go. That's the official ruling on it.
Yeah, I gotta say, I see that. I think they just consumed them on the stage. I think
Spartan's
it's
got
double
an accent
EU now. Yeah, I think Spartan does have an accent for sure, especially when he's sniping, because he's probably like, golly gosh, I'm sick. I mean, Spartan with a sniper in hand was definitely something to watch, because some of the shots he was getting, the no-scopes, the confidence. I mean, he whiffed a couple at one point by Sandbag's head coming out of garage. Doesn't matter. The third one hit perfectly fine. It was absolutely stunning, right into the dome. Goofy, Spartan right now, we talked about him being a mainstay of the team. Did he show that to you today?
Yeah, Spartan definitely is known to be the main slayer, right? But what I really love about this E-United team is that they're the definition of efficiency. And I feel like Ryan Noob kind of always brings that to his roster. So all 4 members of this team can slay. They can do objective. They have good teamwork. Yeah, we see Spartan as that main slayer, but he'll do the objective just like all of his teammates. So we saw King Nick go off in that game 2. Spartan went off in game 3. All 4 members are very talented and skilled.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a fantastic way to put it, actually. It's not just one person that's really shining here. They're almost taking in turns to really show us what they can do as a team. And that's what it's all about. It's a team game at the end of the day. It's great to have individual stars on your roster, but if you can work together and kind of accentuate all the strengths of your team at different times, then that's what it's all about. E-United, they did just that. Well, let's take a quick look right now at the pool update, because we have a couple of games to talk about that have been happening in the wings while we've been on the main stage. You can see in Pool A, Optic Gaming do take their first game. It's a victory for them. We do have the Chiefs now sitting at 1-1. Previously, they were sat at 1-0, so I'm pretty sure that was against Optic Gaming there. Pool B, we do have Na'Vi and FaZe, both with a piece each, and Divine Mind, unfortunately, going down 0-2 there. Anything that you're seeing actually at the moment on set on the board across pool play that you're kind of like, oh, okay, didn't expect that?
Outside of the game that we saw a little bit earlier, with Space Station going down, I think that was somewhat of a surprise, but maybe not the biggest surprise. XSET have been playing really well in the online tournaments recently too, so you can't take too much away from that. But I think everyone's playing as you would expect. But you look at that and you see some really big matchups about to happen. I think the games we would have been able to predict have gone the way we would expect. Now we're getting into kind of the bigger matches where we've seen the higher seeds in those pools. So things are about to heat up a little bit here.
Yeah, things could be heating up a little. I like the hand rub. That's definitely exactly how I'm feeling. Now, we do actually have an open bracket update for you guys. We actually had Blaze and Echidna talk about Mind Freak a little bit earlier on, so let's see what was going down.
All right. What's up, everybody? Blaze here along with Echidna, but we also got a special guest as well. We got Lunchy coming in all the way from Australia, Mind Freak, the #1 squad in the open bracket. And Lunchy, we was talking a bit, and you had a long journey to get here. What has your experience been like so far?
Look, mate, it's been a long journey. It's been, I think, ended up being over 24 hours of travel. So the team's really feeling it. Starting to get a bit sleepy, so we gotta maybe have some caffeine, do some star jumps or something.
Yeah, caffeine goes a long way at these events, okay? We do got rock star energy around here. Make sure you guys get your can if you in the venue.
You know, you were talking earlier about how you're on even playing field, you're all on 0 ping. So you reversal perfect someone, what are you gonna do? What is your go-to form of body disrespect?
Yeah, look, Australians have had it tough for the last 10 years. We've been playing on 200 ping, so Americans gotta watch out because we're here to play, and it's even.
Going for like a bag, like body shooting, like.
Oh, everything. We're gonna let them know that they suck.
Hey, the Aussie says, you know what? We're on land again, okay? We got equal ping with everybody else, and they are here to bring it. So far, you're about to get ready to kind of play your first match. Anybody you excited to play in this open bracket and a pool play?
Yeah, look, we'd love to play Sentinels. We heard that they're in the open bracket today, and yeah, so I think, look, I don't know how well we're gonna do, but it would be a great learning opportunity for us. You know, they're a top squad, so any experience against top teams in NA is going to be great to take back to the Australian community.
Yeah, it definitely will be. And we're going to have a few more rounds of this open bracket here tonight. And we got also a few more coming in the morning. Winners bracket round 2 was about to go down soon, and we already wrapped up losers bracket round 1. We got all the updates for you guys at home. Don't worry about it. But that's going to do it for myself, Lunchy, and the Kitten. And for now, back to you guys at the desk.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Aussie boys are nothing short of confident, and I am here for it. I love to hear that fighting talk, and the stage is set for you, Mind Freak, because if you get on there, you can face your opponents and you can pop off, and I'm pretty sure myself and everybody in this venue right now wants to see it, so I'm calling you out on that one. Gentlemen, though, we actually aren't, I was actually going to pivot to a different game, but we're actually going to be doing something completely different as I'm speaking and as I'm saying out loud, but that's okay, that's show business, folks. Gentlemen, though, just quickly, just to round up things that we've seen from that series previously, E-United versus the boys. E-United definitely here to play, definitely here to win if you weren't sure. Really impressed overall with what we've seen. I've got to ask you though on set, are they going to go all the way? Yeah, I know, it's a big question.
No? Yes? Maybe? I don't know. Ask me on Sunday.
That's a rough question to ask. Like,
have you seen enough?
They've got the potential to,
Right.
I think is the best way to answer that question. It's a very difficult question to answer because this is the first time that we've been back on LAN as well. This is the thing, we've only got online performances. And the crazy thing is as well, this game has only been out about a month as well. So it's not just like, you know, we're kind of first event, we're just kind of getting used to things. It's like the game has only been out for a month or so. So we're still trying to learn these things. So I don't know, I think E-United have got the potential to get into a final. I think a lot of their performance will be based on momentum and hype and energy and that kind of thing. And you've heard Spartan, Ryan talking about Spartan in interviews about E-United saying, you know, if I can get Spartan hyped, if I can get him going, then I know he's playing his best Halo. So I'm going to be looking over the main stage, and if I see Ryan kind of give a little, you know, nice Tyler, and he's going, yeah, I know, man. That's when I know that E-United are going to be playing pretty good Halo. So watch out for that for sure.
We saw one little spotty pop off. I saw him stand at one time. I'm looking forward to seeing a few more of those as well. Well, I'll tell you what, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me up here. We are going to head to a quick break right now, but 2 series have made their way onto the main stage, and the action is going to be continuing throughout the day. And as we head to Ascend versus XZ next, how will the top of Europe fare against SSG's newest rival? We will certainly be finding out right after this break.
Thomas, you seem triggered. Can you tell me what happened?
I've had dreams that weren't just dreams. Time to fly.
After all these years, to be going back to where it all started. Back to the Matrix. Am I crazy? We don't use that word in here.
The Matrix Resurrections, rated R, in theaters and on HBO Max.
Are you up for a challenge? Build your Chipotle entree. Use promo code HALO117. Customize your Halo Infinite experience with challenge swaps from Chipotle. Visit chipotle.com/Halo for details.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. Electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Captured.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Halo Championship Series Kickoff Major here in Raleigh, North Carolina. It's Onset and Bravo, and I'm going to take a second here to be a little bit self-indulgent because I have not had the opportunity to stand next to this man in the flesh and cast some Halo for nearly 2 years. How are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you.
I am great. It's been a long time. You and I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. We know you at home and also in the room with us here in Raleigh have been waiting for this moment and day for a long time, as Onset said. I am Bravo alongside the duo Onset, and we cannot wait to bring you this next matchup. It's going to be Xset and Ascend.
Yeah, what a matchup it is as well. A very, very interesting matchup globally, I think, for how the regions are kind of matching up against each other. We've already seen a little bit of Xset earlier, taking down Space Station. I mean, what were your takeaways from that series?
I mean, I think Xset is here to play. I think that's the biggest thing that we saw. Also, how about the resilience, right? They dropped game one in a pretty devastating fashion, and I think it was around 250 to 41 or something like that. A pretty devastating Strongholds loss. To bounce back from that, tie up their Slayer, win the Slayer restart, and then win the rest of the series in a pretty convincing fashion, I think tells me that they're ready to play, and anyone who is sleeping on Xset needs to maybe take a second look at this team.
Yeah, they certainly have woken everybody up, I think, here in the arena. And on the other side of things, we have Ascend. Now, if you don't know about Ascend, as we take a little look at our games and game types for this series, then Ascend are the #1 top dogs in Europe right now. They are a lineup who has caused quite a stir, so to speak, in the names
the teams that we usually see at the top. Now they're unbeaten in almost 2 years, I think it is, in European Halo, which is a phenomenal run from them. But this is the big test for them, Andy. This is going up against one of the North American powerhouses, a massive opportunity for the Ascend to put themselves on the map.
A huge opportunity for these players, a huge opportunity for this region. Like you said, a 2-year unbeaten streak. That is unheard of, regardless of which region you're talking about. However, here at Raleigh, they will face their biggest test. And I think this game 1 Oddball Streets is going to be a great one to start with onset, just because we're going to be fast-paced right off the break.
And that's one thing that Ascend love to do. One thing that's really stood out to me and a lot of the European community watching this Ascend lineup play is how fast they play. And it is a case of, you know, you look at the likes of how C9 approach things. They're always flying at you. Ascend do something very, very similar. So for XSET, they're probably looking across the bracket and they think, hey, it's an EU team here we're going up against. It's going to be a kind of game where, you know, we should be pretty happy about it. We should, you know, win this one quite convincingly, and understandably so. But I think this is going to be a real test. By the way, Snipe Drone has the best picture in the entire Halo Championship.
He does. I think he has the best photo, without a doubt, of these players here. This is your Ascend roster, and as Onset said, it's a roster not to be taken lightly. Years ago, you might have thought that an EU team in a group might be an easy win. That is not the case with this squad. And actually, as you heard talking about on the desk, many teams here, we have a record 5 teams in pool play from Europe, and this is one of them that certainly we'll be talking about throughout the entirety of pool play as we get ready to jump into this one. Here's a look at Ascend.
Yeah, 3 members of this lineup: French, Snipe Drone from England, in the UK as well, so somewhat of a language barrier, but I'm going to say Snipe Drone's French is definitely improving day by day, which is good to see, to be honest with you. I think he knows Le Oddball. I think that's definitely something that's gone into the vocabulary, but you can see this lineup, and it's a group of young French players as well that have kind of come through. They weren't able to compete for a couple of seasons, but you always saw them in the playlist. This is the same story that we always talk about, Andy. These players just waiting for that opportunity. It does not get bigger than the one we're about to see here on the main stage.
It really doesn't, to have this like opening day for them on this main stage. Think about also, we talked about how long we've been waiting for this moment as casters, of course, as fans of competitive Halo, but these players, some of the best in the world, and when you look at Ascend, certainly some of the best in their region. They've been waiting for this too. As you take a look here, Snipe Drone crew just ready for this, and you know they have to know there's a big opportunity ahead of them.
Oh, absolutely. Now let's talk about the team on the other side of things, because we're kind of, you know, giving a little bit of background here to Ascend to some of our North American audience who might not have seen a lot of the European Halo and how dominant they have been, but I was so impressed with this XSET lineup against Space Station earlier. Not just against Space Station, like you mentioned, the way they showed resilience, but also showed a lot of formulated game plan and how they wanted to approach things. But in online tournaments, we see them getting better and better, beating bigger and bigger teams. And when it gets to LAN, we know how wild these guys can get. Momentum is a huge factor for these guys. Beating Space Station is a great way to kick things off.
It really is, and I think they also shocked the crowd here in Raleigh, because you might have noticed that any flag caps that went in for Space Station, there was a pretty good eruption of crowd noise here. Not necessarily the case for XSET, so they're coming in as underdogs in that first series, and you might think maybe that's the case here as well. We'll have to see. Here's a look at your XSET roster, though. Filthy G, Porky J, Suspector, and Kratos. And Onset, you and I, during the online qualifiers, we're specifically looking at Filthy G and Porky J. The G&J brothers, a little bit less experience with those two, right? Suspector and Kratos with a little bit more veteran experience at LAN events, but my God, have Filthy G and Porky J also been stepping up?
They have as well. And one player that really impressed me was Suspector. I love watching this player play on LAN. He just seems to rise to the occasion every single time that we see him on our screens. Every time you're watching his POV, it's very rare that you're going to see a 1v1 engagement that he doesn't come out on top of. And by the way, I just want to say, I gave a lot of credit to Snipe Drone for his picture earlier.
Yeah.
Kratos is here for a fight, man.
He
I love that. He's got both fists open.
He is. And I don't know if anyone who caught it, if you caught the match earlier, he also stood up. One of the things we got to point out with this Raleigh stage that's pretty badass is the fact that you have the versus set up here. A lot of main stages over the years were more of a traditional side-by-side kind of setup where the players were facing the bleachers. But here, you've kind of got the idea of the open pit where players are facing each other like we saw over here. However, on the stage, they are facing each other. So Kratos erupted after that series against Space Station, and he had some pretty choice words. I think he screamed, awful, awful, at the other side of the stage, right? He might have a hat that says be a nice person, but in those moments, he had some very choice words for Space Station. So I'm excited to see what XSET can do. They're picking up some fire, and I think they're looking to repeat here in the second series.
And it certainly wouldn't just send waves through their pool, understandably, if they win this series here at XSET. It will certainly put the rest of the tournament on notice. The other teams who are at the top of their pools at the moment, feeling very, very good about things, and you know, feeling like they're one of the teams who could potentially go into the deep runs in those brackets. I think it's going to be very, very interesting to see how a result here will send those shockwaves across to those other teams that we do have in the pools.
Yeah, absolutely the case. We talked about the skill gap and just the fact that you're going to have a lot of upsets in these pools, and it's going to start to impact things quite a bit. And speaking of, we've got some interesting teams in the open bracket as well. We should take a look over there just because it's been, I mean, a fantastic event so far with just a packed open pit. This is what you want to see. We come to Halo LAN events for one reason, and it's for the community. And it's amazing to see the second we walked in today, that open pit filled up. I'm hearing trash talk immediately, just people screaming, I got camo. And I was like, you know what? I'm home. I'm back home. It's been a damn long time, but we are back. And just a shout out to all of our competitors here. You know, of course, passes here sold out within minutes. These were highly coveted team passes. You could say some of the most in-demand team passes in Halo history with the speed at which these passes sold out. So a huge shout out to all of our competitors and coaches that are here in that open pit, just grueling through the gauntlet. It's a special place to be, you know, for Halo community. So it's sweet to see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. The community is what makes us happy. It's what makes everybody happy. It's what makes these events go around. And speaking of the open bracket, I never heard of this team called Sentinels. Seems to be doing
I
quite
heard
well.
something about a team called Sentinels. Yeah.
We'll have to see how they get on. Apparently, they're playing quite well. We'll have to see
I heard they're all right,
how that does roll out. But the open bracket is a special part of tournaments, right, Andy? It's something that we love seeing. And as I said previously, the passion that is over there to our left-hand side, we can hear it even now. With our headphones on, with all of the music in the background, we can still hear Forden every single time a team goes Forden. And that's what we love.
It's true. And it's awesome, too, because the open pit kind of has a really special dynamic where all of a sudden you hear, for example, at this event it'll happen with Sentinels a lot, but all of a sudden you hear kind of murmurs that a certain match is happening or it's a Game 5 Slayer, and all of a sudden this just pit builds and you can barely see over. I remember days, you know, before I got to coach teams like Final Boss, just trying to see from the back, kind of watching what's going on. It's just been amazing to see it once again here at Raleigh.
It certainly has. And a big shout out to, I've seen a few players over there with the mouse and keyboard out as well. We'd love to see the PC community coming and being represented here in Raleigh. Of course, Halo Infinite, free to play. If you're watching right now for the first time and you want to download the game, get in there, get it downloaded, get the mouse and keyboard in there. And I want to see some more mouse and keyboard players turning up to the events as we do roll through. But I mean, you've watched a little bit of this Ascend lineup. I mean, what are your takeaways from them? Is it the pace that they play at? Is that kind of fearless nature? Because one thing we should sort of throw on top as a caveat is, to these players, this is their first event. This is the first time they've played on a live stage. Do you think that's something that they're going to be warming to, or do you think that's something that's going to be a little bit of a hurdle for them to overcome?
I'd say history tells us that it's generally a hurdle, right, for most players on average. Now, that's not to say that will absolutely be the case for these 4 players on the stage, or excuse me, the 2 players here on the stage for the side of Ascend, just because sometimes you get fired up. You have different players, and a bunch come to mind. Pistola, Snipe Down. These are players that at some of their first LAN events popped off, right? They went absolutely nuts. They became household names in Halo overnight, and that's entirely possible here. And what's exciting is in Raleigh, we have the biggest number of open bracket teams. Therefore, you can also have, coming into champ bracket, therefore you also have the biggest opportunity for people to become overnight sensations, household names in competitive Halo Infinite.
Another thing to jump on top of that as well is you hear murmurings about players' personalities, you know, do they get a little bit nervous? So those kind of players, you're right, and you get to LAN and you're like, oh, is that going to hold them back a little bit? I was speaking of Riots last night. You know, one of the BDR, Big Daddy Riots. If you don't know him, then you should know him. One of the EU greats of Halo. And he was saying, these guys, they don't care. They have no worries. They're just normal guys, very, very confident in the way that they speak to people, they approach the game. I think that is a huge, huge thing that is very undervalued when you're looking at a player making that big transition, not just from online to offline, but from bedroom to huge main stage like we're seeing here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very different environment, and I think the way that you approach it, the way you approach the weekend, I think is going to have a big impact there without a doubt as we take a look at this player matchup here, taking a look at players from both sides. And I think there's I would say a lot of X factors on each side of the stage with these 2 teams. It's hard to pick out exactly which one, but on your screen here, Legend and Filthy G, 2 players we'll certainly be watching out for.
Yeah, I think it's Legend is one of the players I'm talking about who plays an extremely fast pace. He will always take the 1v1s engagements. If he's half shields and he just wants to fight, he's not one of these players that's going to back down as well. Wait for those shields. He's going to immediately try and help a teammate.
Use that half shield.
Exactly. Use that half shield. Use everything he has in that one life to deal as much damage as he can. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of the likes of Renegade in the way that he approaches things. Right? Renegade, you never see him win a fight and then not immediately look to be involved in the next one. Legend is one of those type of players. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do.
And that's a big thing in Halo Infinite. I don't think even a lot of all pro players have realized just how big that is, because being able to use that half shield and not trying to come away. I think coming away from a battle with any shield, as we've seen in this game, is a huge difference maker. Avoid the melee trade at all costs. Try to come out of a battle with anywhere from a quarter to a half shield or even more, and you will be such a big difference maker on the map.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very exciting to see as well. And it's very interesting we talk about, you know, players making the transition from online to offline as well, because it's not just, you know, some of these players that we're seeing on Ascend as well. You look at Space Station, it's 2 players on that team. This is their first event. You look at Desighting, you look at Tylenol. It's the first time that they've been on this main stage as well. So it's great to see, you know, all of these players, these top level players still coming through, still finding their way onto these great teams. And it's a great bit of aspiration, right, for people at home who are playing, who are competing in the online tournaments, that you can make that transition, that you can find yourself in the top team if you keep consistently performing.
You really can. And I think it's an important message to get across, is that really you do have these opportunities, and especially when you look at events like this with so many open competitors, each game really does provide new opportunities for new players to come on the scene. You might think, oh, there's already so many players in this scene, there's so many pros, it's already so packed and populated, but truly, I mean, great players emerge every time you have a new Halo title.
Well, let's take a look a little bit more in depth at the series layout. We're going to start off here, heading over to Streets. We're going to play a little bit of Oddball. Then we go over to a Bazaar Slayer and Strongholds Live Fire. Now, I love the fact that we've got Streets Oddball as our first game. It gives Ascend the opportunity to play that fast-paced game that they want to. For XSET as well, I think it will really test them. And we will get a really good, you know, look forward on how this series might actually go. If they can deal with the pace of Ascend, I think it's a great opportunity to see XSET actually succeed as we go through this series.
This is a perfect game one, because it's not like something like a CTF Bazaar, right? Which is going to be a very different game in the way that it plays and the tempo. Instead, just like you say, Oddball Streets is going to be a real test of who can fly in right away, do some damage, and also make sure they're able to reset really fast. Unlike Strongholds, it's instead going to be a game type where we're also going to see rotations tested as well.
Well, it's not just Ascend. We've got representing Europe here as well. We're actually going to head over to another game we've got going on, because Na'Vi are currently in action against G2 Esports. And Na'Vi, Andy, 2 to the good in this best of 5.
That's right. They're not just in action. They are in the lead 2-0 here. This squad ready to show up, one of our many European squads that we talked about, and this is a statement for them to be up 2-0 here. Jimbo, 2Foxy, Respectful, and Kimbo up over this North American squad. Arctic, Saminator, Gilkey, and Straight Sick. This would be quite an upset.
It certainly was, but at the moment, it's going to be 2Foxy who has to shut down Sab, and manages to do so. 125-37 is the score in the game at the moment. G2 Esports do have that lead. However, as we join now in this game number 3, Na'Vi have managed to turn over B and C, and now have a few points going their way.
Yeah, a little bit of a trade there on the A sandbags. Tends to be pretty unavoidable in that moment, but it really will come down to what happens here over at C. Going to dictate whether they'll need to push B here.
Sniper Rifle will fall into the hands of Gilkey, though, as he gets that beat down onto Respectful. You can see that Sabinator and Straight Sick working together now to make that push onto B. Jimbo's going to be back down. There's Kimbo giving him a little bit of support as well, but fantastic team fire coming in from G2 to shut them down.
2 good kills coming in there from the side of Na'Vi. You'll see 3 dead momentarily on the side of G2. This should open things up once again for a reset of B, and maybe even a little bit more control from Na'Vi.
2Foxy picks up 1, which is going to keep the spawn staggered here for G2 Esports. And not only that, 2Foxy with that kill is going to find himself with the big gun in his hands, a sniper rifle as well as the battle rifle now to use, as they're making an aggressive push in here onto A. But look at Gilkey. He's being so sneaky here. They have to flush him out. The repulsor is going to push him forward, and 2Foxy will pick up the kill.
Love that play right there. When there's a player just kind of head glitching right there, he could be a real big nuisance. Could be a difficult kill, maybe even put 2 shots or so into each of your opponents. That repulsor is just going to make that kill a lot easier to clean up.
The reverse Father Christmas is going to be not working there, unfortunately. He tries to go up the chimney there with the repulsor, but not going to happen for the moment. But as we take a look at the score at the bottom of our screens, 94-125, still in the favor of G2, as they manage to turn over not only B, but they will be scoring at C. And this battle for C is going to be absolutely massive. Sab will take down Jimbo, and that will keep it in the control here of G2.
Yeah, able to also get the double kill trade back tower. Always such an important kill to clear out. No matter what, you do not want your opponent staying alive back tower. I don't know what Respectful's doing, but somehow hits him with the circle strafe. Dipsy Doodle and cleans up that one. He will also maybe cap B. It looks like we'll keep an eye. No, he might have died there based on that bottom beat, and he will actually turn it over there for the other side.
1 dead per side at the moment. Na'Vi still scoring, AB set up for them, so C is going to be controlled momentarily by G2 Esports, but Na'Vi now trying to make a rotation to actually take that back out of their hands, as 2Foxy will have that sniper again. Gilkey is going to pick up one though for G2. The body shot not quite connecting this time. Sab's going to slide past as 2Foxy is locked into that zoom at the moment and trying to lock down this top mid area.
And look what we have here. It's a very different game than when we joined. 137 to 120. Na'Vi slowly but surely continuing to put points on the board with the BC hold.
Couple of kills going their way as well. The beatdown won't get the trade though, as Kimbo will be there to collect the pieces and turn that no shielded player into a kill. Rotation now coming in, and not only a rotation, it's a triple cap here for Na'Vi as they go into the lead.
Let's see if it costs them an overextension though. Looks like they will lose B based on nade hits, and they get the reset. Hold the phone for just a moment, and it's actually still going to be in favor of them. Look at this, just like that, 163 to 137.
Hold the phone indeed, because the triple cap is starting to stifle G2 Esports here. 175 and climbing the score, and look at the swarm now coming in from Na'Vi. Gilkey though, and Seb will pick up 2 kills. That's going to slow things down a little bit here as A will be transitioned away to G2, but that's only a bandage on the wound here, Andy. Na'Vi are still scoring.
I mean, this is an absolute swing for them, just amazing control, and what's most impressive is they are not just holding these trip caps, but rotating around them as well. Finally, though, a little bit of control for the G2 side for a moment, but just as quickly as I say that, they're both getting converted once again.
Look at this control that is coming in from Na'Vi. It's so impressive to see. They need to get that conversion onto B. They managed to do so as well, and they're going to cross the 200-point mark now as they try and once again be aggressive onto C. 2Foxy will win that one as Sab actually managed to pick up a double himself, but AB still in control for Na'Vi.
How long has Na'Vi, how long has G2 been at 137? It has been minutes here as Na'Vi just continues to get uncontested points for so long.
However, B now being turned over to G2 for the first time in quite some time. We move from 137 and the score starts to go in their favor. 141 the score, and the heat wave is going to hit as well. Respectful picks up 1 in the feed, but Gilkey with that nice double is going to be able to convert A. Now, can Na'Vi stop this bleeding a little bit more efficiently than G2 did a little bit earlier?
Yeah, here we go. It's an AB hold, and they're going to need to play very, very good Halo here. 214 is a dangerous score within striking distance of the end of the game, and G2 is really going to have to clutch up here if they want to stay alive in this series.
I like this play though from Gilkey. You can see that Na'Vi made the transition towards B. It looks like Na'Vi have actually pushed all the way through to A here. So even though G2 have managed to convert C, the fight at A is instrumental to how the end of this game might actually go. Sabernator slides in to take down Jimbo. A does go over to Na'Vi. Gilkey though working with a teammate over here. So it looks like G2 are actually out-rotating Na'Vi at the moment.
Yeah, they are, and they're also going to be working here on C as well. C will likely be lost. They'll have to turn around, but they will maintain the AB hold. They will continue scoring, but they've got a long way to go on the scoreboard.
Keep an eye on that kill feed. 4v4 on the map at the moment. You pick up that first kill, you have the space to do what you want. Straight Sick is going to do that. Sab will pick up another. Now Jimbo is caught in the crosshairs as he picks up the double. And that's going to be G2 now, continuing to score as Na'Vi try and convert A. G2 moving on C.
There we go. Trip cap as well. This is certainly an exciting one to catch on our Bravo stream. Trip cap momentarily. They will lose A, likely give it up here, and just try to hold the chokes. Top sandbags, garage door, and scoreboard now to hold the BC hold.
Yeah, the Mangler hiding away as well at B is going to make transitioning that very, very difficult. Once again, it's G2 who pick up the first 2 kills. Arctic with 2, however, answered back immediately, momentarily, I should say, by Na'Vi. Jimbo trying to stay alive, assault rifle in hand, not going to win that one as Arctic will come out on top. And now it's looking like G2 are going to close in on that 200-point mark and might be thinking about this triple cap turning into a lead for them.
If you were to write a Stronghold script, it would go something like this. It would be starting the match with G2 with a huge lead. Na'Vi goes on a huge swing, and now it's G2's turn to turn the game around just like that. This is a 10-point game, 215 to 204.
2Foxy is going to have to win this fight. Arctic is trying to stop him. No, it will be a trade for both players. 204 to 219. Somehow, Na'Vi have managed to scrap back some control momentarily, though. As I say it, B will be turned back over to G2. This is just swinging left and right at the moment, but nobody is able to land that knockout punch.
Straight 6 camo play here is very important. How does he play this? Take a look at this moment. He's going to be able to get the back whack there. Somehow stays alive in the double melee, but needs to try to play his life here at back tower.
Won't be able to do so because Kimbo will shut him down. Sab will control C though. A turns over to Na'Vi. The lead, though, is here in the hands of G2. 219 the score to 227, and Rising is getting a little bit scrappy here, and that big beat down from Jimbo might allow Na'Vi to convert C. They will be scoring now. AC in their control, and now Kimbo picking up some kills as well.
2 dead as well, just like you said. Jimbo staying alive there on the C plat was an enormous play. Anytime you can stay alive in those melee trades, it is going to make a huge difference in terms of numbers. The next few kills on set will decide this game.
Gilkey picks up one. C is the target here for G2. They managed to convert. Now what does Jimbo do? Does he try and protect B? Does he try and rotate to A? He's going to win a big battle against Sab, which might allow him to keep the opportunity of B in their control. But where's the rest of his teammates? What are they trying to push here, Na'Vi? Because G2 are just shutting everything down.
Look at the contest. They're both in B together, not able to find each other just yet. They will get it. They will start scoring once again. 232 to 227.
Jimbo has just picked up a massive kill. He's just held on to B almost single-handedly here. Na'Vi have control of C for now, but G2 are in the vicinity. They turn that over. AB now in control of Na'Vi as they, in the last few seconds here, Andy, will go back into the lead.
Sab needs to figure out what to do. Jimbo is trying to win this. Oh my God, it's a big win from Sab. He's going to start to convert B.
That is absolutely huge. Kimbo picks up one, but Straysick also picks up one. Respectful has so much responsibility here on C. He's not going to be able to handle it, and Straysick will pick up the kill.
Just like that tie game, 236. Now a BC hold for G2. They will also have top tower control.
They have top tower, and they have the kills as well. They also have Sab inside of A. It's a triple cap towards the end of the game for G2, as they will answer back. It's 2-1 in the series.
Wow. I think, like we said, if you were to write a Stronghold script on set, it wouldn't even have been that good. At 250 to 236, so much back and forth tug of war. That's the way Strongholds is meant to be played. Very fast paced. Both teams trying to over-rotate on each other, sometimes paying the price, and that's a fantastic game. But now the series will go 2-1 in favor of Na'Vi.
Yeah, what a series that is. Hopefully we can get back into our series on the main stage as quickly as possible. Kick it off, and hopefully it starts in a similar vein to what we just saw in that series, because that is a very interesting game to jump into, and unfortunately have to jump out of as well. But all of those games, of course, are going to be broadcast as well. Jump over to some of the other streams to make sure that you can catch all of that action and see what the resolution of that series is going to be. But let's turn our attentions away from that for a second. Let's catch up, breath, Andy. Let's talk about the main stage once again, because we've still got our players waiting to get into our first game, and this series is going to be just as interesting as the one we just seen.
It is, and like you said, that was quite a fast-paced, high-octane Halo Infinite. It was great to see, and we'll have to see if this series is going to bring it. But to be honest, with the game types that we've got, like we said, our game number 1 is sure to bring it. It's going to be oddball on streets.
It certainly is. As we have a look at Kratos there, certainly a player who doesn't mind getting in the face of his opposition. I love that about him, to be honest with you, right? I love it when you see that passion coming out of players. I love it when you see how much it means to them to win games. And I love it when, you know, they pick a target on the other team sometimes a little bit as well, because they think maybe there's a little bit of a mental edge to be gained.
It's true, and like we said, there's a certain element to this main stage here. Normally when you had to trash talk on, say, an old MLG main stage, it was a bit you kind of looked over to your left or your right, you were yelling over your teammates. At the end of the game, you can stand up and see over your opponent's monitors and look them right in the face and say, I would say anything you like. I don't think that's actually the case. I think there are certain penalties that the referees will enforce.
Sure, yeah.
But you could say a lot of things to your opponents, and as you could bet, our camera crews are going to be catching all that trash talk at the end of the postgame, but it's pretty special to have these teams facing each other. And Kratos, I think, once again, he's going to be fired up and ready to go.
Oh, I hope so, and it's certainly going to be a test for the 4 gentlemen who are on the other side of the stage. Like I mentioned, a lot of experience to land. The last thing that you want to be going against is a Kratos who's starting to get loud and get proud on that main stage. But we'll have a look at the series layout. We've already talked about Streets, Oddball, but then we move into Slayer Bazaar, and we talked about opening strategies, Andy, and we've kind of talked a lot about how influential they are in certain game types. We feel personally, as a duo here on the commentary booth, that the opening to Bazaar Slayer is one of the most influential ones we actually have in the Halo Championship.
It is, and I think we luckily have a lot of reason to say that based on the historic results of that game type, right? When a team goes up 4-0 off of an opening, 8-1 off of an opening. That's such a difficult match to come back from because of the way that Bazaar's built, right? It's so segmented, it's so cornered off. There's ways to isolate battles. Once you have a big lead, you can continue to control the middle of the map, and it's so difficult to come back from. And I think, honestly, also Streets Oddball is any match on Streets is also becoming more and more interesting with that start. How many players do you send Neons? How many players do you send B-Side? That's going to be the question here as we get ready for our game number 1 between Ascend and XSET.
Here we go then. Main stage is ready to rock here in Raleigh. And we are heading over the streets to kick things off with a little bit of oddball action now for some people who are joining us for the first time, because firstly, we welcome you along, Andy. Little change in the oddball rules. We just want to highlight for those new viewers. Talk us through it, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. Now a round-based play. You might have caught it earlier, but as Onset said, if you're just joining the stream, first of all, welcome. We hope you're enjoying today's matches. Oddball now a 3-round game type. It's going to be first to 100 points in each round. What that does is prevent the big blowouts from happening. So instead, we play 3 mini matches to 100. Best of 3 will win.
Also, of course, if you've got your hands on that oddball, that round timer will stop. So it is never over until it's over.
That's right.
We've already seen some crazy comebacks this year, Andy.
And it's amazing because it demands that you play perfect Halo, that you hold the ball, and there's going to be situations where you cannot afford to drop it, so your ball carrier has to get very creative as we jump now into game number 1, Oddball Streets, between Ascend and Exet.
What a story this one could be for the 4 gentlemen from Europe. On the other side, it could be the upset of all upsets, and I'm talking about an emotional upset caused by Exet to this Ascend lineup. Early on here, we're going to be watching a little bit of Seeker, and we're going to see no real big advantage here at the start of this map. As I say, a couple of players actually fall for Exet, and the oddball is going to be rotated back towards the tram station. Already a few points on the board here for Ascend.
Yeah, 3 dead momentarily there. You actually do see players already pushing B. They're going to need to be aware of that, but they will hold for the moment, and they opt for the tram rotation there. An interesting decision, but one that was likely determined by spawns. If they wanted to go Cafe A, I don't really think they had that option. Based on where the players had died, they had to go for a tram hold, and that's going to lead to about a 20-second lead off the rip.
LPG trying to work his way towards driveway and knock on the door a little bit here at tram station. Porky J's going to be moving in. Player taken down to no shields. Another one round the corner, though, and he will lose that battle. However, his teammates pick up a couple of kills. That's 3 dead now to Ascend. That will be the oddball down as well. The setup is broken for now. 26-3, the initial score after that hold from Ascend.
Snipe drone there, 3 kills on the board, leading the game. Awesome job from him to start off this one. So we take a look at Shady from the Ascend side as well. Going to actually get a flank on Kratos, who had the Bulldog. That's a nice use of the thrust from Shady. That could have ended differently had he not had that equipment. Picks up another one as well, and even thinks about challenging Filthy G with the perfect kill.
Shady, welcome to Raleigh, my friend. It's been a long flight, but he's feeling himself already. But let's not get carried away with ourselves here. It was a wonderful play. 36-12 is the score, doubling up onto Exet here. And I think even with just a few moments gone in this game, Andy, you can start to see why the hype is real for this lineup.
Look at Snipe Drone with a sneaky neon flank. That's not something you see every day. Eventually, Porky J will get a nice turn on him, but I like what I'm seeing there from Ascend. Not afraid to go into a little bit of different strategies that are a little bit less traditional.
Shady gonna win that battle once again against Porky J. Shady playing some great stuff already in the first few moments. Kratos is gonna pick up a kill though. Suspector's gonna be flying in, as well as Filthy G. The Bulldog will pick up the kill as required, as now the rocket launcher will be popping in just a few seconds, and you're starting to see a little bit of control now being wrestled back by Exet.
And not surprising to see, I think this is a team that we know can play the distance, they can play the long game. Nice shots coming in from a few players there. It's a rocket grab from Shady, but actually doesn't convert, and you have to think that the splash damage might have done the deal, but it didn't there, and actually it's going to be Porky who picks up the next one. Gets back though on B stairs, and you know whenever the ball gets around B stairs, B pillars, things can get pretty nasty as they're going to bring that one into C momentarily. That ball will roll for a second as they try to determine the best way to push. Once again on that neon flank in the same spot was going to be Snipe Drone.
Yeah, a little bit of a messy few moments in this game here as both teams are kind of exchanging kills. No one can really get any kind of semblance of map control. Suspector versus Shady. Suspector will come out on top of that one. So maybe this is the opportunity here for Exet to get that hold they're looking for to maybe tie up this game.
Bulldog in hand for Snipe Drone as well, trying to make the push to get an angle on bottom mid and B stairs, trying to help with Kratos, but that Bulldog just out of range. Help though will come, so that's going to maybe be an opportunity here as there's 2 dead for the side of Exet.
Suspector's trying to rotate that ball towards the Neon Street though. Snipe Drone will cut it off at the pass. Suspector's still alive though. You can see the Snipe Drone working with the teammate. Great work from Ascend to make sure they focus onto that last player alive and get that kill. And now, where is the oddball? It's in the hands of Ascend. They have that tram set up before, and last time we saw them have this, Andy, it was around 20 or 30 seconds they managed to rack up.
That's right, and here we are now, 60-41. A little bit of microwave action coming out there. See if he can pick up two, only one with the melee, but still, it's nice pressure. And Onset, if we were hoping to see some fast-paced oddball streets, that's exactly what we're getting. This is in-your-face version of this game type.
It certainly is. Shady versus Suspector, part 2. This time it was Shady who wins that one. Didn't have the height advantage for sure, by while Olins is going on. Look what Kratos has managed to do here. He's managed to get that oddball back into Tram with a teammate near him. Seeker's managed to get away with the rocket launcher in the meantime, though, so if you needed something to break a setup, 2 rockets might be just that.
And I'm surprised to see him take a route to just check B stairs because it just exposed him so much till the call out came, and on the flank actually with Suspector, so they will get not just the rockets but full rockets here at B stairs, making the next push even more difficult.
Tries to thread the needle, gets a little bit of damage but not the kill, and now Suspector's going to be pressured as well, and he can't pick up the kill. The cursed rockets really not doing the job here, but the double kill was actually picked up, I think, by Porky J, so not too much of a worry here as Legend tries to challenge. The ball is back in Tram once more, and with that, an opportunity here for XZ to once again try and set up, and once again try and close that gap. 85 to 59 and rising, but you have to say XZ have an opportunity here to get close.
They do, and the other thing also, this is a very dangerous time for them. They need to play this really well, just because if we do see one more hold coming in from Ascend, that could be the round, and you know that XZ knows that.
Yeah, it could be the same on both sides, though. One wave of kills here for XZ, and they could have an opportunity to win the game. So all of these kills, very, very instrumental. The scary thing for both teams is that Oddball is down in no man's land at the moment. Porky J picks up the kill onto Snipe Drone, and now he tries to locate his battle rifle reticle onto another player here from Ascend, but can't quite find one. There's one, and there's some good shots as well. Suspector picks up one. Porky J will pick up another as well, and this is the opportunity XZ needed.
Yeah, several dead there, and just like you said, this could be essentially a tie game here, 80-85.
Player trapped in Red Room. Porky J tries to get a little bit cheeky, tries to get a little bit sneaky, and tries to get a little bit up in the faces of Ascend. That's 2 for him, 92 and rising. And oh my, Porky J, that's what you need. There are a few moments around here from closing this out, and what a comeback it's been from XZ. They'll take the first round on Oddball Streets.
And what a play from Porky J. When your team is holding the ball down by about 10 with 10 to go, and you're able to get 3 kills, that pretty much secures the round. We're going to jump right back in, of course, for round number 2.
Here we go again. Round number 2 underway. Let's see who can win that battle for power weapons at the start. The rocket launcher, keep your eyes on it. It's disappeared. We're not sure where it's gone, but we know where the oddball is, and now we know where the rocket launcher is as well. Porky J, who finished that first round in quite some style, gets a little reward for it at the start of the second.
I was going to say, he starts the round with quite some style as well, just really picking up where he left off. It's not every day that you see your player grab the ball, grab the rockets, toss that ball into Neon to give your team an early lead, but that's exactly what Porky J has done here.
Bulldog down as well. He's going to swap out the empty rocket launcher for the Bulldog, but Shady just keeping that pressure on. You're never comfortable if you play it against these 4 gentlemen from EU. But at the moment, XZ are managing to deal with it, and it's one thing to know how a team's going to play, it's another to deal with it, and I've been so impressed with how XZ have managed to do it.
Oh boy, Shady with the thrust juke against Kratos, also going to force the bottom Neon spawns coming in for that team. A nice play there coming in from Shady, not afraid to challenge there and also stay alive. Snipe Drone just going to wait for teammates and also take this tires battle.
The information he's just gathered, though, is absolutely massive. They now know that everybody is spawning towards that B stronghold, towards Arcade, so they can locate all of the battle rifles, all the resources towards those directions, towards those angles. But here comes a cheeky little flank as Filthy G lives up to his name and managed to sneak past.
When we talk about Halo Infinite being a game of inches, that is the perfect example. Snipe Drone checking Neons for what felt like 10 full seconds, and just as he looked away is the exact time that someone's poked Neons. You have to watch your sight lines, you have to be consistent there, because at any moment someone could sneak through.
Look at this from Kratos as well. He was aware of where those spawns were coming in. The cafe spawns lit up. He managed to sneak through. He picked up one. Snydro managed to escape though, but without not having his shields broken. So Kratos doing a lot of work here, but as I say that, look at the score. It seems like we're just seeing kill after kill after kill go to XZ. But the ball is in the hands of Ascend, and it's 28-14 and rising.
Yeah, I have to agree. There's a little bit of a disproportion there in terms of how many slays we've seen relative to the actual points on the board in terms of the oddball scoreboard. So the side of XZ gonna need to step that up just a little bit.
Yeah, Porky J had the rockets though, so maybe this is what they need to pick up the kills. It certainly picked him up 1, and 2 more kills will be picked up as well. Legend versus Suspector. This battle was going to be won again by Suspector, this time with the beatdown. And he also has a rocket to work with as well. XZ with the hold inside a Tram. The big stick's out once again, but no boom this time. Asika will get some lovely cross-map shots.
He's going to be happy to just use that rocket in that scenario as well. Bulldog tries to come out against Filthy G. Filthy G will win that one, but I want to point out how important against that plan there, just head glitching against that angle. That's the reason you saw the repulsor used in that G2 Navi match, because you want to avoid anyone getting in those nasty head glitches and catching you off guard.
Suspector 8-4 in this game at the moment. Any player who on Xset who is actually negative is Porky J at 3-4, but it's 50-24, which just shows the rotations have been on point so far from Ascend. A long way to go in this second round. Once again, Suspector picking up a couple of kills as Kratos tries to take down Shady bottom middle and get that ball back into Tram. Great play here from Kratos, not only dealing damage, but prioritizing the objective as well.
Certainly a great job, like you said, does the damage, also keeps his shields while he pulls that ball back. He's going to have to drop it, though, over to B Street because he knows that the pressure is coming here from top C, and I think he's going to catch Kratos off guard here.
He certainly is, but he needs to hit the shots and just about manages to do so. So Bulldog down, and also Legend down. A Suspected cleans up that kill. Snipe Drone with the ball in hand momentarily. Where are his teammates, though, as the clock will once again tick towards 60 points now. And almost exactly double the score of their opponents here. Ascend in the lead. Drop ball not going to be too much, though. Snipe Drone trying to fly in. There's Filthy G, though, to pick up the pieces.
And 3 dead momentarily as well. It's going to give them a big opportunity for control. You see players just starting to spawn in, and now Kratos once again on that same flank. So I like what I'm seeing from Kratos. He's not afraid to do the exact same thing we saw Snipe Drone doing, a little bit less conventional. You go on the big flank, you let them spawn, you come in behind them. That's exactly what we're seeing from Kratos here.
They've got to be more aware of that Ascend. Kratos is doing it time after time, and there he is, just stabbing them in the back once more. Kratos taking these angles, as he picked up not just 1 but 2 kills as well. He's 9-5 at the moment. He's controlling all of the momentum in this game, and everything that Ascend are trying to do is a killing spree for him, finally shut down by Legend.
We'll have to see if that one gets cleaned up. Looks like Legend's going to get into Tram, so that's going to cause a little bit of difficulty for the side of Xset, but they've got to be very happy with how the Slays have gone, because just like that, we are tied, and now, as we say that, now 62-59, but essentially a tie game.
Set up, though, once again for Ascend. Snipe Drone's going to be playing ahead of Legend on those B stairs, just playing nice and sneaky, just waiting for the communication to come out from his teammates, and then he will jump into action, spring into action to try and clean up those kills. But look at these shots coming in from Legend, doing so much damage, but just not being able to convert any of the damage into kills. Xset playing their lives exemplary there.
Surprised that we see Legend come out of Tram. It's very rare that you see a player actually push down Tram stairs to challenge bottom middle. That put him pretty exposed, and in the end, it's going to lead to an Xset controller back Tram.
Kratos has the Bulldog as well, so it's going to be even more difficult here for Ascend to break into this setup with those close quarter battles. Snipe Drone just playing in this one a little bit slow. Legend working so well, though, with Snipe Drone to take down Kratos. Now they have the information that the Bulldog is down. It's going to be BR versus BR, as now they make that swarm.
Look at the push here. You got to be kidding me. Great work from the entire team as they just clear out all of Tram like a tactical unit, and they will also bring the ball back as well. Look at the clock there, 90-point mark.
90-point mark, and now we find ourselves in a very similar position to what we saw in round number 1, Andy. Last time it was Xset who had to hold off the push. This time it's going to be Ascend, 99. Oh, no! Not 100 though, as at the last second the player comes in, but Snipe Drone picks up an overkill, and that's going to win the round here for Ascend.
My goodness, what a finish there. Such a strong set of plays from the Ascend roster, and they've got to be feeling very good after that one.
Replay's up. We need to see it. That's all I'm saying. I want to see how we managed to do that, because that is being cool under pressure. But with all that done, we still got another round to go. 1-1 here between Ascend and Xset, our first map of the day.
And what other way to start off the day with this series in terms of a tiebreaker round. Only one more round to decide these two. And of course, this last round will determine the winner of game number 1 as Kratos picks up a few kills from the back of Tram.
4 dead off the break here for Xset. This is what they needed just to find a little bit of calm, a little bit of composure in this round after a little bit of a high-intensity finish to that second oddball round here. Suspectors managed to get it back to Tram. And one thing we should point out here, Andy, both teams seem to be favoring this setup, not going towards PD at any any moment of this game.
And you have to wonder, is that because their opening kills are dictating that they need to go to Tram, or do they actually want to hold in Tram? It's tough to say based on what we've seen, because each opening hold, due to those kills that have come in, has kind of had to go to Tram. But one thing I want to point out on set is these players are making high risk, high reward plays, big gambles. When you flank all the way around Neons or all the way around back PD, you are essentially only holding 3 players in your base at Tram, and you are taking a high risk flank. Both teams are doing it, but the question is which team's going to do it the best in our tiebreaker round.
2 dead for each team here. Ball in the hands of Ascend. Are they going to be able to pick up this kill on Suspector, though? He's going to be able to sneak through with no shields. The ball is down, so it looks like they're all aware of his position. Seeker's going to be there to make sure that they clean it up, and that's an example of the communication there, Andy, making sure that they clean out that player and that it does not become a problem a little bit later in the game.
3 dead there for XZ as they're going to continue the hold. Looks like they found the last player, and they'll be looking soon for the fresh spawners as well. That should have led to a little bit of team, but Suspector from the B stairs gets that grenade kill on the ball. That's a huge play.
Yeah, not only that, he picks up another, and Suspector is just being such a nuisance to this lineup from Ascend. He's managed to not only pick up 1, he's picked up 2, which has slowed things down. If he turns this as well, it would be an absolutely humongous play from Suspector. He does it, and he's kind of kept his team in this one.
Oh, no, no, no! Oh my God, almost did it again. The one thing I gotta say right now, on the side of Ascend, if you have 3 dead and Suspector is the last player alive on B pillars, you cannot allow what just happened to happen.
Rockets in the hands of Kratos. Nothing going to be connecting too big for him, though, as the players on Ascend manage to survive. However, as I say that, 3 fall in quick succession. Porky J, the only player down here for XS, so they can get that ball, and this is the first opportunity, like we were talking about, Andy, to maybe bring that ball back towards A-Tower, towards PD. Now, we're going to have to see how this hold works for XS.
Yeah, we've almost seen a half hour of ball time here throughout this first game, and like you said, this is the first time we're even seeing a snipe drone, unfortunately, third base sliding into the other end of a Bulldog. That's going to be pretty difficult, but Legend, nice job there. Off of that PD bow to swing back, they're going to now be holding once again.
Kratos last alive as well. Shady just swarming towards him. Going to have some help from Legend. They have the ball in hand. If they can clean this kill up, then it would be really good time for them. But no, took too long to do it. And now you see the push come in as Kratos has choice words for the French.
You saw that, yep. Kratos certainly had something to say about that, and for good reason. Once again, that's Ascend letting Kratos stay alive and pick up extra kills he shouldn't be. And guess what? That gave his team so much time to push up all across the map, and what could have been another big hold for Ascend will still be kind of standoffish there for XZ. They'll still hold them at bay.
Great movement though from Shady, just using that drop slide to get that extra little bit of momentum, but the most important thing here is the fact that XZ still holding the ball, but Shady might have something to say about that. He picks up the double. The ball is going to be thrown out towards bottom middle though. Rockets are coming up in 10 seconds, a pivotal moment in this game.
Certainly keep an eye on those Rockets bottom middle. Snipe drone trying to watch them, but knows that he also has to support on B side because there's pressure coming in. Let's see where those Rockets go. Both teams have an eye on them.
35 and climbing the score in comparison to XZ's 47, but Porky J has managed to get the boom boom. So this is an opportunity for them to make this push to pick up the kills and maybe pick up a little bit of oddball time too. It's a double kill for Porky J, and he's still got a rocket in the chamber.
Yeah, he's wondering where that last player might be. Didn't need the last rocket kill. Shady as well. That's a momentary 3 dead, so they now need to be worried about these fresh spawners here. 57 to 42.
57 and climbing though. Pressure still coming in though from Ascend. Where's that first kill going to come in though? Snipe Drone managed to survive for now. 2 players fall around. That's going to be 3 dead for XZ. You can see how close they were to picking up the kills as the trade will come in. Where are the spawns though? The oddball is in the hands of Shady. Where are Ascend looking to set up here? Where are XZ going to spawn? And where is the hold and the fight going to happen?
Yeah, Kratos already on that Neon's push doing a lot of damage, and they're just going to try to hold this. And it looks like they're going to be pretty spread out, XZ. They're going to look for these first picks. Once they get the kill, expect them to push very quickly.
Suspector does get that kill. Filthy G gets the second. Suspector gets the third. So the setup is just falling apart like wet toilet paper here for Ascend. XZ have managed to just crunch through them. It was almost too easy for them.
It was, and it looked like they were a bit spread out there, but they perfectly timed those kills. They got them one by one. Once again, Suspector being a huge factor in that entire operation, and they will continue scoring.
17 and 6 Suspector as well. Porky J, though, is the man we're watching for now. The oddball going to be thrown out bottom middle. He's taken down a no shields, and he's taken into the death screen. 2 dead here for Xset, and the ball in the hands of Ascend. So even though we're seeing some big statistics here from Xset again, look at the score at the bottom of your screen. It's 1-1 in rounds. It's 77-70 now in the hands of Xset, but it's Ascend who have the ball in their control.
Yeah, 4 seconds on these rockets. Let's see what Xset wants to do. Right now, you could argue that they have the advantage because they do have control of this alley, but it's Shady who snags him right away.
Oh!
Can't turn. He does spend 1 rocket, though. Tie game here.
Tie game, pretty much. 1 second the difference between the teams. Kratos picks up 1. Seeker will try to trade it out. Filthy G has the Bulldog as well, and with 1 rocket left here, this might be what Xset need to close out game number 1. That is the death for Snipe Drone. That the Xset fans were desperate for. 84, 85 and rising. This might be the last push here. Coming in for Ascend.
Needs to be a perfect push from Ascend. They were 1 dead. They had the odd man not able to rush, and let's see if they can get the kill share. 91-point mark.
They pick up 2. They pick up 3. Porky J is last player alive here. They needed to hold Xset. They're not able to do it. And now Porky J is scarpering away, playing his life. And the oddball goes into the hands now of Ascend. They are picking up points. They are closing in on the lead. And now we find ourselves, if Ascend hold, they win this game.
Somehow Porky J able to stay alive. That's a huge push out. Tied up 91-91.
2 players dead though. Here for Ascend. Legend trying to survive. Xset collapsing and falling over as Filthy G picks up 2. They will also pick up that oddball. 5 seconds to go. Make it 3, 2, 1. And Xset will close out game number 1. But my. That was a fight.
That was, and maybe not the game 1 that they expected in this series. You have to think Xset coming into this one pretty confident, but in that moment they're having to go all the way the distance. It was the final push. But what we just saw at the end of the game from Porky J to stay alive, to push back B stairs, you cannot even describe how big that moment is. So many players might die there in tires. If they do, it's such a different push. They have so much more time they need to waste. Instead, he stays B stairs, resets with his team, and they get a perfect push.
They do indeed. It was a game of just the final push. Every single round it felt like there was one more push for a team. If it went one way, you won the round. If it went the other, you lost the round. And it was Xset who managed to clutch up in those final moments. We'll take a look at the series layout to see where we're driving ourselves to next. Slayer Bazaar, Andy. We're going to see a little bit of a different pace maybe here than what we just saw in the frenetic game number 1.
And it'll be interesting, right? Because Slayer Bazaar, though we talk about it being an overall slower game type, a game type that can play much slower than Oddball Streets, there are moments where you do need to go very fast, where you do need to push advantages and opportunities, and expect both of these teams with the grapple, with the overshield, with the Rockets to do exactly that.
It's going to be that opening strategy, though, that I'm certainly keeping my eyes on, Andy. We talked about it a lot before this game got underway. And the reason that we talk about it as well, to explain to, again, some of our new viewers, on a map like Bazaar, where you have the power-ups, you have the power weapons, and where they are positioned on the map, if you pick up 3, if you pick up 4 kills off that opening rip, it's not just that, it's the knock-on effect. You pick up power weapons, power-ups, equipment, all of that that's spread like a lovely little dinner across the middle of the map. You eat it up.
You eat it up, especially if you're the team in favor of that. If you're on the other end, you could be in a lot of trouble. I mean, spawning in the back of this map, spawning in areas like tree or bar or back flag, when the enemy's looking at you with dynamo nades, these are things of nightmares. And I think both teams are going to want to do whatever they can to avoid those 4 dead scenarios, because it does allow teams to get such solid control of top mid.
I'm going to have to see how it does play out, but certainly keep an eye on the kill feed and that scoreboard right at the start. But, I mean, what are your takeaways from that first game? Because it was incredibly close and a lot of talk about Ascend coming into this tournament. Do you think they've justified the hype?
I think Ascend looks great. I have to tell you, though, off of the one game, one thing I'm concerned about, and that's the objective efficiency of Xset. Because when you have a player like Suspector, who has 17 kills in the game, and no one on the other side even has 11, that tells me that there's a strong outslaying happening. However, they're not connecting all the dots that they need to in the objective department. The question right now is that a sign of things to come, or was that maybe just a one-off? We're going to find out a little bit more in game number 2.
Well, they don't have to worry about the objective here, because the only objective is to pick up 50 kills first. We're going into Slayer now on Bazaar. You can see the rocket launcher going to be vital for teams to get that opening, to keep that control. You can also see that grapple shot spinning around, and we've seen some creative stuff coming out of players already with that, Andy.
Certainly, so many things to contest in the middle of this map, and that's why Onset and I continue to talk about the opening rush on this game type specifically. It is going to be vital for these teams, and if you lose that opening rush in a big way, it creates quite a hill to come back from.
Well, here we go. Let's see how both teams approach the start of our second game of the series. XSET up by 1 in this best of 5, and Seeker's actually going to pick up the first kill as well. Going to be traded out almost immediately, though, by Porky J, and now you can see how contested that rocket launcher is going to be. But speaking of power-ups, speaking of power weapons, Porky J, he's got the overshield.
He does right now, also looking bottom middle, has a little bit of, has to reload, so can't finish the snipe drone kill on his own. Does have the dynamos as well, so that might help him a little bit with these rockets. And now just taking a look at the bridge, great control from low from XSET, and that's something we should mention. Even though this feels like a vulnerable position, you can really do a lot of damage from down low.
But look how tight it is, Andy. Even though we've seen power weapons being picked up on one side and kills being traded out, it is pretty tight at the start of things. The only difference really has been Suspector's got away with a Bulldog. And that's been the only thing that's had an influence at the start of this game.
Which is pretty wild to say that out of an opening rush, that's really the thing we talk about. That tells you just how even it was. But look at this, not afraid to push right in. Bark, bark, bark goes the Bulldog, picks up another one, looks for the last one on Shady, but can't convert there, but still on the push is XSET.
Kratos manages to pick up one. Legend should be there to trade it out and manages to do so as well. So 9-6 the score, a 3-kill differential between the two teams. Make that 2 though, as 1 kill will be picked up here for Ascend. Now we're going back to a little bit more of a stalemate. You can see that Ascend spawning over on the blue side. And at the moment, XSET just kind of trapped on the red side. So it's a battle for mid-map control.
Yeah. For those of you watching here, both in the arena in Raleigh and also at home, the closest parallel, if you haven't played a lot of Bizarre Slayer, maybe you're just coming back to Halo. First of all, welcome back. The easiest parallel is that this plays a little bit like a Pit Slayer, right? There are times where it will slow down.
Oh, 100%. It's all about getting that pick, that first opportunity to pick up a kill, and then you've got a little bit more space. Center map to move up, to create a few more plays, and have your teammates give you that little bit of cover that they're looking for. But look at this, now just a 1-kill game between the two teams. Porky J will pick up the second beat down onto Legend though, but picked up immediately as an assist and converted into a kill. 12-11, still in the favor of XSET.
Questions where this overshield goes. That's where I have my eyes on. Of course, that just popped, and we'll have to see exactly where that fell. It was obviously grabbed right away, but it doesn't look like it was burned just yet. There it is going to be in the hands of Filthy G for XSET. Going to try to rally the team back here.
More concerning thing here for Ascend is that XSET picked up 2-3 kills just before the overshield was actually popped. Yeah. So now they have the disadvantage of being trapped into respawns, Andy. But not only that, they've got to deal with a man with an overshield, and Filthy G is going to turn it into kills. Grapples forward, but no! Legend makes a legendary play.
Wow, Grapples in there. You were pretty sure he was going to find the kill, but guess what? Kind of something out of a horror film. When he checked the corner where he thought the player might be, it turns out he was already behind him there, so that will keep this game close.
It will keep it close, but it will be the lead now going to Ascend. 1 kill difference between the two teams. How quickly a game can change, Andy, through 1 play.
We talked about objective efficiency in this game type, as you mentioned, because this is Slayer. You have to think of those power-ups and power weapons as the objective, and that is not an efficient use of that overshield. They totally wasted it.
They certainly did. Not only that, this is the first time we're going to see Ascend with a rocket launcher in their hand. You can see Shady running it back as well. He's got a mangler down by his feet, I'm pretty sure, as well as this rocket launcher and a battle rifle. He's a human arsenal right now, this man. Snipe drone picking up 1, and 21-17 the score as they start to extend ever so slightly here.
I like that play from Shady. He just goes up top rocks. He makes sure to clear out the entire area. Then he gets the comms from the team that the entire opposing team is past the other side of the 50-yard line. So he's playing really conservative here with these rocks at top rocks.
And now you're seeing, like you mentioned, the game slowing down a bit. Why? It's because XSET know that they don't have control of any power weapons. Shady has the grapple. The overshield's popping up as well, and now it's down to XSET to try and make a move to deny this space. Kratos is going to pick up 1, though. That is going to create a little bit of an opportunity, but now here comes Shady, but is it too little too late? Can he get the kill onto Filthy G? He can. Overshield is down, but Kratos has managed to snag it.
There is power in numbers, and that's exactly what XSET did. Even though they did not have control of the rockets, they sent multiple players bottom mid, and just like that, they somehow pull out an overshield grab.
Not only that, they've brought the game back to within 1, make that a tie game at 24-24. Killing spree, 5 without reply here for Kratos.
Incredible set of plays there, and they've just timed that perfectly. The push from XSET somehow, despite not having that rocket control, able to pull out that overshield. That has totally changed the game.
26-26 though. Overshield will be pretty much taken out of effect in a few moments' time as well, as it just ticks down, as Kratos unfortunately won't have that little bit of extra shielding to help him in those battles. Shady picks up one though, and Shady is going to give an opening now, as it's going to be Legend who surprises Kratos. Takes him down, Snipe Drone picks up another, and now we're seeing a big swing the other way as Ascend go into the lead.
This has been so back and forth once again, and now just a one-kill game at 28-29. Neither team wanting to make that first mistake on this next push. And just holding top is Filthy G and the rest of XSET here in Bar.
Now are both teams thinking about that overshield? It's going to be popping up pretty soon. Now they slowed it down once more to set up for that play. Or is it just a case of a little bit of trepidation? A few nerves starting to come across the two teams. The overshield up in around 30 seconds as you see the move. Ascend have that one kill advantage, but Porky J with a sneaky position should be able to tie it up at 30 all. He does so.
Does it very well. Needs to watch out for the spiker and is able to stay alive. Gets out of the tree as well. Narrowly escapes all those grenades. Just like that, still a tie game. Overshield in 10 seconds.
Overshield in 10 seconds. What's the play here from Ascend? Because you can see how XSET are set up on the map. They do have positional advantage. Ascend have to force their way through a few different chokes and try and get some angles onto it. Suspector picks up a kill, which is going to make things a little bit easier as well. Sika, he's going to have a Mangler in hand. The Bulldog is going to equalize though for Filthy G. He drops down the drains into the basement, but he can't find anyone. Nobody at home here as Snipe Drone has taken that position away, and also that overshield.
That's right, just about gone here, but it's still going to help him get this last kill on Filthy G. So just like that, now 34-32 in favor of Ascend.
Here goes Sika into the bar. Now he's going to be pushing towards that back flag as well. Look at this collapse coming in. Kratos gets taken down. Constant pressure coming in from Ascend once more, but Legend's going to have to be careful here because two of his teammates have falling. Looking across the stat lines here, Snipe Drone 13 and 9 for Ascend, leading the way. On the other side, it's Kratos 12 and 7 for his squad.
Huge plays from Filthy G. Not only does he stay alive, he gets one kill, gets the second player weak, and somehow they fight out of that scenario there to keep this game tied at 36. Huge plays from XSET to avoid the collapse.
At no point has either of these teams had a significant advantage in this Slayer. It's been back and forth, trade for trade, and you're seeing it once again in the kill feed here. These two teams are so evenly matched on this map. Sika picks up one though. Kratos' no shields are taken down, as now we're seeing Ascend go into a lead, but again, it's just 2 kills.
Here comes the big push there up in the hut. Nice job from Legend to not trade there. He had the support from top Rockets as well as they start to set their sights on the power-up once again. This one's going to be huge as we reach the end game.
Now we start to look at how many kills are left for teams to pick up, not how many are gone. 10 kills is all that Ascend need. On the other side, it's 12 for XSET, so you can see how this next team fight is so pivotal to how this game 2 will turn up. Snipe Drone picks up one, and that's going to put the pressure now onto Porky J.
It's true, you only really have 2 battles left in this game. There's one right now on your screen that's about to take place is going to be for this overshield.
Overshield's coming up, 3 seconds. But more importantly, it was the 2 kills that went down before, which will allow Sika to pick this one up. He slams it into his chest. He picks up some dynamos. He picks up the thrust as well. Sika has the opportunity here to really put the hurt onto XSET.
And they actually forfeited it. XSET let that overshield go. They were going to try to bait it maybe, or try to double it.
But
Sika
picks
matter.
up 2, and now he's looking for 3. Filthy G! Oh, that's huge. 47-41 though. The push coming in from Ascend might be enough.
Let's see what Legend does here. If he's able to pick up another kill, this really could be the end of the game. Trying to find out if they can find the opposing players, but they're all going to split spawn across the map, so we will stay at 47-41.
3 minutes and 20 left in this game as well. Then if I know Ascend, I know that they're not going to die trying. They're going to make a play here. And maybe it's Sika just playing slowly, but no, it's Shady in the kill feed. He picks up the kill onto Porky J, and now you're seeing the push come in. Kratos with a green gun is going to survive for now. So is Legend, though, as Snipe Drone moves across. Snipe Drone will pick up that kill, and we have a series on our hands. 1-1 as Ascend answer back.
If there were any doubts after our first game, if Ascend was here to play, I think they've answered that in that game number 2, as you had mentioned on set. So back and forth, neither team really having even a 4-kill lead throughout many points of that game. However, they answer back, and they answer back strong with a confident finish and a confident overshield grab pretty surprised that we saw XSET forfeit that the way they did.
Yeah, I was going to say, the big turning point, sometimes we're always looking for it in a game, right? We're like, where was that moment where things really changed? That was the overshield. That final overshield they managed to pick up. Shady with the kill just before it popped as well. Gave them the opportunity to express themselves a little bit more on the map. By doing that, they got that overshield in their hand, and then they weren't afraid, Andy. It's like I mentioned, they are not afraid of whoever they're playing against to make a play. And that sends us to our third game of the series. Now we have a little bit of Strongholds action as we move over to live fire. But before we get there, Andy, this game was back and forth in every single sense of the term.
It really was. We saw this game and this map played from so many different angles. Here's the play against Filthy G. Legend somehow gets the back whack and knew that grapple play might have been coming. This is a play from Kratos where he snuck out that overshield somehow miraculously. But this game, this series on set, games 1 and 2, has been so back and forth.
I mean, you just look back at the first game and this game, right? It was one push per round in game number 1. It was one push that decided things in game number 2. I reckon it might be one push that decides things in game number 3. We'll have to see how it does end up, of course. But, I mean, it's been a fantastic series so far. This is the kind of series, by the way, I want to go to a game 5.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those series that deserves it because I get the feeling whoever wins it's going to pop off.
Right. If there was,
you know what I mean?
Oh, I agree. And I also think people might have been looking at this series in the schedule and said, I don't know about that Ascend XSET series. I might watch that one, you know. But I think everyone's been proven wrong because this is a damn good series. It's been amazing so far. Like you said, it has been very small differences between these two teams that has decided everything so far in this series.
Well, we wait until we get into our next game. We're looking forward to doing that, of course. But who's been your standout so far on Ascend? Who do you think's been the player that's been making the plays, that's been keeping them in the series?
Let's see. I think on the Ascend side, I've liked what I've seen from Snipedrone at all times. He's getting creative with his routes. He's getting creative with his angles. But that entire roster in that game, they really stepped up. And I think what's interesting, we talk about the openings on Bazaar. We should also talk about the end game because really what happened there was you had Kratos trying to go pillars and front door on the last overshield. When that bottom mid power-up spawns, you need to get players on the bottom of the map. That can be very difficult to do. What we saw Ascend do is actually win that battle where Kratos died on pillars, right? And we also saw a few players on Ascend stay alive bottom mid. That essentially secured them the overshield. So that entire team, the teamwork and that finish, that was the deciding factor.
We're actually going to send it back to the desk now because a lot has happened, and while we get game number 3 set up, I'm sure that they would love to break it down.
We certainly would, actually. That is exactly why we're up here. This is our jobs, and boy, am I happy to be here. Gentlemen, I mean, what an incredible show. Again, I'm going to say this probably for the remainder of today, but I mean, really, that is the series everyone wants to see, the close set series here, and I'm so impressed with both of our teams and what a show they're putting on for us right now. I've got to talk quickly about Ascend, though, because I feel like Ascend really did step it up into that game. I think that oddball was obviously extremely close, but that Slayer, they really had control of Bazaar there. Clutch, obviously, you know, close quarters for you, some of these maps. You've had a chance to play them for a long time, a lot longer than many of us over here have. How are you finding their kind of Bazaar play style? Excuse the pun, it's not Bazaar, it's bloody brilliant. But, you know, in terms of how they're playing it and the starting strats that you really do need to have, you know, what are you seeing from Ascend right now?
Yeah, I think Ascend really stepped up in the late game, just like Bravo just told us, right? I think what they were able to do for that last overshield, the kills that they were able to get right before it came up, won them that game. And it was on the back of Snipedrone and Sika making plays. They were using the equipment very efficiently in order to get those kills. If they can continue to figure out the meta in a sandbox format like they are, they're going to have a lot of success. This XSET team is not going to give them anything, and they had to earn that win in game 2. I expect the entire series to go just as planned as far as who can control that sandbox and how useful they can be when they have it.
I think it's still going to be an incredible battle. I don't think anybody's going to be letting off the gas anytime soon. We're going to pause this chat right now because we need to talk about the open bracket. More importantly, we need an update. We actually had an update earlier on. Let's see what Blaze and Echidna have for us.
What's up, guys? Blaze here with another open bracket update. As you guys heard us talk about before, this place, the Passion Pit, has been action-packed throughout the entire weekend. Over here on Station 13, we got Mind Freak versus the Seattle Servers. They're throwing down. I already heard Lunchy talking to Mess. He says, hey, we on land now, no more high ping. Over here, Stations 11 and Station 1, we got Complexity versus Black Flame going down at 11. And as you guys can start to see all the way in the back, that big crowd, is going to be Sentinels versus Finesse Strafe. Now, Station 17 over here in that corner, well, we also got some more heavy hitters. It's going to be Team War. They're going to be throwing down as well. So, open bracket, we're still underway, but don't go nowhere, okay? We got all the updates for you throughout the day, and we'll let you know who's going to be winning up in here. That's going to do it for me. Back to you guys at the desk.
Oh, thank you so much, Blaze. He's the best. He's keeping tabs on what's happening in the open bracket. And over here, we're enjoying the show on the main stage. Gaskin, got to quickly talk to you about that oddball. It was so close, but that's what we love to see, and having that round system in oddball right now makes it all the more competitive. And it really did come down to the wire there. It really came down to the final pushes. And every time we saw a potential final push on one of our teams, that was broken almost immediately. How are you finding the two teams right now going head to head like that? I know you're smiling. I'm giving you a chance to talk.
Wes, you take this one. Go on, you take
No, go
Yeah,
on.
Wes, you like the sound of your own voice? I get asked the questions, I answer the questions. It's that simple.
I mean,
boys.
this was a very close game. It could have gone either way. I think there was a couple of pushes that were very important to the outcome of that game. And I think XSET were slightly concerned about how close that game was. When you look at historically throughout Halo, North American teams kind of slap EU teams around in pool play, and we usually are cannon fodder for the best of parts, but I think this Ascend team has really shown up and demonstrated that they can fight against a very strong XSET squad, and the oddball game could have gone either way, for sure.
GB, you loving the action?
Yes.
That's enough.
Perfect stuff. I'm going to head straight back into it.
This is the easiest gig ever. My
We're
God.
Gonna head straight
Put me on the
back
desk all the
into
time.
it.
Damn.
Let's head on over to Bravo on Onset and carry on this series, and let's
Good
see
show.
exactly who's going to take it.
Thank you, Lottie. Perfect timing on that. Always good to cut off Golden Boy just before he was about to
Yes,
say.
I was going to say the same thing. I was actually worried. I was worried about what Golden Boy might say.
Yeah,
So
I
the
think,
fact that we cut
I think
him off.
production were worried about it, to be honest.
That was perfect.
Shout out to production for making sure that we're all, not living in a Golden Boy world. We have to backstage. It's a whole thing. Don't
You
worry
don't
about
want
it.
to be in
but,
that world. We spend too much time in that world.
Yeah, it really isn't a place that anybody should wish to visit. However, let's talk about the series, because that is a place that everybody should be visiting right now, because it is an amazing series between these two teams. If you're just joining us, it's 1-1 after Ascend answered back in our previous game on Bazaar Slayer, after XSET took Street Oddball in what was, both games, to be honest with you, incredibly close, coming right down to those final moments. But now we move over to Strongholds. The first time we're going to see it in the series, Andy. Live fire is where we're heading, and we've seen already how crazy the rotations can be on this map. With the pace this series has gone at, how Oddball was played, this is going to be a banger!
I mean, we talked about how close this game is, right? Halo Infinite in general, right? A game of inches, and just the fact that this series has been so close. Expect last-second resets to define this series. If you can get key crucial resets, key crucial trades, that will be the determining factor in who wins this game.
It certainly will be. Maybe that sniper rifle is going to have an impact as well. One big headshot is all it takes to turn a game on its head. Here we go, though. Porky J picks up the first kill, and that's going to be going in the favor of XSET. A couple of kills going to be traded out. Sicker now tries to escape with the sniper rifle in his hand, but look at the confidence. Yeah. Doubles back, says, hey, if I'm going to go down, I'm going to try to take someone with me.
I was going to say the same thing, but it's not every team here at this event also hits the no-scope beat down on Kratos there, but it's not every team at this event that's going to jump the top middle right away and grab that sniper and then continue to challenge angles. Good confidence there.
Look at this, though. Early on, triple cap for Ascend. Huge burst of pace off of the start of this game, and they will have BC control as the Spectre moves into A to turn that back over to XSET. So 18-0 the score, and rising in the favor. And look at that Legend just jumping up. Suspector being caught with his trousers down. That's never a good thing to be caught with, Andy.
Interesting play from Suspector. He saw that his team was overloading Dummy's side, so instead he goes bottom middle, over to the bottom middle B pillars, and tries to change that angle instead of stacking up with his team. So we're going to keep an eye on those decisions from this team. Do they move as a pack, or do they start to spread out on Strongholds?
Filthy G's having to wait for his teammates to respawn here because they were down a player. And when you're playing Stronghold, you can't force across the map without having kills in your favor. And as we can see here, they do not have those, as they will have to retreat back to C once more. But look at the pressure now coming in from Shady. He picks up one, and Sinker picks up another. The pressure here at the start of this game from Ascend is what separates them from some of the best.
And I think you put it perfectly. They are playing with not just confidence, but extreme confidence. When you're challenging like angles like that from closet into C flat, sending two players right into C and not being afraid, that's been the difference maker so far. 63-0.
And the 0 is what stands out to me at the moment. XSET haven't had a foothold in this game, and look at the pressure once again coming in. Sicker realizes that the spawns are coming in towards C. Hey, we'll take A away from you, and now we know where you're spawning. Now we know where the pressure is. Snipe Drone will lose the battle. But Shady picks up the kill and trades it out straight away. Kratos finally wins the battle over at B, so there's an opportunity here for XSET to finally get some points on the board by converting B in their favor.
But what a start from Ascend. Onset, the first thing you said about this team as they stepped onto the main stage was expect this team to play fast and expect them to play quick. Like we said, the last second contest making a huge difference.
But still come to get the reset! They fight tooth and nail for B. One player somehow stayed alive for long enough for players to come off the respawn. They pick up the kills, and now it is 90-0. Nil point. I don't speak much French, but I'm pretty sure that's right.
I think you're right, and regardless, we have one of the most commanding leads we have seen in a Strongholds match in professional play, period, as they are now up 103-0.
Oh, this is getting a little bit ugly here for XZ. They need some semblance of control. Maybe it's going to come now as two players do flood towards B. They finally managed to get a point on the board, which is step one in this game for sure. Maybe now they can start to string a few kills together and get some control, but no, every time we see them, every time we swap to a POV, you can see the pressure that they're feeling.
But look what it required just to get B. They had to send 2 players, and only one of them barely stayed alive to get the final capture. That tells you the level of control we're seeing from Ascend.
Shots coming in. It's the back of Porky J as well. Shady will pick up a kill, and now Porky J has to move away and try and survive. Good communication, though, moving towards the camo side to pick up that player and manage to pick up that kill. 117-11. The flip now coming in towards A for XZ. However, it gets reset almost immediately. Legend picks up another kill in the feed. A triple cap now as A is where XZ tried to put a lot of resources to turn things back, but it's 126-11 here, Andy. And at the moment, Porky J is trying to do what he can. He picks up 1 to get his team back in, but it's just not enough.
Almost picks up 2. Like you said, though, still not scoring. The one thing that XZ can be thankful for is the fact that Strongholds here is a marathon. There are a lot of points still to be played, on the board. However, still seeing some really good control, but finally, XZ will continue scoring, now looking for maybe a trip cap here on B.
And this is the first time we've seen XZ with the opportunity to stagger some spawns. By doing that, they can create scenarios where they have 2v4s on the map, but Snipe Drone says no. He picks up 2, and once again makes a play to even things up.
Also gets to stick with the spiker that doesn't end up trading. Another fantastic play, as he's going to now set his sights on C. Multiple players here pushing dummies. Kratos doing very well to peek, but Snipe Drone will win that one as well.
E-wave down, and look, as soon as Snipe Drone is taken down to no shields, the help arrives almost immediately. It's like every single player on Ascend in this game so far has had each other on speed dial. 999, I need your help. This is an emergency. And they arrive in the nick of time. But once again, XZ finally managed to pick up the kills they need to get a foothold in this game. They have B. They should be able to turn over C as well. A will go in the hands of Ascend, so they will be scoring here, XZ, but it's still such a huge deficit.
Exactly. You might be thinking, these last few minutes looked really good for the side of XZ. However, don't forget it's still 160-32. So even though we saw a few slays going in for the side of XZ, Ascend still looking very strong here, dominant on the scoreboard.
Now, I don't want to bring this up, I'm going to have to. One thing that maybe some EU teams in the past have done is bottle games like this. Yeah. And it's when they've had a dominating lead and all of a sudden they lose control, things start to go against them, they get a little bit nervous, they get a little bit shaky, and all of a sudden the score gets a lot closer than you would imagine. I'm really interested to see if Ascend can hold that kind of momentum away from XZ and wrestle their way into this game.
I think one thing that's going to continue to be a difference maker is can they get these sneaky resets? On a map like Live Fire, in a game like Strongholds, one player just staying alive, back tower or back B, and getting those sneaky back whacks can really be the big difference maker in this game.
Well, this is the opportunity for them to prove their steel here because XZ are back in this game. They have a triple cap, they're picking up kills as well, and Porky J and Suspector are starting to find that chemistry. Things are starting to flow now for XZ.
Right, what was just a 160-22 is now a 170-65. So starting to put some points on the board, and like we said, regardless, there's plenty of time on the clock for them to get right back in this game.
It certainly is, and now they're picking up a few kills along the way. Things are starting to just piece together a little bit. The jigsaw is starting to, make that picture. You're starting to see half the horse. Not the whole thing quite as yet, but with a sniper rifle and a camo in their hands, maybe a few more of those pieces are going to start to slot into place. But Suspector's got to play this one sneaky. Filthy G is going to make it a little bit easier for him to do so, as now they're trying to put pressure on that triple cap once more.
Yeah, right now just playing very sneaky in the corner. If anyone gets an angle on him, they'll have to try to eagle eye him out. They don't even challenge it to trip cap momentarily as B starts to get converted.
Snipe Drone inside a B for now. Porky J puts an end to that sentence almost as soon as it started. The triple cap does continue. C going to be turned over though for Ascend. 109 to 169 and rising here, and this is starting to look a little bit scary here for Ascend. They need to get some kills together. They need to get some control, but Suspector managing to pick up Snipe Drone might again put that pressure on.
Snipe Drone with a very good trade back tower. They absolutely had to clear out back tower in that scenario, and Snipe Drone knew it. He comes back, they clear clean up the kill, and just like that, that leads to more control from them. That kill, that does not happen without that kill back tower.
Massive, absolutely huge, influential. We talk about big kills in a game. That one will have an asterisk by it because we'll have to talk about that one when we get to the end of it. But for now, it is scoring again for Ascend. A big battle going down over here towards B as the pressure is on. It will be converted, but look at this. Filthy G is just ducking, diving, doing what he can to survive. He's not able to do it, and now 191 to 122. Well, that's going to get even bigger, that scoreline, because a triple cap is back for Ascend.
And just when you felt like Xset maybe had, like we said, all the pieces of the puzzle in place, the trip cap will stay, the reset will come in on C as well, and Ascend just feels like they're playing one step ahead.
Oh, Suspector feels a no-scope. Look at this from Legend as well. Just dives down. He doesn't care. Now he's going for the no-scope. Beat down. Only the beast down will connect, though, as it will be AB in their control. Xset need to pick up this next string of kills, though. Otherwise, this game might just slip through their fingers.
They thought they might have had the control they needed to close this one out, but just as quickly as he said that, the trip cap came in. Now 229 to 126. This needs to be an excellent set of exchanges from Xset if they want to win this game.
Xset moving to B. They're going to give up A here, and they're going to let Ascend take that. It's going to give them information on where the respawns are coming in, which is why you're seeing Legend taking so much damage from this grenade. But look, they've already managed to split across the map. They've already made that rotation towards C, and they're going to be scoring once more.
Once again, playing one step ahead, scoring again, now within striking distance of this game. Great shots coming out of Sika, as he will now just start to convert B.
A goes back to Xset, though, and this is going to be the battle for B here. If they don't win it, Xset, this could be game. Going towards Ascend, 237, big win from Legend again on C. He will hold things down. The reset comes in, the triple cap is in effect, and it will be game going to Ascend.
What a game from them. They will close out the game and take a lead in the series with a score of 2-1. After dropping that first game, they have come back with fire on set.
I mean, we talk about the start of that game?
Yeah.
I mean, we need to.
We should.
We probably should.
I think so.
It was like 100 plus to 0?
Yeah.
I got worried.
And we've been casting Halo Infinite now for the past 6 weeks.
A whole 6 weeks?
Yeah. We have not. It has not been 6 weeks.
Hasn't even been 6
4
weeks.
weeks.
Yeah, 4 weeks.
Yeah, we've casted many tournaments here, and you and I have not seen many games that started with over 100-point delta to 0. They will win that game 250 to 129 and take a lead in the series with a score of 2-1.
Now, Xset, very, very good. Our next game type, though. Aquarius Capture the Flag is one that I have marked down as certainly a strong suit for them. If Ascend can take this one, it's certainly going to be something to talk about as they will take home the series. If they don't, we'll be going to their game 5. But we'll take a look at some of the highlights from that previous map, Andy, because, I mean, the start was just electric.
It was electric and it was frightening. If you are a fan or, heaven forbid, a family member of Xset, that was a frightening start. As you see, it was 114 to 11. Now we saw some great things out of Xset, but it was too little too late. They let the game completely get away from them.
They did, and I kind of talked about it just in the middle of the game. I was like, I've been here before as an EU commentator and as someone from EU, and we get really excited, we get really hyped, and then all of a sudden things slip away.
Yeah.
Can still happen in this series, but the good signs, of course, for Ascend is in that game, when they found that they didn't have control going in their favor, Andy, they were able to keep their cool under that pressure.
They were, and I think that's key, because I agree with you. I think we've seen not just European teams, we've seen teams that are maybe just underdogs in general, right? Be up in a game in a huge way and come down to a devastating lead. They are not able to survive kind of the resurgence of pressure that comes in from the other side of the stage. However, Ascend, not only do they stay cool, calm, and collected, they win it with multiple trip caps to close it out. Pretty great stuff from them.
Yeah, really impressive stuff, and to put it in bigger context here, if they beat Xset here, Xset beat Space Station, yeah, we could be talking about potential, pool winners, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves now. Because there's still games to be played. We've still got a lot of things to be decided before we start talking about that story, but certainly something to keep in the back of your minds for sure. But for Xset, they need to bounce back now. They need to bounce back, and they need to do it quickly. I think a hot start here is certainly what they need.
Certainly, I think, like you said, CTF Aquarius, there's two things on my mind. First of all, it's a great game type for Xset. Second of all, I think it's a great game for. I'm so glad we're going to see these two teams go up against each other, because we've seen all sorts of game types throughout this series, but we haven't seen these two teams match up in a map like Aquarius here, where speed's going to really count, but it's going to be all about the pushes. How many players do they send each side? Are they able to control areas like top, middle, and the enemy's utility? That's what it will come down to.
Well, here we go then. I tell you what, it's starting to get a little bit warm in here, Andy.
It is.
And all of a sudden,
I
I'm starting to get a little bit of a French accent going on because things are looking like an upset might be on the cards here. In this map number 4, capture the flag, Ascend. One map away from closing things out. Xset, if they win this one, we're going to game 5, baby.
Here we go, game number 4, Aquarius, CTF once again Ascend up 2-1 over the side of Xset right now. Not just up in the series, but maybe even looking at an Xset upset if they close out this one.
Dynamo Grenade's going to be impactful as always. What a great start this is for Xset, though. This is what I talked about, the hot start they need just to regain, just to calm things down. However, problems already being caused by the last player alive. As we see Suspect to pick up the camo, there's one player behind. It's Shady. He got that flag out. Now he's a problem.
That pull was so fast. Within 20 seconds of the game starting, very rarely do you see that. Pops the camo right away, but like you said, Onset, I'm going to go back to the question of how objective efficient is Xset. Through this series, that has been a question mark.
Well, look at Suspector now. His camouflage is going to be running out pretty soon. And he spent the whole time trying to look for the player who was behind. He's managed to pick up one. Here is Shady, the player who was behind. He still has a little bit of camo left, but here comes Legend. And I mean, you have to say,
yeah,
advantage to Ascend in that situation. Having lost the players off the rip, having not had any camo control, they're still in the game, and they're still holding at 0-0.
Certainly, once again, I think that question mark will stand in terms of just how objective efficient Xset is. Can they win this game and send us to a game 5? Of course. It's a question of how much pressure will Ascend continue to apply, because so far, they've been doing a great job in this series.
Well, Xset have map control for now. Kratos is trying to push up onto Sika. Ah, beautiful shots! Perfect, the word to be used as that medal jumps into our screens to let us know it was nothing but 4 coming in from Kratos' BR. Suspector picks up another. This is looking really solid, this push now coming in. The Dynamo Grenade towards the back of the base is going to allow Suspector to have a little bit of help in that fight as well. And now Xset have a huge opportunity here, Andy, to get this flag moving.
Suspector so wise to stay alive here. You could tell he knew he needed to play his life, and he plays those corners perfectly with all those grenades coming in. But look at the flag.
Yeah, the flag not moving. Defensive plays coming in. Legend is going to be able to do the damage onto Suspector, and there is Sika again to pick up the kill. To your point once more.
I'm going to ask the same question. Kratos and Suspector are alive on the flag. It seems like things are clear. Suspector staying alive, and 15 seconds later, the flag is only 4 feet off the stand. So I think we're going to need to see a little bit more coordination out of the side of Xset.
Top mid control is Xset's for now. The camo is up 2. There might be an opportunity for them to pick up their second, but I say the camo is up, it is available. It has been popped by Suspector, but he's being chased down, he's being hunted down, he's being sniffed out, but he manages to escape as the scent escapes from Ascendant 2.
Nice work here from Suspector. Like you said, just be able to stay alive there also to get that kill and not force the trade. Shots coming in from Sika, but just going to grab the sidearm and stay alive, and utility push bottom mid.
The Suspector, 2 in 2 for camos for now. Map control in the hands of Xset as well. Can they get that flag moving though as the camo is eliminated once more? PorkyJ picks up one on Snipe Drone. There is a player jumping into battle, and it's going to be Shady who manages to take down Suspector. Sidekick in his hands as well. PorkyJ will feel the wrath, but not without picking up the kill.
I think one thing to point out again is that's another camo grab for the side of Xset. They don't convert again, but I'm not going to hold that against them too heavily. If they continue controlling, all they'll need to do is put everything together. And now Xset could have started about this run, but Legend right there, right away, flying out into utility.
Look at the aggression!
Wow.
They do not care. If they have numbers, they will challenge, they will push, and they pick up the kill. Suspector's still trying to keep this flag alive at the moment, but it's so scrappy, and finally they might get the kills, but the return comes in. They send it back home. And once again, Ascend hold on here, but Xset have had control, Andy. There hasn't been much to talk about here for Ascend in the offensive capacity.
Right, I think we're seeing 2 things here. I think we're seeing Xset with control, however, they're a second late on their objective runs. When you combine that with the speed of Ascend off of the respawn, what you get here is repeated flag returns. That's the dynamic, that's the meta right now. It's a question of who's going to break that, who's going to be the first one to change that up.
Well, it's going to be Filthy G, who's inside of the base. However, it looks like the respawns might be coming in and rotations might be coming back, so they've got to be quick on these kills once more, but you're seeing Suspector is the player in the base. He has the heat wave. This is what they might need, Andy, to pick up those kills in quick succession. Suspector now picking up the kill. He's picking up the flag. Kratos picked up another one, and now you're seeing the run, and the pieces starting to come together for Xset.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go. If you're an Xset fan, this is what you wanted to see. It looked like this was going to be the case, that they were going to start to really get these runs. Now they're all the way back in their utility, escorting this flag home.
This should be the first one being punched in. there, but no, no, no! Snipe Drone, say no! He gets the flag out of the base as well. Porky J will pick up the beat down, but the flag is still away from home.
Flag did get a touch, though, so it's going to stay there on the stand. You have to wonder maybe if he went for the melee instead of the stick, if he could have stayed alive on the flag. No time to think about that, though, as those flags will be away.
Well, it looks like there might be a little bit of a technical issue, unfortunately, which is very devastating because all of us were quite enjoying that. But we'll get back into the game as quickly as possible. Apologies to everyone. Of course, we want to get into the game and see the conclusion of this series as much as we can. We'll get it back underway as soon as possible. But one good thing is it's 0-0 still.
It is 0-0.
So we don't have too much craziness about that.
Narrowly still 0-0 there. Snipe Drone gets the stop on the flag stand, and I don't think he knew at the time, being that we were going to get a technical reset, just how big that stop would be, because otherwise, of course, aggregate rules, would dictate that the game might start 1-0 in terms of the scoreboard. But we'll have to see what the station referees and the league ops make the call, but that game could restart 0-0.
Yeah, wait for the smart people to tell us exactly how things are going to happen, because if you watch any online broadcasts,
you know.
Just don't ask me these kind of things.
We don't handle that stuff up here.
It's been taken away. Responsibility been taken away for all of the right reasons. But let's focus on what did happen in that game, Andy, because one thing that really stood out to me at the start was control of Heatwave and Camo. It was all Xset, and even though they had it, they just couldn't quite get the kills in quick succession. That's one thing on Aquarius you need to do. It's all good to pick up one kill and then 5 seconds later pick up another. But by the time you picked up the second kill, the first player's back in the game, and all of a sudden you got to work again. It was just the timing slightly off.
It was, and what's interesting is that can go one of two ways. When we see Xset unable to convert time and time again, the thought goes through your head as you're watching, maybe they don't have all this figured out yet. The other way you can think about it, and oftentimes I had to as a coach, or are they slowly figuring out exactly what they have to do, and are they one flag run away? And that's actually what was the case for Xset. They were figuring it out, right? They might have scrapped those first 2 flag runs, but guess what? They showed that they knew how to bring that flag just about all the way home. So I think Xset has started to crack Ascend in this game type, and Ascend needs to come back with a very different strategy because it was not working. They were playing from the back foot the whole time. They need to find some sort of mid-map control.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I think that if we have, well, we do have this stoppage, not if we have, we can see it in front of us, Andy. There's no joking about it. It's straight in front of us, you know. It's probably going to be a good thing for Ascend to have that moment to re-establish how they want to approach this game. For Xset, it's the opposite. Like you say, they worked things out. Things were starting to click for them. They were finding the pieces start to slot together. Now maybe it's going to be the other way around, where Ascend are thinking, oh, okay, we know how Xset are now going to approach this.
Yeah.
We're going to have a little chat about things. How do we want to approach this opening strategy once more? How do we want to try and counteract what we're seeing from Xset? It's all these little mind games, all these little tactical things that, you know, you might be watching for the first time and you're thinking, you know, we just want to get a restart going here and we want to just see these two teams battle. But there's more than this. A little break like this can really be massive, especially with a series as tight as it is, with this series being on the line in this Aquarius game.
Absolutely. If you're just joining us, welcome here to HCS Raleigh, 2-1 in favor of Ascend over Xset. We're in pool play, and we're getting ready to jump back into game number 4. It's going to be Aquarius CTF. Again, Ascend versus Xset kicking off this game number 4. Ascend with a chance to close out this series. However, on the other side of the board, it's Xset that wants to send us to a game number 5.
We're going to have to see exactly how the opening strategy goes for both teams and who's going to come out on top this time. Before the restart, it was, of course, Xset who did get that camouflage and did manage to get that top mid control. And just a little update from League Ops as we see Filthy G win the first BR fight of the game. It is 0-0, full restart in this game.
And what a big stop from Snipe Drone there. Of course, had no idea that there would be a technical restart, but stopping that flag prevents us from starting this game with an aggregate or understood score of 1-0. So we are a fresh restart in this game. One thing I got to point out on set that you have to think Ascend is thinking, Xset has been exclusively pushing utility. They have been overloading utility. I don't even think we've seen the planner side of the map once on screen.
Doesn't exist.
It has been all utility, and you have to think Ascend is going to be ready to face that in this restart.
As we say that, Xset moved to the plant side of the field. Of course, it was always going to happen, but we're also seeing the heat wave in their hands as well as the camo. Now, Xset need to make the most of this. They have everything they need to make the assault on the base. Kratos is picking up kills as well. The longer this takes, the less effective these power-ups and power weapons are going to be. The thrust is going to keep him alive. Legend, though, once again, staggers those kills, Andy. That is a big defensive play.
Kratos did such a good job there with camo. He did as much damage on Legend and Sika in the back of the base as he could. However, the teammates just weren't there. And once again, Ascend did such a good job to apply the pressure there. Nice double kill comes in from Suspector, but it gets cleaned up. So honestly, Onset, we might be changing to a little bit of Planner's pressure, but it's a lot of the same from the last game.
Yes, Sika's going to have the heat wave too. And it is exactly the same pattern that we saw, like you summed up absolutely perfectly. Start this game, like we saw before, Ascend on the back foot very much. It is the aggression coming in from XZ. But finally, Sick has decided, hey, do you know what? I'm fed up of having no control of this side of the map. I'm going in, boys. I'm going to pick up some kills.
In a game like this on set, you tend to see that a multi-kill is the difference maker. Whatever can break this open, because as you can see, these two teams, in terms of play style, not even moments in the game, in terms of play style, are neck and neck. They're tied up. So things like big killing sprees, big multi-kills, those will be the deciding factor.
I said it a little bit tongue-in-cheek. The Sick has decided that he's going to go into the closet side and clear things out. Killing spree. Last time we saw him, he cleared the whole thing out, and now they've got the camouflage in their hands as well. Now, this is one of the first times that we've seen Ascend have the power up in their hands, Andy. Snipe Drone has a lot of responsibility here to turn this into kills and opportunities.
Just trying to sneak through. He's checking top, but actually gets spotted out. I think that was the Spectre who eagle-eyed him bottom middle. He stays alive, but needs to be really careful how he plays this.
Kratos is going to get a flagpole. So Snipe Drone's going to have a big play to make here. He's going to have to keep himself alive. Has given away his position, but repositions very, very smartly here as the camouflage will run out. Kratos is going to be alive in the flag. Snipe Drone, managed to stay alive long enough for his teammates to come off the respawn, and now he'll get that flag back to base. So deciding to rotate back, completely the right play here, as the flag is going to be returned home now for XZ once again.
Both flags back at home. Both teams can take 1 second to breathe. Trades there, so once again, one dead on each side will be back to even footing. But I think what you pointed out there on set with that camo grab coming in from Ascend, that's really one of the first differences we've seen from this restart. Maybe they'll continue that camo control and open things up a bit for them.
It's the first time we've really seen Ascend with control of this side of the map as well. Filthy G trying to get a pull, and there's kind of a 2-for-2 split, but in opposite bases at the moment. It looks like Spectre is actually going to make a play here towards the plant side, towards the P side here to try and get this flag moving. Now he's going to be extremely vulnerable to grenades. Also, let's look at this. Snipe Drone is sneaking around the corner. That's a bit of a sneaky surprise as well, but he'll be taken down. However, here comes Porky J. Can he get the touch? Yes, he can. Where is that flag, though? It's going to be returned. Kratos picks up a kill, and finally, we should have our first flag being stamped home, and it's XZ who got up by 1.
And I think what we're seeing there is as everything kind of came through and the dust settled a bit, we saw XZ once again finding the groove, finding a way to apply pressure, and I think this game is actually getting scrappier as it goes. For the last few flag pulls, both flags have been pulled simultaneously, so when these teams are split, they have to decide how many resources do you allot to the flag run versus the flag return.
I love the fact that Suspected made the play as well, and the call to run it towards the plant side, which is probably what Ascent weren't really thinking what was going to happen. So maybe that little bit of a confusion for them made it very, very difficult. It was a heads-up play coming in from XZ.
Also, something so interesting, you saw Suspector running that bottom plant. He actually misjuggled the flag, but in doing so, stopped short of a grenade. That might have been the difference maker in the run.
Yeah, it might well have been. 2v2 on the map, though. Legend trying to take down Suspector. Once again, it's Ascend on the back foot. This is not where you want to be picking up kills. It needs to be mid-map and forward, and that is what XZ have been doing for the entirety of this game, and a deserving, 100% deserving 1-0 lead in this game.
And it's also not a shocker to see based on the way this game has gone. XZ also leading in the kills category pretty handily as the Spectre hits the 10 kill mark.
Snipe Drone in a 1v1. Porky J being a difficult kill. Snipe Drone will chase him down though. Filthy G versus Snipe Drone. Filthy G with a little bit of a shuffle and a shake, but a thrust away. It's going to leave him alone on the dance floor for now without any shields. Suspector picks up a kill onto Sika. Psychic in the hands here of Filthy G as well, so any of those close quarter battles should be won, you would imagine. But Shady now, sneaking through. Legend inside of the base. It looks like there might be an opportunity for a pull.
Tries to maybe go back base, but right away gets dinged from top mid. And without that top mid control onset, that run's not going to happen.
Kratos shooting not just from top mid. He was shooting from the opposite base. He now picks up those kills. They fall in succession. Snipe Drone, last player alive for his team. He's not going to be able to do too much here. Kratos with a big play, a big brain, a big play, and it turns into a second cap here.
That's right, big brainer, pro gamer moves from Kratos. He's going to put that one in and does it with style on the slide. Legend going to maybe try to get a pull here because 3 were dead. But actually, Legend gets taken down by the last player alive. That's an enormous play from the side of XZ. It looked like it could have been a response, a counter run coming in from Ascend, but it does not come through. We will stay here at 2-0.
Staying at 2-0, but Sika's just trying to wait for his teammates to push up at the moment. You can see he's trying to kind of sneak behind enemy lines. There's an opportunity for a pull coming in here. 4 kills are starting to fall in succession. and all of a sudden, Sika, having snuck into the base, is left with only Suspector to worry about. This is a clean run home here, and it should be an opportunity here for this game, and the deficit to be halved. The flag will be stabbed home. It's 2-1. The first time Ascend get in the base.
Yeah.
And get a flag cap.
And it's great management of those slays coming in from Ascend. You saw that Suspector was the last player alive, and they also even cleaned up that kill as well. They bring that flag home in with only 2 fresh spawners, but that flag's pulled once again, so they need to play this very carefully, specifically Snipe Drone on the other side.
Well, we need to win this 1v1. Beatdown going to be missed by his opponent, and he'll win the fight. But can he get into position to get the nade in and get the kill? It looks like he can't. Kratos once again with a flag in hand. 2-1 the score for now, but it looks like in a few seconds' time, it will be back to a 2-flag deficit as Kratos puts home the third.
It's a nice job from Kratos, the wait, the bait, and then brings the flag in with not only shields, but also, once again, with style. They go up 3-1, and that's quite a sign of how this game has played. Yes, we got a cap from Ascend, however, XSET able to counter right away.
I mean, look at how Shady's playing this at the moment. He's just run across the map, but hasn't put any damage down, which means if he dies, his teammates don't have any damage done across the map to fight out spawns, and I think that's been the difference here. They haven't kind of fought for mid-map effectively enough. They try to kind of skip a step, it seems, and when you lose that fight, then you're just trapped in your base. And XF just had a really easy time of doing things, just catching them off guard, catching them off respawn, and a 3-1 lead I feel is almost, generous, to be honest with you, in the favor of Ascend. You know, it should be 4, it should be 5 at this point.
I agree. I think Ascend still has signs of life, and they have an opportunity here with 4 minutes on the board, but XSET now cleaning out 3 players in the back of the base.
Double kill for Suspector. Doesn't need to go for that flagpole either. 4 minutes left in this game for Ascend to turn this one around, get those 2 flags on the board. So a lot of time still to do it. Snipe Drone picks up 1, and Suspector still inside this base, just being a nuisance. Sika's going to have to come back to deal with him. Suspector will be dealt with some good shots, but the pressure now coming in. But wow, that's 4 dead. The flag's moving, and all of a sudden I was saying maybe this is a little bit flattering for Ascend. This could be 3-2 in a matter of seconds here. Snipe Drone running the flag home. Snipe Drone getting the flag back into the base. And with 3 minutes and 30 seconds or so left in this game, it's only a 1 flag game.
I don't know what more we could have asked for from this series. It has delivered now, just over 3 minutes left in this game, and Ascend thinking about another run as well.
Ascend thinking about the run. Kratos doing enough to slow things down. Filthy G picked up the kill. However, all of a sudden, it's like Ascend have woken up. They've realized, hey, the flag's in the other base. We've actually got to fight out of our base and get that flag moving. Now they pick up 3, but it looks like, unfortunately, there might have been a disconnect on the XSET side of things.
Come on.
League Ops. Open the book again. Tell us what happened.
We got to open the book. The flag goes in on your screen. However, keep in mind, we'll have to find out exactly. It looks like that disconnect happened just before the flag. Will let everyone in the back worry about that. But on set, this game 4 is still picking up.
Yeah, certainly is. It was like I mentioned, it was like Ascend kind of worked out what they had to do. All of a sudden, they were like, oh, Aquarius flag. Oh, yeah.
Gotta go all the way over, bring it back. Right, of course.
Boom, here it goes. But I mean, XSET just dominating. And I think it's slightly worrying that there has been such an element of control for XSET, but you've never felt Ascend were out of the game.
No, and I don't think XSET's control is convincing enough, right? Every time it feels like they have what looks like a game-dominating lead, 3-1, right away that's brought right back. So once again, I think the exact way that XSET is playing objective is coming into question. And also, I think I should also give all the credit also to Ascend. Like you said, they're starting to not only wake up, I think we're kind of lightly joking about that, but they were playing the end of that game very strong and starting to be able to get those questionable pulls. If you only have 2 dead, you still pull that. You run bottom middle and you continue slaying, and they were able to pick it up.
That's the difference between the 2 teams. I feel like XSET are getting into great positions. They're picking up the kills where they need to, but they're not moving the objective quite quickly enough, efficiently enough. They're not willing to take the risk that they might die getting that flag out in front of the courtyard where it's difficult to return. You force your opposition to dive on it to get those, and you can take those angles, you pick up those kills. Whereas you saw that cap coming in from Ascend, it was 2 dead, I'm pulling it. If I die, I trust my teammates to be looking at me, to know where their shots are going to be coming in from, pick up those final kills quick enough that we can get that flag back to base. And I think maybe it's an opportunity maybe for XSET to actually learn something from Ascend. Even though they're winning the game, we should point that out quite rightly, but a lot to talk about. We're actually going to throw it back to the desk now to discuss it, because there's a very interesting objective game being played by those 2 teams.
It is indeed. Here we go. We're here.
That was a toss and a half on set. Do it better next time. Anyway,
I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for it. I was actually, you know what? I was actually having my dinner a minute ago. I had my dinner. I was enjoying the show.
Stuffing pasta in our faces.
It was just,
I'm still having mine.
You still, yeah, Dan's still chewing currently.
I have a piece of beef in my teeth right here.
But let's chew
It's
on
good.
what we just saw, shall we?
Oh,
gentlemen?
yes.
That's a segue and a half.
Woo-hoo! That's why she's got the job.
Yeah, that's right. I lost it. Yeah. It's fair.
I try. I definitely do try. Golden Boy, I'm going to start with you.
Holy moly. We're going to get some top tier analytical commentary from Golden Boy.
Hell yeah. Okay. GB, obviously, we're having a really close series right now.
Yeah.
What do you think it is that allows these teams to match up so well against one another, especially in objective games?
Yeah, well, I think that for the most part, it's very clear, like watching like a lot of the EU Open stuff, like Ascend on objective, they're very solid. And it's interesting too, because this is a team with 3 French players and 1 British player, right? So you would think that the comms might not be where you want them to be.
You just got cut off again.
But, you know, that being said, what happened?
You just got cut off. We're back.
I did get cut off. Yeah, you know what's crazy? Because I get cut off at G4 all the time, shameless plug again, and I'm getting cut off here as well. I hate it. But yeah, to the point that I was saying, it's like just very interesting that this team has to deal with that dynamic, and yet they do it so well. And then seeing that Strongholds game from them, I mean, was just unreal. But I know, Gaskin, you've been talking about that team, you know, you've been talking about Ascent, Cartel for such a long time, the EU region. They've been dominating it.
They have. We've got another European team on our screens right now. We've just popped in to watch a little bit of the Charlie stream. It's Bing Chilling, another European team going up against Pioneers. 2-0 at the moment in favor of Pioneers. Bing Chilling not had the best of days. They did lose to Chiefs earlier. I think they are quite potentially going to finish bottom of this pool, which is a shame for a European roster that is filled with such fantastic talent from previous Halos. It just seems like they haven't really clicked on the day. I know that Clonely's been struggling a little bit here or there. This is certainly one of his first big lands, but Pioneers close out that game 250-246. They win the series 3-0, and it's another European team that will fall. But back to Golden Boy's point, yes, Ascend look fantastic. I'm really impressed because they've been amazing online. They didn't lose a series throughout the entirety of the online qualifiers, but I was worried on LAN because a couple of them have never played on LAN before.
Yeah, definitely. And GB, I love what you said about Strongholds then, because actually something caught my eye on Strongholds live fire, and maybe viewers at home as well, if you are new to competitive Halo, you might have been wondering this. Also, you know, Clutch, looking at the way that the scoreboard works here, and you might have noticed at home that XL actually outslaying Ascend at one point on Strongholds, yet Ascend was scoring and XL weren't. Let's just quickly talk about the priorities of quality of slays over quantity of slays and how that can really affect objective games.
Yeah, there's a term we always refer to as objective efficiency, and that means what gets done when you get these kills. It was a very good job we saw out of Ascend for the rotations that they were able to provide us, like throughout the gameplay. And except they were getting slays, but it was over towards the Overshield side of the map. I remember Porky J even having Snipe and Heatwave over towards that side of the map. And yes, he was picking up kills and staying alive, but there wasn't really a whole lot being done with those kills. It was just more so buying himself time to get his shield back. But the constant pressure that was on XSET, even though they were able to get a few kills throughout that pressure, and it almost outswayed. Yeah, I mean, they started down 114 to 11 or something like that in that game. That's just an absurd start, right? For him. And you, at the start of it, Gaskin, I remember we sat down and you were like, watch this, like, Ascend Strongholds, like live fire in particular, like they're nasty. And then they start off like that, and you could tell that there was a little bit of a chip on the shoulder of XSET, especially in that Aquarius CTF game that we were seeing. Like, they don't want to lose to an EU team. They just managed to topple Space Station Gaming in what some would consider an upset, you know, given the players that are on the roster and the seedings and whatnot. So you know that they don't want to fall here in this one, especially with a group that Cloud9, you know, lives in, and we all know Cloud9.
I mean, Kratos is a man who kind of holds himself well. He's a very confident player, and he likes to give out a little bit. And, you know, he's going to get as good as he can take here. So if he does go down, I'm sure the EU boys will be screaming across that main stage.
Indeed, and I got to say, I have been neglecting our 5th member of the desk right here. He has come all the way from Minecraft, and he is making a wonderful appearance as well. Welcome, welcome.
That's
to
called
the desk.
crossover continuity amongst corporate entities.
It's called a creeper.
Well, that too. It's called the creeper as well.
It is a creeper as well.
What a nerd. You play Minecraft? No, I'm kidding. Minecraft is incredible.
I had to do something between Halo 5 and Halo Infinite. It just ended up with Minecraft. I'm sorry.
Indeed. Well, I've got to say, it's wonderful to have you joining us. Thank you so much for being here on the desk, and you're bringing top-tier analysis as well. Gentlemen, though, obviously, we have seen so many top-tier plays so far from so many different players. While we take a quick look at the series layout just to see what we have coming up next, I want to talk about some of these players themselves, because they have have been absolutely phenomenal. Golden Boy, I want to know, obviously, you know, amongst Suspector, we've got Porky as well, who are really starting to pop off in. We're seeing some ridiculous things from them. Who have you got your eye on in this series? Who's really standing out to you?
Well, for one, just to talk on Porky J and Filthy G, by the way, best names ever. Like, they, to me, have been the standout. Every time, they've been making plays where I feel like they're vets. I feel like that they have been doing this for God knows how long. And it has been so impressive to see that from them. But on the Ascend side, you know, funny enough, people would be like, oh, the easy one, Snipe Drone, you know, it's a name that we know, it's a name that we've seen. But Seek and Legend have been very impressive on that side as well. So I think that on each team, there have been standouts, but obviously this is really going to come down to, you know, it's just bare knuckles Halo over here, man. Like, I like what we're getting. They're really clashing back and forth, and honestly, I want to see a game 5. Sounds corny, but let's do it.
Yeah, indeed. I've got something very exciting to talk about as well, and I know you guys are going to get hyped. I'm sure the arena will get hyped. But we need to talk about Twitch drops as well, because we have some excellent Twitch drops for you guys. And of course, that is if you are watching and tuning in to the official HCS sites as well. So make sure you guys are joining along on the streams. We have incredible launch skins, battle rifles. We have all sorts of things to look forward to. We also have special skins coming your way if you stick with us up to the grand final. But I got to say, look at how glorious these look. Out of all 3 of these, GB, what would you be picking?
Obviously, if I can ever unlock it, because I'm a bot and I haven't had time to play because I've worked too dang much, but the Uri armor looks really nice, and I'm quite digging that. Honestly, I love the what do they call it? Oh my God, the coatings for the skins. Yeah,
I feel you.
Yeah, you know, brain wasn't working for a minute. I love all of them. Big fan.
Here comes the grand final skins, and I just want to know, Clutch actually was the model for this Spartan.
Are you propagating this lie that Clutch was the mocap model for this?
He confirmed it on the desk.
There's no realm that this happened.
I mean, he's thick. I'll do it later on, right? I'll do it later on. I'm not going to give you that kind of content until Sunday rolls around and you have the opportunity to win these skins, right?
Jibber jabber. That's all he's got.
All chat, isn't he?
That's all he's ever
never
got.
follows up.
I do want to double down on GB's statement on how well Porky J is playing back to the series.
Unreal.
Porky J is playing lights out Halo today, and I've watched him in 2 different series, and he has won his team a series against SSG earlier. He has willed his team to a lead in Game 4 here in this series, and if he can continue to play at that level and clutch up in this Game 5, he's going to make a real name for himself very quickly.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because we had talked before, and I was like, man, Suspector looks good.
Ridiculous.
And then Clutch immediately was like, well, he better, because he's been here before. But you're not wrong, though, right? He has been here before, you know, at the top of the game in some aspects as well. But to see that kind of consistency out of him, and also Kratos as well, because let's not forget, he kind of disappeared, right? After the Allegiance run that they had, what was in 2016 Worlds, you know, kind of just little by little, like, kind of faded away from the spotlight, and it's nice to see Kratos back here again, doing his thing, playing well, playing very well with this XSET roster. The stock's high on this team, man. XSET made a good pickup.
He's always been there. Like Kratos, just screaming into an abyss at all times. It doesn't matter, like, he might have just been quiet, but in his house, he was just at all times. He's a terrifying human being. And when he gets into a proximity of me, I just back away. I just don't want to
he's an awesome dude, though.
He's probably for the
terrifying.
best. You got to back away at that point. You got to back away.
He's the only person that can rock a kind human or whatever his hat says, and also continuously be the loudest trash talker on the stage.
That's what you need. But you know what? He's being kind. A kind human.
He is being kind. I'm going to be even kinder right now, because we're going to head straight back into game. Let's get back into the series and see who's going to close this one out. Let's get on with it.
Send it back our way. Send it back our way. We want to finish this series off, because what a series it has been. Onset and Bravo here to take you through what hopefully will be a quick conclusion to the end of the series. I got a little bit worried there. So did you. I saw it on your face for a second. You were like, I wouldn't leave you hanging. Do it. Anyway, let's talk about the series and where we are at the moment. Aquarius Flag is where we find ourselves. Ascend still 2-1 up in the series. One game away from taking things home. We're still waiting for confirmation on exactly what the rules are going to be on the restart. Hopefully it will be 0-0 once again, and we can just get things. Sorry, excuse me, not 0-0. It will be a score. We'll get it confirmed. This is why I said before that
we don't do that part. We don't handle the math.
We don't know.
For good reason.
But if obviously XSET do manage to take things home here and do manage to win this game, we'll go to that game 5. But Ascend have the opportunity to really put a marker down.
Yeah, we're just finding out also that the score will be 3-2 in favor of XSET, which lines up with where the score was, of course, when that disconnect happened. And it sounds like only about 4 minutes left. So this will be an accelerated clock, only 4 minutes on the clock. And you have to think, once again, this is going to be down to a single push that could decide this one.
Yeah, 3-2. I mean, we saw how quick the turnaround was, right? It was looking like this was XSET's game. It should have been XSET's game with the way that they were playing for so long in this game. But it's a one-flag game, Andy. A one-flag game, and how quickly it can turn. And they talked about it on the desk, right? You've talked about it, that objective efficiency, the difference between the two teams. Yep. And I think if Ascend managed to come back into this game and actually win this game, XSET are going to look back on this one tonight and think, we blew it.
Yeah, they let us slip away, absolutely. You just saw that they were able to get that flag a good distance. Of course, you have to think with that disconnect coming in, that might have been a factor, or you should say certainly was a factor in that last flag that they had been running. But this really is going to come down to these single moments in this game. And just to explain for everyone at home who might be new, we had enough time on the clock played so that we now only have 4 minutes total in this restart. So like we said, not only one flag difference on the board, 3-2 in favor of XSET. On top of that, you only got 4 minutes to play. So right now, Ascend needs to get a flag in, and they need to do it quick.
Here we go then. We're back into the gameplay, which is what we want to see. 3-2 is going to be the score. And we got around 4 minutes left of this game to get things moving and find ourselves a winner. If you're just joining us, a reminder, map 4 is where we find ourselves. Ascend have a 2-1 lead in the series. One game here, or if they manage to take this home, they'll take the series. Otherwise, we're heading to a game 5.
And such an important opening here. When you only have 4 minutes of play, the opening start becomes even more important.
It certainly does, and it's been won by XSET. You can see a couple of kills being traded across the board, though, as 2 now fall in the favor of XSET, but most importantly, what's fallen into the hands of Suspector once again, that camouflage. It seems like that man has his eyes on it every single time we start.
And also kills coming in as well, though. Clean up snipe drone and maintain control. You have to think if they get one flag, that really could be the end of it, or they might even just play the clock here on set.
Yeah, there's only 3 minutes and 20 seconds to play, and all they have to do is hold on. All they have to do is hold the line. Well, that might invite pressure, as we know it does sometimes. We've seen how efficient that Ascend can be. If they get into that position to pull a flag, they get a couple of kills. The last thing you want to do is die wondering if we should have gone forward or not.
Yeah, let's absolutely keep in mind as well, XSET, because they have that one flag lead on the board, they don't even need to push this. Pulling a flag always exposes you in different ways than just holding the enemy's base. Once again, now less than 3 minutes left. They may just play the slaying game here.
Sika trying to control that far side, but unfortunately it's not going to work out too well for him. Filthy G will pick up the kill. He's inside the base once more, and I like what I'm seeing here from XSET. They are trying to force the pace still. They're not going to die wondering. They're not going to just hold the line and try and play out that clock. They want to keep things moving.
Right now, minor man advantage for the side of Ascend as they're going to continue this push. A little bit of help here between Shady on Kratos, but Kratos doing well to stay alive in the back of his base as well and be a nuisance as that solo player.
Yeah, not only that, Suspector was there and Porky J is there as well. So 3 members of XSET working together to clear out that closet and make sure they have map control. Snipe Drone going to fall as well. Oh no, he's not, excuse me. He's still alive and somehow he's managed to pick up not just 1, but 2. Snipe Drone, you sneaky boy.
3 dead, only 1 alive, that's Filthy G. They need to find Filthy G. Looks like he's all the way on the other side of the map. They're now seeing fresh spawners also down on bottom planners. Here comes the flag run.
Camouflage up as well. Porky J taken down. Filthy G is vital to both teams here, though. Ascend need to take him down. XSET need to keep him alive. Snipe Drone in a huge 1v1. Kratos will have the help, and now Filthy G has the opportunity to move in. But not only that, stall this flag run as well.
Trying to play the angles, does not want to poke for that flag carrier there. Looks like they're able to get the kill, so now going to flank all the way in.
Kratos, he picks up kills across the map. Shady almost won that fight, but he didn't. Most importantly, Filthy G has just played this one to a T.
He played it perfectly. That's all he had to do. He had to play the angle, stay alive, get the kill on Snipe Drone top middle. By that time, his teammates, they had spawned and they had pushed up. Now they have controlled the enemy base as well. Just 120 left on the clock. Camo out as well.
Camo, like you say, in their hands. Kratos picks up 1, and this might be the run that could close things out. 1 player going to fall, 2 players going to fall for Ascend. That flag is moving, and with just 1 minute or so left on this game, this is going to be a 2 flag deficit if they put it home, and you have to feel for Ascend. That is not enough time to get back into things. The flag is run home. It is a 2 flag advantage now. And this one is looking like we're going to game 5.
We got a name for that, excuse me, where I come from. That's going to be a victory lap on that flag. Like you said, going to be a huge deficit now, 46 seconds on the clock, and it's going to require a little bit of a prayer for Ascend.
You never know though. Snipe drone, picks up one. Porky J taken down. Flag is moving. Flag is in the hands of Ascend. It's in the hands of Shady. He manages to get it back into the base, and with 30 seconds remaining or so, it might just be a one flag game again. Yes, it is, but 2 kills go to Xset. Is there anyone in position with 20 seconds left to get a flagpole? It doesn't look like they're going to be able to. 3 players now fallen for Ascent.
I think on that cam, we saw Snipe Drone was the furthest across. He's got 14 seconds to get a pull to start this run.
Run, Snipe Drone, run. See if you can get in the base. He's got 9 seconds to do it, and crazier things has happened. 5 seconds left. He gets the flag moving.
Here's the question, how does Xset let that happen? There's one player in the back of the base.
Oh my god.
They knew he was there as well.
Legend picks up 1. Oh, Snipe Drone picks up 2. There's no way this is about to happen.
I don't understand how they've let this happen. Now Snipe Drone's gonna keep this flag moving. Still only 1 player dead. They get another kill as well. They should be able to do this.
This is impossible. They've done the impossible. It's a miracle coming in. They tied things up. We're going to overtime.
And now, of course, because of the way that game was restart, we'll have to get another restart to get that overtime game. But like you said, we should now be going into a proper overtime period. In the end, I cannot believe.
What just happened?
And I will say it right here. Did they ever make me eat my words? Because Snipe Drone, somehow as the last player alive, we knew he was the last player alive, and he sneaks in the back of the base. What just happened was they had no idea Snipe Drone was there to pull the flag.
I mean,
they thought they had all 4 dead, or at least in control, as Snipe Drone makes the perfect snap.
Andy, there was 30 seconds left in the game.
It shouldn't have been able to happen.
There was 30 seconds left in the game.
Wow.
They managed to go back to back with the flag caps. Snipe Drone, by the way, made every single decision perfectly in those moments. The pressure that was on him every single time was absolutely ridiculous. We'll take a look at that final flag capture as well, just to get you back up to speed with exactly what happened, because it blew my mind. And I mean, they get the kill. Look, 2 players have actually fallen. 2 of his teammates have died. He wins the 1v1. He then waits, he baits, he picks up the kill, and then he gets the flag moving. The spawns come in, which are favorable.
Look,
but I mean,
doesn't take the battle either.
It's just insane.
Does not take
from
that
Snipe
battle
Drone.
and lets Legend and Filthy G trade. It's a great play from Snipe Drone to just decide to run that flag. I've never been happier to be eating my words here in the casting booth, because what looked like it was a surefire victory for the side of Xset is actually going to force an overtime in that CTF. And I really can't believe that Xset, with the top mid control they have, they did not have 1 player watching the flag.
I would have loved to hear a listen in there for those comms, by the way,
because
with Snipe Drone, because
only thing you need to be worrying about, you don't need to be continually slaying. Who cares if someone's spawning fridge? I could not care less if someone's spawning fridge or planners or back flag. I am eyes on the flag at that moment. All they needed was 1 or 2 BRs, and that flag doesn't get ran. Somehow, the utility runner to Snipe Drone, he wins a 1v1 battle, gets help on the second one. Look at Snipe Drone. You could just tell by the...
He can't believe it just happened. Look at him.
And we just saw that neither could Kratos. So amazing scenes here on this stage.
All right, deep breath, everyone. Next flag wins. That's stun locked.
This
I'm
series
stun locked.
Has delivered.
You're telling me. What a way to kick things off here. Not a bad first cast to come back for. We waited long enough.
I was gonna say, we wait a long time to be next to each other here in the booth, and it's been an amazing series. And now, after this back and forth Aquarius CTF, an entire series, it's only gonna be 1 flag.
I need to know, by the way, from the crowd here, who do we think is actually taking this game? All right, make a little bit of noise here if you think that Xset are actually gonna close out this game or going to game 5.
I think only a few.
Only a few. Who thinks that Ascend are gonna go nuts and send it to a series win in this game?
Wow.
A lot of friendship.
This is a European crowd in Raleigh, North Carolina. You heard it here. So the underdogs, a little bit of support on their side, which is great to see, and maybe a different turnout for Europe and the European side in this tournament. Maybe change the course of history for European Halo in NA.
Now, we did have a break before in this game, which kind of favored Ascent, right?
Yeah.
And they took that little moment. They were getting pounded a little bit inside of the base, and it wasn't going their way, and things were not happy in the Ascent camp. They were really struggling to get any kind of rhythm going. After that, things started to pick up for them.
Yeah.
Now, on the other side of this, I think the best thing that could have possibly happened right now is to have a little break and not go straight into overtime.
Yeah.
Here for Xset. This is a little bit of a blessing in disguise for them, just to let the adrenaline and the heart rate drop and just think, okay, we've still, in that game, controlled 95% of the game. We have been in position to win that game 95% of the game. We just can't let that 5% away, because we've seen how devastating Ascent can be.
And I just can't believe it. What we saw was XSET, like we said, running a flag in that short period was a little bit of a risk. However, they had enough control, they had enough time that they ran in that second flag, giving them a 2-flag lead in the end. The way that they exposed themselves at the end, they had to perfectly fall apart and collapse to let that go in. And we also just got word, a confirmation from League Ops, of course, it will be first flag wins here in this restart. So really, it's a flip of the coin with what we've seen so far.
I mean, this series it's been special.
Yeah.
It's day one. It's pool play.
We're just getting started.
It's pool play, baby. I mean, as I say, we've been waiting forward to for this for quite some time, and it seems like the Halo gods are going to deliver. But here we go, everybody! First flag wins in what has been a marathon of an Aquarius capture the flag. Crazy plays left, right, and center. As Seeker now is going to try and deny Suspected getting that camo, at the start of this game, but early on it's going to be kills falling in the favor of XSET.
And really, a few kills, a multi-kill, a camo grab really are going to be the difference maker here with only one flag to go. Like we said, that was only a 4-minute game, and we needed the impossible to happen, and in the end, it did happen. So somehow we are here in a proper match of overtime. A 5-minute overtime going to be on the board. Of course, that'll likely continue into more overtime if the flag stays here at 0-0.
Oh my word, you see those commando shots coming in from Shady? That man's got some crazy recoil control. He did not miss too many bullets, but Porky J's going to pop back out. He's going to make him pay and send him back into the dirt for a few seconds. Kratos now moving up with a teammate into the base. Legend is going to be causing some problems on the flag, and that's a really big, not just a trade, but somehow manages to lay his death there, and that might actually give the rest of his team now an opportunity to think about a flag return. But look at Suspected spawn. It's in the closet. Kratos has already got this pass halfway. Snipe drone in a big 1v1, and he had to win it. And luckily he did for Ascent.
Had to win it, and he had support up top as well. They should be able to get this return pretty comfortably as they bring that back. Only about a few percentage to go. Flag will come back. We will stay here with both flags at home.
3 dead. Porky J last alive. Gets the kill before the beatdown comes in as well, and that is vital. Going down to no shields in that position back at base means that you're going to get eliminated pretty quickly indeed. That's big kills actually being picked up across the map, and you can also hear that that flag is moving. An objective is moving across the map. This is Kratos with it in hand. All players have fallen very, very quickly for Ascend, and even though...
Wait.
It is a little bit of a fumble. Maybe it's going to be good. Maybe this is going to be how this game should have ended, and it will be. We're going to game 5 as XSET clutch up.
And you have to think with all those different variants of Aquarius CTF, how they played out. I think anyone who's placing a bet might have thought XSET is going to, in the end, win this out because they allowed a catastrophic comeback to occur just moments before. They will close out game number 4, Aquarius CTF. And how fitting we are going to a game number 5.
Yeah, it's almost like that should have... I feel like that should have happened a few minutes ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it felt like that was the result I think we were all expecting. Here's a look at your series layout so far, 2-2. We're going to game 5.
Slayer Recharge. The more that I've seen this map play between some of the best teams in the world, the more I feel it started to slow down a little bit. It became a little bit of a standoff in those big moments. A little bit like we saw in Bazaar a little bit earlier on. Now, looking at that score, you can send and you think, hey, have we got an opportunity here? But to be honest with you, with how close these two teams have been matched, Andy, I think you could pick a coin up of any value right now and you could flip it and you could convince me that either team's going to win.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I'll take from that series score is that XSET's wins are narrow wins. It's a 2-1 win in ball and a 5-4 win in flag.
Yeah.
However, you look at Ascend's wins, and they're much more convincing. That's also including a Slayer, much bigger margin. So far, if you're just looking at the scores so far, you might think Ascend might have an edge here, but as we always know, it's going to come down to how these play styles match up, and specifically on this exact map and game type.
So much to talk about on the map as well for Slayer, right? We've got so much utility.
Yeah.
We've got so many weapons that can impact the game. You've got the sword, you've got the mangler, you've got the shock rifle, all of these things that can be combined, and it's going to be that opening strategy again, the camouflage. Can you get that in your hands? Can you control the timing on that? And can you manage to get away with it? Throw it towards teammates if you're going to get taken down when you've managed to pick it up yourself. It's going to be a crazy game. And to be honest with you, I'm looking across the stage right now at these 8 gentlemen, and I'm thinking, this has been a hell of a series. We should all be very thankful they're here putting on such a performance for us, because this is the kind of Halo I want to see through the weekend to bring us back into this LAN environment.
Absolutely. A battle of Europe and North America here, a battle we've seen told many times before. However, this one's a bit different as we head to game number 5. Historically, North America outperforming Europe pretty handily on main stages, but that has not been the case here as we look to our 5th and final game with these two. And you have to think with how close the series has been on set. Things like grapple control, things like repulsor control, power-up control, easily could be what defines this match and this series.
It could well be indeed. Now, let's just quickly talk about it before we get into this game and we start building that momentum towards a game 5. If XSET win this game 5, all will be forgotten about.
Absolutely.
Ascend, it's a loss in the series. So we need to start picking this up a little bit, everybody in the crowd. We need to start building this up a little bit, right? It's a game 5. The first time we've seen a game 5 on our main stage for quite some time. Here we go. Recharge Slayer, first to 50. It all comes down to this.
Only one more game between these two, and has been an amazing series so far. If you're just joining us, you picked a hell of a time to tune in. We're glad you're with us. 2-2, game number 5, Recharge Slayer to decide it.
Already you can see it's a little bit slow, it's a little bit standoffy, but all of a sudden the pace is starting to pick up here. Porky J and Filthy G will pick up a couple of kills, and off the break, it looks like it's going to be XSET who have somewhat of an advantage here. Make that a 4-1 lead. They have control. Snipe Drone picks up 1, 4-2. Mangler in the hands of Porky J.
Convincing push, but like you said, the fact that Ascend is able to squeak 2 kills out there, going to definitely give them a little bit more time, a little bit more pressure. Also, let them have shock rifle control from top glass.
Now, speaking of pressure, Snipe Drone has the shock rifle. And you've already seen this game start to slow down ever so slightly. One shot here, you will see Ascend start to push.
Absolutely.
You will see them take that opportunity. And Filthy G, little shoulder poke. Not showing their head, though.
Not showing at all any opportunity to push. You will see Ascend fly in, shots coming in the glass, but you called it perfectly there on set. Both teams showing each other the ultimate respect. Neither of them wants to make the game-deciding mistake off of this open, just playing so slow, and now 5-3, just like that, a few kills traded out.
This has got the sword, though, but the trades go in the favor of Ascend here. So now just a 1-kill game, and they also have managed to take the sword out of play here for XSET. So weaponry and sandbox favoring Ascend right now. Snipe Drone still commanding so much respect from the other team with his shock rifle. They're not challenging, they're not poking, but Porky J picking up that kill. Maybe that is the signal now to push.
Gonna be a bit of battle of wits here too, right? Patience. We've seen how fast these teams are playing. Neither team wants to be able to slow this game down, but they're gonna have to. But here comes the push.
Oh, but there's the sword. Shady picks up 1, Shady picks up 2. Kraos manages to pick up 1 though. And that's what I meant about weaponry. Control the sandbox, control the game.
Shady's got some kind of sword upgrades I don't know about, because those are some of the 2 fastest slashes I've ever seen in Halo Infinite, and just like that, they put kills on the board.
Got loose wrists. Snipe Drone with the shots, but not going to quite connect. 10-7 the score. Even with the big play from Shady, XSET still have that 3-kill advantage. Now, what that means is they control the pace, and they can play slow.
Yep, absolutely. And right now, that's enough of a cushion. Make it 11-7, and also make it a camo here, as that will tap out shock rifle control for Porky J as well. And like you said, they're going to be very comfortable playing here.
Oh, he's
Shady pulls the trigger a little bit earlier there.
Tried to do what he could in that position, but 13-8 now. You have to say that XSET completely in control. They have the weapons, they have the height on the map. Snipe Drone versus Filthy G. It'll be a trade across the board though. 15-9. A little bit more of a comfortable lead here for the first time for XSET.
XSET going to be happy. Honestly, once you're up by 5 and you start trading at the mid game, XSET's going to be happy to do that. I just want to reiterate on set what you said. What's at stake here? If Ascend win this game, it's a historic win for Europe that will not be forgotten by the entire continent and even North American audiences as well. If XSET wins this is a footnote in this tournament.
Same old, same old. That's all it will be remembered as. And even though it is only pool play, and I say that with a little bit of an asterisk because it doesn't mean it's the end of the tournament by any means for either of these teams, it certainly will be a big markup for both of them moving forward in the tournament. Porky J with the commando in his hands, trying to connect with a few shots across map for now. 18-11 the score, so a 7-kill difference between the two teams at the moment. Sika struggling a little bit here. 1-4 for him.
XSET just going to be very happy, like I said, to continue playing this exact game, continue trading out. And they're just going to let these kills go in the way that they have, and not connecting yet with the commando. Snipe Drone should not be winning those battles.
He should not be winning that battle. Suspector puts things right. The camo is going to be coming up as well. And I kind of like the fact that even though it might not have worked there, for a second, you saw the idea, right? They tried to push, tried to be aggressive ahead of the camo to allow them to pick that up. However, XCET held brilliantly. Now they're picking up the kills. Now they have the opportunity to move down to the camo, and the lead is just getting bigger and bigger.
And it's honestly starting to get out of hand here with a 9-kill game, and XCET, like I said, going to be very happy to keep playing this. And I did not know that the Spectre was hanging around the corner, so Shady actually tries to make the glass push, gets punished, and now just like that, 24-16.
24-16, things getting out of hand quickly for Ascend. They need to find a way to get back into this game. Maybe that energy sword is going to be it. Maybe it's just playing slow and waiting for that next power-up. You can't be giving away free picks like Snipe Drone has just done, though. If you do that, you find yourself in trouble. You have to wait for your prey to come to you.
Just like that, 8-kill game. This game far from over, and if this series has taught us anything, it's that both of these teams are going to be playing till the very end.
One thing that XCET are doing so well is consistently pressurizing Ascend here. They're not letting them stabilize. They're not letting them set up. They're always looking for a pick, always looking for a kill. Kratos with that kill there, that was huge because it just staggers respawns. Not only does it give them a kill, it buys them time in the game because they cannot do anything here, Ascend. If they're trapped and they only have 3 players, they have to wait for 4 so they can have an even fight across the map.
You can tell they're trying to get the push together, and here it comes. It's a great kick from Porky J, though, to shut down the bottom A push.
Shuts down the push. Picks up the sword, and now he makes Shady play as well. Sika will trade it out, though. 28-20. Snipe Drone picks up 1. 8 kills make it 9 as XCET start to roll here, Andy.
And here's the thing. This is such a big lead that, once again, XCET is very happy to continue playing this game. Ascend, you're seeing them make some great plays. They're backing down the shock rifle player, and then they're also pushing in low A with the sword. So they're very conscious of exactly what they need to do. They can't simply hope that this game works out. They need to have really convincing pushes where they're trading 4 for 2, 4 for 1. They know that they can't continue playing at this pace.
And again, it's 2 kills, this time actually going in the favor of Ascend. So Porky J is going to be in a little bit of a difficult position here, trying to fight around that camouflage. Now the pressure's coming in from Ascend. Kratos, no, that's big off the respawn. Getting into a position to help out his teammates. Spectre will pick up 1 as well. Snipe Drone picks up a double himself. Where is that camo, though? Has it been burned? Has it been picked up? And will it be an influence around the halfway point of this game?
You can tell from Snipe Drone's POV, that's what he's wondering as well. That same exact question now, just going to be patrolling top A, pre-nading into control, wondering where that player might be. Here's the camo, all the way in back glass.
Huge opportunity here. Shady has to play this perfect. Picks up 1. The information now will be given to XCET. And look at that score, 33-26. One thing we should know, and one thing we should note, do not count Ascend out of a game. We've already seen some crazy stuff from them.
We really have. It's been one heck of a series so far, but Spectre finally putting the shock rifle to use there as well. Not done on the C crates as well. Picks up another one, that's a double.
Looking for the triple as well, Spectre. Plays like that will win you games. As Filthy G picks up another onto Shady, and even though there was a little bit of a comeback starting to happen here for Ascend, all of a sudden it's starting to look like it might go the other way. Look at this play from Kratos, by the way. The survivability, the damage he's doing, but none of them turn into kills. Ascend hold their ground. It is a 6-kill game.
We're getting to crunch time, though. Now make it 5-kill game. This needs to be very good Halo from the side of Ascend.
Legend picks up another
3-kill game.
It's a 3-kill game again. Kratos no shields.
Off screen, Shady just did some shady stuff.
Kratos dead.
And they pick up even more now, just like that. A 2-kill game, make it a 3-kill game, back and forth. But we are essentially netted up in the home stretch. This was just a 10-kill game.
2 kills between the 2 teams. I don't know what happened. I don't know how it happened, but we find ourselves here, right now in Raleigh. What a series this has been as Legend now tries to survive 2 kills still between the 2 squads.
Certainly a series I will not soon forget. It's not very often you see such back and forth tug of war between these 2 teams, and a battle also of Europe versus North America. Some shots there on Snipe Drone from Filthy G as they will maintain top control and pipes control.
XCET shaken, but not stirred yet. Still 2 kills between the 2 teams. Camouflage has run out.
Look at that rotation there. They move all the way over to pipes on the side of Ascend. And the camo, you just heard it actually run out. So they will run that entire camo. It will not be a factor here. 3 minutes on the clock, 2-kill game.
Oh boy. Spectre has a little poke. Snipe Drone says hello. And this has come to a standstill. You could hear a pin drop here in Raleigh. You could feel the tension in the air, and you could feel the adrenaline in the players' hands too.
And how have XSET managed to do it again? They did it in CTF, and they did it with a 10-kill lead here in Slayer. Somehow they've forfeited those 10 kills to make this just a 2-kill game.
Now, is it going to be another battle for that camouflage, or is it going to be Kratos with this sword in his hand who can sneak up, he can jump up, and he can completely blow this setup apart here for Ascend. He has the opportunity to make a play, but you can also see how nervous he is. He knows if he gives this sword away, he could throw the game away as well, but he could also win the game.
Here he goes.
Snipedrone's down to no shields. Snipedrone will be taken down, but now Kratos finds himself no shields.
Wow.
The second will win it, and we have almost a tie game.
Kratos actually decides to challenge instead of holding Attic there. It's a ballsy play. It doesn't pay off in the end. So just like you say, 39-39
Oh,
now.
it's tied up. 11 kills to go for either squad, and Ascend like a phoenix take the lead. 10 kills for them to close it out. Shady picks up one. Filthy J goes down as Legend picks up the 42nd.
This is unreal. Minute 42 on the clock as well. Keep an eye on that power-up. Shots going into long haul. Porky J is bottom middle thinking about this camo.
Camo could win this game for either side. It's been picked up. XSET have camo. 42 all. Kratos ties the game up again. Here comes Porky J as a player.
No!
Has fallen out the lobby.
What do you say, Mark? What do you say? Nail biter of a Slayer there, and you hate to see it. We'll have to find out from League Ops what the call is.
Sorry, everyone.
Oh! An amazing Game 5 that we got to see. I don't know what the score was when it ended, but
hey,
what a match that was.
Look, it's good to be back, man. It's good to be back, and what a series it has been. What a game. But Ascend. I've never seen a team
so fitting of their namesake
be able to come back from the impossible and make things look possible. It is just absolutely
the fact
outstanding.
that game was 36-30 and then it was 41-40 is incredible. And I don't know, once again, how Ascend time and time again managed to get back into the game.
Dude, I think at one point in that it was like 28-12 or something like nuts like that, and they make the comeback. And it's not just the fact they were picking up 2-1. It was 3-0, 4-0, and then the same on the respawns. It was absolutely outstanding. We're going to have to wait, of course, once again, for the report coming in from League Ops to let you know how this game is going to be played, how we're going to restart things, and how we're going to find a winner in what has been, it's a phrase that I hate, Andy, but an epic of a series. I'm hearing in my ears right now, everybody who's in the arena, who's at home, we're starting the game. First to 8 kills will win our Game 5.
Essentially restarting from that 42-42. So whoever wins this game will win the series. So essentially, for all intents and purposes, the setup might be slightly different. But we're starting this game in a 42-42 standoff.
Yeah.
Is how League Ops has determined this. So yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty excited.
There's a camo up as well. Everything's up. Oh my word. I'm bouncing around like a kid who's had too many E numbers. But I think it's about right, to be honest with you.
Is that a candy?
Yeah, I think it's, yeah.
We don't have those. But my God, I think one thing we got to highlight again on set is what's at stake here for not just this side of Ascend, but also once again, like the entire European Halo community who have battled for years with, it took a while, for example, for the Europe to break top 12, to break top 8. And, and now here's a chance for them here.
Let's just talk about how to have a European team competing at this level. And by the way, I need to point out here, XSET have been playing their part in this series 1000%. They have been unbelievable as well.
Yeah.
But at the start of a game, to see a European team playing at this level is something we don't see very often.
No.
And that just
any time in a Halo life cycle.
Exactly. And that's super exciting for me moving forward.
Absolutely. This team has shown up, and I know we're also watching many other teams here in pools and in open bracket from the likes of Australia, Europe, who are here to play and prove that they have what it takes in Halo Infinite. But as you heard, we'll be starting this match once again, essentially at that exact 42-42 mark, in likely a dead standoff.
Oh, dude.
So we are going to pick up right where we left off.
Oh, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be a crazy start to this game, and to be honest with you, It just feels like, you know, this series had to have a crazy ending, right? It had to have a crazy ending. It had to have something which we'd remember.
Speaking of crazy endings, we're actually hearing the League Ops has made the call, and we apologize there as the premature call came in. It sounds like a full restart. So either way, we're starting from an even playing field in this Aquarius Slayer.
Okay, so 0-0?
0-0.
First to 50.
First to 50 wins.
Not to
12
8.
minutes on the clock. Not to 8. Some responses.
We get to
from the
go
crowd
again,
here.
people. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty happy about that, to be honest with you. I think it's going to be a pretty crazy Game 5. And to be honest, I think it's the right ruling. I think it's the right ruling. It was a very tight game, all up to that end point. It was pretty crazy, but
true.
I don't want to see a game be decided on an opening strategy.
It's true, and I think you do bring up a great point. And in the end, League Ops, of course, made the call to do a full restart here, and it's very likely that one kill, like you said, on an opening strategy going wrong, one grenade going the wrong way could have been the opening factor, and maybe that wouldn't do justice to how great this series has been.
Both teams deserve to start from 0-0, go from kill 1, and do it all over again.
I'll tell you what, I'm here for it.
Dude, I'm pumped.
I'm ready to go. We get
great decision, League Ops. I'm with you.
We get even more Halo. We get the cast on screen, even more Halo that you folks in the room and online get to enjoy as well. It will be a Game 5 restart between Ascend and Exet, and this has been an absolute marathon for these teams.
Well, this is how it's gone so far, everybody. If you're just joining us, you're joining us at the perfect time. Game number 1, 2-1 in rounds. Oddball Streets win in the favor of Exet. The second game, Bizarre Slayer, it was answered back, tying up a 1-1 after Ascend took that one home. Then we went over to Strongholds on Livefire. Electric start from Ascend sent them into almost an unassailable lead, which they managed to close out. And then just go and watch it, is all I'm going to say. Wait for this series to be done. Go back and watch the VOD for that Aquarius capture the flag as Exet clutched up in those final moments to send us to a restart in Game 5. And if, to be honest with you, if you want to know why we're here and you just join us, go back in the VOD again.
Yeah.
Because that was worth watching in itself to bring us to this point.
Yeah, I was not kidding when I said this is a series to remember as we get into, once again, game number 5 here. It's Ascend versus Exet. One Slayer to decide the series.
Here we go then, Game 5, everybody. Ascend, Exet. Still no idea who's going to win this, Andy. To be honest with you, absolutely no idea.
We've seen so much gameplay from these two teams, and I would not be able to tell you. Here we go, into the game.
First kill is going to be picked up by Porky J. Good grenade onto Snipe Drone. Sicker now looking to clean up some kills. Legend is going to be eliminated here, as I think this is actually the point of view of Porky J. So we'll get that adjusted, as now we do see Sicker in front of us. Spectre going to be taken down by Sicker. So that's 3 dead for Exet. However, just a 1 kill advantage here for Ascend, as a couple more kills will be traded as that sword is going to be available, and Sicker's going to say, hey, I like that blue thing, it looks shiny, let me get it in my hands.
This game starting an awful lot like the last one here at 5-4, with essentially the exact same score margin that we saw off of the last, so neither team giving one another an inch as we take a look at some early area control for the side of Ascend. They're looking now to maybe push in, but look at the stick from Filthy G at bottom elevator.
Yeah, Filthy G, the G stands for grenade, and that was a filthy grenade as it stuck Shady in the foot. However, Sicker with that sword managed to trade it out almost immediately. Tie game at 6-6. I guarantee you, I'm going to say tie game a lot in this game.
I was going to say, I feel like regardless of where, the shock rifle coming in from Kratos there at the bat ledge, picking up 1 kill, also keeping an eye on the snipe drone push on top glass as well.
Spectre there to give him the help he needs, though. That's what I meant about the shock rifle. A game changer in these standoff situations, but you have to recognize, if you're sat at home, the pressure on every single one of these shots.
That pressure on every one of these shots and every single one of these players now. It feels like with each time that we have to jump back into the game, it feels like there's even more pressure on them, as this series has been one for the ages.
2 kills between the two teams. You can see that Shady wants to get into close quarters. He wants to use that sword, but he's also more than aware that he can't give it away, because then it gives all of the opportunities to push kind of negated for Ascend.
Absolutely. I mean, talk about the risk reward there. You want to use the sword to push. Kratos able to hit the body shot, but does not connect on the headshot with that shock rifle. That's going to be a low push from Legend.
And you see the opportunity to push Filthy G with some big shots. Sicker, though, will pick up some kills himself to trade things out. Snipe Drone with another tie game. Put it in quotation marks, maybe a hashtag. As we're going to see, Kratos pick up the camo. Is he going to be able to burn it? It looks like he will. So even though Kratos gets taken down, that's a big, big play from the Exet.
Certainly stays alive, wraps himself around the boxes, makes sure to get the full burn, but just like that, 12-9 in favor of Ascend. So at what cost did they get that camo burn?
Spawn's coming in. on the long haul here for XS. So Shady's actually backed out really, really smartly towards his teammates, calling that information out. Legend's going to have to be quick on this rotation across map, though, because there is a player who's behind him. Shady now. Hello, welcome to Slice and Dice. A double kill for Shady. 15-11. Ascend with probably one of the most dominant leads we've seen him have.
It really has. Just that tells you how close this series has been. And in that last game that we saw of Aquarius Slayer was a little bit turned around. We saw actually XSET with a 4-kill lead at this point. So XSET now with the pressure against them, their backs against the wall, they're going to need to slow the game down just a bit and make sure that their pushes are a bit more efficient.
Back to a little bit of a standoff between the two teams. Now, this is a really big moment in this game, Andy. If XSET lose this next team fight, then all of a sudden it becomes 18-11, 20-11, and double up on the kills. Ascend get into that situation where they just know they can trade from then on in. So this is why you're seeing the pace of the game really slow down.
And XSET does not want to drop this series. They've played so hard, they've fought so far, and they're not going to give up any free kills in a moment like this. One thing I got to talk about is you're seeing now as the meta of Halo Infinite evolves, because we have observer mode, we can see, of course, where their opponents are. So often they're looking at the exact sight line that they need to be, and the player's just behind the wall, and they know exactly who might be checking those angles. So impressive to see over these weeks just how much the meta has evolved here in Halo Infinite.
One shot can completely change the complexion of the game again. Kratos is the man with the power to do so. However, Legend, who's putting him under some pressure, takes him down to 2/5 of his shield. So it is still that 4-kill difference. Camo is up though, and now you're gonna see that fight break out, Andy.
Here we go, trying to get an angle. Kratos somehow stays alive. And we're going to keep our eyes on that Camo, but 2 kills come in for Ascend.
2 kills to Ascend, and they extend that lead, 17-11. And now Kratos and Porky J are split across the map from their teammates. Will Ascend think about making a push? Try and capitalize on this situation. It looks like they might. The grenades are coming in. 2 players stuck bottom elevator here, but they haven't picked up the kills.
Wondering where Sika is. Nice job there. Excellent work. Take down the sword player from Porky J, back C. He will stay alive. So just like that, still a 6-kill game. It felt like for a moment it could start to get out of hand.
Difference maker though is the sword. You cannot push Porky J here around this head glitch because he's going to have the angles, he's going to have the distance. But look, 2 swords in play now on the map, and now you're going to see Porky J pick up one onto Legend. Also found himself a shock rifle too.
They keep it close within 6. Looked like Sika did have that Camo. Was not a factor in the end.
7 kills though as Snipe Drone picks 1 up. 6 and 5 for him. Shady, what a game he's having. 8 and 2.
Yep. Hate to see it.
Sorry everyone again. Sorry. Can only apologize to everyone at home.
Yeah.
I mean, the series deserves a conclusion. It deserves a quick conclusion as well. And again, it's not, we can't do anything. I'm sorry.
No.
If I knew what to do, I can promise you watching, we would do it, okay? But it looks like we're going to have some more League Ops operations. I'll tell you what, we're getting on pretty well with League Ops at the moment.
We are, and we're very thankful that once again, we're not the ones doing the math here. But as you said, this series deserves a conclusion, so hoping when we jump into this game here on this final one that we'll be able to see it all the way through. But so far, we should talk on set about what we've just seen, and it's a little bit of a turning of the tables. In the first time we saw Aquarius Slayer, it was XSET leading out by quite a bit, 10-kill lead. Now Ascend starting to assert their dominance, and not only are they leading, but also getting that double kill on that Camo grab. But I gotta say, XSET keeping it close as well.
Yeah, XSET keeping it close, and I feel like the sword is really the influence on this game so far, which is very, very strange to say. When I say strange to say, yes, the sword is very influential in holding down.
Less traditional.
Yes, less traditional, because it is. With teams standing off from each other, it's the sword player who's having to make such a risky play. And what we mean by risky play as well is you can go in, you might think, hey, I can sneak up on a player, I can get a kill. It doesn't work. With the way that both of these teams are standing off from each other, you are essentially, Christmas comes early, you're delivering a sword to the other team who already might have a lead, and then it becomes even more difficult for you.
Exactly. So just to give you ideas of where that might take place, the most common sword push, we actually saw it in that last game, is going to be from bottom A or top A, from control. And that's the risk. Whether you have the lead or not, trying to push on an opponent with the sword, like you said on set, the last thing you want to do is have to push those doorways when a player has a sword. So it's such a high risk, high reward. Much better to just try to get your angles, pick off the one-shots, but those sword plays are really going to come in even more of importance as we get to the end stage of this game.
I think one thing we can conclude here is that there was a lot of hype, a lot of questions about How Ascend will play on LAN. 2 players the first time. I mean, just repeat that out loud. It just said it out loud in my head, and I was like, oh, that sounds ridiculous. First time 2 of these players have played at a live event, flying halfway across the world, playing against the established lineup like XSET with, you know, you look at Suspector and Kratos, 2016. They were in the Halo World Championship Finals.
Yeah.
And to play in the way they have, this is certainly a team to watch going forward. But the same could be said with XSET here. It's almost like we're taking things away from XSET. XSET playing at this level is nuts. They have to play at this level to contend with what Ascend are playing. I think it just bodes really well for the future of Halo. Things are just looking super healthy.
They really are. I think it's one of the most impressive performances we've seen from a European team on a main stage ever in this series, and that's quite a statement already. But as we said, really the statement would be remembered if they're able to close out this game number 5. That's the question.
They need to. It's as simple as that. If they don't, it's like I say, it's a footnote. An XSET move on, and it's same old, same old. You know what I mean? And as someone who's watched a lot of European Halo over the years, Andy, trust me, I can see it happening. But you know, you hope if you're a European fan at home, I'm sure there's a lot of people supporting Ascend at the moment, and hopefully they're going to see a little bit of a different result here for the NA fans and for XSET fans. I'm sure they're hoping that they can also close things out. But it's, as I say, it's a shame that we've had to restart this final game a few times because it's been pretty nuts.
It has been absolutely nuts. We're going ahead and get this stage ready for our final round of the Game 5. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back with that game number 5.
My name is Colin Johnson, also known as Kojo. I am the team director for Fnatic Halo.
My name is Casey Hebert, and I am the head coach and scouter for the Fnatic Halo team.
Fnatic's really excited to be in the HCS from day one, and I think the fans should be really excited too, because I think that we're bringing a new approach. I genuinely think that, and I think Casey genuinely thinks that there are 4 free agent players out there that we can win a world championship with that you probably haven't heard of yet.
To start out, we want to make a really big splash inside of Halo. So our main goal is to obviously qualify for Worlds and make a huge impact there. There are some challenges in not having a roster yet, but I also look at it as we have more positives than negatives on it. We have the very good luxury of being able to pick up players potentially after Roster Mania at the end of Raleigh, as well as we can scout and we can go really in depth on the players we are looking at Raleigh.
I think that over time, we're going to outwork our opponents, and hopefully, similar to Valorant, we can have a bit of a personality as well that we can kind of at least entertain you guys with.
The HPU or high performance unit is, in my opinion, super crucial to recruiting people. If you feel good, you're going to play good.
Halo's not just going to be another like tier 2, tier 3 title that we just jump into because we want to. It's a title that we're investing a lot into and that we're really excited about.
And I firmly believe that everything that Fnatic offers and has with the backing, that we can easily accomplish that.
You're going to get to come on that journey with us and watch us as we develop and grow.
We didn't realize the journey we were about to take.
You ready?
Punch it. As it grew, so did our group of friends. It brought us closer together.
Go, go, go! Come on, he's on the way. Right behind you. Go get him. Grab the flag.
It kept us all coming back.
Yes! Those were some of our best memories. As we grew older, we grew apart. But we never forgot.
Are you ready?
Punch it.
Oh, God.
Let's be real, I'm retired now. I don't practice all the time. Golden Boy has a new show canceled and started every other week. He can practice all he wants.
Doctor, Walshy won't get out of my DMs. He still thinks it's 2007.
Dude, I remember it like it was yesterday. It was literally me and Snipe Down versus 8 of them. Not much I could do. I was just running around 1v4 and as many as I could.
He knows who the champ is. The world knows who the champ is.
And then he starts talking about how delicious the cake was, so I had to go off on him. Of course, I told him that he shouldn't make every day a cheat day.
And let me tell you, sir, that cake was delicious.
Okay, we'll talk soon. I think there's only one way to settle this. Let's run it back.
This is the BTB Challenge, Golden Boy versus Walsh here, 8v8. Maybe we need a counseling session, Dave, after I slapped you in Big Team Battle. It's been spotted. GB!
Oh,
AR.
GB! Leading the way!
Alex puts the big in Big Team Battle. Here he goes. Moving down top middle.
Oh! He gets flamed by Snipe Down!
So you're okay if I take this cake? You're okay if I take this cake then?
You're playing like cake's on the line.
Flag has never been linked back to base. Oh my!
Cake's always on the line, bro!
Oh, this is fantastic.
What do you
We gotta do this every event. This is a trio. This is the Pat Hog.
The big opportunity here.
There's never been so much talent in a single Warthog.
Oh, they've got to stop it. Oh, over it.
Oh!
fight. That was filthy. Oh boy, with the sniper rifle in hand.
They need to stay alive here at all costs. This could be the game-winning.
Oh no, he got blood.
I took king from that, baby.
Locking down the map, giving FB very good map control here.
Taking a look at the clock here, the Rockets on the floor. Pistola's going to pick those up. They want to finish this one strong, 3-0.
It's like Pistola's Master Chief runs faster than everyone. Me and Chris just made eye contact and said, wow, how did he escape that? He runs faster than everyone else.
He takes more bullets as well. I don't know, he might have more health.
Pistola quickly became the wizard because the things that he was able to do didn't really seem possible.
Once they had control of both snipes, though, I feel like they're being a bit more wise with the power weapons. Oh! Fights! Pistola's just dominating!
He's an absolute freak of a Halo player. And when you think of like a wizard, you think someone who has like magical powers does things that normal human beings can't do.
So when you watched him, you always felt a little excited. Something special is going to happen.
With that sniper rifle in his hands, you have to wonder if he can line up a shot. Pistola!
DMR, great job. A little bit of splash damage there, and now he is rewarded with it.
So many times where he's produced these moments where you're just like, how the hell did he do that? Let's run that back. Let's watch that again.
Pistola, one of the nastiest players on Foundry Map.
I was just getting ready to say, he's so sneaky that he worked out so well for this. Look at this, picking up the triple. He's feeling it right now.
Very impressive opening games, similar to what we saw from the likes of Lux, from the likes of Tox, and I think this is a team we have to be talking about as potential winners. Pistola gets the overkill as well.
For the combo? Oh, he's feeling it.
Oh no. Here comes the Ola Chan. He is so devastating when he has the fan. Oh, and he's going to air back up. Grab that DMR.
Pistola, he was a freak of nature. I felt like it was only a matter of time before he was going to win championships, and I was kind of surprised to see how quickly you had veterans of the team adopting him and bringing him onto their squad.
He's the best one on this team. Okay, we're going to talk him out of this team, and we're going to pick him up on our team. We had to pick him up. We had to.
And it is officially over. Final boss standing up and celebrating. Final boss, your 2010 MLG National Champions.
He comes into the scene in 2007 as this like FFA wizard.
This little kid who is gonna beat you up in free-for-all, and every single event he seemed to get better and better.
Just be careful here. He's with Ola.
There's one for Ola. Royal 2 versus Ola. Royal 2 gets taken down by Ola. At that point, stay up here. We have to fight out. That is a triple kill from Pistola.
Pistola's elusive playstyle and outgoing personality have made him a favorite among fans and pros. Already a legend, he continues to define his legacy heading into his 15th year of competition.
When you just watch his perspective, you understand why that team is winning and what is going on. You're just like, wow, Pistola did a hell of a lot with that last life.
Ola's going to be the last player alive here on the snipe tower. He manages to pick up a double. He takes down 2 anime players and manages to stay alive momentarily.
What is he doing?
Oh my Ola!
Without a shield, he would totally out-BR, out-shoot someone with full shield. He would just somehow always survive and walk away with multi-kills.
Anyone got the return yet? No, not yet. Nico's there.
What a clutch. Ola kills the smoke.
Every time that you get a kill on Pistola, you've earned it. He will tuck his head, he will run away, he will jump around.
I remember watching and just being like, God, I need to play like that more.
Pistola, though, manages to stay alive long enough to cap the flag. And Pistola! Not only that, keeps himself alive.
If you go back and watch your screen on VOD, it was absolutely ridiculous. How do you play so smart? You seem to always put up most kills and least deaths for your team.
He hits the sniper, the killing frenzy! Oh, go on, Ola. Find your triple. It's away as well.
At Sanctuary, this may be the fastest. Check out, I got your Pistola. A triple kill. Extermination. Killing frenzy. 11 kills in a row. The crowd is
This looks like it's going to be it, as the birthday boy is going to put in the 5th and final flag cap. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. You have your 2011 National Champions instinct.
Wow.
Pistola has just joined an elite category. He won 2 national championships in a row. In fact, congratulations, members of NC.
With an illustrious career dating back to 2007, Pistola has recorded over 20 major event wins across 5 different Halo titles, including national championships in Halo 3 and Halo Reach.
Everything just kind of fell into place. Sweeping the rest of the season, winning 3 in a row, winning the national championship. One of those reasons was because we had Pistola on our team. Hands down. We were in the finals against Instinct during a pit CTF game, and he was just like making his way towards their flag, no-scoping everyone in his path.
Every single game, you have chances for incredible highlight reels to emerge. And generally speaking, they do.
The sniper, but over and over again, you've heard the players from team, oh my gosh!
It's usually the smallest guy on the team playing on, and then you see him go off. You get really excited. It was just like, it was infectious.
Most people, when you put them on that stage, they crumble. Pistola always rose to the occasion.
Pressure's always there, and it's the kind of the fun part about it. It's exciting.
Pistola, he was never motivated by money. He was never motivated by fame. Pistola wanted to be the best player in the room.
I think he's the best Halo player to ever pick up a controller.
I've been doing this for so long, you know. Obviously, when you've been doing something this long, you always have, you know, there's a certain point when you start having doubts about, like, you know, when's my time? When's it up? But I guess it's not yet.
You guys have anything to say about that? I cannot agree more. Please, don't retire anytime soon. I love it.
Welcome back, everybody, to Raleigh here in North Carolina, and welcome back to the Halo Championship Kickoff Major. Now, we're going to get back into a Game 5. We've been waiting quite a while to get back into a Game 5. We've played a few Game 5s, but we haven't got a conclusion to what has been quite an incredible series between 2 teams, Andy, who have put on quite a show.
That's right. We have not gotten our conclusion. Daggone it, we're going to get our conclusion here. We're going to cross our fingers
until we get our conclusion.
Cross our toes, and we're going to get into this game because I'm going to find out who's going to win this series.
Well, here we go then, everybody. Let's try this one more time. Ascend versus Exed. Game 5. Now, the ruling for everyone joining, Ascend need to hit 43 kills. It's a 0-0 start right from the beginning of the game. Exed need 50 to win the Game 5 that we find ourselves in and the series. Here we go once more.
And we're back underway, and once again, it's a 7-kill difference. That's where we left off in the last game, and Ascend will need 43. Exet needs 50 here. First few kills going the way of Ascend.
Yeah, pretty good start for them. Gonna have that camo as well, but look at the play actually coming in from Kratos. I think Shady got away, and look at the cover coming in from Snipe Drone. Sika picks up another. Shady stays alive, and somehow he's managed to do so for quite some time. 5-3 though, as a couple of kills will be clawed back here from Exet. So shock rifle still in the hands of Snipe Drone here, and you can see he's aware of those spawns. He's backing off to make sure that weapon stays in their hands.
That's right. We'll see. The shock rifle has not been an enormous factor in these versions here of Slayer on Recharge. We'll have to see if that's a different case this time around.
Well, back to a little bit of a standoff between the 2 teams. Shady, the furthest player up, who is close enough to engage. Good shots there from Legend across map. Are going to slowly back up those players. Now you can see maybe Shady thinking about making a play. And one thing that's been really impressive for me, Shady's never been afraid to make plays in this series. He's always been the man who's created the openings for his team.
Absolutely. Just patrolling around here, trying to exchange some shots from Yellow into control, but also getting dinged quite a bit. But Kratos, once again, is getting pretty anxious to push from that long haul. That's not the first time we've seen him try to make that push aggressively and it not pay off.
Yeah, I mean, it has to make the play, though. Someone has to make the play, right? Even though you can say, oh, it hasn't worked, it doesn't look good. If they don't make the play, they ain't going to win the game. Someone has to try and make a push to claw back that deficit. But at 8-4, Shady and Ascend still have control of the map. They have a full squad wipe to play with as well. If a couple players die, they still have that cushion to work.
Let's not forget, with that 7-kill difference in the aggregate score, trading here for Ascend is possible because they're up now by quite a margin here at 8-4. They can trade out much more than Exet. Exet needs to bring this back, keep it within reason.
Look at Shady again. His camouflage is coming up and he's making a play once more. The distraction is enough for Snipe Drone to hit another filthy headshot onto Filthy G. And Shady now making another play. Suspector needed to be careful, but the damage is already done here. Suspector has the sword in his hands, but the double up of the score, 10-5 here, with the camouflage coming up as well. XZ need to be careful. Very, very careful now.
Very careful, and they cannot let this game continue to play out at the tempo it had been. Snipe Drone from the back of elevator with the shock rifle was the scene of the crime. Now he's got the sword as well.
12-7. 5 kills still the difference between the two teams. Shock rifle has been dominant from Snipe Drone though. And if he carries on at this kind of pace with this weapon, we'll have to start calling him Shock Drone because he is not missing.
And here's the question. Did XZ start this game, and are they playing this game understanding they're down by 7, right? It's difficult in a restart to mentally play with that exact score in mind. So far, that hasn't been the case. Like we said, they need to make sure that they start to gain control, be much more efficient with how these kills are being traded out.
And at the moment, the only thing that's forced moves from either team from this little standoff position is that camouflage popping up. That's when we've seen the engagements come in. And also, you can also see a push coming in here. Snipe Drone's going to turn the sword over, as well as that shock rifle. But I love the play from XZ. They recognize they have to do something here. And Porky J, goodness me, that's a big kill. That brings the game back within 2. With the score down below, but obviously we still have that 7-kill margin between the two.
And man, did he ever tee up that insta-splode. That was telegraphed. Lays down the first plasma, even though a player was on the second box. Great shots from Kratos. Able to get that plasma at the perfect height to keep this game now. Just 1 kill difference on the scoreboard, however, now make that an 8-kill difference overall.
Ascend trapped at the moment. Now we're going to see the play revolve around that camouflage once more. It's popping in around 3 seconds. Do Ascend have the angles they need to, or is Filthy G just going to get involved a little bit earlier to pick up some kills? The Spectre will be killed as well. Legend picking up that one and doing some decent damage once again. Snipe Drone's going to get a trade. Porky J has the sword, but Legend has the camo in his hand. And just a reminder here, Ascend just need to get to 43. It's up to XZ to get to 50.
Look at the timing here. They know there's a lot of pressure on top elevator.
Oh!
Suspector with the double kill there in the back of A. And just like that, it will stay an 8-kill game.
No, no it won't. 7. Suspector with the sword in hand, and XZ start to rally now in this game 5. All tied up with the score at the bottom of your screen, but like we mentioned, Ascend still have that 7-kill advantage. Make that 6 now overall, because that's another kill going in their favor.
And you have to think that XZ has started to realize what's at stake, because they were just down by about 6 kills, and just like that, they brought this back on your scoreboard here on the screen, now to have a slight lead, bringing the game overall within 6. Don't worry, we'll keep track of the math as we go.
Snipe Drone picks up 1, but 2 kills are going to fall here to XZ. All tied up on the bottom of your screen, but still that 7-kill difference between the two. Snipe Drone, again, just picking up kill after kill. When it seems like things are starting to fall apart here for Ascend, Snipe Drone will pop up in that kill feed and just calm things down again.
Yeah, and XZ, once again, they need to play doubly as efficient as they normally would, because they cannot continue at this pace here. A little bit of control of the shock rifle, looking into glass from Kratos here. Needs to be aware of the pipes push as well.
He certainly does, but one thing they need to be aware of as well here, XZ, is the time at the bottom of the screen right now. 6 minutes 20 in this game. They need to turn over a 7-kill deficit, an 8-kill deficit at this point. They can't afford to sit off for too long. At some point, they're going to have to make pushes, and that's just going to fall into the hands of Ascend.
You're absolutely right. They're going to have to make some calculated risks, and like you said, Ascend's going to sit back and let those risks come as they do, and just hope that they'll be able to end one of those pushes. Still, just like that, these two teams not wanting to give each other an inch.
Camouflage coming up. Now we're going to see movement on the map once more. Shady, the playmaker for Ascend, gets that first kill. Shady's going to find 2 as well. Here's Sicker in a 1v1. Porky J is left without any friends as 2 kills will fall, and that means the camo, will fall into the hands of Legend as he works once again in that buddy system now. They are looking strong here. They've got a lead, and they are starting to extend it.
You could see it happening off screen. 2 players go down bottom mid to get camo together. Either way, they were getting camo no matter what, and they come away with it. However, will be traded out in the end. Porky J gets that kill to keep things within reason.
Within reason, but still at arm's length here for Ascend. They need to hit 43. Just to remind you, XZ need 50 in this game. Snipe Drone and the rest of Ascend kind of just trapped at the moment. Back pipes need to find a few more angles, but at the same time, if XSET have to funnel towards them, you expect them to get trades at least.
Absolutely, and XSET, such a talented team, but they need to make sure that they do not wait to do all this work at the very end. They cannot start to let the side of Ascend get towards those 30 marking and get past that. It's going to create too much of a challenge for them in the end. They need to step it up right here, right now, less than 5 minutes on the clock.
4 minutes 40 to be precise for them to do something, and now PorkyJ realizes he's got the Mangler in his hands. He needs to try and get into some sort of position to affect this setup, to break the setup, and to get away without trading as well. He needs to pick up a clean kill here. One shot onto Sika, make that 2, and there is that kill. The rest of his team now need to flood Andy.
Kratos trying to push, but somehow Legend wraps around and actually will go down. It's a nice trade from the side of Ascend, and they're just going to look to keep that up.
Suspected takes down Snipe Drone. Filthy G now inside of the pipes. Has that Mangler to work with as well, and the clock is just dwindling away from them at the moment, like the sands of time. It really is working against XSET here, but they do have a 2-kill lead in the game. So overall now it's a 5-kill difference between the two teams. Just to reiterate once again, Ascend need 43, XSET need to hit 50.
And you have to think, with the way this has gone, XSET is going to keep at this pace, and things are going to get really tense around that 35 mark. That's not the way XSET wants it to go, but that's looking like what it's going to be. And if they play perfectly, they can absolutely squeak out this win. But my God, are they ever setting themselves up for crunch time at the end of this match?
3.5 minutes left. Conversations now have to be had here for XSET. At what point do we take the risk? Do we try and win this game? Because if it's played at this pace, like you say, Ascend are going to win this game. They're going to win game 5. They're going to win the series.
Yeah, right now this 6-kill lead will just stand, and Ascend is happy to let that clock tick down. We're about to be at the 3-minute mark.
Shock rifle might be the opening. Suspector trying to take a few different angles. Trying to see if he can peel someone off maybe the back of this back ramp around Sword, around this blue turbine area. Shady's going to give him a little peek. Can he give him a haircut in response, though? A little bit of a shoulder shuffle, a little bit of a shimmy and a shake, but no shots are going to be connecting.
And the good way to think about this, Mark, for everyone at home, is that you need Ascend right now are going to continue playing their game. XSET needs essentially a full wipe and a half. So what you're seeing right now is XSET look for the perfect opportunity to push.
Trades come in, though. That's absolutely fine for Ascend. XSET need to be getting to that point now with just 2 minutes 30 left where they need to speed things up. They need to get aggressive. It's still 5 kills between the two teams. Suspector might have had that opportunity with one shock rifle shot there connecting to the head. That might have been it, but who is it? No one else but Shady is making plays that can win games like he is.
The reason you're seeing XSET play so tentative is they know that they cannot afford to trade. Therefore, they're looking for the right opportunity to push, get 4 dead, maybe even pick up 2 off the respawn. That would essentially tie us up, but there's only 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left, they gotta go now. They have to go now. Kratos will get a trade, but it doesn't help the situation for them. PorkyJ has that shock rifle. Snipe Drone's gonna back him down. 1 minute 50 left on the clock. We're in for a grandstand finish here.
We are, and we need to see a grandstand close from XSET here. They have all the pressure against them, and they need to make something happen. They need to make a high-risk play in the last minute 30.
Looks like they're trying to bait maybe this camo, but they're not taking the bait here, Ascend. They say, hey, if you want camo, that's absolutely fine. We're going to group up together. If we can get into a position where we can get trades, we're happy with that. PorkyJ and Co, it's time to go. 1 minute 24 on the clock. PorkyJ looking to pick around the corner, but can't find any targets.
They're playing the slow game here right now. The only difference, right, is the fact here they need 50, keep in mind, at the timer, and we'll see exactly how that'll come down to, but it looks like it might come down to time.
Oh, Suspector picks up 1, Suspector picks up 2. And now, things are looking a little bit shaky here for Ascend, but time is on their side. Kratos picks up another one now, and oh my word, they've got 58 seconds to find 11 kills.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Tall order, but hey, I've been proven once wrong on this broadcast and many times before, so 50 seconds on the clock. They need to move. They need to be so aggressive.
Legends just saying, come to me, boys. If you want to play, you got to come and force things. PorkyJ picks up 1. 10 kills in 40 seconds. Can it be done? It doesn't look like it will be. A couple of kills still going their way. Ascend just need to hit 43, and it will be the game.
Or just hold on.
20 seconds left. Kratos tries to push. Sika picks up the kill. 15 seconds remaining. Suspector picks up 1. But it looks here like the damage might have already been done. 8 seconds remaining. 6 seconds. 5, We're in a game 5. It's taken a while to get here, but finally we can say Ascend have taken down XZ. And Europe are here to play.
As we said, it's a historic victory for the European side and the entire continent here, as they will win an epic pool play match. They went the distance in both games and time, but in the end, that's what's going to be remembered here on the main stage. It's a European victory.
It certainly is, and a marker down in the sand for everybody to know. If you're going up against Ascend, you're going to have one hell of a series on your hand, and I'm sure that's going to send some good vibes to the rest of the teams who have come from different locations over the globe, saying, hey, maybe this is a different game. Maybe this is Halo Infinite, and this is our time to shine for XZ. Again, an amazing series from them as well, just coming up short, but it was a great advert for some of the incredibly intense games we can have, Andy. It was a pleasure to cast.
And it's a team we'll see, again, without a doubt. XZ has performed on the main stage. That's the second time we saw them on the main stage, and I think we're all looking forward to seeing them again. But as we've said before, it's a big victory for Europe because historically, if we look at the past 15 years of competitive Halo, Europe has slowly gotten better and better with their placements over time. It's taken a very long time, but it's a big win for them. We'll have to see if the weekend has more of that in store.
Oh, we certainly will indeed, and I'm sure that everybody who's watching at home right now is thinking exactly the same, like, what's next? You beat XZ, XZ beat Space Station. At this point, the guys who are sat on that stage or probably just left it are thinking, hey, just bring anyone on right now. We will take anyone on, but for now, that's going to do it from the caster booth. We're going to send it back to the analyst desk. Lottie, please take it away.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and well done for persevering through that one. That was quite the journey. I think for everybody in this room right now, and especially for those on the main stage, and a huge congratulations to Ascend. I've got to say, they made history tonight. I think they made history in many different ways. Longest series ever, and the fact that they did manage to run away with that one. Fantastic stuff from the UK lads, and the French lads, of course. But just, yeah, I think overall for me, I kind of saw things switch up a little bit there for Ascend. In terms of Golden Boy, we kind of talked through that one, and I saw a bit of a difference to the way that they started off, okay? You know, they had very slow starts at the beginning. We kind of saw them lead the way with kills as soon as they kind of gathered that they really needed a hot start straight out of the gates. What did you notice about the switch around there for them to actually go and take that series?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you just got to start the game off with a lot more purpose, right? Like, it's weird to say because Halo's a respawn game, so, you know, unlike like Attack FPS, for example, where, like, yeah, sure, you know, you could probably start off, get a few frags, like that dictates around. But in Halo, you know, if you have a slow start like that, it's gonna bite you in the butt multiple times, and that's what happened to Ascend on multiple occasions. So what I really think they have to do is look back at the tape, realize what were some of the gaps that they had, you know, besides being up there for 15 hours. But I think that they need to recognize that their starts are not as fast as they need to be, and they have to play the way that they played that live fire strongholds. They have to play like that every time, and if they play like that every time, Gaskin, it's a wrap.
Yeah, I think it's difficult when it comes to recharge. It's naturally one of the slowest maps.
For sure.
If anything, the constant restarts helped Ascend realize how they would actually take down XZ with the starting strategy, especially when they had the 7-kill lead going into that restart. They said, look, all we need to do is just stop them getting that initial camouflage, get a couple of frags, trade for trade, and we can play this game so slow. And they played, that's not how I've seen Ascend play in Europe over the past few weeks. They have been so fast, they've been running and gunning at everyone, and they just assessed the situation. It's obviously not a situation maybe they expected to be in, but they recognized if they played it slow, if they played it calm, if they constantly kept XZ at a distance, they would win that game, and it was just a nice strategy from them.
Yeah, they really did keep them at an arm's length there, and I think they did a fantastic job, as you said, kind of maintaining that pace and kind of also taking control of the pace of the game, which is very hard to do against a team that you match up very well with, like XZ, because we saw that series really did go right down to the wire. Clutch, I've got to ask you what you think of the series overall in terms of Ascend. I want you to be, you know, you're one of our harshest critics up here, but that's because of the experience that you hold, of course, the legend of the game. And I want to know, let's get real, okay? Let's get real here. Ascend.
Let's get real.
Ascend,
what we learned about Ascend today is we learned that they have a lot of character, right? Ascend showed that they have a lot of fortitude, a lot of character up there. For them to be able to go through the trials and tribulations of sitting up there for 3 hours, it feels like, and having reset after reset and thinking you have advantages in situations and then being robbed of those advantages, that is not easy to overcome. Ascend is here to play. They did a damn good job of showing their character here today. I hope we see that all weekend from them, because if we do, they're going to give even North America's best some trouble.
Well, he didn't even say that through gritted teeth as
He
well.
didn't.
I was waiting
He
for
didn't.
it. You were so, but no, like I think he's got.
I've been on the cartel bandwagon for over a year. These guys just got over an Ascend. I was watching these guys in Halo 5. They are nasty. I will not cut these guys short. I'm happy they're here, and I'm happy they're already making a name for themselves.
They deserve to be here, and if anything, like that win, you know, so not to, I don't want to say belittle, but this was a big win for them, right? Because this is going to set them up very nicely in groups. But, you know, there's still a lot more work to be done.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
This was a great step in the right direction, especially for European Halo. But there's more progress to be made. I think that progress can be made here in Raleigh. I think Ascend is the team to do it. But I'm still going to give credit where credit is due to Porky J and Filthy G, because those guys were freaking phenomenal time after time. It felt like that they were the trump cards of XSET.
I don't think we've seen even the best of XSET yet. They've already beat Space Station. They just went to Game 5 against Ascend. I think XSET still has some cards up their sleeve that they have to show us as well.
This is the thing. I mean, all of that goes out the window for Ascend if they then go and lose 3-0 to Space Station, for example. A lot of that's going to come down to their game with them and who can actually pull out a result against Cloud9, who can take maps off Cloud9. Because the importance of full play, of course, is the top 2 teams will move into the winners bracket round 2, whereas the bottom 2 teams will play in winners bracket round 1. That's the advantage you gain from doing well in pool play. So if they do lose to Space Station, then suddenly those 3 hours they've spent up there, what does it count?
And I want to say this much, like, and this is, I guess, the point that I was trying to get to before, but I kind of lost it because I'm a little exhausted and I'm old as hell. The win against XSET was great. That's awesome. They need to do that against Space Station, period. They need to do it, because look, I'm going to be real, doing it against C9, you know, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to happen. I'm not trying to knock on Ascend. It's just, we're talking about C9 over here,
Stranger things have happened.
That's very true.
Yeah, honestly, stranger things have happened, and that is definitely not a plug for Netflix whatsoever. However, I got to say, I've got to give it to the Ascend boys, and I think that experience that we saw, just in terms of the series overall, what they had to go through, the mental fortitude that they had to really carry forward there was so big. That experience is just incredible for this team. Coming to LAN and doing that in that fashion is just absolutely amazing. I'm really excited to follow them along their journey here in Raleigh. But guys, I need to talk to you about something pretty damn special. We actually do have an Xbox and Riddle helmet giveaway to talk about right now.
I want that helmet.
This is, it's stunning. I'm going to show it to you right now, guys. It's absolutely beautiful. Obviously, we're celebrating the iconic helmet and launch of Halo. And Riddle and Xbox, they've teamed up to create a limited production Master Chief inspired helmet to celebrate the upcoming launch of Halo Infinite, of course. You can see it happening before your very eyes. And each player on the winning team at HCS Raleigh and the winner of the FFA will receive one of these limited edition Riddle helmets. They're also available for purchase at riddle.com as well. So if you guys want to get your hands on one of those as well, you can. And fans also do have a chance to win one as well. So there's a ton of ways that you can actually get your hands on one of these helmets. So to win it, you actually have to go to the Speedflex helmet by retweeting the Halo Gear sweepstakes right now. It's available until, GB, get your phones out. Get your phones out at home as well. In the arena, get your phones out. December 26th at 8 p.m. PT is when it closes. So fantastic stuff. But the action doesn't stop there, because we want some games on the screen, of course. You guys at home have been so patient.
Got it.
Let's head straight over to Charlie. We do have E-United versus Oxygen Esports. Bellas, come on then. Let's have a go at casting, shall we?
Oh yeah, maybe I do it a little bit. I got a cast next, so I got to wake up. Lord knows I'm gonna need it. But hey, folks, I mean, you got E-United, you have Oxygen here, and this Oxygen squad has been quite interesting for me. And as a matter of fact, starting this flagpole here, Gaskin, this is actually a great look for them as they're down 1-0.
Yeah, down 1-0, but also trying to run a flag. And I think both of these squads have performed excellently in online tournaments.
Oh, you hate to see it.
Now I'm hoping that, with a series like this, it really puts Oxygen on the map. They impressed us online. I was wondering what they do on LAN. I knew that they would kind of take down the boys when we saw them play a little bit earlier on, but now they're showing what they can do against a very solid United roster.
I'll tell you what, there's 5 minutes left in this game. They just went up 2-0, and pay attention to the scoreline in this series, because it's 1-1. If they can go up 2-1 against the United, Oxygen Esports might create the upset of the day.
And what's the best thing about this, fellas and fillettes, is that we have a team here of, guys who have been playing online. They've been making their name over there. But these 4 players right here is what I want to see in Halo Infinite. New talent on the come up, making waves, really turning heads, that is what is going to define this game, because we certainly do want to see fresh faces at the top of the main stage.
And I mean, Oxygen, they very much deserve their place in pool play. They were the 8th seed even before the Sentinels changes, so they got bumped up to 7th seed at the end of things, and they really have demonstrated what they are made of here. And just off the rip, we've seen what an impressive start it's been on Bazaar. In a map that's very difficult to actually get into a base and actually pull flags, I think Oxygen have got a real chance to take down a United with only 3 minutes 54 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, time is of the essence right now. Bazaar CTF is one of these game types where if you want to play defense, if you want to hunker down in your base, it is very difficult to destroy that strategy. It is very difficult for E-United to get these next 2 caps, if that's the goal right now. 3 minutes and 38 seconds, they're making their way into there, but Ryan Noob needs to get these kills and needs to get them quick in order to get this first flag on the board.
We're actually starting to see a push develop here for E-United. They were looking to get aggressive on the right side of the map. Ryan Noob was doing his job. He was tagging some people, taking out players in the BR area, but then ultimately all those players got wiped. So that push had to essentially be restarted. Ryan Noob now having to rotate all the way around here and restart this run again. Just shows how good the defense is of Oxygen.
Yeah, and now what we just saw Ascend do in a game where, you know, you've just got to be a bit strategical. You've got to play a little bit slower, play defensive. Oxygen can do that. They're 2-0 up. They've got control. They've even got rockets now as well. Just need to be a little bit careful. Don't give this kind of power weapon away. Don't allow too much control for E-United to be able to flood your base consistently and pull a flag. If you can keep them out of your base, keep them off your flag, it's very simple. You've got 2 minutes, 45 seconds just to hold up.
If you want to talk about win conditions, Rockets and Overshield are going to be severe win conditions for E-United at this point. The fact that Oxygen Esports was able to get these Rockets and use them both before going down, I mean, that's massive.
I don't think, were they able to use both?
The second player just picked them up and went into the bar. I believe we're about to see a rocket kill in the kill feed.
Yeah, no, you might be right there, Clutch. You might be right. But the thing is you're right, right? And I hate to say that, but because it is a matter of, like, with Bazaar especially, the control. When you have the positions like that, when you have that high ground position and you're able to get the overlook on the map, it's so difficult to overcome. And it feels like Oxygen really suffocating their opponents here. Get it? Because of Oxygen? Breath, you know?
Yeah,
you know what
that
I mean?
was good.
That was a good one,
That's why you're here.
That's why I'm here.
I really hate your jokes. Oxygen are very much controlling the bar at the moment, and what they've also done is they've gone into United's base, they've pulled flags, they've said, hey, what's the best form of defense? It's offense. Let's get in the flag, let's pull it, let's get it across, and let's not allow United even a chance of getting back into this game. It's the flag now all the way up the tree, but Ryan Noob's there being the sneaky beaver that he always is.
He does get a double. It takes down 2 of Oxygen Esports. Unfortunately, United look like they're all stuck at the back of their base, and the flag already in Oxygen Esports tree. This should be the 3rd flag going on the board for them.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can get the recov, but they have players like flooding to it. It feels like they're flying at it here. And it's not one of those things where you want to give it up because you don't want to go down 3-0 with 1 minute and 12 seconds left on the clock here. It's not going to be fruitful for you whatsoever here. Kane's doing his best to stay alive, but that ain't going to happen, and that is going to be the 3rd cap. And honestly, fellas, I mean, that's basically the game at this point. You have to pull off a miracle if you're at EU9. We know Ryan can pull off some magic. I just don't think this is going to be it.
Wrap it up, put a bow on it, send it to Father Christmas, because this is going to be delivered. This is done. Oxygen have shown what they're made of here, but it's not the series over. It's going to be them taking a 2-1 lead. I commend United for trying to go for a run here, trying to do what they can in these last 40 seconds. Yeah, of course they can. It's just going to be extremely difficult. Oxygen might just let this one go. Now, that would be the intelligent thing to do here. Let the flag go. You don't have to overextend. Just keep map control.
Oh, you meet him at the front door right there, which is basically what they ended up doing. Common with a nade kill onto Rain. This is very much going to be over. 18 seconds on the clock. E-United try as they might get this cap in. Who knows? But honestly, with the way that they're positioning themselves, Oxygen Esports are very much going to walk away with this win. Not the series win quite yet, but if they do manage to get the series win, fellas, that'll be big. That's a big shakeup in that group, honestly. Good for Oxygen.
Yeah, I've got to say that is a big shakeup. And just watching that happen on my screen, I'm a little bit shocked. I mean, I love this for Oxygen. I do. I really do love this. Yeah. But this is a very different team I'm seeing right now of United compared to the team that we saw on that main stage earlier. And I understand that the difference between this matchup, you know, there is definitely a difference there. However, I'm just not seeing that confident, controlled play that I saw out of United earlier. And really, even in some of the qualifiers. I mean, the weapon control just wasn't there then at all, and I just didn't see any of those like really confident slays coming forward for that team. I think that's where they were lacking. You know, market control very much was in the hands of Oxygen there, and I got to say, United, I want to see these guys step up a little bit as we go forward into the weekend. I'm sure they can do it. I'm sure they can. United fans out there, don't worry, don't fret. Wipe that sweat off, they got this. Don't worry about it. But I tell you what, folks, we are actually gonna head to a quick break right now, but it is safe to say that we have seen some close series today. But will FaZe versus Na'Vi be as close as Ascend versus Xset? Well, you'll have to stick with us to find out. We will be back right after the break with more of the Halo Championship Series.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Thomas, welcome home. Am I crazy? We don't use that word in here.
The Matrix Resurrections, rated R.
Oh, God.
Let's be real, I'm retired now. I don't practice all the time. Golden Boy has a new show canceled and started every other week. He can practice all he wants.
Doctor, Walshy won't get out of my DMs. He still thinks it's 2007.
Dude, I remember it like it was yesterday. It was literally me and Snipe Down versus 8 of them. Not much I could do. I was just running around 1v4 and as many as I could.
He knows who the champ is. The world knows who the champ is.
And then he starts talking about how delicious the cake was, so I had to go off on him. Of course, I told him that he shouldn't make every day a cheat day.
And let me tell you, sir, that cake was delicious.
Okay, we'll talk soon. I think there's only one way to settle this. Let's run it back.
The
this, the BTB Challenge. Golden Boy versus Walsh here, 8v8.
Maybe we need a counseling session, Dave, after I slapped you in Big Team Battle.
It's been spotted. GB.
Oh, GB! Leading the way!
Alex puts the big in Big Team Battle. Here he goes.
Oh! He gets flamed by Snipe Down!
So you're okay if I take this cake? You're okay if I take this cake then?
You're playing like cake's on the line.
Flag has never been cleaned back to base. Oh my!
Cake's always on the line, bro!
Oh, this is fantastic.
What do you
We got to do this every event. This is a trio. The Pack Hog.
The big opportunity here.
There's never been so much talent in a single Warthog.
Oh, they've got to stop it. Oh, moving it. Oh!
Snake fight.
That was filthy. Oh boy, with the sniper rifle in hand.
They need to stay alive here at all costs. This could be the game-winning.
Oh no, he got splattered.
I took cake from that, baby!
My name is Adam, I go by the gamertag Bound, and I'm on Team FaZe Clan. I knew I'd be going to my first event eventually, and I could be like on a top org, but like just going straight to the big time like FaZe, it's insane. It was definitely a little scary making the jump because I felt like since nobody knew what I looked like, it'd be a little weird because I knew everyone assumed I was kind of just a weird person because nobody knew me, right? Like no one seen my face, I was friends with these people online for all this time, and no one even like really knew anything about me, so I knew coming here would just be surreal, just seeing everyone. It's awesome though. It's awesome getting to meet everyone for real. First hope is to just come out and win. I think it'd be awesome just to say I won my first LAN event. Not many people can say that, so just having the opportunity to just have that chance, especially with the team I have now, so I think it's definitely possible. Infinite, you definitely have to like spawn up and consciously know like, oh, I need to go for a shotgun, or I need to go for the thrust or the grapple. So I definitely think the skill gap is who can just control all that the best. But when I'm feeling it and I'm aggressive, I can just take over. I'm just one of those players who just, when I start running at people, I go crazy.
Stuff, and it's really good to see Bound finally revealing his face for the first time here coming into LAN as well. And we have all sorts going on.
What's going on here?
Goofy's goofing around over here.
This is first down. Give him a break.
I know, it's all right. It's all right.
We're good.
Right, the experience you bring makes up for it by a large margin. I got to ask you though, Brav, what are you drinking over there?
This? Let me tell you, we had a doozy of a series.
Oh yeah.
Our last one, so we did bust out a Rockstar. We got through it though. And I will say, you know, I think Ascend in the end, even though it took a crazy amount of games that I actually lost count of, 6. I do think, who's counting, but it was 6. I think Ascend in the end had a pretty great performance.
Yeah, they did.
Ascend was amazing. The fact that they were able to close out that game 5, the technical issues were brutal, but they showed grit. You know, they showed resilience, and I'm excited to watch them this tournament.
Yeah, they definitely had the ice, that is for sure. They were pretty chilly up on that stage. Now, we have to move on very swiftly, though, gentlemen, because we do have another series taking place on the main stage behind us, and that consists of FaZe versus Na'Vi, and I'm really, really excited to see FaZe play in particular. Yeah, rubbing of hands is definitely the one. Yeah, FaZe for me right now are, I think, a team that are a force to be reckoned with. You just look at the names that are on that roster, and I think they just ooze greatness, don't they? They ooze potential as a team together. Let's just talk about them as a whole. What do you make of this roster forming together? How do you think they're gonna be when they get onto that main stage?
Man, this roster is something special, right? I think the talent on this roster and their potential, the ceiling that this roster has, is championships.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it from them yet, but I think that they'll continue to gel, and over the entire season, we're gonna see this team get better and better and better. How they are this weekend, that's the biggest question, because they haven't performed to what my expectations for this roster are as of yet. But we're seeing Bound for the first time on LAN. There's a lot of question marks around how good is he about to be, because we know Bound online. We've seen him play over the years. This guy's a superstar online.
Yeah.
If he can bring every bit of that to the main stage, he's going to give this team an entire new slaying prowess and dominant performance.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very excited to see how he's going to handle his debut on the main stage. But more importantly, I'm also really excited to see who he's going to be kind of led by here. And a player definitely comes to mind. And of course, we have to actually introduce him, who really needs hardly any introduction. But he's actually going to be receiving our first US Marine Corps Service record as well. Sniped_down. How can you forget that name? It's a name you don't forget. Honestly, he's from Team FaZe, of course. He's leading the charge here, but Sniped_down, he's done so much over his career. MLG Orlando first place, X Games gold medalist. You can just keep that list going. Bravo, Sniped_down. What does he really bring to the table for FaZe?
I mean, the ultimate version of veteranship, right? This guy has been there before. He's seen it all. He's done it all across multiple games. He's won almost every accolade that you can. And yeah, I think, like Clutch said, looking to him to lead this squad to victory, because around him are players that have not had as much experience. So I think right now he is the leader of this squad, and I think he's got his sights set on first place.
It's a new role for him, too. I don't think we've ever seen Sniped_down be forced to be that IGL, be forced to be that leader that this team is really going to need him to be for them to reach their potential.
Yeah.
I think everything he's been doing with Apex, the experience that he's gained over the past, 15 years he's been competing, I think that's going to really give him an opportunity here to show us more of what Sniped_down is capable of.
Yeah.
Definitely. I'm really excited to also see how the game with these boys is going to revolve around Sniped_down and what he can do on the map and how he can also help his teammates out as well. Really excited to see what they come out the gates with here. But actually, it's about that time, fellas. It is about that time to jump straight into things. We're going to head on over to the iconic duo. You probably know them from Big Team Battle. We got Golden Boy and Walshy on the mics. Fellas, are we ready to get into this one?
Yeah, totally. We're 100%. We're so ready. You know, Dave, I know it's past your bedtime, but obviously you're feeling good. You had a rock star, feeling a little spritzy.
I am feeling just fine, and I hope I'm not just known for this big team battle match. I hope I've done other things during my Halo and gaming career that no people ever in my entire life come up to me like, You're that Walshy from the Walshy and Golden Boy Big Team Battle thing, huh?
What can I say? I just elevate people and raise those around me. They raise their stocks. But a team that certainly does not need any stock raise is going to be FaZe Clan. Very well-known organization making their appearance here in Halo. They're going to be going up against, we didn't even get an opportunity to really talk about it. Destiny get a chance to talk about it because, we're trying to move really fast over here. Na'Vi, right? So, fun fact, Na'Vi were up 2-0 against G2. Things were looking great. It was like, oh man, everything's going awesome. And they got reverse swept. So that's a heartbreaker. And Na'Vi need to, really pick themselves up because FaZe, they are going to give them no quarter whatsoever.
Yeah, no, this FaZe roster is absolutely terrifying. But same with like that G2 roster. G2, I would say, if I had to put them throughout the rankings, like a step behind FaZe.
For sure.
But yeah, just knowing that this Na'Vi squad is coming out swinging like that, and they have a chance to hang with the best of the best here. It's really cool, and I hope we continue to see this gap close between Europe and North America. I mean, we saw it with the Sen just win that last match against Xset. I would love to see Na'Vi continue to lead the EU region here and have an amazing showing here at Raleigh. Do I think they can take out FaZe? It's possible, but the odds are not in their favor. No. I mean, you give me some good odds or something like that, I might take you up on a bet or something here, GB.
Okay, Dave, you have a problem.
No, I do.
But seriously, you're right, though. Like, a bet man would not put Na'Vi over FaZe. That said, there are a lot of question marks on that FaZe roster, right? Granted, you got Sniped_down. He's coming back. And look, he's still great. Let's be real, right? It's Sniped_down. He's still awesome. But, it has been a change of pace for him over the last few years, having played Apex competitively, right? Not that is going to play much of a factor here, but then you have Bound, who's been purely online. So he's going to be kind of this big old question mark. Like, how does he play online?
There's question marks like, how's he going to play on LAN? What does he look like? Just all these different Bound questions
that's a good-looking guy right there.
He's super good-looking.
He's a good-looking guy. By the way, we all got to normalize complimenting other men have to normalize complimenting good looks. So anyway, look at the series layout. You got Stronghold's Recharge, Slayer Live Fire, CTF on Bazaar, and then, if necessary, we'll get some Streets on Ball action, following up with Aquarius Slayer. And that is your series layout. Recharge Strongholds. That's going to be an interesting one to start things off because, that map has just so much range, right? It's a giant map, obviously. That lots of line of sights there as well, Dave. So opportunity abound here for Snipedown to really just rip some faces if he wants to with that shock rifle, if he gets his hands on it.
Yeah, and it's hard. I'm still trying to find my ways to best articulate the differences between some of the stronghold maps here on something like Live Fire versus Recharge. But if I had to try to describe it here, I would say Recharge is a lot less forgiving. There are just so many difficult strongholds to take control of, like getting the B or battery stronghold, nearly impossible unless you have control across the whole map. The A one, there's just so many different difficult paths you have to take to get over there, whether you're going through Whirlpool or through bottom A. There's no real easy one to get. The only one that seems to be a slightly forgiving is the C stronghold. It's like, all right, we can take over the C one. We might be able to all gather there, but from there, it's like, all right, you don't have great options.
Yeah, where do you go, right? Oh, yeah, you got C. Sweet.
Now what?
Tower long haul, or it just head straight to camo and get shot up. So yeah, you're right, and we'll see how this plays out here. But you know, as we had mentioned before, right? G2 actually did have that opportunity to get the reverse sweep on Na'Vi. Now Na'Vi going into this fight against FaZe, this is going to be a tough battle for them, man. You know, the EU-NA rivalry in Halo has always been a thing, will forever be a thing in esports in general. So for Na'Vi, they know that this could be a statement game for them, Walshy, if they manage to beat Snipedown, if they manage to beat FaZe.
Oh man, if they took out FaZe, like this tournament already would be a massive success for EU, even if it hasn't already. Like they've already came out and showed up and done so well. But yeah, to take out something like FaZe, I feel like that gap would be nearly eliminated in my eyes.
Yeah, and it could very well happen here, folks. We're waiting for the game to start up here. You see the series layout right on the bottom of your screen. And if you're sticking with us, it's been a long day, but we thank you all so much for joining us here for HCS Raleigh. It has been quite the day, but we're hanging in there. We're bringing the hype. We're bringing the energy. We're going to have a good time because we're about to see FaZe Clan make their debut here on the main stage. They're going up against Na'Vi. Feels like I'm commentating the CS match because I got FaZe and Na'Vi. This is like totally...
It's so cool just having all the top orgs just be involved back in Halo, and it's, yeah, it feels so special.
There you can see the squad getting all prepped up, ready to go. I'm pumped to see Boo Boo Doo back, man. I love that dude. He's great. You know, he was the talk of the town back in H5. Boo Boo, take my Doo Boo. That was like the whole shebang, and it's great to see him back here.
It is great, but also like I've learned some ridiculous Boo Boo facts. I remember like talking to him at
Boo Boo fact.
Yeah, Boo Boo fact coming your way. He has like a ridiculous amount of siblings. Like he and his siblings, they don't play like 2v2s. They play like big team battles at home.
That's awesome.
They have a massive family. There's a lot of like potential Boo Boo Doo Boos in the pipeline.
Yeah, there you see FaZe. We saw that, you know, matchup there of the veterans, right? Haven't really gotten a chance to go into the roster, but Jimbo and Kimbo, yes, it's going to throw you guys off, but it's perfectly fine. We got you through it. But Jimbo has been at this for a long time, a part of one of the EU teams that had the highest placement in European Halo history and international event. So Jimbo, no slouch, and certainly someone you cannot take lightly. And then on the other side, Snipedown there with that roster, with that FaZe Clan roster, who have just been... I mean, you know, I'm just excited to see them play, mostly because it's like a not a roster that when you're putting together teams, you would have predicted coming together.
Yeah, you wouldn't have thought it shook out this way. But yeah, one thing I think just to highlight Jimbo is he's been such a staple in the EU Halo scene, and it's going to be integral for him just to stay involved for as long as possible, to pass on those years of knowledge. I mean, he has so much international experience. He has so much experience being at the very top of EU, and for him to, you know, to pass that knowledge on to, like I said, the new up-and-coming players in EU, and continue to build up from that floor that he's helped to construct, it's going to be pivotal.
Yeah, it really is. We saw it with Ascend, and who knows what else they could be doing in the rest of the pool play here. Quite the day, though. Lots of heads turned, right? You know, I've been hyping up Porky and Filthy the whole day because they've just been incredible. I'm just glad to see fresh faces showing up here on LAN and popping off. But folks, we're about to jump into the action here, and it will be Strongholds on Recharge. And sorry, I took a minute there. If you are new to Halo and you're watching Strongholds for the first time, you're joining us because you're a fan of FaZe, you're a fan of Na'Vi, you follow them in other esports, and you're like, man, I want to check out this Halo game. Don't worry, because Strongholds is a very, very simple game. It's essentially the core concept of domination, but you have to hold 2 points in order for you to start earning points. So you have to hold 2 hills, and then you start earning points. You get 3, and well, that gets maximized. You're earning like 2 points like every point, I don't know, 8 seconds or something like that. It's absurd. And we're kicking things off with Eric Rona. We got Snipe Down on your screen.
Yeah, Snipe Down taking it slow right off the bat, realizing that this A stronghold is important just to keep a hold of, but also he can get a view, that bird's eye view from up top to make sure nobody's jumping that B batteries.
A big start here for Na'Vi. Respectful getting that camo. Another legendary European Halo player as well. I mean, this team is basically laced up with European Halo legends, but unfortunately, legend status ain't gonna help when Bound is on LAN, and that was a beautiful engagement there for him. See now how they're gonna play around this here. You got FaZe in the red, Na'Vi in the blue, and as of right now, Na'Vi, they do have control, but here comes Bound looking to push here with this Commando.
God.
Brilliant kill, and that Commando is, oof, it's semi-automatic, so you can just hold the trigger and let it rip.
Yeah,
oh!
Fully automatic, actually. So one thing that's interesting that I'm seeing from these top players is as they get into near close range encounters or where they can round the corner on somebody, with something like the Commando, they're almost treating it essentially like an AR, where they can just pump in so much damage much faster than the BR can output.
Yeah.
And then from there, they can, you know, slow it down, make sure that they hit their Commando headshot or whatnot, but they're generally ready to just round a corner and just full auto that thing.
Does feel like for Halo Infinite, it's about taking advantage of the entirety of the sandbox, more so than any other Halo that we've seen in the past. 2 down now, right now, for Snipe Down. And the crew here from FaZe, as now we got Boo Boo looking to fight this one off here. And, you know, one thing that I love the most is getting a chance. We haven't had a chance to do this all day, Walsh.
No.
We haven't had a chance to go into a listen-in. What's that, folks? That's right. We're going to go into an Astro listen-in with FaZe Clan. Let's hear the cons of FaZe.
One shot.
Do not die, Brand.
Play my life, play my life. I'm going to spawn A. Might spawn A. Rubby, I can AP, I can AP. Park A is weak, Park A is weak at A. 2 at A, 2 at A.
Up here.
One shot. Michael's one shot, Michael's one shot. Michael's one shot.
Okay,
get the
see.
He's top cat right now, top cat.
I'm coming with you, I'm with you, Jesse, I'm with you.
One shot. I'm going to Cat Bay. There was one shot, see one on the right corner.
I'm
can't help it, I can't help it. Are you guys
Watch
good?
out, Mike.
Yeah, there's 2 at C, 2 at C.
Watch out, Mike.
Am I getting flanked or?
No, I think you're good.
Just one man.
Make sure you're good there, I think you're good.
Okay. Jesse, I'm trying to work with you, alright?
Yeah,
It's one day, it's one day.
I can't see red. Stacks. I can't see red. Don't see one on me. Don't see one. There was another guy stacked.
Yeah, there's another one.
Yeah, one is top red, okay? Look at top red. Top red right now, 2 shots, Jimbo. 3 shots top red.
We got me C1, we got me C1.
I
traded.
3 dead. I'm pushing T then. Yeah, Bound, I spawned right with you.
Okay,
I spawned with you, Bound. I got Needle. He's got Needle or Silent.
For our first listen-in that we've had a chance, you and I, Walsh, to take a listen to, it's very clear, right? Halo, it's all about that small talk. That's the most important thing you could possibly do with your team.
Yeah, many people when they think of call-outs, it's like, oh, like communication, there's calling out where opponents are at and stuff, and like, yes, that's clearly a part of it, but the bigger part is making sure you can reiterate to your teammates or explain to your teammates where you're going and why you're doing what you're doing. You know, explain that I'm with you, meaning I'm with you. We can both run around this corner. If we come in across one person, we're just going to melt that person. Or we should be able to bait and switch for a 2v2 or a 2v1, whatever it happens to be. So all those little talks are the difference makers.
Yeah, you have to have that communication here. It's so important in Halo. Everyone always thinks Halo is just about like yelling, blah, blah, blah. You know, he's over there barking at your teammates. But no, the small talk, that's the quality comms that you want to hear here. But you know what, though? Looking at this scoreboard, Na'Vi has come out with such force. It is 116-34. We've been hyping up FaZe, but ladies and gentlemen, Na'Vi's here to play some Halo.
No kidding. They're off to such a strong lead, like you said, almost a 100-point lead. And they're working together as a unit, continually just holding 2 of these strongholds, being nuisances. One thing that I always mark, or I always pay attention to as a mark of a good player, is making the opposing team use 2 people to kill you.
Yes, yes.
It just is such a big difference maker that, yes, every once in a while they might have the grenade to finish you off when you're hiding behind a pillar, but so many other times they will not. And forcing them to use teamwork, forcing them to have other angles, forcing them to not focus on fights on across the map is what's going to add up over time. Like I said, Halo is a game of inches. Every single little decision you make that adds up in your team's favor. Not everything's going to be capitalized on, but every single opportunity that you create for your team just adds up in the long run. The team that does that more often and the team that has a better shot is just going to win.
Yeah, things are getting a little problematic here for Na'Vi because these trip caps, they keep happening. They keep cycling them. They kind of have them on the back foot. This is where Na'Vi is going to try and bring this one back. Some calls are being made as well by Jimbo, letting them know, hey, there's going to be some players here up by the tower. The calls have been made, but unfortunately for them, for Na'Vi rather, they cannot get B control, and they're about to lose C again. So they're constantly playing on the back foot here and having to deal with the fact that the control is for FaZe currently. They haven't been able to gain any points.
Yeah, I mean, it's been tough, and they had that 100-point lead, and that's already been halved. It's now only a 50-point game. So it's all been coming down, though. Who's been holding that B stronghold? It's really not possible, I would say, unless you're completely run over their team to really do a long hold-up on something like A and C.
Yeah.
It's generally going to be B in one of those side ones. Yes, every once in a while you'll have A and C as different strongholds change hands or a very odd scenario takes place, but as far as we're talking through the majority of this, it's going to be the B stronghold plus one of those sides.
You know, man, looking at the stats, I got to say, very impressive what Bound has been able to put together thus far. But on the other side, man, Kimbo, he's been on something, and I'm all for it. Him and 2Foxy, and just as I say that, unfortunately, I think we ended up losing a player there. So that is going to be a very unfortunate situation here. But as we have learned today, it is what it is, and hopefully we can go ahead and get that resolved here. But that was a strong start for Na'Vi, but credit to FaZe, because there was a point in time where Na'Vi were just constantly having to just catch 1 point, and that was it. They capped 1 point, and then they try and make moves, and then they get stopped right there, and it just kept happening over and over and over again.
Yeah, the interesting thing, though, I'll really want to pay attention to this weekend through seeing these top teams play is when it comes down to a team holding 2 strongholds, like when Na'Vi has B and C, and let's say we see FaZe making a push on out towards, let's say, C. Do they just play defense and defend that, or do they relinquish it and continue on that rotation and just take over A and kind of keep it an ever-evolving, ever-shifting game?
Yeah.
So I'd love to see what teams tend to lean towards throughout those situations.
Yeah, and I think for FaZe, the best part about it was that they had Na'Vi right where they wanted them, right? Every single time they were able to get the trip cap, and it's like, oh, cool, you're going to get that pity cap on the side because you have to. So we'll go ahead and flood that, and then we'll stop you, and then we'll make the cycle happen again. And you made a great point as well about the importance of B, right? Because looking at the map, right, one would think, oh yeah, A and C, perfectly fine to hold. They're right next to each other, but it's actually quite difficult to do so, right?
Yeah. I mean, they're far enough apart that you can't really be in too many spots. Like maybe you can hold that control room and bounce back and forth. But the problem is even if you're in that midpoint where you can try to help both A and C, to get in towards either of those strongholds, you have to go through a couple choke points. Go through that little small doorway at A, along with that little catwalk to get there. You take a lot of damage on the way there. Same with towards C. I mean, you don't really get any sort of element of surprise. You have to go through a big window or the big doorway, so it just doesn't seem as effective. But yeah, I'm interested to see, like I said, these top players have a lot more hours in the game than I do at this moment. So I don't know better than them yet. I will soon, but not at this moment in time do I know better than these top pros.
Fair enough. There has been a lot of growth, though, throughout the day. I know also we've all grown a few years older today, though. But there has been a lot of growth from these players. From the launch of the game till now, as expected, the game's only going to continue to evolve. The talent is only going to continue to grow, whether it's the new folks that are coming in looking to make a name for themselves like Bound, or the veterans that are trying to establish themselves yet again like Jimbo. There is, I would say, an incredible learning curve that's happening with Infinite, because I think we had touched on it a few times. The sandbox is so vast. You have so many tools at your disposal. It's not like other Halos. You can pick up anything and be effective with it.
Yeah, you see these players every single time they see a weapon spawn point, they end up grabbing that weapon and find it in a different way. So it'll be interesting to see, like I said, how each player uses those ones effectively. I would say the thing that's been most surprising to me is just how people have been using the Magnum and being used that a bit more. The sidekick. So.
All right, folks. Well, I just got word that we're going to be jumping over to one of the other games that's actually taking place. Another one of our international buddies. The Chiefs are actually taking on the Pioneers. So let's jump on over to to that game as it's happening. It's going to be Oddball on live fire here. A play ball there from Pips. And you got 3 down, as a matter of fact, but a strong start there. If you take a look at the bottom of your screen, 34-12 is where we're at currently here. And the series is at 1-1. So Pioneers is one of those teams that I think a lot of people were like, that's a top 4 team easy. I've heard that said a few times. And for Chiefs to be playing them this close, this aggressively, that's great for the Aussies.
Yeah. Pioneers is looking like a solid roster. I'm not sure if I'd put them in like top 4, but they would.
I've heard some outlandish takes today, to be fair.
But yeah, I think they're absolutely a force to be reckoned with. I mean, they're obviously will play for a reason. They've been showing off that they're strong, especially online. But yeah, now that we're here at the live event, this is where, you know, it all comes together. Teams and players are going to either shine or crumble. I've always said that. You know, when you get to these LAN environments, players start to play differently. Yeah. And you're really going to find out which teams and players practice properly. Because if you're going into practice, building up bad habits and doing things that only work online, you're going to get punished at the live event.
Yep, that's right. Madzy looking to give the sauce out to one of the players here. The Pioneers love a good assault rifle kill. Always happy with that. It's going to be 2 down, though, as a matter of fact, for Chiefs. Oh, I thought we were going to get some cheekiness here. Not going to happen, though. A smart challenge, and that's just going to prevent them from being able to make any moves with this here. The ball, though, has been grabbed by the blue squad, so the Chiefs are going to bring this one all the way back over to the garage area and continue to rack up points. And a dump over to the mid. And I'm so glad you actually mentioned that before, Walsh, when we were talking about Oddball, how, like, the logic of the play ball has kind of changed. Because that ball slides so much, you could just send it flying and get it away from the opposition.
Yeah, you can, and I think it's applicable in some situations than others. But like, yeah, I think in most cases when people take a certain concept in gaming, you really need to understand what's going across from it. You know, whether it's like a spawn trap. Like, all right, the idea is getting those kills and keeping them up all confined in one area. And it's like, well, you can accomplish that in other ways. It doesn't always have to be in a specific spot. So yeah, I think that wasn't the best or most eloquent example I could give right there. But the whole concept applies is really understand what is happening when that play ball, like how does that affect the game state? What are you really trying to accomplish there? And the more that you understand a concept in the game, the more you'll be able to apply that to other elements of the game.
That's right, folks. Well, I did get word that we are going to be jumping over back to our main stage matchup between FaZe and Na'Vi. This match is going to continue on, and if you're chilling out at home, you're watching this, you can go ahead and catch all the action. We have all the streams on Twitch and YouTube, so if you want to see some games, you can have it with commentary, you can have it without commentary, whatever you want. You want to grab the game and commentate it yourself? I don't know. Do whatever you want. I'm not your father. So, yeah, this is going to be another test here as we jump into this, right? The mental fortitude of these teams, because today has been quite trying. Talked to Snipe Down a few times in the back, ran into him, and, you know, I was like, how you doing, buddy? And he just gave me the look. The look.
Oh, the Snipe Down look. I hate getting that.
Snipe Down look. He was tired.
Piercing.
But we are jumping back into it, and there's the Snipe Down look.
That's the Snipe Down look.
That's the Snipe Down look. We might as well just go back over to Chiefs and Pioneers.
I've seen that look from Snipe Down and my dad, the 2 people that have given me that look.
Yeah, let's just go to the Pioneers and the Chiefs. I think that probably, for right now, you know, we're just going to chill out. You know, there's no reason. Let's go and watch some gameplay, right? But that was the look, folks. If you're ever curious what the Snipe Down look looks like, right there.
The Snipe Down look.
Piercing. Oh, God, I bit my lip again. It keeps happening. Anyway, all right, back over to the Pioneers and the Chiefs. Let's see how this game's going. Sorry for the confusion, folks. Obviously, we're going to get some of these issues sorted here. You know, fingers crossed, but thank you for bearing with us today as the action continues here. And it was looking good for the Chiefs, but the Pioneers, Walsh, have managed to bring this one back.
Yeah, it is just neck and neck right here with 1 minute away. It's going to be interesting to see how these teams played out here near scoreboard. I mean, this is not like a spot that you can get like a quote-unquote play ball. As we talked about play ball before, just kind of resetting where the ball is at and giving your team time to respawn, reposition. But scoreboard side, not going to do anything except if you get a backjack on the camo guy.
Hate to see that.
About the best you can really hope for if you're trying to run away with the oddball and buy some time. Like, if you take out the camo power-up person,
that's great.
You've done your job.
That's a big win. Yeah. You love to see it. Spawns are going to be happening on the opposite side of the map by tower side here. Some pressure, though, on the left. Solik's going to try and just huddle himself into the corner. I'm not gonna lie, I hate this spot. Like, playing here, it's just so, because you know you're gonna get flooded with grenades because there's really nothing you can do, but there's no options that you have inside of the garage here. A big win though for Pratt. It's gonna be traded out by Druck right away. Good to see Druck here back on your screens. Is, you know, a lot of these guys have been on the grind for such a long time, so it's always great to get an opportunity to commentate their matches. And here goes the ball just flying straight across, and nope, not gonna happen. You ain't taking the ball over there because you got 3 members of the Chiefs Walshy waiting for you.
Yeah, this is interesting. Both squads just really doing a stellar job of like scrapping some time, getting some decent rotations in that they aren't getting fully punished for. One thing we haven't really seen at some of our other pool play matches is it feels like these teams aren't willing to like just give up their life to move that ball a little bit of a distance. They are more concerned about, you know, first acquiring a few of those slays before grabbing the oddball. And so it's been interesting to see these teams actually be successful and grabbing this and rotating it here on Livefire through this basement.
Well, I don't know if you saw, but at the spawn there, all the players for Chiefs actually spawned out by the grass area, right? And just look at the way that they're just trying to hold this at the scoreboard. You only got a few seconds remaining here, and the Chiefs do have the lead, but it's going to be so slight. No, they got to go to the ball right now. You have to grab the ball. No, wait.
They got it. They got it. They do the right play. They drop it. They let this go down to sudden death. They want to make sure it doesn't get when you're by. Why are they panicking and re-grabbing it? They are panicking.
Let's go for it.
Okay, they got it. That's also like such a hectic or crazy ending piece there.
That was 0 seconds.
Yes, they grabbed it at the 0 second mark, but the part that's wild there is knowing when you can drop that ball and like just try to defend it, because right there their goal was not just to continue scrapping up time. They didn't want to get to like 89 or 92 seconds. It didn't matter. They only had to win by 1 second and then just defend it and make sure that that ball despawned or did not continue the sudden death.
Yeah, they needed the frags. That was the most important thing. All right, let's try this again. FaZe Na'Vi, we're back, baby. And we're starting it off again with Snipe Down here. You got Camo grabbed by the one and only Snipe Down, and we'll see what he can play with this one.
The only good thing about Snipe Down having Camo up your other team is you can't see the Snipe Down look. That's the only good thing about it. Everything else about it, don't get me wrong, terrible. Snipe Down with Camo, he's going to do a lot of damage and do terrible things to your team, but you at least don't get the Snipe Down look.
Oh, look at this cheeky play there, hiding in the corner. You can't see me. Well done. Snipe Down continuing to linger about here as well. He's got teammates on the push by tower side too, so they will gladly get this flip. And this is kind of sort of what happened in the last game, Walsh, where they started it off. They were, you know, it was looking good for Na'Vi, but then there was a point in the game where Na'Vi were just scrapping for a hill, and they finally get it, and then the cycle just continues. But thankfully for Na'Vi, they managed to obtain both at the same time. B and C will be theirs.
Yeah, they've done, like, I can confidently say that Na'Vi have been out-rotating FaZe, at least throughout the initial play of this and this current game thus far. We'll have to see if that can outweigh the slaying power of FaZe, or if FaZe kind of picks it up and figures out how they want to readjust. But it has been apparent that Na'Vi have gone over the strats. They know how to play as a team. They've been very coordinated and have been, like we said, they've been impressing us thus far.
Brilliant push as well by Snipe Down to force that player off of the tower. That high vantage spot as they are going to get A and B control. That will come with some Whirlpool control as well. We'll see what Respectful can do here, what kind of plays he can make. Just going to be a trade. You remove that player from the equation, but unfortunately, you can't carry on.
One thing I'm also realizing later on in my Halo career is, like, I maybe need to pay attention more to my haircut. Like, look at all these solid players they got. They have, like, a little hair kind of flying in front. Like,
top tier analysis, Walshy.
Like, Snipe Down had it going a little to the left side. Yeah. Respectful a little bit on the right side. Look at that. Look at that hair.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at it. I'm very jealous. I don't know if you've noticed, Dave, but I have no hair.
Yeah, that's also what I was going to point out next.
That's what you're going to point out next.
Say, like, and if the hairline plays a big part into it, it explains a lot about your skill, Alex.
That makes so much sense. I think I'm just going to have to do some keeps for men or something like that. Just to get me back, get my Halo skills back. Well, folks, here, Na'Vi have managed to get back B and C control. They had this before, and so much so that they went back for it again. They knew that they wanted it. They had to make the plays happen here. And a great read by Snipe Down. Puts the damage, actually going to take 2 down for Na'Vi. On the opposite side, though, let's see what Bound can do here.
Dude, his movement is nuts.
He's
One
insane.
thing I was talking to about Snipe Down with is he's like Bound has this potential to be one of these top players, this top game changers. Like, you watch him move across the map. And it's just like his Master Chief is like a little bit faster or something like that. I don't know what he's got going on, but it just moves different than my Master Chief. I don't know. Maybe I need to check my dead zones or something, Golden Boy. But his Master Chief does not move the same way as mine. Can I get some answers, 343?
Well, here's the thing, though, right? Everyone kept saying, oh, maybe it's just an online thing. But no, it's very clear that he's bringing that same kind of tenacity, that play style. He's bringing it over to LAN. And as we all know, in LAN, the shots are crispier, the movement feels right. Hey, so far, so good for Bound and his debut here on the main stage. Very happy for him, but we'll see how this continues to play out. Still, as FaZe continue to, I guess, pull away with this lead here, Na'Vi now need to dig deep. They have to figure this out, Dave. What are they going to do to try and get right back into it? I guess it starts with Respectful getting a big win there against Snipdown.
Winning a fight like that where you have the height disadvantage against Snipdown is a massive win, but it's still a tall order. I mean, they're still down by 80 points in this scenario. One thing I also want to point out about Snipdown getting that sword kill, like, it seems pretty obvious, but like, Snipdown first off positioned so well, whereas at line of sight, someone's going to round the corner and gets that first kill. But the next thing that Snipdown does is he immediately pushes out past that opponent. Because if they didn't expect him there first off, there's a good chance that somebody could connect the dots, get that second kill with the sword, or get the jump with that BR fight. So you notice that that's something that persists not just in Halo, but you see that in Counter-Strike all the time. Somebody gets that kill and then they'll poke out if they've gotten that sort of surprise, that element of surprise on somebody. So that same, like I said, that same foundational piece of first-person shooters applies to all these games.
Snipdown continuing with the camo, as well as that Mangler, a vicious weapon. You see the damage that it does at distance. That's a trade out as well. Only gets that because of that damage output of the Mangler there. Now we'll see how Na'Vi plays around this. Bound waiting for his teammates. Jimbo's gonna be right next to him, and there's the damage of the Mangler. Maybe a clear out here. Jimbo's gotta try and win this one out, but the damage has been done, and Jimbo wins, but the trade comes instantaneously. That's gonna be Boo Boo Doo Boo for the backup, but a massive win there by Kimbo, and now Na'Vi have all 3 points.
What an interesting play by Kimbo too. Kimbo realizing that he doesn't even need to go reset that. He's gonna go help his teammates, goes helps, gets that damage over towards B. Now getting this flank on Boo Boo Doo Boo. And Na'Vi with this extended trip cap, closing this gap right away. Look at those points ticking up, Golden Boy.
This is beautifully done by Na'Vi. They're winning all their fights. They're helping each other out. There goes a potential reset there at B. They get the reset. The trip cap continues. And this is not looking good for FaZe, but for Na'Vi, you are feeling fan-freaking-tastic here. They have to keep this one going. They've taken the lead. B might be grabbed here by FaZe, but I have to say, man, with the way that Na'Vi's playing, Walsh, this could very well be a clean win for them.
Well, as I've been saying, too, it seems like Na'Vi are so coordinated together, and I want to hear how they're doing this. So let's go to Astro listening with Na'Vi and hear how they're communicating with each other.
Triangle, sorry, triangle. Snipdown was bad. On me, top gold with camo. Camo needler in gold. Bound. Camo needler. Drop bats. Shot to turbine. Where's he going? Where's the turbine guy? I don't know. Hold C. Here. I see him.
Absolute.
Weak safe. Boo Boo going long. One shot. Boo Boo's one shot long. Boo Boo was long. They're going to push C, guys. Alright, go B. Go B. There's 2 safe.
Two bomb BR. One shot.
Looking bottom BR. One shot slide down. Absolute slide down. Go, mate. He's one shot still. He's going gold pipes.
Yes, we good.
He went gold pipes. One guy has gold control. He's going to chow that at C. Just play your life. They're going to A parry. They're going to A him. Where's the gold guy? There was a guy gold. Look at Mangler.
That call was so beautiful. He told 2Foxy, player life. So what did he do? He crouched behind a box, hid right there. 2Foxy's still alive. Still a problem here. He's causing a lot of distraction, a lot of attention being pulled, but they have not captured B yet. They have to do this ASAP, but what a close game this has been.
Yes, incredibly close game. And the other question I had earlier was really answered there from Na'Vi, how they react to a counter cap. They aren't going back to play defense. They said, let them have C. We're going to go take B. And they react by just going on the offensive on a new stronghold. They want to dictate the pace of the game and decide where the fight happens on their terms.
If it keeps going like this, well, Na'Vi is going to be feeling pretty good after game 1. Strongholds have been a strong showing for them thus far, though. Snipe down has helped. 2Foxy deleted right away, and there goes the trip cap now. And it's just crazy how this game can swing so fast. Na'Vi were doing everything right, and then here comes FaZe. It's as if they don't care. They're going to continue to just play their game. That's how you have to do this.
Yeah, that was, but wisely, we saw Na'Vi stop that bleeding instantaneously by capping A, so it seems like they still are at least on the rotation. They're always going for some sort of counter pull on the stronghold, so they never want to really get fully caught off guard or kind of get caught where they're just playing defense and they get taken over and then trip capped on. So that trip cap was very short-lived.
Oh, man. Oh boy, look at the frag starting to come in here. Booba Dooba though with a double kill. We're getting real close to the wire, folks. Na'Vi could very well walk away with the win. It's going to be such a close matchup here. C as well being contested by Kimbo. A potentially being grabbed by FaZe. See what they could do now. Bound looking to challenge from the long haul side. Kimbo playing his life intelligently enough though. Bound goes in for it, but Kimbo still manages to stay standing here in this engagement. They'll get C. They know, it feels like even though we have the X-ray vision, it's as if they know exactly where they need to be looking, where the players are going to be, because they're prepped, they're ready. They've ran this so many times, and this could very well be game 1 going to Na'Vi at this pace.
Yeah, especially at this scoreline, at this point in the game, Golden Boy holding B and C, 2 very open hills. I really think the only way for FaZe to bring this one back is they have to get control of B. I love this position by Falcated on top of B, blocking his teammate who's over the battery, and 2Foxy just trying to run right past Falcated and gets a great angle, but not going to be enough to take out someone like Bound.
I respect the play there, right? You know, not going to worry about the player in pipes. I'm just going to have to worry about the one that's going to be handling the objective. But a trip cap again. Now at the late stage of the game, this is dangerous. Snipe down, though. I think he was waiting for that camo there because it is going to be available to Foxy. Will be able to get A. Camo's still going to be up for grabs. One player is going to be located top yellow. I believe it's going to be 2 players top yellow. They need to make a play here. They have to make moves right here, right now, and it's Jimbo that ends up getting the camo. What can he do with it?
I like this play, just jumping right in. This is going to force somebody to drop from glass or bat ledge or just jump right in, and that's going to be Snipe down getting a double, taking out 2 players. He's going for the triple, trying to close this game out.
They got to go for this right now. They have to stop it. They're on C, so the timer's going to end, but no, he gets wiped out, and it's going to be FaZe Clan walking away with the game 1 win, but Na'Vi did not make it easy.
No, they did not. Such a close game. I mean, that really came down to that last B-Hill play where they got 2 or 3 kills, turned into a trip cap temporarily, and then just closed out the game. So I'm not sure if that was really any panic from Na'Vi's side. I don't think I would really say that. I think it was just so well played from both sides and just better executed by FaZe at the very end.
Yeah, I think that FaZe, once they saw those moments where they can get the inches right on the play, they went for it, right? They didn't give Na'Vi any room to breathe. That's exactly what you need to do, but very well done by FaZe Clan. Way to bounce back because that game was rough.
Also, I gotta give a quick shout out. I saw Coach Towie right behind the FaZe squad. I miss Towie. I have not said hi to him yet in person this event, but hi, Towie. You can't hear me right now, but hi.
It's good to see him. I had a chance to talk to him in the back as well. See, I talk to people, Dave.
You talk to him?
I'm a social butterfly. What can I say? It's in, it's in my DNA. I can't help it there. But that man right there, an absolute legend in the Halo community, coached Evil Geniuses in their incredible run back in Halo 2 Anniversary and so on and so forth. I mean, really the accolades go on here. But now, as we go on for Live Fire Slayer here, let's actually take a gander at some of the highlights of that last game. There were plenty. Yeah, we had a bit of a shaky start there, but we ultimately got there, got to the finish line of game 1, and this goes right back to it, man. Every tool in the sandbox is so strong.
Also, just look at his confidence there on that needler shot, knowing when to stop shooting. He just rounded the corner, knowing like, yep, I hit 27 needles, I'm done. That's exactly what I need.
Yeah, once you get a few needles like on the Spartan, there's a point where you just feel it. You're like, yep. You feel it? You feel it. It's in your bones. Because I'm a bit of a needler man myself. I'm a needler connoisseur.
I dare you try needler tomorrow. I dare you.
Oh, I will. I will 100% attempt it.
I'll really give you $100 if you need needler.
$100 for okay. You heard it here first. If it happened, I bit my lip again, darn it. Anyway, yes. So now we're going to be getting ready for live Fire Slayer. And I'm actually liking Navi's chances here. Kimbo and Jimbo and 2Foxy Respectful. I mean, these guys have been in this position so many times. They understand what it takes to play on this stage. But most importantly, they're playing with a lot of confidence because that game could have very well gone to Navi.
Yeah, no, they are a scary squad. They have the skill. I would argue, were out-rotating FaZe in more scenarios than not, and just fell a little short. I mean, losing a Strongholds game by 20 points, it's like that comes down to just talking about a couple small changes here. A swing here or there really changes that game.
100%, folks. And don't forget, by the way, we have a lot of action happening all across our broadcast here. You can check it out on Twitch and YouTube throughout the entirety of the weekend here. But for the main stage, for the action at hand, the battleground will be live fire, Slayer. Let's see if Na'Vi can bounce back, or will FaZe go up 2-0 in this series? You got a sniper rifle available on this map, so you know what that means. Could very well see young, maybe, you know, kind of young, Eric Rona going for the snipe again.
Not young, yeah, not young at all no more compared to
we're a bunch of old
ages.
people now.
I've been getting called old since I was like mid-20s, so Eric Barrett started getting called old, now he's 30.
Smart, yep, he went right for it. Sniper rifle grab. He does give up the Mangler for it, but I don't think he's really going to care that much about that weapon when he's got the sniper rifle in his possession. He's got a teammate there for assistance as well, and a big win, and that actually is going to drop Sniper. This Bound has to win this, and he does so. He's getting challenged again, and that's going to give up sniper rifle on the back of the base. That's quite problematic here. Here comes Falcated, though, now looking to rectify the problem. Ooh, could have actually thrust it off the map. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. That was a repulsor.
That was repulse, almost happened, so barely did not get thrusted, or you said repulsed off the map, but this sniper is still in contention. What I thought would be a guaranteed sniper here for Na'Vi has turned into a continuous battle here over at the tower, and I believe it's now in the hands of FaZe.
Dude, I tell you right now, the confidence that Na'Vi is playing with here is exactly what we want to see out of one of Europe's finest squads. 4 players, legends in their own right, now looking to try and solidify themselves here in Raleigh, North Carolina. Can they do it? They got the sniper rifle as well. It's not quite cursed because 2Foxy has possession of it. Barely was used though.
Yeah.
See if 2Foxy gets some shots with it.
Yep. At least laid a little damage down there, but it's still a tied game with Sniper in the hands of Na'Vi, so I would analyze this and say that clearly Na'Vi are in the lead at the moment. I would take their position over the other teams at this moment, and there are 3 kills going on the board. Falcade, the only one on the map. We're going to have to see if Na'Vi try to press this advantage further and try to go for any sort of spawn slays or get them stuck in an area, or if they decide just to sit back with their power weapons with their lead and let FaZe respawn and organize.
Look at the amount of attention that 2Foxy is pulling over to him. Yeah, sure, he ended up losing a teammate, but he's still alive, and he gets another kill. That's an incredible contribution there, right? You know, he missed a few shots with the sniper, but he had pulled all 4 members over toward the tower side and still manages to get a kill, which adds on to this lead. Na'Vi up by 3.
Managed to get the kill, but one thing that's really tough to know when to and when not to do here in Halo Infinite is to trade those melees. That was just pretty devastating that he got that melee traded out when he was full shield, whereas Bound was 1 shot, and those are all the difference makers. You know, if you're 1 shot and you can somehow get another opponent 1 shot for your teammates, it just kind of continues that cycle. It's always, like I said, those little games that you build up for your team throughout the game, and not every single time is it going to take advantage of, but more often than not, it's going to add up.
Now, we do have to address that FaZe did manage to get overshield there, and they have, as a result of that, not directly, but more just the way that Na'Vi were kind of forced to play in response to FaZe grabbing the overshield. We have a tied game here. They were able to get those kills, and the way that FaZe, they're challenging together, 2 players constantly engaging in battle, it's just a very, very intelligent way to play here, because FaZe knows they have to do this if they want to come back into this, and Sniper's going to be up for grabs again.
I like how Respectful looked at it, he saw the Sniper's up, like, that's too good to be true. I'm not falling for that one. Does not like run up there and just grab it.
That's
Instead,
bait.
just kind of looking around, like, all right, where are they coming from? Because they're definitely not here right at this moment.
Well, Bound has grabbed the sniper rifle. Last time Snipedown had it, he wasn't really able to use it all that much, and then 2Foxy from Na'Vi managed to gain possession there. So who knows, right? Anything could happen, but Bound waiting. That's a connection.
Such
Easy.
a good position to be in when you are hidden and you have the element of surprise. Being down there near the power-up base Like I said, generally not just a good spot to be in once you've been spotted or you're just shooting a couple VR shots, but like to get that element of surprise when you have sniper and catching.
And he also knew that the player there, oh my gosh, oh what a play. You also knew there that Bound, what was so great about that shot was that his teammate was low. He had the challenge no matter what. This kid's on fire. God. He's just slaying out. Well done, but still a 1-kill lead for FaZe. That's all. Na'Vi just not taking their foot off of the pedal quite yet. Exactly what they need to do here. They cannot give FaZe a moment to breathe. They got the heat wave. They have control of the outside. See if they can turn this into some more points here for them.
Yeah, Jimbo knows he's in a little bit of trouble here from those players over at Sandbag, so he's going to try to get a slightly better position while his teammates try to back him up. And Kimbo's going to see what he can now do with the snipe. They've been on the receiving end of a couple snipes from Bound. It's Kimbo's turn as he gets 1 kill over on Falcated and is not satisfied with just that.
Kimbo waiting around the corner. He knows that they're there. Really in one shot. His teammate can go for the challenge. Look at the help that he's providing him as well. Just a great way to bail out of that fight. He's got the assistance. He doesn't have to worry too much about it. Confident fight, though, for Kimbo, but unfortunately, it's going to be, or for him, rather, but fortunate for Falcated. He wins out on that exchange and keeps this one very close. We're still tied. This has been going back and forth.
Yeah, this is actually looking like a really good spot for FaZe at the moment. There were so many players stuck over here at the B stronghold that there's not great options to get out of here. You know what I mean? Like, do you run up towards the open field towards Nest? Do you just try to filter over towards Garage and you can get kind of pinned off from players over at Sandbags? It's just, I would say that's probably one of the least ideal spawns you can get here on Livefire and Slayer, or Livefire in general. And I wanted to see how FaZe played that out, but it seemed like it didn't end up being too punishing for the Na'Vi roster.
Yeah, because they're still in this. They're still neck and neck. 33-33 continues on. Bubu's got this great overlook position as well, and anticipating those players by B. They're going to clean them up now. But with Bound going down, the call has to have been made that 2 Foxy's going to be pushing on the left.
One thing I want to highlight about the scoreline is I feel like Falcated and Snipedown and Bound are all living a quite different game than Bubu Dubu. They all have like double-digit kills and nearly double-digit deaths, and then Bubu's sitting here at 2 kills, 4 deaths. Meaning he must just be sitting back quite a bit, might be like an anchor for the squad, might be his sort of play style, whether that's just a Slayer or whether it's just here on Livefire, that his team can play around. I mean, there's no coincidence in that. It's not just like, it's not like Bubu Dubu's just having a low interactive game.
Yeah, and it has to be the combination of him, Falcated as well, because there's no world that Bubu's at 3 and 4 and at 3 assists, but Falcated is 9. Like, they have to be helping each other out there, and that is probably one of the reasons why you're starting to see this lead develop here. You know, Bubu, he's keeping himself out of the action, but contributing enough, and he's not costing them useless deaths. And for Na'Vi, they have to try and, you know, jump on this here, kind of get Bubu out of his comfort zone and push these players aggressively because they're still very much in this match.
Yeah, this is not over yet. It's going to be more of a question of how soon can they get the sniper back in their hands, because I feel like Na'Vi saw where the sniper was at. They knew it was at A Garage. They had height advantage coming from bags, and they just kind of like left Snipedown. Their strategy seemed to be, we should go fight over a tower, maybe focus on somewhere else, or maybe they just assumed that Snipedown had more help there and did not want to challenge that at that moment. But it was kind of an interesting choice for me, because I feel like in most cases when you find where the sniper's at and you're at mid-range-ish, you want to just take that engagement while you can get it, while it's somewhere within reach.
More kills starting to come in here. You only need 4 left if you're FaZe, but if you're Na'Vi, you got to try and bring this one back. Snipedown has had free reign to do what he needed to do with the sniper rifle, but finally will be put down. He hasn't really done all that much with it, but it was more the fear that he had the gun, so it kind of dictated where the movement was going to be coming here for Na'Vi. 2 more kills remaining as Falcated gets the 49. Looking for another one. He's got no shields. The teammate's going to be weakened as well. 2 players actually weakened in the corner, but it's Respectful who goes down for that final kill, and FaZe go up 2-0. But again, Na'Vi playing FaZe aggressively, playing FaZe close. They're right there. They just need to close it out.
Yeah. Both these games been so close, but end of the day, it's 2-0 here for FaZe, and is going to be a difficult hill to climb, you know, to try to reverse sweep someone like FaZe. But I mean, watching all these games thus far, Na'Vi are the real deal. They're so good. They are hanging with FaZe. They're, you know, nearly even in my eyes.
Yeah, you know, when I saw Na'Vi playing on the, you know, the EU Opens and stuff, they were really not in the conversation all that much. Like, it was always Cartel, and almost every final was like OEX and Cartel every single time. Na'Vi wasn't really involved in it, so I was a bit concerned about this team coming to LAN. But it's clear that, like, you know, they're contending with the heavy hitters of the scene. Problem is again, you know, look at these score lines. They're right there. All they have to do is, and I say this, you know, obviously understanding that it is a very difficult task, but all they have to do is simply just a little bit more. They closed it out, and this could have very easily have just been a 2-0 for Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's just as simple as that. Just a couple little switches here and there, and
yeah.
No, I think it's always funny to like. I'll hear some stories from open bracket sometimes. Someone's like, yeah, we just had to do this one little thing here, one little thing here, and you know, we wouldn't have lost that Slayer 50-14. I'm like, I'm not gonna correct you, buddy, but
hate to break it to you, pal. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, I think we're gonna be going to Bazaar CTF next, and we've seen our fair amount of Bazaar today. It has been, you know, the matches on that map. It didn't quite expect it to be as exciting as it was, or as it has been, but those games have been fantastic to watch. And power weapon, power item control is going to be everything there. You got to keep your eyes on the prize there, because there's that mini objective of obtaining those power items while also trying to pull that flag while slaying the entire way through.
Yeah, no, it's going to come down to so many slays throughout this, and I don't expect we'll be seeing 5 caps from either side here. Bazaar seems to be a map that you have to go through so many rounds of slays to keep control, and unless you're trying to turn the map into a very chaotic situation where you flank somebody by and try to get a kill and do a low, you know, a very objective, efficient pull or run, it's really not the best way to go about it.
Yeah.
Reason being is if you're going for any sort of long flank, you're just kind of leaving your teammates out to dry, and you don't have those numbers. So you'll see these teams really trying to push in together. You'll see them want to try to control the center together, try to control over towards the tree, and then the BR together, and then eventually going for that pull.
Yeah.
So it'll be kind of like a 3-step process. It's get out of your base, Golden Boy. Step 2, take over the center of the map, Golden Boy. And then step 3, BR/tree, Golden Boy.
I like you're just pointing it at me, and then the music hit at the perfect moment. By the way, update on the side station in case you guys are watching in-house, and those of you watching at home, if you don't have every stream open, Cloud9 versus Xset, and Cloud9 up 2-0, and I mean, look, Cloud9, they're on fire. Without a doubt, they're going to be vicious on LAN, but so are these two teams here, FaZe, Na'Vi. If FaZe win this, it'll be a clean sweep for their debut on the main stage. And now Na'Vi, Dave, have to reverse sweep after getting reverse swept by G2 not that long ago.
Yeah, that's a tall order. I mean,
that's a lot. That's a lot. We'll see what they could do.
Look at those nades right off the bat. You saw Na'Vi just bombarding the double doors. I mean, you control this lower area right off the bat. It feels like you can get that OS grab, but it's not going to be enough. Bound picking off 2 Foxy. Felcated taking out Jimbo, and that's going to be OS in the hands of Bound. And you know what? He's not someone that's going to kind of take this slow. I have a feeling he's going to be flying into this base.
As he should, because he's got that slight advantage with the overshield. And actually, he's going to try and play anchor duty here and watch things for his teammates. He's got some support as well on the opposing BR, still staying alive. And I have to say, man, everything that I've seen out of Bound thus far has been quite impressive. I'll say it once, I'll say it again. Bound is the real deal, but so is Na'Vi. The start didn't quite go the way they wanted, but for right now, they're holding in there.
And just like that, Foxy pinging off the player of the BR. I mean, that's a huge win from Na'Vi in my eyes right there. They had the disadvantageous position, trying to push out their base. Bound had OS, and they're able to trade kills there and have a presence in the center of the map. So right now, Na'Vi not looking too bad shape.
2 Foxy is just, he must have taken a few pages out of Pistola's book, because this guy could stay alive. It is quite impressive. And a lot of smart plays that he's making as well, like the hop skip over the doorway, the archways there, not to take any shots from the players in their palm. Like, everything that he was doing there, so well executed. This could be an opportunity for them to make a push here, but they have to clear out these players, and it simply is just not happening. 2 down, though, for FaZe. Falcated has been a big part of the reason why Na'Vi have failed to be able to make this push a reality.
Yeah, and I would say after they lost that slight engagement over at the tree, that flag was just kind of over. I mean, anytime you have like that slow corridor on that side of the map and you're not able to pick up those kills and stay alive, your flag prospects are over. I mean, you saw like 1 or 2 people staying alive from FaZe over on the flag, and they just did a really good job of that defensive side. However, on the flip side of that, if they're able to acquire those kills, that's where those times it turns into a flag grab. One thing that's good about playing defense on your side is if you stop them, yeah, you're in a great defensive position. You stop that flag grab. The bad thing about playing defense so deep in your base is that if you die, you're pretty much out of the picture of that full flag run. There are times where they can pull the flag, get out of the base, and you're spawning back on your flag. That's not where you want to be spawning when they have it out across the map.
Well, here you see again FaZe getting control of the overshield. It was going to be Falcated, even though he's blinking red right now. He got the OS. He's feeling pretty good. Look at the challenge. He pushes in with the grapple shot. Doesn't have to worry about the jumps. He can just venture straight across. And they'll slow it down here. They got to clear these players by BR, the one by Palm as well on their Palm side. And that's Boo Boo Doo with 2 kills to help him out here. And
look
now
at
this is where they start to push. Yeah, that's just what he's doing, and I love it. I'm here for it, man. He's the team support.
This is also awesome how he is just getting right back in the action. You know, he was kind of the anchor back over towards his side. Now he's pushing up over towards the opposing BR and just being up front there. It's not like he's just staying stagnant in those situations. So it's almost a question if you actually did have the option of having the equipment on the players up in the front, you know, the ones that are closest to the action, or someone in the back so that they can
get to better positions.
Yeah, they can get a better position after they're the anchor like that. I don't know which one's better. I mean, it's not like this isn't some philosophical question we have to answer right now, Golden Boy, but it does beg the question of where you want to place certain weapons or pieces of equipment across your team in a most ideal scenario.
It's just very clear that, and if you're watching tape on FaZe or you're, the teams in the pool with them, you're even like, studying some of the top players in the game, what FaZe have been doing with this anchor for Boo Boo and how selfless he's been playing, it's just beautiful to watch, man. He's letting his teammates get activated and allowing them to be able to do the things that they do best. Let Snipe Down, Falcated, and Bound slay their hearts out here. And it's working out, but another thing, and to address the elephant in the room, still no captures quite yet. Respectful staying alive there. You see the face like, I'm still up in this one. Let me count my lucky stars, but no flag has been pulled. No flag has been captured, but another overshield loss for Na'Vi. They have to remove that right away, and that's exactly what they do.
Yeah, that overshield just got destroyed pretty quick. But yeah, you make up a great point that, all these kills, like Falcated going on a tear, having 12 kills, most in the game, but it's really not translating to anything. So we'll have to see how Na'Vi start to do once they start to go even in slays, once they actually have control. The last time I saw Na'Vi over at the FaZe trees, they looked like they were in a great position. They just lost that engagement. So we're going to see if they can actually hold these power positions like Kimbo is right now over the BR. But instead, he barely goes down, doesn't take this fight. Barely won by Eric Rona, the veteranship. Even though he missed a shot or so, still closed it out.
I mean, the movement was getting a little dicey there as well, but Snipe Down staying alive, keeping Kimbo out of that fight there. That was everything, right? Now they can try and play off of this, but watch out for 2 Foxy. This guy, he could be the European wizard for all we know, because he's been doing a brilliant job of staying alive. They're applying the pressure again. Now, Walshy with FaZe in this back foot with them, knowing that Na'Vi are trying to get aggressive in their base. Let's jump into another Astro listen-in with FaZe Clan and see how they're going to try and react here.
I spawn our flag.
I can kill flag. I can literally kill it.
They know you're missing.
I don't know if they know. They don't know I'm tree.
One shot our double doors.
One shot our double doors.
My guy's going to be one shot down.
One shot our double doors, guys. They're pillars somewhere.
Our rockets, their side. There was another guy in their base.
I got 2. I killed 2.
There was another guy in their base. Was there pillars?
Pillars. I'm here. I'm going for re.
One's on me. Watch out, Eric. Watch out. Weak.
Oh, no.
Re or no?
No.
Watch out, Re. Watch out, Re.
They're going to be on their cafe side.
They're double doors.
We have OS, but they have rockets now, man.
Hey, yo, play for a shot. Just pull the flag.
One shot, Jimbo. One's their double doors.
They have
one shot up there. Down. Mike.
I'm going to go get to the lockers, man.
Got me, dude. I red bar the flag. Yeah, get to the lockers.
Our front base with rockets.
Dude, watch the double doors.
He's somewhere bottom middle.
Bottom middle.
Watch out our balcony and go in our double doors.
Kimbo's really bottom mid.
It's our double doors with their thirst.
I'm on our lockers.
Go on our flag. They're going to be in our flag. There's a thirst there.
One shot for
Go on our flag. Kimbo's one shot our
Very nice.
he was our thrust really weak.
There's 2 in our tree. Mike, just try to push through.
One in, bro. One in.
Got him in.
Respectful's on spawn.
Dude, I'm just on.
Where?
And during that listen in, It was Na'Vi who managed to get that cap. It looked like FaZe had it under control, but now they're in a position where they could potentially be down 2-0 here on Bazaar, as Na'Vi are putting on a great game here.
Yeah, there was a slight disconnect there from the FaZe side. It started off first saying, all right, do they even know if Bound has this flank? Secondly, Snipe Down ended up acquiring that double kill, and there was just hesitancy from the FaZe side just to dive on that flag and start to go for the recuff, because sometimes just jumping on the flag right away, you make yourself just an easy target.
Dude, look at this aggression from Na'Vi. Yeah, they captured the flag 2 times, but even during that whole process, they still have bodies on the other side of the map. FaZe, this is a, I don't want to say desperation, but that certainly is what it feels like. You're just grabbing the flag, taking it low, trying to stay alive here, doing everything you can. You got the support, you go down, but you have someone there to back it up. 2 players, though, are going to be down here for FaZe, as well for Na'Vi. Both flags are going to be out and potentially returned here. Yep. And man, oh man, this is great for Na'Vi thus far.
Yeah, Na'Vi just looking really strong, whether it's a coordinated cap where they have control and they push up together, they're doing well, or when it's a scrappy time and FaZe are on their flank and pulling out their own flag. They said, we're fine with trading flag pulls, let's try it.
4 down for Na'Vi. This is where you start to play, but you don't want to get too overzealous here, right? Because yes, sure, you got 4 down, but there's going to be another round of slaves. All these players are going to be spawning in the back of the base. They're not going to have great positioning, so you got to get up in their face and try and force them to make some bad moves here. There's more work that needs to be done in order for you to try and get in that base and take that flag away from them.
And I like that play from Respectable, trying to take out Falcated. However, I expected some more help there from the Na'Vi side. It felt like there was 2 players on the Na'Vi flag waiting to help and attack, but did not get the help that I expected to see in that position. And we are now seeing, not finally, but we're now seeing this FaZe pull. They now have control of the base for a moment. They had a couple members out there, but the flag gets stopped instantly, Golden Boy. What do you think is the problem for them getting this flag out of the base? Personally, I feel like they just, they have not been like securing like Palm and BR, but yeah, it's really tough for me to tell because it feels like they've had those positions previously, and then like either a player flanks all the way around. But yeah, what are your thoughts?
I got to give credit to Jimbo, man. He was by himself, and while all that was going on, right, his 3 teammates are like, okay, you go ahead and keep Falcated, busy. Granted, they're starting to make moves with the flag here now, but that actually could have worked out very well, and it may actually end up working out very well for them here because they have managed to take out Falcated, and there's no one in the vicinity to be able to pull that flag. You got to give it to the vet there, Jimbo. He, by himself, held them off, and they were able to clear them off and force them away from their palms. So everything worked out for them there.
Gotcha. So some great individual plays from your eyes. Yeah, for me, it's really tough to assess that one because it just seems like I was like, all right, FaZe seemingly did everything right. They pushed in from upper positions. They came in from BR. They came in from Palm. They had 2 players on flag, but it just felt like the numbers from Na'Vi just kept flowing in. It didn't really make sense to me. It just felt like, all right, you got the kills. Wait, why are there more people here? You should have a big numbers advantage.
And we talked about that in the last series that we casted. It was a XZ game versus Space Station, right? Like when one player is able to pull the attention of 1 or 2 players, and God darn it. But like when one player is able to pull the attention away, right? That is a huge thing because if it's just that one guy who can grab 2 guys' attention, right, 2 players' attention, then that is less work that your teammates have to do to try and like clear them out, and then you start moving that flag. But in that instance, it was purely Jimbo. And as it stands right now, Na'Vi, they are going to be up 2-0 here, and they're playing a great Bazaar CTF. I needed them to do this, and I'm glad we're seeing it right now.
Yeah, we're seeing them really show that when it comes to some of the strategic objective modes, like they really are outshining some of these top squads like FaZe. Like I felt like they were out-rotating on recharge strongholds. Here on Bazaar CTF, they're doing a great job of knowing when they should push, when they should hold a flag, and when they should push back. So we're going to have to really
So I just got word from our team in the back, by the way, and of course a big shout out to them for all the work that they've been doing throughout the broadcast. It has been a long one. We thank you so much. But apparently our observer actually got yeeted out of the game. So I'll take that. I'm okay with it, you know. I mean, granted, obviously, we can't, jump into the matchup. But hey, up in the air, I'd rather the players just continue the match forward, and you guys could just look at my bald head for the remainder here. I'm really sorry though to everyone at home. It's quite shiny.
Not.
It's quite shiny.
But based on how that game was going, I would expect Na'Vi to close that one out because Bazaar CTF is one of those maps that as long as you don't just turtle up in your own base and sit back the entire time, they can take up some ground in the middle of the map. They no longer have to overextend into the phase base to try getting a flagpole. They just have to get a few slays to just close this out.
You know, back in my day, we used to do the whole live streaming on the phone and capture the open bracket game, so that was definitely a vibe there. But hey, Na'Vi walks away with that win. You can see them fist bumps, right? Give it up for Na'Vi. Big win for them. The series continues. I have to say, man, that is exactly what Na'Vi needed, because in the first 2 games, they were right there. I keep saying that they were right there. This could be a 3-0 if Na'Vi had played, and I know that sounds like ridiculous to say, but it was just like the little things that they just weren't really doing that were giving them that slight upper hand, or just the way that FaZe were finding ways to rally back. I'm loving the fact that Na'Vi, despite being down 2-0, they are not giving up.
No, and you were saying before, like, they got reverse swept earlier. Is it their turn to do the reverse sweeping?
Look, knock on wood. I'm knocking on my head, by the way, because we all know it's made of wood. You know, I just want to see a great game of Halo. We're going to be going to Oddball Streets next, and after, you know, that's going to be a toughie though, because the way Bound likes to play, you know, Navi's not going to get much room to breathe.
Those streets, yeah, it's going to be scary seeing a Bound just kind of
got that water slick floors, right? You know, he's going to get a little extra boost because the rain just fell on the streets, right?
And he also looks kind of like, he looks so cool that he's probably doing like skateboard Tony Hawk tricks down down the stairwell over at B stairs and stuff. It's just like, Bound just looks cool, man. I hate to say it.
Okay, we get it. You're a Bound fan. We get it now.
Do you think he'll like me if I talk? Do you think he'll take a picture with me?
I have a feeling he would, Dave.
Awesome.
I have a feeling he would.
I hope he likes me.
Well, Na'Vi.
Has he said anything about me too?
I mean, I haven't had a chance to talk to him.
Oh, that makes sense.
He wouldn't talk to me.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, look at the guy. But here's the deal. For FaZe, I like the fact that they're running with this anchor of Boobadooboo, right? Providing the support in the backfield. Want to see him get in the action a little bit more. Maybe get a little bit scrappy with the rest of the boys, because we know he can do it. He's got the skills to pay the bills. And let me tell you, his credit cards are nice and clear. See, that was a good one. I feel good about it. Listen, it has been a long day, okay? And at our age, we can't keep doing this.
No.
Okay? So,
we cannot.
We're not like Onset and Bravo.
No, we cannot prop them up. You and I, we need to take over this casting duo. We may need to. Need to bridge this gap.
Well, we're the original. We did it first, though.
We're the original, but we need to climb back to the top.
We need to
I
climb
think
back
some
to the
people
top.
out there are thinking that Onset and Bravo are the new hotness, and
no, they're not. No, they're not. You know, listen. You get the shiv. I'll get the hammer. We'll get the work.
Let's do it.
They will never see it coming. They'll never see it coming. Just like the way that potentially FaZe may never see this one coming if it keeps going like this. Na'Vi, they managed to pick up a win in Map 3. If you're just joining us, we saw the conclusion of that game from the players' perspectives, but nothing was affected. As for FaZe, they want to end this one. They want to close it out. They want to be done. Because if so, well, that'd be big for them. That, you know, it has been a long day for all the players that are on that stage, and FaZe want to try and just wrap it up. We'll see if they could do it, though.
Yep, this oddball here on the streets. I'm going to have to come up with a new joke later, because I used to, you know, back in the day on Oddball and Halo 1, we used to play it on the streets and stuff. But, does not work anymore, but we're going to see which team first acquires those rocks. Were they able to just snag those right away? It looks like to Foxy, no fear whatsoever, pulling like a matchmaking strategy, says, I'm going to sprint up, get those right away, and they're going to collapse in. That's 3 down for a moment, and they're just hunting down in the back of this A stronghold.
Ooh, we're getting a little cheeky there. Okay, I like what I'm seeing to Foxy.
We're gonna hope that was an accident, Foxy.
You don't want to see Snipedown when he's angry.
It's actually true.
Well, hey man, I think that Na'Vi are kind of, they want to poke the bear. They want to see if they can get Snipedown to make mistakes, which is going to be very rare. They want to see if they can get this FaZe Clan squad to make mistakes, and now Snipedown gets ball control, and you also, you know, have this stalker gun, which I have ignored it so many times in matchmaking. And then the other day, I believe I was, whose stream was I in? It doesn't matter. I was watching it. That thing hits hard.
Yeah,
that is a very aggressive gun.
It does a lot of damage, and there's a nice little play ball from Snipedown, putting himself all the way in the back of A here. And one thing that's really good about that is if Na'Vi were going to try to get some sort of full control or a bunch of full slays, they have to hunt Snipedown down. They have to go all the way back there in order to get those kills.
Teammates are going to be spawning over by the arcade over here, and that'll be a bit bit concerned. The fact that 2Foxy has been able to run away with a lot of points here is quite concerning. No one has really been in a position to try and stop him, even though there was activity going on top A, right? We see Boo looking at there. They're just waiting this one out.
That's such a good anchor spot, because as soon as you know you hit someone back A, they only have that one other angle to go to, and generally when you go to the base of those stairs, you're only getting hit from Purple Street. So I really like that ledge above the PD that you can get the angle over towards the A stairs. So that's something I'm going to be implementing in my play style, that's for sure.
Rockets been grabbed here by FaZe, but unfortunately not much he can get out of that. 2Foxy was able to get so many points, and he's still alive, by the way. The man's a psychopath. The fact that he's been able to keep himself up this whole time has been so impressive. He's only got one death, and everything that you saw 2Foxy do, from grabbing the ball, wrapping it around, to Rockets with the Bulldog play, these kills, that was all one life that he managed to live, and he lived it, well, very well.
Yeah, that was so huge. Like you said, it wasn't just getting those kills, it's also moving the objective towards his teammates. I mean, they have a 33-point lead for a reason.
Ball's going to be out in no man's land here. And in a really rough spot, too. It's right at the corner of the steps. Respectful waiting for them to come up, but I think they're going to be wise to it and not try and make the move happen here. Snipedown does go down. He was actually the player that was there, and then you get another kill there for Respectful. 2 down. The last 2 are going to be located on the opposite side of the map. I think Kimbo is going to be going for that challenge, potentially. Could get the kill. Actually, he's going to wrap right back around to Respectful, and the ball's been grabbed yet again by Na'Vi.
Look at the thoroughness of clearing out that you have from Na'Vi. Respectful didn't take anything for granted. Didn't just start flying out towards the first person that he heard the call for. He wanted to make sure no one was PD. He double-checked back towards A. He just made sure to know exactly where FaZe members were at and where they likely would be spawning at.
This is the only time I'm going to say this, because I think it's worth saying, but I'm actually really curious to hear Clutch's perspective on how well this Na'Vi team is playing, because they have, you know, there's just a lot of takeaways from their game, from the way that 2Foxy stays alive to the composure that Respectful has had in multiple engagements. The comms as well have been very clean, and even for FaZe as well, right? They've been trying to find ways to get themselves back into the game, but there's one glaring thing that we have to acknowledge here in this matchup. In this first round, Snipedown has really just been contributing on the assist category. He has not been able to get frags, but he's still contributing as much as he can.
Yeah, it's just, it has been really difficult run off the start of this oddball round here for Snipedown, but you know, that's the beauty of this new game mode. The fact that it's 3 rounds. You can have a rough round. Doesn't matter if you lose this round by 1 point or by 100 points. All that matters is you get the round wins. So this one might have to just be kind of shaken off here, but it is kind of scary, the momentum that we're seeing building from this Na'Vi side. They're just playing so well together, and Jimbo closing out those last couple seconds to get 38 points of objective ball time there to win that round.
A strong start for the European squad here, representing the legendary Na'Vi organization. Just walked away with a major win as well in CS. Simple getting his first championship like that was pretty awesome to watch. And who knows, man, they could be channeling a little bit of that Na'Vi magic that we saw then. Maybe it could be happening now for this squad if it keeps going like this.
Yeah, I mean, this squad is looking like they've been putting the work in. They've looking really strong thus far. My only fear that I have in the long run, like we said, is that when it comes to just daily scrims and practice that we have here, the options I have in North America is just more abundant. So we're gonna see if right now if this is the time for Na'Vi to shine, or what kind of boot camps that they'll be getting in the future. But this future is really bright here for this Na'Vi squad.
Well, if I recall, these are the same setup. Maybe not all 4 of them, or potentially, I don't remember off the top of my head, that actually were for the Halo 5 World Championship. We're actually here and staying in the U.S. for a super long time. Like, this team takes it incredibly seriously, as they should. But FaZe knows that, and they're going to have to come out in this round aggressive. They're going to have to come out all guns blazing, and so far, so good for them. They're working together. They're getting these frags. They have ball control. They simply just need to keep this one going, but unfortunately for Snipedown, his back was turned to Respectful. That's going to be a clean double there for the veteran.
Yep, with 2 down, you notice how Na'Vi do not hesitate to fly across the map, but even though we saw a different story there for Na'Vi on the perp side where they're getting double kill, looks like FaZe had their own thing to say over on the B streets as they got 2 kills of their own. So even slaves versus even slaves. You can't just go flying across the map all willy-nilly.
Boo did the smart play there. He waited it out, anticipated maybe a nade could be coming from the cross if he pushed it. But this has been a great start for FaZe. Exactly what they needed to have happen here. You know, Snipedown did struggle at the beginning, but the rest of his teammates were keeping him in it, right? That and Halo at the end of the day is a team game. You got to contribute as much as possible. Let's not forget that he had a whole mess load of assists, so he was helping out his squad. It was just not enough for Na'Vi. This time around, they seem to be playing off of that a bit more, and well, let's see if they can keep this one going here because it's 44-2 and counting. But the tram push is coming.
Yeah, this score can be a bit deceiving at the moment. This ball is now in the back of the C stronghold, and whoever gets these next couple kills is in a prime setup position. This is also one of those dangerous positions, kind of like we talked about in live fire before over at the A stronghold, where whatever team acquires those kills, gets those kills at the end, you basically have a pre-setup for you already there with the oddball. There's really no great rotation options with the current location.
Well, they managed to get 2 players down. This is where you begin to fly. Another one's going to go down because they get the rockets as well. And now ball control will be for Na'Vi. Have to eliminate Falcated, who's hanging out by the balcony. But watch out for those spawns that are going to be coming out from that back alley on the left side of the map there, right? Lots of activity. They have to respond to this accordingly. And a great play to keep Respectful alive. He's still there, and he's helping out. See right there? That's an assist for Jimbo as Respectful gets the kill with the Bulldog.
Oh, and 2 fall in response. But one thing that's I really like seeing here from Na'Vi is they seem just to sort of focus on one half of the map there. They knew that these players were spawning all the way over towards A side, and they didn't know if they were over in PD or towards back Cafe, and they found out that they were more towards Cafe, so they said, all right, we'll take them as much as we can over here on the PD side of the map, clear out anyone we can here, and then just do cross maps across.
I was going to say a big win for Kimbo. Jimbo's still going to be in play, I believe, but here comes the ball. Jimbo's still alive in the back area here. Can Snipedown win the fight? And he does so. A huge win, though, but another push from Respectful with his trusty Bulldog, and he'll get ball control yet again. Does he have the support, though?
He does not. He has to drop and slay this in my eyes. He needs to drop this towards maybe the stairs, but maybe he's just baiting a player in for a moment. I really do not like this positioning from Respectful. I feel like he needs to be in a more powerful spot that he can finish off a kill or acquire a kill. It looks like he finds Falcated, but Falcated's movement's just too good with those thrusts.
Hey, well, Jimbo's there to back him up, though, so I'll go ahead and take that if you're Na'Vi. Ball's still going to be inside of Tram. I believe the spawns will be in their benefit, too, so they still have control of this side of the map. They just got to get the ball and start to get some points, but they lost Kimbo and Jimbo at the same time.
Yep, that is going to be rough here. It seems like FaZe are now going to be able to capitalize on these couple kills, push on in. They're actually going to grab the time themselves. This is really not looking so strong here for Na'Vi on the second round.
Oh, and a push across mid with the ball, removing it from Tram, not letting that continue to live there. That's a smart call. Snipedown hovering around the original spawn. He's got the assistance too. And the ball has been obtained again, but it keeps sliding. It keeps sliding to the street, and because of that, he had to go and grab it, Snipedown. He ended up paying for that with his life.
Also, Snipedown just might be having those nightmares like I saw on socials, like, grab the ball. And so right there, he's just making sure, he's like, all right, someone's got to do it. I got to grab the ball if someone else cannot grab it.
All right, well, unfortunately, there's going to be another drop there for Na'Vi. But again, we will be sure to keep you guys up to speed as far as what's happening there. I mean, Na'Vi, they are up in that round, or in that game, excuse me, 1-0 in oddball. So at the very least, I'm assuming that's how it's going to be. But then again, who knows? You know, we'll see what happens. We'll find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. So, Walshy, though, it seemed like FaZe was starting to wake up there, right?
Yeah, that round 2 specifically, yeah, it felt like they didn't allow Na'Vi to do the rotations that we saw during the first round of that oddball game. They weren't able to get any sort of those full setups. Like, anytime we thought Na'Vi should be grabbing ball time, it was like, well, they got to scrap it up, but it's not a very safe position for someone like Respectful to grab it during those times. So those are like the pressure situations you really want to see if you're a FaZe fan to continue to put Na'Vi in those positions, because clearly when they were able to get a couple of slays and fly across the map, you see a squad like Na'Vi very, very comfortable in those asymmetrical situations where they have a strong advantage.
Yeah. Na'Vi's going to have time to think as well, right? What are you going to do here? How are you going to respond to FaZe and the momentum that they came out of the gate with in that second round? But, you know, a very expertly done job by Na'Vi in that bizarre CTF. They continue to ride that into it. It's very clear that this is a match that could very much go the distance. And I think that's the best part about this event, man, has been seeing these teams, right, match up against one another. We don't know how they're faring in their respective regions, but you know, they managed to meet up on LAN, right? We were looking at Na'Vi and saying, like, you know, they're not having the best time online, right? A few good showings, but it hasn't been all that great for them.
That's how it used to be. I mean, we've been conditioned that way for multiple years within Halo, where we'd see, all right, the #1 EU team would give a huge run to the top, you know, even top NA squads, but, you know, especially like our 5th
And it's typically
squad.
those 4.
Yeah, typically those 4. But, you know, coming into this one, it's sort of like, all right, well, are they the #1 squad coming out of EU based on the qualifiers and such? Yeah. But yeah, they've clearly come and shown that EU has a bit more depth now coming into Infinite. I've heard they've been, you know, maxing out some of their qualifiers, 128 teams. Yeah. So it's just really exciting to see the scene develop. I really hope we continue to see this momentum here in Halo Infinite.
Yeah.
It just makes me happy.
Yeah, it really does. It makes me happy as well, right? I love seeing just global competition take place. It's becoming, you know, very normal across all of esports. So a wonderful thing to see indeed. Speaking of, you know, global competition, we actually have a little EU clash going on as well over by the Charlie Station. Quadrant going up against the boys Quadrant. That's SLG's team, in case you guys aren't familiar. You know, SLG made his name in H5. That was OEX, I believe, is what they went by on the EU side. They're up 2-0 versus the boys. That game is taking place on the Charlie stream. If you want to watch that, you can go ahead and see the action without commentary over there as well. And actually, I was just told that we're going to be going to that game. So I am a sidekick. So yay me, I have another career ahead of me. You know, I actually want to practice being a sidekick.
I mean, your career is already grifting people, so I think you're doing just fine with it.
Yeah, I have managed to trick a lot of people into believing that I have a semblance of talent. So it's quite impressive, man. It really is. But here's the squad. It's the boys versus Quadrant. And, you know, SLG, big fan of his for a real long time, and really, really nice guy. Actually has been working on his English a lot as well, which is pretty awesome. So wonderful that he's been putting the effort in. He's been putting the time in, right? Because he knows he's going to be traveling and playing in international events here. So he wants to be out there with the people. Now, as far as the people goes, well, the boys, they managed to get themselves a double. That's Robson there with sniper rifle, the Mangler. That gun is so nasty.
Yeah. These players are making a case for if this weapon should be rebalanced in the future or have its respawn reevaluated. You know what I mean? These pros that they do a lot of things to game design that some game designers are not a big fan of. It's like, hey, I wasn't intended for it to be that powerful or be used in that way. But yeah, they're using it so powerfully, and it's like we said, it's kind of like that step down from these top power weapons. You know? It's not as good as the sniper or rockets, but it's just
I don't know, man. The Mangler, that thing's a power weapon to me. Until told otherwise, you know, it's a one shot and a very, very quick melee. Strongest melee, I believe, in the game as well, because the blades on the front add to it. But boy, oh boy, here. Quadrant now. They are, so I was told Quadrant is up, I believe, in this one. 1-0, but it's showing 2 there. So it is 1-0 for Quadrant.
Yes, 1-0 for Quadrant. You are correct. And they are looking like they're trying to continue this lead, close out a bit more. But I'm wondering what Chick's gonna do here. It's a difficult position. Like you can't really rotate at this time. You're kind of stuck in the spot. And look at this, Inspector Gadget pulls out a shield out of his back pocket. Gonna buy a little time there, but I guess that's about the best you can do there. You throw the ball one way, distract. You turn on the whirling blades on top of your head and fly out. Whatever you gotta do.
And I actually do like the drop shield. I did not think we were gonna see it used all that much because once the you know, like a bullet like connects with it, a small square in the shield goes away, right? But when you really think about it, it makes sense. Any amount of bullets that you can prevent your opponent from being able to apply to you is time that you can spend shooting them and getting that advantage because you have that slight little bit there, and just goes to show how effective the equipment is in this game.
Yeah, more powerful, especially when you can block those grenades. But like you said, it's just
you can also block a rocket with it too.
Yeah, blocking rocket and whatnot. But essentially, it's gonna buy just a little bit more time. Like we said, buying those windows of opportunity is the difference maker at this top level of play.
Yeah, I actually did that by mistake one time. I was playing a big team battle, obviously training, you know, like the champion big team battle player that I am.
How much big team battle have you actually trained, man? Be honest with me. How many hours
honestly,
have you put in?
Not a lot. Just a little bit
What's
that I've played
not a lot?
I maybe play like 15 games.
That's a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean,
that's a decent amount. Do you know the map names?
I do know the map names, but that's because I do my homework.
You've been training and studying a lot.
That's because I do my homework. I know what I'm doing. But I actually did it by mistake. I tossed the drop shield, someone shot a rocket at me, and it populated and absorbed it, and I was like, am I a genius? Did I just figure out some secret tech? I'm not, but that was awesome. Let's see, though, is Quadrant. They're so close to wrapping it up here. 92-42. Chick manages to obtain the camouflage, and the ball is going to be right in front of him.
He wants to grab it so bad, but I was like, I shouldn't blow this.
He really shouldn't. He had a very strong weapon here, and he also has the heat wave too. He's going to get right in front of the action now. Ball is going to go down. There's one player there. It's going to be Fragger. As he managed to stop this one in its tracks, he's got to grab that ball. 3 seconds remaining, but you got a minute and change left on the clock, and I think the boys know that's it.
Yep.
Pad the stats, Dave.
Well, not so much pad the stats, but it's just like you don't blow this lead. Like, if you get a couple kills, what's naturally going to happen is you're eventually getting the opportunity to safely grab the oddball.
All right, well, they grabbed the ball. Hey, you know what? You're not out of this until it says victory or defeat on that screen. So you got to play every second like it counts. And that is exactly what the boys are doing. They don't want to count themselves out of this one quite yet. But unfortunately, I think the game has other plans.
There's a third condition where they're out of this. But,
there's a
we
third
won't go
condition.
over that one.
Well, guys, don't worry. All right, we're going to jump into this FaZe Na'Vi game, hopefully in a moment here. But we did get an official ruling, and we are going to restart round 2, is what I heard.
Okay, so it restarts round 2 with Na'Vi up 1-0 in that oddball match.
1-0, as Onsen and Gaskin like to say. You know, right? That's the proper way. 1-0.
Exactly.
Because Bravo likes to imitate it.
He does. He tries to act so worldly and to say,
it's like, oh, I'm from Germany and I like to talk British speak. This guy, he's ridiculous. But yes, that is where we're going to be. Na'Vi has the lead. And I think FaZe, though, if they play the same way that they just did, man, out of the break, that aggressive play style, they can't forget about that, right? Let Bound go nuts in mid. Let them go crazy.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where I feel like FaZe are doing fine in like the neutral game or when they have the advantage, which is very clear. But they are clearly faltering anytime Na'Vi get a significant lead. So I always try to like picture the game of Halo in like different snapshots, and I try to like plot that in my mind as like how my team is playing, like which situations we're good at, or which ones we're down in, and I look at it like from the most base. The 3 base cases would be when your team is down significantly, when you're down like 3 members or so, or 4 members, when your team's at an even state, whether it's like a 2v2 or a 4v4, and then when your team's ahead, when you're up in numbers by 2 or 3 persons. And each of those states, you have different goals. When you're up super far, you want to keep pressing that lead. You want to maximize that as much as possible. When you're down quite a bit, you need to mitigate those losses, stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
You want to try to regather. You want to be able to find a way that you can either trade a kill or sit and buy some time so your teammates can spawn. You can make a push together on neutral footing. And if I had to evaluate from the FaZe side, I feel like they're fine on the neutral side. I feel like they could maybe be capitalized a bit more when they have the advantage, but they are clearly getting outworked by Na'Vi when Na'Vi has some semblance of an advantage, when they have 2 down from base.
It's very hard, too, because Na'Vi, each player on that team values their life so much. It's been like the tale for me throughout the series. Like, I can't get enough of the fact that time and time again, 2Foxy just manages, like, he's a fox, He manages to wiggle his way out of trouble whenever he gets an opportunity. He's really living up to the name. It's quite impressive. Not every day that actually happens. So the fact that Na'Vi, whenever they realize that there's a situation that might not go in their favor, it's about staying alive. And they make those calls, as we heard on Recharge.
Yep, play your life.
Play your life. That is the name of the game here. Stay alive, and you can stay effective. The players, though, I know that they want to jump into this. I do as well. Boy, trust me, I do. And they're just waiting, biding their time before they can jump into the game here. And, these slowdowns, obviously it affects them, right? It affects the mental. It has a negative impact on them because you start, you stop, you start, you stop. And that can definitely change how the game flows, because who knows, right? If that didn't occur, right, well, maybe the series could be different.
Could be different.
There's an alternate universe.
We'll never know. We'll never know. We will we'll persevere. We're going to push through these.
We will persevere. Because that's what the Halo community does. We persevere. Okay. That's what we do. Now, though, Walshy, if you had to make a prediction, it's off the top of your head. What do you feel?
Oh man, this one's so tough. The fact that both games, like it hasn't been a series where Na'Vi got blown out one game and then like was close another and barely, you know, down a little bit of a round in the oddball. It's like, no, like Na'Vi are just neck and neck with them this entire time. I fully expect, especially given this advantage going into the oddball game, that Na'Vi has to win one of these 2 rounds. FaZe has no room for error, has to win 2 of 2 rounds. So if Na'Vi is able to get one of those strong starts where they get rockets right off the bat or get a couple kills and those collapses, like I said, this could easily be a Na'Vi winning game number 4 and bringing this to a game number 5.
Which is like wild to think about.
Yeah.
Because I don't think anyone had that on their bingo cards, you know?
No.
And I don't
My
even know
bingo
who plays
card's
bingo.
way different than all of yours. I still like bingo.
We're the only one. I think we're the only ones. There's like a bunch of. Well, then again, though, we actually everyone who was like our age when Halo was going on is now our age playing Halo right now. So.
Dude, I felt so old earlier. Someone's like, oh, like I'm a big fan. Well, actually, not. I'm not really a big fan. My uncle was a big fan. He influenced me to play, and I'm like, what the heck? I'm influenced. Like uncles are telling their nephews now about playing this game.
Yeah.
And
I had an opportunity, true story, to meet an awesome. It was a young man who came here, 9 years old, Christian, came with his dad. Right, had a chance to talk to him. That kid, he was hilarious. He was basically saying like, yeah, you know, I really like the Halo 2 campaign, but I prefer the Infinite multiplayer. And I'm like, you're 9 years old, man. You're making these determinations. You're playing Halo 2 campaign when you're 9 years old. That's incredible, man. But all right, well, we did get a change on the overlay. Na'Vi will be on the left and FaZe will be on the right because I believe that is going to match up with the side switch. So there are the color changes as well. But Na'Vi just needs one more round. And FaZe, they're going to need 2 here, just as we were talking about before. But here's this initial start. It's looking pretty solid so far for Na'Vi.
Yep, Bound and this FaZe squad doing just fine in the neutral game. I mean, they took out 3. I believe Jimbo is the last remaining member here from Na'Vi, and at least gets a trade. So Jimbo taking out Felcated, not the end of the world, but this is just fine for FaZe. FaZe says, we're fine to trade kills here if we're grid and ball time.
Yeah, that's all they need. As a reminder, folks, FaZe need 2 rounds to win. Na'Vi just needs 1. So if anyone's in the chat saying, what's the score? You can go ahead and tell them that's what I said. All right? We don't want any shenanigans here, people. But Boobadooboo still continuing to have possession of the ball here by Tram. He has some support as well. And Na'Vi, they have time to kind of let FaZe get these points and check their corners and dot their I's and cross their T's as they make the push.
Such a smart route. So one thing that Jimbo saw is he saw the location of that ball carrier. That ball carrier was watching driveway, anyone coming down there. So Jimbo decides to go all the way towards B stairs, jump up on the dumpster, and get over towards top C. That's an area that they were just not watching, and sometimes you take for granted some of those paths that can come out from, you know, like B stairs and such, and such a great flank, such a patient flank. And I'm actually surprised that nobody from FaZe was watching there later on as time passed.
Had anticipated it because you know, right? You have that feeling, that creeping like sensation where you're like,
you haven't seen someone in a while.
No one's come from the right side. I think they're going to come that way.
Yeah. Your spidey sense goes off sometimes in this game, and you always have to trust it. The thing is, you have to trust it immediately. That's one skill that I think Halo players kind of learn later on, that they're like something doesn't feel right, and then you get back smacked like, oh man.
Yeah.
As soon as you start to think that question, you're like, turn around instantly, look for what's going wrong, because trust your gut instinct. There's something going on in your subconscious that you're just not calculating just yet.
2Foxy just ate a rocket. He just got blown up. That was a direct shot. Bound has possession of the rockets and does actually, well, with the help of Boobadooboo, manages to get out Kimbo as well as take out Jimbo. Respectful, deleted, you're out of here. And now it's going to be FaZe grabbing the ball again and adding on to this time.
And when Bound is going off like this, Bound has 8 kills. As soon as a teammate gets near him from FaZe, I would love to see them pick up the ball. This is the correct play right now because there's no good handoff. But if you ever have a teammate that is just playing out of their mind, take advantage of those moments. Everyone has the potential to go on fire, and when they do, let them use that heat.
Well, Bound still staying alive here. Smart call. moving this ball. The rotation has been beautiful, but Kimbo might be there to receive them. Falcon, I was going to say, Falcon might have to be the one to take care of it, but actually it's going to be Bound that needs to deal with him. And the challenge comes right in, and no one expected that, and Kimbo manages to get 2 out of that. That was a big play out of him.
Yeah, I really think, you know, first off, it was a fantastic rotation from Bound. It's smartest to prioritize getting that objective time. However, I felt there may have been an opportunity to do a handoff there.
All right, well, we'll see what Snipe Down can do here. As he does get that assist, Bound is there to back him up, help him out now. The ball, though, has been grabbed by Na'Vi. It's going to be all the way in the back alleys. Here comes Snipe Down. That's that drop shot coming into play. Kind of eats that first shot, though. 2Foxy there for the support to help out. Snipe Down finally getting taken out here, and here's Jimbo just doing what veterans do best, staying alive, valuing that life as much as they can.
Yep, and that was a huge pickup there on Boo Boo, making sure he at least gets that trade. But this next series of kills is going to really decide not just only who gets the ball, but who's spawning across the map, and that's the more important part. So that's why these players are trying to push all the way towards back A or towards PD to make sure that they block those spawns or influence their teammates to spawn with them.
So close here for FaZe to tie this one up. A reminder for anyone just joining us, we had a technical difficulty. FaZe, they have to get 2 rounds. Na'Vi need to get 1. And so far, so good for FaZe. Rockets have been grabbed. You have 2 in the boomstick, but respectful with the big win and is going to get nuked by Boo Boo Doo though. So the Rockets are still going to be in play though. 2 down now for Na'Vi. Ball has not been grabbed quite yet. Bound with the Bulldog might be a problem here.
But once again, just going to keep his height advantage. Going to look to see if he can get Ace or a Slays. Look how slippery
There's that last
he is.
rocket.
Finally get taken out, but to make them use not only a few BR shots, make them run around, but use the rocket, it feels like it's not as much of a waste. Sometimes when you eat like a sniper bullet or a rocket, you feel a little better. Like, all right, at least some of the power weapon is out of their hand now.
Dude, the way that 2Foxy lives is nuts, man. He was in a position where one shot, the spike grenades went off, and those things go wherever the hell they want. And he still manages, grab the ball. He's got the help he needs, and he plays it right in the middle of the field here, drawing all this attention. 2 players down for Na'Vi, 1 down for FaZe. The Snipe Down is going to be on the pursuit. Ball's going to be right in front of him here, and he knows that Jimbo's to the left and has to worry about Kimbo. But look at this challenge, and great help.
So great help, and I was just going to say, it's so smart of Snipe Down to really take over that C spot. But even though they took over that area, we have a great rotation coming out from Na'Vi. I was going to say, Snipe Down and FaZe were playing that so well, just realizing that if they stayed alive, kind of secured the area above the ball, they'd be in great position. But anytime the ball rotates away like that, that position is now negated. Back C is actually the worst spot that you can be now that Jimbo rotated that ball away.
Bound for the help, gets a double kill though. And there goes the ball grabbed again. Bound is having one heck of a game, but to echo what you said before, this is the smart play. He grabs the ball. He's going to anticipate a potential push here, but he's got support from Falcated on the left. They only need 7 seconds remaining here. Here comes the push, though. Jimbo gets him at PD. Another play on the side. They lose the Rockets as well, and Respectful with another melee. He's been having one heck of a round here, 13-6. They have to grab that ball, which is exactly what they do, and time continues to tick in their favor, but they only need 7 points.
This is an interesting step though too. I noticed just kind of how Foxy was looking at that, was realizing it almost seemed like he was positioning to rotate over towards Perp Street. They're going by a form of deduction. You saw how Na'Vi were noticing, all right, nobody's here on purple side. That means we can just start to rotate here. That must mean they're over on B Street, and that's exactly the rotation that Na'Vi do. They just realized they didn't have to see them first. They just knew what area was safe.
But this is problematic though, Walsh, because the ball's out and in the middle of the open area. They grab it with no worry whatsoever. Only 1 more point remaining, and that is going to be FaZe getting a crucial round win. We're all knotted up. Next round determines who wins this.
Yes, sir.
That was a great rotation, though.
Yeah, great rotation. Like I said, one thing that's also a very valuable skill in Halo is deduction. You don't always have to spot where people are at. If you can eliminate the option, if there's 4 options, you can eliminate 3 of them. Guess where they're at? They're at the 4th option.
Yeah, it was a great play. The only thing was he just couldn't get the cross with the ball. I believe that was Jimbo, and actually 4 down out of the break here. Rockets have been grabbed. There was one that was used, but we're right back into the action here. And Na'Vi could force a game 5, but for FaZe Clan, man, if they close it out, it's been a long and arduous series for them, as it has been for Na'Vi as well. But FaZe have felt like, I'm sure they feel like there's so many times where they should have, they could have, they would have, and they just didn't. They just want to wrap it up.
Yeah, they want to just close this out if they can. They don't want to get themselves into a game 5 if they don't have to. But it looks like what we are going to do is we're going to see this round 3 replayed here.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Streets Oddball.
Hey, man, you know, burning the midnight oil here, right? What are you going to do? But still, I mean, I'm assuming it stands 1-1 as we jump into the next game. We are going to see a one round settle it all between Na'Vi and FaZe. What a game this has been. And then I think for our last one, we're going to go to Aquarius Slayer if Na'Vi manage to close this out.
If they close it out, but we will see. I mean, FaZe just looking really strong. Round was playing so well. One thing I noticed at the beginning of that, before we got that last reset there, was Falcade did such a long flank over to PD. Even saw Jimbo just going back and forth with rockets trying to look for this player and could not find him. And that flank didn't turn out to be as devastating as it could. And so if we see something like that again, or we just see that continuous playstyle from Falcade, it's just going to pay dividends.
Some more updates as well for folks. I'm seeing some of the games that are happening here. On the Charlie, we still have that Quadrant Boys game that's taking place. I think they're doing the replay there. And then on Bravo, which, funny enough, I think I was supposed to be casting that game, is Ascend versus Space Station. That is the game to watch as well, right? You have two very, very good games that you can watch here because it's the old NAEU rivalry, but with that big win that Ascend had against Xset, we're asking the question, are they the real deal? If they do it against Space Station, you might have to have that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, Ascend could very well take second in that pool, which is kind of, everyone's kind of branding that one as the pool of death.
Yeah, and it has been because the teams have just, they're so freaking good. And actually, as a matter of fact, good news, it looks like I am going to cast that game, just not on Bravo with Tony. Let's jump into this here as Talnal is going to be up top. And yeah, man, I've loved everything that I've seen out of Ascend and Space Station. We know that they have the capability to be, a top 4 team in the game with the talent that's on that roster.
Yeah, they have a capability, but they were shut down by Xset. Xset came out to play and did such a strong job during the match against Space Station. It looked like they were clearly the better team. Sans that very first game, which was like clearly a one-sided affair on Strongholds, but Xset undeniably the better team as of right now over Space Station.
At the very least, right? But who knows, right? One flag has been capped for Space Station. That's going to come courtesy of Ace, the veteran on this team. Oh, little green gun action. Hey, man, don't sleep on it. You get a few shots in that thing, your shield's gone. Plasma always deletes the shields. That's why I miss my baby, the plasma rifle, oh so much. But yes, now let's see how Ascend is going to try and react out of this one here, right? They have a lot of work that in front of them, but we know that they're very much capable of being able to pull off the win. Whether or not, though, Space Station gives them that freedom to play the game the way they want, play with the aggression that we know Ascend play out when they were formerly known as Cartel. If they have that freedom, it could be problematic, but Space Station, I think they're aware of this. They're going to play their game.
Yeah, they're going to play their game, and as of right now, Space Station heavily outslaying Ascend. We'll have to see if that persists throughout the rest of this round. But, not out of the question. You just see these players starting to really catch their groove. I saw Tusk earlier just talking. It seemed like he was still calm, cool, and collected. So
yeah,
I think he had his own frustrations, which is rightfully so. I think early tournament jitters, or not so much jitters, early tournament snags that happened.
Yeah.
And they just got to bounce back.
And let's not forget about the circumstances that led to this, right? Tusk was originally on the Space Station roster. They had an opportunity to pick up Formal, who many will argue is one of the top players in the game right now after his retirement from professional Call of Duty, now here competing in Halo. And hey, man, they went for it, right? But Formal decided, I want to go and slug it out in the open bracket with Sentinels, and they pick up Tusk again. And I think Tusk has certainly been pulling his weight here. It's reflected on the scoreboard as well. They're keeping this one nice and tight, but Ascend, they have to respond here. They need a breakaway opportunity, and if they find it, it could be trouble for Space Station. But I don't know if Space Station's going to get it.
They need to do it soon, too. You don't want to just rely on one flag opportunity to get a grab and a cap. I mean, ideally, over this next minute and a half, you get yourself in a position where you can make at least one attempt to try to tie this up. Yeah. If that falls through, you at least have a following attempt. But they need to make at least one concentrate effort and get these slays. But every single time, it feels like they pick up a kill or two. It's just answered right back. You see Shady's down at the moment. We now see Legend down. They're having a lot of trouble getting these kills and staying alive.
All right, well, we'll see what Sniper Jones going to be able to do here. There goes Power Weapon versus Power Weapon. I'll take the Mangler every time. That was good, but update for everyone. We are going to be jumping back to our alpha game on the main stage game that was taking place, FaZe versus Na'Vi. This is a peek at what's going on over at the Bravo stream. If you want to see all that, you can actually jump on over to that broadcast as well. That has commentary, so if you want to listen to Shyway, as well as Onset, Tony, the whole crew, we're all down there as well having a good time with everyone else here in Raleigh. And I just want to see how Ascend are going to try and fight their way out of this one here, because it's very clear that Space Station have been very much in their face the whole time. I think you said it best, right? Best offense is, or the best defense is an offense, and that's what Space Station's doing here.
Yeah, I don't think I've said that this weekend yet, but I feel like I've said that definitely in the past, because I do really feel like in Halo, you can't just be super defensive, especially not early on in a game's infancy. You know, people do not have Halo Infinite fully figured out yet. You can get away with a lot more being aggressive as a team, making pushes together, trying to create more opportunities. Until you have like maybe those perfect steps or things, certain areas that you know you can for sure hold, I really don't think we're going to be seeing these full-on, quote-unquote, like defensive teams being the more successful ones at this event.
Oh, here's an opportunity now for Ascend. You got to get this flagpole out, but Tusk is there to stop him. This is kind of shades of what we saw last time when Jimbo did the same thing to Falcated in our previous match, right? One player drawing the attention, but Shady's waiting for his squad to get there. He needs help as soon as possible, but just look at that. Gets a double, but the sighting has to commit. There was too much damage done there by one player, and they have to stop that flagpole from happening.
Yep, and these players from Ascend just are continuing to trickle in. It feels like it's a potential play where they get a kill and pull, but I have a fear that every single member that's up bar on Ascend are just going to die one by one over in the Space Station base, and we're not going to see this translate into a capture.
Well, here comes another pull. They kept the drive alive here with it. So Walsh, I think they may be trying to prove you wrong now. Oh!
I'd be happy to be proven wrong. It does look like they're able to get that flag out of the base, but I wonder if there's dying one by one. We'll see. Yeah. I do see all 4 members of Space Station alive right now, and that's always a comfortable spot when you're going to go for a flag stop. But just as if you want to see how that flag capture ends up, go to Bravo. You're here with me and Golden Boy here on Alpha.
Not the caster Bravo, just go to the Bravo stream. Actually, I believe it's on Twitch at HCS, same thing for YouTube as well. But hey, take a look at that scoreboard there, man. You got 3 people down. It's just Falcated holding the fort. The ball has been grabbed by Na'Vi. 1 round, that's it. Don't worry about the bottom. They just need 1 round.
And look at that massive flank again. I keep talking about how Falcated's able to penetrate behind the opposing lines. He's able to get all the way back there, and this time did not pay off as much since the ball got rotated towards A, but it goes to show how sneaky and how fast this player is. Falcated is a playmaker. There's so many times where I'm guaranteeing he can just tell his teammates, stay alive, I'll make something happen soon. Just distract, I got an angle.
That's a great quality to have as well, you know, in a teammate. Was there anyone in your time, right, that was like that player that you knew, like, hey, I'm gonna make a play happen?
There's definitely players that have those different tendencies. You know, I would say more specifically when I played with someone like Naded, he was definitely kind of that aggressor when we had him on our Carbon roster. But every single player on my team, on my teams, would get used to that and know how to call that out. Yeah. So it's one of those things where it's not going to be always the same person doing it. Yes, some people do it more often than others, but it's definitely a situation that you want to call and react to who's in position. and you want to make sure that you support that correctly. And you want to know who is kind of like in the position to make the play for your team, because you don't all want to be trying something different. Like if I have someone on my team already flanking, I don't want to have 1 or 2 other flankers. We're all just at that point doing our own thing.
At that point, you're all just running around the opposite side of the map.
Cue the Benny Hill music at that point. You're all just running around the bottom middle doing nothing together.
Not something you want to see here. FaZe, again, they have a few players down, but they still have ball. Play ball there from Falcated to the mid is going to send this right back over to his teammates. This could be a big win now for Boo if he can close out Kimbo in the corner, but he's got the support from Bound, and the ball's still going to be active there right in front of Tram. Na'Vi waiting for the perfect opportunity to make the push happen as well. The Sentinel Beam's going to hit him with the wub-wubs, and a rocket has been grabbed as well. Love to see it for 2 Foxy. He just happened to stumble upon one. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, great position to be in, and not afraid to use his BR in those moments either, just realizing they're all the way across the map. So 2 Foxy's going to have to try to get a couple kills from this if they're going to want to translate this into anything, but he's having trouble finding some opponents. There is one as he finds Bound coming around the corner and then loses the rocket to Boo. That's the second time we've seen Boo pick up those kills from the bat ledge over above PD.
Yeah.
Going up towards top PD and realizing that that is sort of the counter towards anyone on A side. That could be a great starting position for your team to push out as you have angles towards B Street, and you also have defense on your own side.
Well, now, as we wait to see how they're going to play this out, Na'Vi continuing to add to their score, but little by little, they tick away here. FaZe have to get in their face. Where are the spawns going to be coming from for Na'Vi? Where's that support? I think it's going to be happening behind them too, so no Tram control. Let's see what 2 Foxy can do with the Sentinel Beam.
Gets a little damage there, but does not have players in position at the moment to get those kills. Bomb center, great extra damage from Snipe Down, but is it enough? It looks like gonna push on in, get that kill, get the ball stop at least. But right now it's important that Foxy just stays alive, because Foxy is going to be this supporting member for this setup once they get this kill, and they might actually be able to scrap up some time.
Oh, you
so
say
great
you need
job
Foxy
by
to stay alive?
That's what he's great at.
You just needed him to stay alive?
Just stay alive a little
He's
bit.
kind of been doing it this whole time. He's still alive, by the way. The guy's unreal. You know, it's been so impressive to see the way that Foxy and the rest of this crew have rallied behind this here. It's been such a tall order, especially against FaZe. You got some real heavy hitters on that team, and they had just came off of a reverse sweep against G2. They were up, they were in a similar position, they were looking great, man, and then things just started falling apart.
That'll happen. That'll happen from time to time.
They have certainly dug themselves out of that rut, though. 2 kills for FaZe, though. 2 Foxy tries, he might, can't stay alive on that one. This is it for all the marbles, by the way. Whoever wins this, that will be the difference. That will be who walks away with this dub. For Na'Vi, if they win, we'll be going to a Game 5 Aquarius Slayer. For FaZe, well, they can close it out right here. Falcated, he's got himself a rocket in his pocket, but unfortunately for him, it didn't connect. It is going to push a player back, though, and actually do a sizable amount of damage. That's 2 cleared out of that one for Falcated. Maybe a third, too. Yep. That's going to be a nice double kill for him. He's maybe looking for another one as well. The thrust is good, and that's a nice triple. And they get ball control here. Let's see how much time they can add to this.
Yeah, this is going to be at least 10 seconds here coming out for the FaZe squad. I don't really see many more pushes come out from Na'Vi. This next one's going to be pivotal. Not only do they need to stop this ball, but they need enough kills to make sure that FaZe can't just pick up this ball and close out the map.
They have to do this right here, right now. Na'Vi needs a push. The ball's starting to rotate. Oh, hey, but it's been grabbed there, and a trade actually comes through. Snipe down. Oh, gets the shots off there with the banished rifle. They have to grab this ball. For FaZe, they have to get this. They have 8 points. That's it. And, you know, they can end them. They can end the suffering here for FaZe, and most importantly, because, you know, they feel like they should be walking away with this win. And this gun, the Stalker, is so nasty.
Ball's going to reset soon anyways, so we're going to have to see if they're going to pick this up or if they continue to bait it. So we're going to have to see how FaZe decides to play this one out. And there it is. Ball
Rockets
resets. That may have even been part of the strategy with Coach Towie behind them saying, hey, ball's going to reset in a few seconds. You can pick this off the spawn, catch them off guard, and Snipe Down, grab 98, 99, and closes it out with 100. That's going to be FaZe taking the series 3-1 over Na'Vi, but so well fought.
Indeed, it was. Credit deserved to Na'Vi for making this one heck of a series. But FaZe breathing a sigh of relief. It's over. They could look forward to the next game. But Na'Vi, man, I'm liking what I'm seeing out of them. They keep playing like that, they're going to turn some heads 100%, man.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, even though, like you said, they dropped those 2 series there against G2 and against FaZe, they keep playing like that this whole tournament.
Yeah.
They are going to have a deep tournament run.
Yeah, you know, and I'm almost certain, like, Na'Vi, like, they're more annoyed about the fact that the reverse sweep came from G2 rather than how this series played out. Because, you know, FaZe, they were the top of the pool, right? Everyone knows that they have some dominant forces on that team, but the way that they went at them with no fear. They knew that they were just as good as they were. So Na'Vi, look out for them in the continued run in the pool play, as well as, you know, potentially at this rate, maybe the lower side of the bracket, but there's the series layout. Really, those first 2 games could have easily had gone to Na'Vi, but it was FaZe. They had a little bit more to give in that, and that's why they walk away 3-1 in this series.
Yep, that's going to be FaZe just kind of cementing their position here in this pool, doing great thus far.
Yeah.
And I guess we'd expect nothing less. I mean, they've really established themselves as one of these top squads. It's interesting that everyone knows who these top squads are. Now it's going to be, all right, how much is LAN the difference maker? Because that's going to be just the slight differences between these top squads. You're going to see who is playing slightly better online, who's just LAN gods. Like, is Lucid going to be able to get away with the same sort of things we saw him get away with online?
Yeah.
He will. He'll get away with a lot of stuff, but he was just so nutty.
Yeah, just spoilers. They're good at this game. Well, folks, that's going to wrap it up for myself and Walshy. It's certainly been a bit of a marathon here, but now it's time for our colleagues to earn their paycheck because they've been chilling for a long time and they hadn't said a darn word. We had to fill this entire time, cast like 15 different games. Go ahead, do your job, Walshy.
You better watch your mouth, Golden Boy, I'll tell you that much. No, fantastic job, boys. Absolutely incredible stuff coming across from our casters today, I've got to say. I've got to hand it to the team out here, the talent team who have been casting. It's been some long hours, some incredible fill time in Halo. This is what you are paid for. This is why you are here. And a big shout out to production at the back as well for keeping things rolling. And we're going to keep things rolling on the desk here and talk about what we've just seen because, of course, I think right now, what's on my mind is Na'Vi. I just really quickly want to touch upon Na'Vi right now because I felt like they played exceptionally well against FaZe. I think FaZe obviously is such an incredible roster coming together. And Wes, I kind of want to ask you a question based on FaZe, but kind of heavily to do with Na'Vi as well. I feel like we saw such incredible execution of objective play from Na'Vi coming out. You know, whether or not they were behind on slays, it didn't matter because they were getting the slays that mattered the most in terms of defense, able to rack up points in different games here. How do you feel like FaZe kind of handled the pressure from Na'Vi objective-wise?
I mean, they got the job done, which is step one, right? That's the most important thing is you win the series, you're able to advance through pool play in the direction you wanted to, but it's probably not the victory you wanted to from FaZe, right? Not nearly the strong performance that they're gonna have wanted to rely on and use as momentum going into tomorrow, but plenty of time, plenty of tournament, plenty of opportunities there to pick things up, dominate some other teams. But if you're Na'Vi, like that was a good series, very winnable series for Navi's perspective. You go back to the drawing board, you fix a couple things, you might have beaten FaZe.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely think that is a true statement for sure, based on the way that they were playing throughout that. Brav, with that being said though, what do you think FaZe needs to really brush up on as they push forward through the tournament? Because obviously I don't think that level of gameplay is going to fly when they meet the likes of Optic or Cloud9, etc. So what do you really think that they need to do to kind of push forward now?
Yeah, I think for them it's a lot of cleaning things up. It's a lot of just a little bit more efficient on the pushes, make sure more players are staying alive, things like that. And I think it's tough on the other side of the stage too, because Na'Vi, Goofy, you and I were talking about it, was a great point that you made. They could have easily 3-0'd in 2 of their series today, right? They get reverse swept, and then they just lost those first 3 games in a margin that they could have actually 3-0'd. So this could be a completely different story for them if just a few points went a different way.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi should actually feel pretty good. Even though they lost, like you said, Bravo, they lost 2 close series, they're playing really well this event. Online, they were struggling, but showing up in pool play, losing, being up 2-0 to G2 and being reverse swept is tough, right? Yeah. But they played well, similar to this match against FaZe. I think they can pat themselves in the back a little bit and go into the bracket knowing that they're going to be one of the top teams in this tournament.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think push through with the confidence there and the conviction. They just really gave a hard time to FaZe up on that main stage, and they should be really proud of themselves going forward. We're actually going to keep rolling with the action, though, on the desk, because we're going to head into another match. Yes, it is not a main stage match. However, there are matches happening behind the scenes right now, and we want to show them to you guys. We're actually going to head right into Ascend versus Space Station Game Gaming, and gentlemen, I hope you're up for a little bit of casting. We've been sitting for a while, so let's get those vocal cords going.
Yeah, by the way, I gotta, GB kind of giving us a hard time here. I gotta say, GB and Walsh talking a lot of smack about Onset and I throughout that whole series, so don't worry.
It's all that wrestling GB's been watching. It's all that wrestling.
The weekend, that's for sure, but happy to jump into this game. Ascend versus Space Station. Take a look here at the score now, 36-30. In this game, that game one, as you see on your screen, went to Space Station earlier on, and that's a 6-kill game in this game to Slayer.
Space Station with a 1-0 series lead on board with Shady right now. 37-31. Shady pushing into the pipes here, runs into Ace in this one-on-one. Ace gets the win there. Good play by Ace, staying alive, and now we're on board with Tusk with that camo and sword. That's a deadly combo.
We're looking at Space Station going up 2-0 in the series if the score still stays in the direction that it's in currently in this game too. This is a massive series for pool play, guys. I want to remind you that Space Station is winless right now in their pool play. A triple kill from Deciding. Amazing opportunity for him this tournament to step up and show what he's got. Earlier today, though, Space Station fell short to both teams in the pool other than this, so this would be a massive win for them, and Ascend having already upset Xset in their pool as well. They need to win this in order to secure at least second in their pool as well.
4 kills left to go. Make that 3 for Space Station. Looking to go up 2-0 in the series. Ace with a nice double kill there, 49-36. As Tylenol is looking to put a bow on this game for the no-scope. Barely misses that one though. 49-37. This one is all but over. Bravo.
Yeah, right here, looking for that last final kill. 2 players on the yellow. That's going to make it for a nice little double kill for Legend. Like you said, though, just looking for that last one, and with a 10-kill lead, you have to think it is not far away. Ace is going to be back C, trying to see what he can find, but Shady opens up with some strong damage, and it actually almost takes him down. Hold it. A few kills going the way of Ascend, but once again, really should only be a matter of time here.
Few reckless deaths by Space Station, but nothing to be worried about until probably the 45-kill mark, I would think. But we've seen some strange things today, so the most miraculous comeback is going to be shut down. It is going to be Space Station taking game 2, 50-41, and going up 2-0 in the series.
A little bit of a Daisy appearance there, too. We haven't seen too many players rocking the flower in the helmet.
It's a No Mercy special. He's on the competitive insights team. He rocks the teddy bear, and he rocks the sunflower.
Teddy bear as well. Yeah.
Classy.
I like that.
Intimidation tactic.
I like to see that. Speaking of actually in-game and the aesthetics, what are you guys running in terms of Spartan ID at the moment? I want to know, what are we looking like in terms of our tags?
I rock the pig.
The pig?
Yeah,
the pig?
Absolutely. It's a 343 exclusive. You can't get it.
Oh, wow. I was going to say, I don't think I've seen the pig.
It's an olive, isn't it?
Olive the pig.
It's olive the pig.
Oh,
I've been rocking the pig for 2 years now.
Yeah. That's cute.
It's a nice one.
I'm actually really jealous about that. I'm really jealous about that. While I just dwell on the fact that Wes has things that I definitely cannot ever have, let's actually just take a look right now at the pool, though, because let's just see where we're at. We have an update. Where are we? We have 4 pools, of course, all going in order. And we can see Optic Gaming sitting 2-0 right now, so looking pretty good, but so are Pioneers looking pretty good. Bing, chilling, not doing so well in Pool A, but we have a bunch going on right now here. FaZe looking pretty good, sitting in 2-0 at the top of their pool as well. Cloud9 also looking pretty sharp. E-United and Quadrant also 2-0 apiece. Anything really kind of screaming to you lads at all?
Yeah, I think Optic Gaming and Pioneers both being 2-0, and we're still going to see them play in Pool A to decide that pool, which is going to be pretty fantastic, and I'd say that pool has gone exactly as we wanted to have that match to look forward to.
Indeed, and we've got obviously in Pool B here, we've got G2 Esports versus Divine Mind happening very shortly. G2 Esports up 1-0 in their pool, and Divine Mind unfortunately down 0-2, so not looking too pretty for them right now. Confidence is going to be lacking potentially here as they come up against G2. Goofy, any wise words as a fellow once competitor now coming onto the desk? Any words for the Divine Mind roster?
You have to go into the series thinking you're going to win, right? You've had a tough day today in pools, but you're here at the tournament, you're in a pool play, you're one of the top teams for a reason. So my advice would be go in guns blazing and try to get that game 1 win, because if you can win game 1 in the series, maybe you can get the win.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's all about that mindset at that point in time, isn't it? And I think we see a lot here in Halo Esports. We see a lot of pros being able to overcome those mental battles on stage, and you see some crazy things happen, aka reverse sweeps happen all the time, which is super exciting for us. Well, I'll tell you what now, folks, we're actually going to be heading to a break, but we just want to thank you guys so much for all of your patience tonight as we have been working through things on the main stage. But FaZe, they take the series after this Na'Vi roster, make them work for that dub. So stick with us because we have another match coming your way. G2 versus Divine Minds right after this.
All right, so these questions are courtesy of Hidden Experience, so we can kind of, give him some crap for these questions later.
Yeah, if I get one question right, I'll be happy.
What is the name of the Halo ring in Halo 2? Did you even play Halo 2?
Mars.
Okay. No.
Yeah, is it like a number? Is there like a number as well on it?
Delta Halo? I think it's Delta Halo.
It's not Zeta, right?
You're close, but no.
Delta?
There you go.
In what year does the original Halo trilogy take place?
2010?
No, not when did it release.
1982? I don't know.
It's a
bro.
futuristic
Oh,
Halo.
okay. Like 3056.
Wasn't it like 2050? Or like 2053?
It's actually crazy how close you are, but not.
2,350 something.
You're getting closer.
2552.
Wow, he knows his stuff.
My third guess is going to be 2,550 something. 52.
That's actually, you got it.
Is it
2,552.
I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking.
What is the species name of the elites?
Covenant.
It's probably what I would have answered too, but it's apparently the Sangheili.
Sangheili?
Yeah. Wow, he's 3 for 3? What?
Question number 4 is, who created Cortana?
UNSC?
No.
I don't know. I don't know her name.
What do you mean? You know it's a her?
Yeah, but I don't know.
Describe her.
She has white hair.
Okay.
She's old.
Yep.
She lost the arm.
Yep.
Like Agent Keys or something?
No.
Okay.
Dr. Halsey.
Oh, I'm gonna get roasted for that 100%.
That one
I
was
should have known that
definitely
one. I should have known that one. Okay.
Thomas, you seem triggered. Can you tell me what happened?
I've had dreams that weren't just dreams. Time to fly.
After all these years, to be going back to where it all started. Back to the Matrix. Am I crazy? We don't use that word in here.
The Matrix Resurrections. Rated R. In theaters and on HBO Max.
Are you up for a challenge? Build your Chipotle entree. Use promo code HALO117. Customize your Halo Infinite experience with challenge swaps from Chipotle. Visit chipotle.com/Halo for details.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Keep shining those lights on me.
Welcome back to the Halo Championship Series Kickoff Majors. Good to see you back joining us here. We're live from Raleigh, North Carolina. It's good to have you with us. And I'll tell you what, it is very good to see you too, Shyways. Lovely to have you up on the desk.
It's good to be here.
Myself, Clutch, and Bravo were awaiting your company.
Yeah, it's true.
What's been going on down your neck of the woods today?
A lot's been going on, honestly. This is a whole new change of scenery, by the way. Honor, privilege to be here, to look back and to see the audience. We've been backstage on the B stream. It's not quite as glamorous, I'll be honest.
You've been keeping it glam. I've been checking it out.
We've been putting in work, for sure.
Yeah.
It's everybody's been putting in work, I think, honestly. You guys have been killing it. So it's great to be here now, but I think nothing beats the desk, though, for sure.
Well, I tell you what, I appreciate all the work you're doing backstage. It has been intense here today, that is for sure. Not just in terms of the time that we've been up here, but in terms of the gameplay. And I'll tell you what, Europe has been very intense so far. So day one of Raleigh so far has been a lot about Europe storylines, a lot about these teams coming forward and really starting to compete with North America, and shockingly so as well. And I think from a European standpoint, I think there's a lot to root for going forward this weekend. Of course, you know, nobody's been knocked out by any means. Pool play is still happening. There is still second chances here for our European teams. But yeah, been shockingly well for sure. Anything been going on Bravo? Anything kind of crazy that you can update us on?
I think it's the rise and fall of Europe, though, right? We had Ascend.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been playing into the joke too much, but Ascend ascending quite a bit today. They're playing incredibly. And then you got Na'Vi, on the other hand, that broke my heart earlier today against G2, which is convenient because we've been talking about G2 coming into this. But Na'Vi had an incredible 2 games. Came in with confidence, started body disrespected, you know, understandably. They felt good. Thought it was over, and it wasn't. It was far from over. Full-on 3-0 sweep, and you know, no biases, but it hurt me inside to see that happen.
Hey, look, you can be confident, but being overconfident sometimes can come and bite you back. Bravo, obviously, we are going to be seeing G2 versus Divine Minds very shortly. Divine Minds currently sitting in their pool 0-2, G2 sitting 1-0. We kind of talked briefly before the break about the mentality coming into this one, but if you're G2, how are you feeling about going up against Divine Minds? Obviously going to go back to the Bravo setup as well, so we can fix some of the issues that we've been having on main stage. But, you know, really, are you looking to assert your dominance here for this final series?
Me personally, no. But if I'm G2, certainly, I agree. I think G2 just knows that they should be confident, but not take the series lightly. I think Clutch knows it best here as a longtime competitor, national champion as well. Was Clutch Price, by the way.
Find the opportunity.
But
I didn't say anything.
I said it. No, that was on me.
What are we talking about?
You're giving him an in now,
I got to say, I think G2 is going to come into this series and take it pretty seriously. Yes, it's late on Friday night. Don't just assume that you're going to take the series, right? Instead, take the games pretty seriously. But back on the side of the international teams, right, there's a lot of factors here. You had a lot of teams ineligible for pool play, boosting other teams into the pools. You have a lot of teams coming out of Open as well that are going to have much more spots than they'll have later in the season. So this is kind of like Europe and international teams' time to strike, and we'll see if they can do it by the end of the weekend.
Definitely. I also love the advice as well. Don't get complacent.
Yeah.
Stick to the game plan. Do what you do best. We actually need to talk about Open Bracket for a second, though, because a lot has been going on in this venue behind the scenes. And I'll tell you what, Blaze and Echidna always have us covered, and they actually had an interview with Flamesword from Status Quo to see how they're faring.
Blaze and Echidna back in the Open Bracket, and as you can see, we got a beer legend in the building. It's Flamesword himself. Mike, Status Quo is back, and not even just that, Halo is back. How does it feel to be a part of this?
Beyond amazing. I mean, right, 32 years old, still coming to Halo events. It's back. Started this when I was 15, right? Like most people, I saw Final Boss, Walshy, Ogre 1, Ogre 2, Strong Side, saying all with $1 million contract, right? As kids, you're all like, I play this game, like, why can't I do the same thing? So immediately hopped on Halo back when I was 15. It's developed, been doing it for 17 years. Obviously I had my different gaming past, but this is always where the heart's been, this is where the passion's at. So to be here and see it be the biggest Halo event that we've ever seen, Halo LAN that we've ever seen, this is insane.
Insane indeed, insane indeed. And when it comes down to Halo Infinite, you play a lot of Halo. How much fun are you having with this game?
By far, I already think Halo Infinite's got top 3 sandboxes of all time within the Halo thing. I mean, campaign to your multiplayer, I only see complaints and competitiveness to like nerf and buff certain things, but besides that, everyone loves the game the equipment is the first time in any of the Halos I feel like are truthfully people enjoy versus like, why do you put sprint in the game? Now it's like, I love the gravel shot. I love the repulsor. What, I got a drop wall, I could hold the ball, milk a couple more seconds. The game sandbox is just incredible, and it's supposed to be a 10-year game. So the fact that we know that they have so much room to improve with it is incredible.
Oh yeah, how has your sleep schedule been since multiplayer dropped?
Ooh, well, I know Bravo tweeted out that there was a hotline that gets together at 2 a.m. every day because our obviously sleep schedules are dominated. But I think it kind of set me up for the tournament because literally my team landed in, last few people landed last night at midnight. Ended up only going to bed at 3:30, which at least Infinite helped out for that. So once we got up at 7 o'clock to come to the event and everything, you know, felt like normal. Felt like I was at home.
Well, hey, man, you are back at home. And with that being said, you know, Status Quo back in the building. Any shout-outs you want to give out there to the Halo community, your fans, what is going to be?
I want to give a big shout out to the entire community. I mean, I just recently started Status Quo as an esports organization. Definitely have had the mentors in my life to teach me the best things I can. You know, Hector, Optic Hex, Nadeshot, Big Timer. I could go back to old school Halo names. Some of my mentors from Red Bull that will remain secret, but actually no, Sam, Audrey, you know who you are. And to make this dream a reality with my partner Andrew, who's been involved with Optic for so long and always wanted to get into esports, to have him, you know, in my corner to help me, you know, do the business side stuff and allow me to compete. Because Hex knew that was always the #1 thing I wanted to do, was compete. If I had the chance to compete in Halo, I'm going to compete in Halo. And so having that dream become a reality is just something I can't even put into words, and I can't wait to just continue from everything I've learned in life, growing it to the biggest size it could possibly grow it to.
Definitely can. Mike, it's been a pleasure, homie. A true competitor right here, folks, okay? Be looking out for Status Quo throughout the entirety of the weekend. That's going to do it for us here in the open bracket. Back to you guys at the desk.
It's good to see some more faces, isn't it? And I also just got to say, 32 and still coming to Halo events, you're damn cool. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I felt like it was said in a negative way. However, I think that is, I think that's sick.
It's positive.
It made me feel old when he said it, to be honest.
It's a positive. I know. It's a positive, 100%. Let's take a quick look, though, at the pools, though, and see the updates coming forward from today, because, of course, we have had a ton of action across the board here, and a lot of it's been happening behind the scenes on all of our different streams here. But just some notable ones here. Obviously, Pool A, Optic Gaming really taking control here, 2-0. Pioneers also joining them, which is really exciting. Brav said earlier, there's going to be a deciding game there for sure to see who's going to be taking the top of Pool A. We also have Cloud9 in Pool D, looking pretty hot to trot right now as well. And Ascend sitting comfortably 1-0. UK, France doing their thing out here. FaZe as well joining them. United, Quadrant looking pretty good. Quadrant, let's talk about that for a second, shall we? Have you seen Quadrant today?
I have not seen Quadrant yet. I would love to see Quadrant, though. That was the, I believe, second place team in EU, previously OEX. We've got a ton of talent there. They're very well coordinated. You got SLG, by the way, who I've had the pleasure of DMing back and forth. The man is on top of his strats. He knows everything. He's sending me stuff. I'm learning, downloading from him. So definitely watch out for these boys. I mean, currently 2-0 in the pool, so they must be looking good.
Definitely looking good there. A little bit of a concern here as well in Pool D. Space Station, right at the bottom there, 0 for 2, sitting not so well. Clutch, talk to me about this right now. Is this something you expected coming in? Obviously, they had a bit of a shaky start to Raleigh a couple of days before. Obviously, they had to bring in Tusk on board. Looked pretty good at the start of their series that we did see today. However, it did start falling apart. You know, what do you make of it?
Well, we actually did get an opportunity to tune into a series that was just going on not too long ago. It was Ascend versus Space Station. Space Station actually won that Team Slayer to go up 2-0 in that series. So Pool D is about to be the mess in the pool of death that we thought it was about to be. 3 teams about to be 1-2, I believe. Ascend is probably going to be 1-1, but they still have to play Cloud9. You got to assume that Cloud9 gets the job done there. And then 3 teams tied at 1-2. It's going to be very interesting to see what that tiebreaker is, if there's a potential another game, an additional game that needs to be played, because back in the day we had to like play a Slayer against each team that was tied, and it was a huge mess.
It's a mess.
It was intense, right? It was
Right.
actually like the most important game of the tournament for this team. So if we end up getting that opportunity, depending on what that rule set is, it could be a really exciting start to Saturday.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the really exciting thing about having pool play right now is the absolute potential we are seeing coming across here in all these different matchups. And honestly, right now, it's a serious roller coaster ride. I mean, some of these matchups are going to be super exciting and maybe ones that you hadn't been kind of anticipating, which is great, especially heading into tomorrow. We do actually have to talk about the two teams that we will be seeing on our screen very shortly. And that, of course, is G2 versus Divine Minds. We do have G2, obviously, with household names here. Gilkey, Arctic, Straysick, Sabinator, or Sabinator, however you'd like to say it, or Sabe. You know, names that we've seen for a long time now in Halo, all coming from different places, but now rejoining here as G2. What do you make of it overall, Brav, of this roster here? How is their potential, do you think, in Raleigh overall?
Oh, I think their potential's sky high. I'm curious, though, from Clutch. I mean, as a guy who played with and against these guys for a long time across multiple titles, your thoughts on this roster, maybe who's really the player to watch?
I think the player to watch has got to be Gilkey, right? It's the one guy on this team that I'm thinking if he's at his best, he can compete with the best slayers in the game. And the rest of the team has to follow suit. There's a lot of individual skill on this team, a lot of individual skill. But the question is, do they play 4v4s efficiently enough to compete with some of the top teams? Do they play well enough consistently to do it over an entire weekend? That's the biggest question. They started off very slow against Na'Vi. We tuned into a game 3 where they actually came back and ended up reverse sweeping Na'Vi throughout the series. Maybe a little bit of momentum can go a long way for this team.
Yeah.
That's the wild card, though, right? Because when I watched Na'Vi G2, I was like, okay, G2 slacking this tournament. Right. Apparently, Na'Vi just blowing through, making it look easy. But maybe, maybe they charged them up. The moment they started, the bags came in, the body disrespect came in. I don't know, different team all of a sudden. And then my opinion on G2 is kind of reset itself. So I'm not really sure where to expect these boys. I want to say the sky's the limit, but they can also falter against teams that I would typically put below them in terms of standing. So it's interesting.
Yeah, definitely, I think. But on the other side of that as well, we just saw Na'Vi really take quite a close series with FaZe and really push them to their limit. The pressure was definitely on in that FaZe camp over there on the main stage. And I feel like things have really been switching up so far in this LAN event because I think a lot of unexpected things have kind of come out through the woodworks here. And I think right now it's putting a lot of pressure on some of these teams who maybe thought they would be cleaning up series at the moment in a much more, I would say, fast fashion.
Yeah.
And it's just
more
not
efficient.
happening for them.
Yeah.
More efficient, exactly. But let's just quickly talk about Divine Minds for a second as well. ANZ team, we love to see all the different regions from across the globe coming through here. I've got to be totally honest, I don't know a huge amount about these guys. Is anyone on the desk can give me any kind of details on them, Clutch?
Yeah, I've watched these guys play a lot of Halo 5, and it's good to see them here in Halo Infinite. These guys aren't coming in as strong as the team as they were in Halo 5, though. That's the problem. Berserk is one of the like goats, I would say, of the ANZ region. And this Slays kid, he can play he can play very strong if he's comfortable. It's going to be very difficult to be comfortable when you're going up against a team like G2 with that much individual skill. Divine Minds is going to have to work together. They're not going to be able to out-individual skill G2, and because of that, it's going to be a really uphill climb for them if they don't have control early on in games.
Indeed. Now, we spoke about it a little bit earlier on. We asked the question, Space Station, what is going on? We actually have a chance right now to jump into the end of the Ascend versus Space Station game to find out exactly what is going on in the Space Station camp.
Okay, let's take a look here. 2-0, as we said earlier. We were watching a few of these matches from the analyst desk earlier in the evening. 2-0 here, Space Station over Ascend in the series, and looking to close it out as well.
First thing popping out to me, though, Tylenol on that scoreboard. 12, now 13 and 6. Apparently the man's been going off. You can see 61 to 82 in the scoreboard. Of course, Ascend does currently lead. I just want to let you guys know that it is actually 1-1 in this series also. So it could go either way, despite the fact that they're at a deficit. 1-1 on the oddball, just to clarify in case. Of course, 2-0 in the series overall. But despite the deficit, Tylenol still popping up, is what I wanted to say.
Tylenol,
yeah, go ahead,
continuing to pop off. Unfortunately, it does look like we have a player walking into a wall, and we've seen that several times today. Usually that means bad things for the prevention team. But I believe, yep, it's going to be a Space Station member out of the game. And the caster's curse once again.
Strikes quickly.
I thought it was.
Strikes
Mark.
too quick.
I thought Mark was the culprit for the, but he's not here. So I'm wondering, is he somewhere in the
Is there
background?
a rumor that Mark is the culprit?
Right, he started the rumor for the
As
record.
a defense of the duo, Onset has nothing to do with the shenanigans.
I mean,
okay?
I'm taking this quote from Onset himself.
Right. Well,
I'm
we know he
surprised.
casted the first series of the day. That
around.
was Golden Boy and Walsh. Don't forget it. And that's where things began. So as we said earlier, Golden Boy related. Actually, it was Walsh who said it himself. So that's settled.
All right. Look at me pointing fingers. My apologies.
I'll gladly clarify points.
Apparently, the jury's still out on that one. Apparently, we'll have to wait and see what the cast occurs.
Somebody's to blame.
But I know if anybody slips up on their verbals, then things like this can happen. However, we've had a very, very intense day, gentlemen, filled with so much going on in terms of series as well. Just ignoring all of the issues that we have had, we've had some very, very intense games. Clutch, what's been your favorite moment so far in terms of upsets or dominance that you've seen come forward in unexpected places?
I think Ascend beating XSET was definitely the biggest series of the day so far. I think that Space Station Gaming Ascend series is actually the biggest series now that the pools are turning out the way they were. But Ascend doing the job that they did in a Game 5 against a team like XSET, establishing themselves on LAN for the first time, I think that was a big statement that they were able to make. I think that continues on to tomorrow as well.
Rob, any kind of exceptional moments that you've seen across the board so far?
I would say just how close that whole Ascent series was. Not only was it a great display of skill from both sides, but I also think we got to see some of the most neck-and-neck Halo Infinite we've seen, right? I mean, every Slayer was kill for kill. Very rarely did you see any leads that extended over 3 or 4 kills. So I just love the closeness of that series, and I hope we have even more of it this weekend.
And Shyway, we actually did manage earlier on today to see an exceptional video from yourself talking about Halo Infinite, really kind of breaking things down for us on why we should love the game. And I personally love seeing nerdy moments in the game, using everything that's available to you on the maps. I've got to ask you from the Bravo perspective, on your Bravo station, anything that you saw come out that was really, really exciting to you that you would have loved to have broken down?
On the Bravo stage, okay, there's so much I've seen, first of all. I'm still looking for a technique called the overjump. I haven't seen it from one player. It's not a new technique, but it's a very difficult one, and nobody's applied it just yet. We'll see. Just to kind of continue with the XSET series, though, because there's something massive that's happened to me is Ascend, they defeat XSET. So you start to wonder, where does Ascend place in the overall pool? So you look at C9, which is currently leading it. C9 had a series up against XSET just previously, and that, I think, was a good kind of idea of where Ascend might land, depending on how that series goes. That series was a blowout. I have never seen C9 dominate so hard against a top team. XSET, not only did they get beat, they got 250 0'd in strongholds. They got 3 0'd in the series. C9 is unbelievable. They're looking like the best team in the tournament off of that one series, which is scary. So I don't even know where Ascend sits if they have a shot. Off of what I saw in that series.
I don't think it's any surprise that Cloud9 looks dominant,
yes,
right?
But man,
if anybody forgot who Cloud9 was, wake up.
Okay.
These guys are world champions. These guys are some of the best. And yes, they do struggle online. We've been online for the past 2 years. But they're back on LAN. And these guys are definitely focused on one thing and one thing alone, and that's getting first place.
Yeah.
I expect Cloud9 to be in the finals come Sunday.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time as well, they teach a lot of people how to play the game. I think you'd be crazy to not think that you will see potential meta shifts when Cloud9 come to play as well, which is super, super exciting for fans. And I think it's also for competitors too, because learning the game is super important, especially at this stage. I tell you what though, do you know where I'd love to land personally? I'd love to land on the series that we're going to be going to very shortly for the last time tonight. We're going to take a quick break while we get that one set up for everybody, but we will be going to G2 versus Divine Minds very shortly. We'll see you after this.
For a challenge, build your Chipotle entree. Use promo code HALO117. Customize your Halo Infinite experience with challenge swaps from Chipotle. Visit chipotle.com/Halo for details.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're
open your third eye and welcome this ad to reach video game nirvana through Xbox Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game. Game Pass has PC games. Get your first 3 months for $1. Nirvana awaits.
Hi.
Have we met?
I've had dreams that weren't just dreams. Time to fly. The only thing that matters to you is still here. I know it's why you're still fighting and why you will never give up. You don't know me, no?
The Matrix Resurrections, rated R.
Nice play.
We built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans.
To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the final series of the night here at the Halo Championship Series Kickoff Major. We're live in Raleigh, North Carolina. I couldn't be more excited to be here right now with 3 strapping young lads on the desk. And not only are they strapping, but they're pretty damn good at Halo knowledge as well. I have Clutch, I have Shyway, and I also have Bravo on the desk with me. Gents, right, look, let's be real here. We've had a long night. It's been a long day.
It's been a long night.
It's been a slobber knocker of a night. It's been a long night. It really has. But I tell you what, I couldn't have done this without you guys, and of course everything that you're bringing to the desk. And let's just quickly just give everybody at home a little bit of what has been going on today. We've seen Europe really start to make headway here in Raleigh on LAN, and it's great because we're kind of seeing history unfold here. We're seeing Europe really start to kind of run away with things and give North America a bit of a challenge, which has been absolutely amazing. We've seen Ascend really start to take shape here in Raleigh, but we're also going to be seeing an ANZ team very shortly go up against G2. Now, G2 obviously holding quite a few experienced players on their roster. Clutch, you've played with a lot of these, you've commentated over a lot of these, you've analyzed a lot of these players. Talk to me about them. What do they bring to the table that is going to be really exciting to watch in moments?
Does my mic work? Oh,
it
we're
works.
Back. All right.
There.
Well, I think this ANZ roster, what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to play as a team, right? They're going to have to step up and play together more so than G2. And I think that there are going to be holes in G2's playstyle. I think that G2 is going to leave openings because they're not as solidified as a team as some of our other top North American rosters, right? I think they play very individually skill-based Halo, but maybe not the best team-based performance. So that's where I'm really looking at Divine Mind's opportunity here in this series. We'll see if they can take advantage of those, but they're not going to come often, and if Divine Mind doesn't capitalize when they do, the series could get ugly quick.
Here's what I'm worried about. I think the opportunity to strike against G2 was probably Navi's, right? Navi's up 2-0, and you caught G2 on the back foot. G2's in trouble. Guess what? I think you only get one of those cards throughout the whole series, right? G2 reverse sweeps. I don't know if G2's going to let it happen again.
If I'm being realistic, we'll be realistic. Divine Mind, come on. Are they? I mean, yes, they're going to do the best they can. But if I'm them, I'm here downloading everything, learning as much as I can, because ANZ, they don't get this opportunity, right? It's a smaller scene. They have less, like I said, opportunity to compete at that high level. So coming here, when you're on broadcast, sure, you're going to give it your A game, play the best you can. When you're off broadcast, you are in scrims. You are putting time in on LAN, dedicated. You are taking notes, mental notes, physical notes, whatever you got to do. But download as much as you can, take it back to your region, and then level up. That's all you can hope for in the end of the day.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously, we need to talk quickly about G2 as well, because this roster is just filled with experience. It's filled with some vets as well. We have a lot of famous players on this roster, and I think a lot of them also bring incredible moments on broadcast. And for a lot of our new viewers to Halo and new to the game as well, Halo Infinite, Shyway, I couldn't pick a better person than you to talk about, the educational purposes that our pro players deliver to our viewers on broadcast. I mean, how much can viewers at home learn from these pros on the screen?
Everything. Everything I ever learned on my YouTube channel is from watching pros. And I'll shout out a couple. I mean, Shotzi, Frosty, Bound, some of the more movement, technical focused players. I watch them play and explain what I see, and that's really it. In the end of the day, if you can start to recognize certain patterns and think and ask a lot of questions when you watch these players, hopefully you enjoy it too. That's the underscore for all of it. You'll learn as you go. You learn through all of that. So I'd say that's just as important, if not more important than even playing sometimes in certain situations.
Definitely. Well, I'll tell you what, I learn an awful lot from watching some of our players, and I learn an awful lot from our casters as well. And it's about time we hand it over to the lovely casters that we have that has a lovely ring to it. Goofy and Gaskin, let's get into this last series of the night.
Thank you so much, Lottie. And yeah, I'm ready for one. I had a little trip over to the Bravo stream, Goofy, and I sprinted back to make sure I got to this one. It's a pleasure to be alongside you. And how have you been feeling about today?
I am excited. We had a long day, obviously, but last match of the night, we get to watch G2 take on Divine Mind. Divine Mind's got a tough road ahead of them in the series, but G2, they've been struggling as well. So let's see if they can come out strong and close the series 3-0.
Here or there. Yeah, I mean, G2 at one point they were 2-0 down to Na'Vi a little bit earlier, but then they pulled off a miraculous reverse sweep. Na'Vi choked, if I put it lightly. But G2 will be delighted with that. That will give them so much confidence going into this series. For Divine Mind, it's been a slightly different story. They've lost both of their ball play games so far. This is their last and final one. So this is their real last chance to try and get into it. But CTF Bazaar is going to be map number 1 here in the series layout. Very excited for this one. But G2, I'm sure, are going to be hot out of the blocks to try and finish this one off quickly. We know it's been a long day. And sometimes when players know it's been a long day, they just want to get those games done, Goofy.
Yeah, it's been a long day indeed as we are loading in to game number 1. Capture the flag on Bazaar. You got the rocket launcher, you got the grapple. I'm excited to see some plays being made in this series.
Really expecting G2 to push out early, make sure they get hold of the overshield, make sure they get hold of the rockets, and ensure they get control of the middle of the map, because that's what Bazaar is all about. I mean, I think we speak about this quite a lot as commentators, is that Bazaar is a situation that if you can control the middle of the map, you are going to be able to prioritize rocket and overshield every time they spawn, and then you can pick and choose as to when you want to push into that flag. It's sometimes a little bit of a fortress, is Bazaar on CTF. I've said it a few times today, but I think that with Divine Mind being quite lower down in terms of the skill level when it comes to G2, because G2, I mean, they're a pro team, they've been around the block. For Divine Mind, it's fantastic they're over here and they're performing, but I think G2 should assert their dominance by getting in the middle of the map and then just push. Don't allow Divine Mind to even have a chance to breathe.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be their game plan, right? So G2, naturally, all aggressive players looking to close the series out as soon as they can, and I expect them to come out strong and get a flag cap right off the bat.
Yeah, I think these are two teams who will want to just kind of go out with a bang here. I think that obviously we've got winners bracket tomorrow, we've got championship bracket as well going down, and I think that Divine Mind know already with how pool play's gone down. They've lost 2 games, they're going to be starting winners bracket round 1, and that's a scary situation because there are going to be some big teams, some confident teams coming out from the open bracket, and Divine Mind need to now use this as good practice. They're going up against a really solid G2 squad, and they can take whatever they can away from this series, and who knows, maybe they'll take a map or 2 off of them.
Yeah, and maybe we're not giving enough credit to Divine Mind as well, but G2, like you said, Dan, they're one of the partner teams. You know, they came back from a tough 2-0 series deficit earlier and reverse swept Na'Vi, so they're feeling good. Divine Mind, on the other hand, haven't won a series so far today, so let's see if they can turn around their luck.
Yeah, I think that luck needs to turn around. We need to see a big difference. There's 2 of the big players from the team. You've got Gilkey, who is a household name now within Halo, and Berserk as well. It's been a really interesting story on the side of Divine Mind. At one point, they didn't even think they were going to be coming to this tournament. Their organization then whipped out about 25 grand to send them over with flights. Wow. I'm amazed, and I'm so happy that they'll be able to kind of live this occasion. It is the biggest Halo tournament that we've ever had. It's the most viewed Halo tournament we've ever seen in the history of Halo, as announced by Tashi on social media. So what a chance for them to play against some of the biggest and best teams, and here against G2, this is one of those opportunities, right? This is a memory that I'm sure will live on for quite some time.
Yeah, and if I'm Divine Mind, I don't care what anyone is saying. I don't care what we're saying. My mindset is, hey, let's win game 1. Let's win this series, right? So they've had a tough battle so far, but I think G2, similarly, G2 is here to win the series as well. So Divine Mind's really going to have to come out strong in this game number 1 if they want a chance in this long series ahead. I'm going to be watching Gilkey, though, from G2. Who you got your eye on, Dan?
Yeah, I think it's hard to avoid a player like Gilkey, who has been around the block, who certainly will be aggressive and looking to finish this game off pretty quickly. And if he starts to get in and around the base and really be a nuisance behind you, then you've got to be careful, because it suddenly gets very difficult to push out of your base if you are consistently being shot in the back. But here we go. Bazaar CTF, I'm expecting a very quick, fast-paced game from G2. Usually with Bazaar capture the flag, you are going to be in a position where it slows down considerably, but I don't think it's going to happen here. I think Divine Mind are going to very much be on the back foot, but I would love to see an upset. I mean, I won't put it out of the realms of possibility after all the things we've seen today.
Yep.
Maybe, just maybe, who knows, Divine Mind might turn up and show us what they're made of.
Hopping on board with Rated from Divine Mind, goes down early. Double kill for Arctic. Make that a triple. What a way to start this last series. Arctic catching fire early, and that's a scary sight if you're on Divine Mind.
You know full well he's screaming at his teammates there as well, saying, leave the over, I'll take it, I'll get the clip on LAN. But what a way to start indeed. Middle of the map already in control here for G2 Esports. Divine Mind are on that back foot that I said they would be, but look at Arctic. Not pushing into aggressively, recognizing they needed to hold mid-map control. He lost a couple of his teammates, but now they've got a couple more players dead. That's when they push it.
Already got a flag pull, 4 kills already for Arctic, and he's running the flag. What can't this man do? Arctic running the flag out front. Base gets taken down, though, as Sab gets a trade on the other side. He goes down as well, so a good start for Divine Mind. It was a little bit scary, but they were able to weather the storm a little bit, and now we're kind of at a stalemate point.
I feel like G2 pulled that flag slightly prematurely. If I'm honest, they didn't need to pull it. They maybe needed to slay out one more time before they went for the flag run. But again, I feel like that may be the case of just trying to get this game done quickly. But they have to recognize that Divine Mind are a team who had so much success in the ANZ region. They finished second in both of the first 2 qualifiers, third in the last remaining qualifier. They really were a dominant force over in ANZ.
Yeah, Divine Mind obviously earning their way here at this tournament. On board with Berserk, he goes down to Arctic. That grapple is going to leave his possession as well. I'm really excited to see and have been enjoying all the plays in the sandbox at Halo Infinite. The grapple shot, the repulsor, the drop shield, everything has been extremely utilized so far on this tournament, as we see Gilkey gets taken down by some good team shots out of Divine Mind.
You asked me earlier, a player I wanted to watch was Sabanea on your screen right now. He's had a pretty impressive performance today. 102 kills and 82 deaths coming into this game. A 1.23 KD ratio. I mean, he's been popping off a little bit. They've had some tough games, of course, going up against Na'Vi, but that will be all of his kills and deaths against that Na'Vi roster. And considering the performance that Na'Vi put up against FaZe earlier on the main stage, I think that just screams volumes about how well Sabanea was playing.
Yeah, and he even went on his Twitter and tweeted out, I'm on one, I'm on fire after that reverse sweep against Na'Vi. So, you know, he's feeling good, he's playing good as we're on board with Flex. With that Bullfrog, it's taken down though, able to do some damage, but not able to get any kills there. Looking at the kill feed, it's pretty even so far though, Dan. Not any player standing out, everyone's on the board. So a good even start, and if you're Divine Mind, you're feeling pretty good so far.
Flag has been taken, but you're right, yeah, Divine Mind going toe-to-toe with G2 Esports. It's not that kind of just slapping that maybe a lot of people would be expecting. What I was expecting from G2, Divine Mind, I'll give them the credit. They are actually showing up here and they are performing well, and this is why they are here in Raleigh, because they've been such a dominant force in the ANZ region. Okay, they haven't been, you know, the back-to-back-to-back champions that the Chiefs were, but they certainly know how to play a game of Halo, and they've got a flag running here, but they've just got to be careful. 2 are down on the side of G2. Maybe they can get this a little bit further.
Yeah, both flags out right now, as Divine Mind actually able to return their flag, so they may be the first ones on the board here, Dan, but Sab once again coming up big, getting that double kill. Now he has that Mangler in his back pocket. Gilkey gets one as well. This could be 4 dead for Divine Mind, and it is 4 dead. They will get that return and perhaps try to control these new rockets on spawn as well.
Really impressive from Sab. They're just kind of pushing ahead, making sure that there's not going to be a touch from the side of Divine Mind. They got the flag pretty far, and it was looking pretty promising, but now, once more, they've lost a couple of players, and G2 trying to get in a position to run this flag. But again, I don't want to see them run it prematurely. I want to see them slay out first, make sure they get 2 or 3 dead before they start moving this one.
Definitely straight sick there, gets a double kill, allows Sab to get the flag out. Once again, the overshield has spawned, and there you see the grapple with the overshield, sticks it into his chest, and now his running flag is 3 members fall for Divine Mind, and Sab says, you take this flag, I got the Mangler and the overshield.
Well, Gilkey just got a double. It was 3 dead temporarily for Divine Mind. Sab will toss it out, as you say, and gets the finish off with the Mangler. Surely that's going to be a cap for G2. Surely they get it across the map, but I'm seeing a couple of frags going in favor of Divine Mind, and it's not all she wrote just yet. Berserk still somewhere there or thereabouts, being a nuisance here.
Yeah, good job by Divine Mind, playing good defense and able to get the important kills, right? So we see right there, Straight Sick able to get a trade. But that first flag does finally go in for G2, so they will be the first ones on the board. But like I was saying, Dan, this match so far has been pretty back and forth. Even though G2 was the first one on the board, it's still anyone's game.
It really is anyone's game. I'm very impressed with how Divine Mind have started this one off, showing that they are not going to be pushovers. They're not going to allow G2 to just walk all over them. But G2, now they've got that first flag cap in, that will take a little bit of anxiety away from this game for them, because G2 will be looking to try and top this pool, and to do so, they need to make sure they get a good result here against Divine Mind.
And just look at the confidence that Sab is playing with, able to move so freely on this map. Once again, getting a flag pull out and chooses to back up, bait the flag, as you see 3 members of Divine Mind coming back. So this could be scary for Sab, as he does get one and manages to still stay alive in Divine Mind's base. Let's see if he can stay alive any bit longer with that Bullfrog in his back pocket. So he is kind of in a good position right here. And the grapple, so able to get out of harm's way. Really sneaky movement right there.
Yeah, really impressive movement from Sab, and it's just been so annoying for the Divine Mind roster. They were probably calling him out like mad, saying we need to kill him, we need to get him out of our base, but Sab able with the Bulldog just to be that thorn in the side that unfortunately Divine Mind could not remove, and he comes back for more to do even more damage at this point.
Arctic takes down Slays. Once again, Sab in the opponent's base, running that flag towards the treehouse. Seems to be the preferred way for G2. Multiple members fall for Divine Mind, and once again, Sab backing up with that Bulldog and just staying alive in the opponent's base.
It is interesting that their preference is running it towards trees. I've seen so many teams kind of running it towards bar, but I guess it is entirely spawn dependent, and with the way they have been slaying and the way they've been pushing, the predominant push has been through treehouse, so that's when they've been controlling. That's the side of the area of map that they have been kind of dominating, and they've been forcing those spawns down towards Trench, but Sab goes down. Slays doing a good job with a long distance BR fight, but at what cost, as 3 members of G2 are still up and the flag's still moving.
Gilkey playing his life bottom middle, that flag all the way back to their double door. Raid does get a kill, but Gilkey trying to get through and not able to, but his teammate's right there. I love that play out of Sab. Relays the flag with no time lost and allows his team to potentially get the second cap.
Yeah, this is good from Sab as well. Just stay alive, get some grenades down, protect his life and protect that flag. Makes it a double kill, actually as an assist. In the end, Gilkey cleans it up, but that flag should be able to be picked up, you would imagine, as several players have gone down. The last remaining player will be forced out, and G2 make it 2-0 here on Bazaar CTF.
Yeah, as we expected, Dan, this good start for G2. Divine Mind giving them a fight, obviously, but they're not able to really get into G2's base and get the flag pulled. You know, we're seeing Sab constantly in Divine Mind's base, pulling those flags, and we haven't been able to see Divine Mind successfully get into G2's base and try to really get a flag cap on the board.
A little battle going down towards the Bulldog area. It's Gilkey who is the king of this tunnel. And his reward, a Bulldog in the back pocket, which is everything that a player would desire, because the Bulldog really is a power weapon that so many players will search for, ensure they can use it because it can do so much damage, Goofy.
Yeah, that Bulldog, the fire rate is so absurd on that thing. You can take someone out in the blink of an eye. And you see Gilkey right here with the double kill. Let's see if he can stay alive in the opponent's treehouse. Those grenades will help kind of cause a barrier, but his teammate does run into it with that overshield. Luckily, he did have the overshield, so not too much damage done there. But Gilkey, once again, just staying alive with the Bulldog. This is such a power weapon in a scenario like this. When you're in a room, in a corner, you can really take advantage of those close lines of sight. As you see right there, Gilkey takes down Slays. Still a thorn in Divine Mind's side.
Here's one thing that I think not a lot of people realized at the start was the Bulldog is automatic. You can just hold down that trigger or that mouse 1 button if you're using mouse and keyboard. And as you say, the fire rate ridiculous. Aim for the head would be my recommendation. I think shotguns in previous Halos, you kind of just aim anywhere and you just presume you're going to get the kill. But that Bulldog, from distance, aim for the head, it can really be a nuisance to your opponents as Gilkey gets the BR shots very perfectly into the head. And oh my goodness, he's starting to go off now.
Nice double kill there for Gilk Duds as he's roaming the front base of Divine Mind with that Bulldog still in his back pocket. You're noticing here, if you're watching at home, take note how these players are controlling the overshields, controlling the power weapons. That is the key, the recipe to success against some of these best players in the world. Gilkey able to get 1, able to get 2 with the Bulldog. 3 members fall for Divine Mind, and this could potentially be a 3rd cap for G2.
You'd have to imagine a 3rd cap would probably be all she wrote in this particular game with only 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the clock. And unfortunately, Flex is going to be the last remaining player that had a chance to really stop this flag on the other side of the base. And with 2 falling, now G2 should be able to relay this one back in. And aside from any fumbles, any big chokes, this is going to be 3-0. And this is going to be Divine Mind really struggling with 2 minutes and 10 remaining.
Yeah, and taking a look at that scoreboard too. 24 kills for Gilkey, 20 for Sab. Both players having an outstanding start in this series. And once again, in the base of Divine Mind, constantly not allowing them any room to breathe. And it seems like they're playing off their back heels the whole game.
They really have, you know, they started well. I'm going to be honest, Divine Mind, they've impressed me in the opening stages, but G2 have slowly come into their own. They've slowly warmed into this game, and realize that individually they seem to have what it takes to win every single battle against Divine Mind. But sometimes, occasionally, Divine Mind just crop up, they sneak in, and they do get some very impressive kills. And G2 just have to be a little bit careful of complacency here, but it does seem like they've got their focus on.
Arctic just running out of that overshield, and it seems like they have controlled every single one so far in this game. That Mangler out and about does so much damage. Arctic staying alive bottom middle. That flag is trying to be returned. Can he get the stop on it? No, he cannot, but does get the kill and double kill. But the flag does get returned.
With 1 minute remaining, we need to see Divine Mind just absolutely full send it across the map, start to pull flags and hope to chain 3 back-to-back. But spoiler alert, don't think it's going to happen at the moment, but there is a flag being moved instead by G2, and the best form of defense is actually offense. Get that flag, pull them out, force Divine Mind to come back, but there is one member of Divine Mind trying to do the unthinkable.
Wait a second. Yeah, only 40 seconds left in this game. It does look like G2 will go up 1-0 in this final series of the night as Sab gets a kill there on the kill feed. Arctic in a really good position to put down cover fire for his teammates as 3 members make that 4 fall for Divine Mind, and this is going to be the 4th cap and essentially the nail in the coffin in this game number 1 as there's only 20 seconds left to go.
You hit, you skip, and you jump and you hop, and you manage to get it in. It's going to be 4-0, and if you weren't sure that this game was already going to be going in favor of G2, I think that will confirm it 100% if it wasn't already. And Divine Mind gave it a good effort to begin with, but slowly and surely G2 were able to get back into this game. Will take Bazaar CTF in a pretty commanding and confident performance.
Yeah, and keep in mind, once again, just a friendly reminder, this is pool play, so if you're Divine Mind, you gotta learn from the mistakes, right? You got to build confidence. Even if you're losing the game, you wanna finish strong, you wanna go into the next game with some good habits and hype your teammates up. This is pool play once again, so they're gonna have a long run ahead of them tomorrow.
Yeah, I think because of the 2 losses that we've already seen Divine Mind actually take prior to this particular series, it means they are more than likely going to be finishing in 4th place, maybe 3rd if they are a little bit lucky with some maps. And that means they're going to play one of the top seeds from open bracket, and that is going to be a scary factor with teams that are going to be coming hot off the press. But there's the map layout. It is going to be Slayer on Recharge for map number 2, but it was CTF Bazaar that was dominated by G2. But it was a great early start, wasn't it, by Divine Mind?
Yeah, Divine Mind came out and it was pretty even, right? We saw a couple blows going each way, but once Sab kind of started getting into Divine Mind's base, I think that really turned the tide of the game. And then you see Gilkey doing the same, following suit. So once G2 started getting into Divine Mind's base, it was really over from there.
Yeah, this is a situation where once you saw the Mangler and the Bulldog start to be in both of the hands of these players, I don't think there was an answer really to Divine Mind, to G2 Esports' performance from Divine Mind. They were getting up close and personal, they were trying to go for these kind of BR fights, and they were trying to go for a situation where they tried to get the beat down, but when you're going up against these close range weapons, it's not going to work out for you at all.
Nope, it will not. And we saw Sab put that Bulldog to use, and I would be so frustrated if I was on the other side, constantly players in my treehouse bulldogging me down. It was very tough for Divine Mind, but like you said, Dan, they started off strong, and then they kind of lost their footings. Let's see if they can rebuttal a little bit here in this game too.
Yeah, Slayer Recharge then. This is one of the ones that can slow down a little bit. It reminds me a little bit of Lockout. I know it's nothing like Lockout in terms of like an actual map layout, but the way that Lockout used to play in Halo 2 Days, H2A as well, it just could be very standoffy, if you know what I mean. You get 2 teams who are on either side of the map, they're reluctant to push out, then the counter spawns and everyone just suddenly bursts into life, and they get the kind of little bit of hustle and bustle down bottom middle. Don't think that's how this one's necessarily going to play, though. I do think that we're going to see G2 try and keep the pace up a little bit, not allow Divine Mind to slow it down, because usually a lower city team would love to slow it down, love to take the other team out of the comfort zone, and I don't think G2 will want to allow that whatsoever.
No, G2 is going to come out guns blazing. They're going to be playing super aggressive, running in pairs, and trying to get this game out of the way and move on to Game 3. I fully believe G2 is going to be playing very aggressive and not looking to have any sort of stalemate here.
Yeah, and I think the shock rifle is going to be a big factor in this game as well. It really can kind of rip those faces off. I think it is the fantastic replacement for a sniper rifle on a smaller map, and it doesn't necessarily have the kind of power of a sniper because it doesn't do the one-shot beatdown, right? If you no-scope someone and you hit them in the body and you beat down, it's not going to be as much of a power weapon as the sniper rifle is. But when in the right hands, with a headshot, that thing is disgusting and it is very terrifying, and you certainly are going to be trying to avoid it. And in a game like a Slayer where it can be standoffy, if someone does have that shock rifle, it's more likely to slow down because everyone just cowers away. You don't want to poke out and get headshot.
Yeah, and that shock rifle, despite what these pro players might make you feel, it's actually really difficult to use, much harder than the sniper rifle. So when you see these headshots, these triple kills that you see on these streams, it's really difficult to get those shots landed on the head. So if we see some crazy snipes, it's going to be super impressive because that shock rifle is tough to use.
Yeah, it's tough to use, but slowly but surely, players are starting to get more familiar with it. We've seen a lot of like kind of no-scopes as well. Even from distance, people are recognizing that that no-scope is kind of, it's more powerful than you think. I think to start with, everyone was scoping in. They were trying to use it more like a sniper rifle, and now they've realized it. It kind of reminds me of old school FPS games where kind of that shock rifle from a distance really can make or break a push, and it can certainly shut down a push as well. How many times do we see a team try and traverse the map to a point where they take you and break a setup, just immediately shut down by that shock rifle headshot? It's pretty scary, but they're loading into this one. As you can see, Gilkey had an impressive performance. It has to be said. Slow start, but once he warmed into things, he really did start to pump off.
Yeah, we mentioned the shock rifle, but you also have the camouflage, you have the repulsor, you have the grapple, and you have the sword. So a lot of stuff to consider on this map, a lot of items to control if you're trying to get the victory. That shock rifle is definitely a power weapon, but you also have to consider the sword and those abilities, the grapple and the repulsor.
There we go then. Game number 2. G2 Esports have that lead 1-0, and there's going to be the attempt at trying to get the sword to Sab's way. If he does get hold of it.
That plasma grenade launched that sword somewhere, may have gone off the map. Unfortunately, I wanted to see Sab really get going with that sword. We know he likes to control the power weapons, and he goes down. Did that camo get burned? No, I believe Divine Mind was able to pop that camo, so keep that in mind. Divine Mind able to get that camouflage off the start.
Well, there we'll see the grapple and the shock rifle finally into play. Yeah, no combat evolved getting the sword with the plasma grenade as well. Maybe he just wanted to get off the map, who knows. But Rated with a chance to try and make a difference with the shock rifle. Gets a couple of body shots, but he does have a teammate with the camouflage here to maybe help him try and push up and try and gain some sort of advantage. Because 5-5 as it stands, but a 6 goes in favor of G2, but it's quite quickly traded out. And this is going blow for blow right now, just similarly to how CTF Bazaar started.
Yeah. Now, if you're Divine Mind, you want to make sure that you keep this pace going. You don't want to fall behind too early in the map like this, and against a team like G2, 7-7. And like we talked about, we were thinking that G2 wasn't going to let this get to a slow pace stalemate, but it looks like Divine Mind's forcing that play style and that pace right now. As you see the scoreboard, 8-8 all tied up, and things are already slowed down.
Yeah, certainly with the correct setup, you can force a team to have to play slow, because there's so many angles you can watch that if the other team that is trying to play a little bit more fast pace, if they push through, likelihood is they're going to be bottlenecked. If you try and push through yellow, you're so vulnerable to grenades. You have to be careful. You have to make sure you time those pushes correctly.
Perfect shots out of Rated. He actually had a pretty decent game 1. Compared to the teammates, his stats were actually not too bad. So Rated playing good so far in the series, putting down shots on Straystick there in the long haul, and has that Mangler in his back pocket. Arctic, you go down to the Mangler with that shock rifle. Will fall on batteries, and he chooses to leave it and just sticks with his BR and Mangler. Nice shots on Sab, able to control this top red area. This is definitely one of the power positions on this map, and you get a bunch of good lines of sight from top red, bottom glass area.
I love that you call it red and I call it yellow. We see very different things right now. I know that there is red there, but it's the yellow ambience, which is what I see. That's what I'm gravitating towards. But right now, this area was being held by Rated, but very quickly he is taken down and will allow maybe a push here for G2 as they've got numbers up and can try and do some damage.
Yeah, 2-kill lead right now for Divine Mind as Brain's trying to stay alive in this turbine area. He falls though as Gilkey able to push through. Excuse me, that is Straystick able to push through, get that kill, and work with his teammates to try to clean up this player top turbine. He does go down, but Arctic does get that kill. Straystick does go down though, unfortunately.
Well, this one's a little bit closer, and a Slayer game is always a real opportunity for the lower seeded team to try and cause an upset, try and get one map on the board, and it would be great for the confidence of Divine Mind, not just for this series, but also going into the rest of their tournament as we continue throughout this weekend. And only one kill to separate the two right now. Berserk is down and off spawn, so G2 temporarily had that player advantage. But it's Gilkey roaming yellow or red, whichever you want to call it, with the shock rifle, has a chance to do some damage, but not connecting with that one.
Reigns with a nice double kill, extending that lead out just barely. And as I say, that Sab does tie it up. Nice shot there. Gilkey able to get that snipe shock rifle kill and manages to stay alive here. And this is really important. Gilkey, his job right now is just to stay alive, give information to his team, and you have that shock rifle in hand. So you can really get those long angles and just give so much information to your team. So it's really important here that Gilkey does not take any unnecessary damage and stays alive.
Yeah, doesn't want to expose himself too much here. And maybe poke a little bit. Everyone's focused on him right now, so this is going to be a chance for his teammates to just worm their way around the map, get into a position to potentially pinch the entire Divine Mind roster, who at the moment are just keeping at arm's length away, staying towards lift.
Bit of a lead now for G2. I believe one of the first leads we've seen for them in this game. And they're in good positions as well, as Reigns does get a kill, narrowing that deficit down to just one. Two members, though, for Divine Mind soaring at Sab here. And the third member there